He was once a top idol. Sold-out concerts. Endless screams. Until one night, a woman walked onto the awards stage, holding a little girl. And with one sentence, his entire career collapsed. You abandoned your child. You're a deadbeat. The internet exploded. Chen Yi woke up drunk on his sofa. Empty bottles, a paternity test on the table, and a tiny girl, carefully wiping water from his neck with trembling hands. Daddy, wake up. That moment broke him. Her name is Chen Zixi. 6 years old. Soft voice. Bright eyes. That night, Chen Yi cooked her a simple bowl of noodles. Nothing fancy. Just eggs and greens. Zixi smiled after one bite. Daddy, it's delicious. And for the first time, Chen Yi felt something heavier than fame. Responsibility. Outside, the world was ruthless. The company gave him two choices: pay 89 million and disappear, or become their pawn on a brutal variety show. Reporters waited. Fans turned on him. Everyone expected him to fall. But Chen Yi looked at his daughter, counting on her fingers. Daddy, you know how many people want to be my mom now? And he laughed. A broken idol. A single father. A man with nothing left to lose. Except her. From scandal to redemption. From fallen idol to devoted dad. From the bottom of the industry to the mastermind behind it. He was exposed as a deadbeat idol. Then his daughter changed everything. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where one small hand can pull a man back from the abyss. My head hurts so much. Water. Chen Yi felt as if his skull had been split open, his thoughts a complete mess. He pressed a trembling hand to his forehead and murmured hoarsely, the sound barely more than a breath. He had no idea how much time passed. In his haze, hurried footsteps reached his ears. Then something cool touched his lips. Water flowed into his mouth, but the person feeding him misjudged the angle, and it spilled down his chin, trickling over his neck in a freezing line. Ah! Chen Yi shivered, his consciousness clearing just a little. With great effort, he forced his heavy eyelids open. Through the blur, he saw a small girl standing before him. She looked like a porcelain doll, delicate and beautiful. Panic was written all over her face as she wiped his neck with her sleeve, her tiny hand shaking. Who are you? Chen Yi tried to speak, but before the words could leave his mouth, a violent surge of memories crashed into his mind. His vision went black. He collapsed back into darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard a child's voice, trembling with tears. Hey, what's wrong? Wake up, please wake up. When he woke again, night had already fallen. The room was dim. Streetlights filtered through the window, casting faint shadows across the living room. Chen Yi lay still on the sofa for a long time, 10 minutes, maybe more, before slowly sitting up. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Empty wine bottles lay scattered on the floor. On the table, the paternity test report glared back at him like a verdict. So fragile, he muttered softly. I really am fragile in this world. He knew with absolute certainty that the Chen Yi of this world was him. After the two souls fully merged, an indescribable sense of familiarity had taken root deep in his heart. He turned his head. Not far away, a little girl stood stiffly, clutching the hem of her clothes, clearly unsure of herself. Zixi, he said gently, raising his hand. Come here. Let Daddy take a good look at you. Chen Zixi blinked her bright eyes, hesitation written across her face. She took a small step forward, then stopped. Over the past few days, she'd watched him drink endlessly, shouting angrily into his phone, his voice full of curses and despair. If her mother and aunt hadn't told her that this man was her father, she wouldn't have stayed here for even a second. Her reaction pierced Chen Yi's heart. He stood up, walked over slowly, then knelt in front of her so they were at eye level. Zixi, are you hungry? He asked softly. What would you like to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Her stomach had already been growling, but she still shook her head timidly. Anything is fine, she said quietly. Zixi isn't picky. Her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy. Chen Yi reached out and gently rubbed her head, his chest tight with complicated emotions. 3 days ago, he had been a top idol. On the stage of the annual music awards, his song Pinnacle had won Best Chinese Music. Cheers, lights, screams, everything was at its peak. Then, in front of countless reporters and cameras, a woman appeared with Zixi. She revealed a truth that shattered everything. Zixi was his daughter. The woman, Han Xiling, accused him publicly of abandoning her sister, of neglecting his child, of driving her sister into illness and death. She called him a heartless scumbag. Chen Yi knew her. She was the younger sister of his girlfriend from before he entered the entertainment industry. Back then, he had broken up peacefully before going to Korea to develop his career. He never knew she was pregnant. Never imagined any of this. That day, his world collapsed. He barely remembered how he returned to the company, only the swarm of reporters, microphones shoved toward his face, the chaos. His agent had dragged him away by force. The company's PR team worked frantically to contain the fallout. But yesterday, when his agent handed him the paternity test report, the truth was clear. The company was abandoning him. Not only that, they were preparing to sue him, demanding massive compensation for losses. That night, Chen Yi finally broke. He drank until he passed out, cursing the company for its ruthlessness, cursing Han Xiling for exposing everything so publicly. When he woke again, two versions of himself had fused into one. The night outside was deep and quiet. Chen Yi pushed the chaos from his mind and went into the kitchen. Before long, he brought out 2 bowls of clear soup noodles, each topped with a poached egg and a few greens. Steam rose gently from the bowls. He set one in front of Chen Zixi and carefully loosened the noodles with his chopsticks. "Make do for tonight," he said softly. "Tomorrow, Dad will cook you something really good." Chen Zixi picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she chewed, like a little hamster. After swallowing, she looked up, eyes shining. "The noodles were delicious," she said happily. Zixi loved them. Warmth spread through Chen Yi's chest. He wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth and said gently, "Zixi, Daddy hasn't been good these past few days. I'm sorry. I promise, it won't happen again." She tilted her head, thought for a moment, then shook it lightly. "Zixi doesn't blame you," she said softly. "Mom said that when people are sad, we should understand them." Chen Yi's breath caught. His eyes grew hot. Before he could respond, the doorbell rang. "Zixi, you eat first," he said, standing up. "Daddy will get the door." Outside stood his agent, Zhang Hong. He let her in. Her gaze swept over the empty bottles on the floor, and she sighed. "Xiao Yi," she said, "I'm here today to relay the company's decision." "Sister Hong," Chen Yi replied calmly, "go ahead." His composure surprised her. A few days ago, he'd been frantic, unstable. Now he looked steady. She suppressed her doubts and continued. "I've done everything I can. I ran around the company, used every connection I had, but this situation is too serious. I really couldn't turn it around." "I know," Chen Yi said quietly. "You've done your best. I don't blame you." Zhang Hong paused, then said, "The company has given 2 options. 1. Terminate the contract and compensate the company for losses 89 million yuan. 2. Also terminate the contract, but if you agree to participate in a variety show afterward and fully cooperate with the company's arrangements, they will waive all compensation claims." 89 million? Chen Yi rubbed his chin, quietly running the numbers in his head. Over the past few years in the entertainment industry, he'd earned more than 100 million yuan. But after buying a villa and 3 sports cars, his savings had dwindled to just over $1 million. If he really had to compensate the company, selling the house would be unavoidable. He looked up at Zhang Hong. "Sister Hong, tell me more about this variety show," he said calmly. "I'm genuinely curious what kind of program would make the company willing to give up 89 million. Zhang Hong straightened up, her tone turning serious. "This variety show is a joint project by Shenqi Entertainment, Sanyang Entertainment, Huawang Entertainment, and our Xingai Entertainment. You know what these 4 companies represent, there's no need for me to spell it out." Chen Yi nodded slightly. "This collaboration aims to create the next 4 heavenly kings of Xia Kingdom's entertainment industry. This show is just the opening act. If it succeeds, there will be a series of follow-up projects." "The 4 heavenly kings." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then who is our company pushing?" "Xia Yang." Zhang Hong spoke the name softly. "I figured," Chen Yi said, a familiar handsome face flashing through his mind. "Makes sense." Then he frowned. "But if that's the case, why involve me at all? This kind of show is something people would fight tooth and nail for." Zhang Hong hesitated. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her cheeks flushing slightly as she sat stiffly on the sofa, clearly struggling to explain. Chen Yi looked at her expression and immediately understood. He laughed lightly, a trace of self-mockery in his eyes. "So, I'm there to be the green leaf," he said. "To make the red flower look better." Zhang Hong froze for a moment, then nodded awkwardly. "Yes, that's basically it. Xiao Yi, can you accept these terms?" "Of course," Chen Yi replied without hesitation, smiling. "Participating in a variety show to save 89 million? I'd be a fool not to." His smile was genuine. Originally, he'd planned to withdraw from the spotlight anyway to focus on raising his daughter and giving her a peaceful life. This arrangement suited him just fine. Zhang Hong stared at him in disbelief. Just yesterday, this man had been shouting into the phone, furious and unhinged. Now he looked calm, almost relieved. "Xiao Yi," she said slowly, "I feel like you've become a completely different person." Chen Yi smiled faintly. "For Zixi's sake, I can't afford to be childish anymore." Zhang Hong sighed softly. "Looks like having a child really does change a man." Xiao Yi, I think you'll be a good father. Then her expression shifted, as if she'd remembered something difficult to say. After a brief pause, she spoke carefully. There's something else. This variety show combines multiple formats: talent competition, outdoor life, and a segment similar to parent-child reality shows. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly. So, the program requires participating celebrities to bring along a child under 10 years old, a nephew, niece, or their own child. She took a breath. The company wants you to bring Zixi. Sister Hong, Chen Yi said suddenly, his voice firm. I refuse. Zhang Hong froze. I'll take the compensation instead. Xiao Yi. Even if I go bankrupt, Chen Yi interrupted, his tone unwavering. I will not use my daughter to make money. Please don't bring this up again. The decisiveness in his voice left no room for negotiation. Zhang Hong fell silent. Just as she was struggling to figure out what to say next, a soft voice spoke from behind them. Zixi can do it. Both adults turned toward the sound. Chen Zixi was peeking out from the doorway of the dining area, her small face slightly red. Clearly, she'd overheard everything. Zixi, Chen Yi said gently, holding out his arms. Come here. She walked over hesitantly, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. I didn't mean to listen, she said nervously. Chen Yi lifted her onto his lap and held her close, his expression instantly softening. It's okay, he said. Did you finish your noodles? Are you full? Yes, she nodded eagerly. Zixi ate everything, even the soup. She patted her belly proudly, her long lashes fluttering. You're amazing, Chen Yi laughed, ruffling her hair. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Dad, Zixi wants to go on the variety show with you. The word dad hit Chen Yi like a warm wave. For a moment, he forgot everything else. He smiled so widely his cheeks hurt, then kissed her soft little face. Can you call me that again? Dad, she said shyly. Dad. Her fear and distance faded, replaced by trust and closeness. Zhang Hong watched the scene with a smile, unable to help herself. I didn't know you liked children this much, she said. But let's hear Zixi's reason first. She crouched slightly and asked gently, Zixi, why do you want to be on TV with Daddy? Chen Zixi looked up at Chen Yi, then answered earnestly. I've seen Dad on TV before. Mommy once said she wished she could be on TV too. If Zixi goes on TV with Dad, Mommy would be really happy in heaven. Chen Yi's throat tightened. He hugged her tightly. Zixi is so thoughtful. She wrapped her arms around his neck and looked straight into his eyes. Dad, can I go on TV with you? Chen Yi laughed helplessly and pinched her cheek. Of course. Whatever my Zixi wants, Dad will support. Thank you, Dad. Her happiness was contagious. Chen Yi then turned to Zhang Hong. Sister Hong, I agree to participate. Zhang Hong finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. She took out 2 contracts and placed them on the table. One is for the peaceful termination of your contract. The other is the agreement for the variety show. Please review them. Chen Yi read both carefully. There were no issues. He signed without hesitation. When does filming start? He asked. 10 days from now, Zhang Hong replied. The entire show will be broadcast live. After seeing Zhang Hong off, Chen Yi returned to the living room, where Chen Zixi was intently watching an animated film. Chen Yi's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. He deliberately slowed his pace and quietly began to tidy up the mess in the living room. While sweeping the floor with a broom in hand, her eyes couldn't help but steal glances in her daughter's direction. Watching Chen Zixi's rosy face sometimes grin and smile, revealing her baby teeth that hadn't fully grown in, and sometimes frown slightly, her eyes full of worry, all as the cartoon unfolded. Chen Yi felt his heart melting at Chen Zixi's cuteness. He estimated that even if someone offered him the wealth of the entire world in exchange for his daughter, he would refuse without hesitation. Before we knew it, it was 8 p.m. Chen Yi sat down next to Chen Zixi, and only spoke softly after an episode of the animation had just ended. Zixi, it's getting late, time to wash your face and feet and go to bed. Chen Zixi turned to look at Chen Yi and nodded obediently. Okay, Zixi will go right now, she said, getting down on the ground. But Chen Yi reacted quickly, scooping up Chen Zixi, who was about to go to the bathroom, and carrying her towards it. Daddy carried Zixi away. Chen Zixi was a little uncomfortable with Chen Yi's clinginess. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already in the bathroom. Chen Yi placed Chen Zixi on a small stool, turned on the tap, adjusted the water temperature, and gently stirred the water with his hand. Zixi, come here, put your hand in and see if it's hot. Chen Zixi stretched out her little hand and splashed it in the water, a smile spreading across her face. Not too hot, not too hot, the temperature is just right. At the same time, her heart felt warm. So this is what it feels like to have a dad. Zixi will be a child with a dad too from now on. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chen Yi picked up a towel, soaked it, and gently wrung it out. he first carefully wiped Chen Zixi's face. After washing her face, Chen Yi helped Chen Zixi take off her shoes and socks, put her little feet in the water, and gently rubbed them. Chen Zixi's feet splashed around in the water, creating small sprays. "Haha daddy, it tickles." Chen Zixi giggled. This unprecedented intimate interaction made her feel both refreshed and warm. After washing up, Chen Yi picked up Chen Zixi and carried her towards the bedroom. Chen Yi placed Chen Zixi on the bed, covered her with a soft blanket, and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Chen Zixi. Then, the two of them stared at each other, and the room became very quiet for a moment. Having no experience with children, Chen Yi felt slightly embarrassed under Chen Zixi's gaze. After a moment, he forced a smile. "Zixi, would you like Daddy to tell you a story?" Chen Zixi's eyes lit up immediately, and she became excited. Okay, Daddy, I want to hear a story." Zixi loves listening to stories the most. She was filled with joy. In the past, her mother would tell her stories and she would fall asleep in her mother's arms. Since her mother passed away, she had not heard a story for a long time. Actually, she had a little secret in her heart. She really hoped that after hearing the story, she could sleep with her father. She had never slept with her father before, and she imagined what it would feel like to be held by her father to fall asleep, which must be very comfortable. Chen Yi gently pinched her little nose. "How about Daddy tells you the story of Snow White?" Okay, Chen Zixi clapped her hands, her face full of anticipation. Chen Yi cleared his throat and began to speak. Long ago, there was a beautiful kingdom where a kind princess lived. Her skin was as white as snow. Chen Zixi listened intently, her eyes fixed on Chen Yi. When Chen Yi spoke of Snow White eating the poisoned apple and collapsing, Chen Zixi sat up abruptly, her heart clenching with anxiety. "Daddy, will Snow White die?" Chen Yi quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, Zixi, a prince will come to save her later." Chen Zixi breathed a sigh of relief, lay back down on the bed, and continued to listen attentively. As the story progressed, Chen Zixi's eyelids began to droop, and her voice gradually became indistinct. Half asleep, she was still thinking about how nice her father's voice was, how happy she was, and how today was the happiest day of her life. She wished she could sleep with her father, which would be perfect. Seeing his daughter growing sleepy, Chen Yi slowed down his speech and spoke in a softer voice. Finally, after Chen Yi finished telling the story of how the prince and Snow White lived happily ever after, Chen Zixi fell into a deep sleep with a faint smile on her face, as if she could see that beautiful scene in her dreams. Chen Yi gently kissed Chen Zixi's forehead, then stood up, carefully walked out of the bedroom, and quietly closed the door. He stood at the doorway, looking at the tightly closed door. After the twists and turns and chaos of that day, his daughter's existence was like a ray of light shining into his life, allowing him to see the meaning and direction of life. Back to the room. Chen Yi took out his phone and opened Fidion. Wow! I'm still at the top of the trending topics list. Open the post. The content describes the events that occurred at the music ceremony that day, and includes photos of the author being surrounded by numerous reporters, which made him feel embarrassed. There is also a photo of Han Xiling holding hands with Chen Zixi, who is wearing a mask. Chen Yi scrolled down to read the comments from netizens. Chen Yi is just a pretty face. Besides his looks, his singing is terrible, like a broken gong. It's ridiculous that he could win the Best Chinese Song Award for an English song that you can't even hear the voice in. Now that it's been revealed that he has a child, his image has completely collapsed. I used to think of him as an idol, but now I see him as an irresponsible scumbag. Chen Yi, this so-called top star, has such awkward acting skills that I could dig 3 bedrooms and a living room out of my toes. All he does is show off his coolness. Now his true colors have been exposed. I always thought he was a great idol, but I never expected him to have such a scandal involving an illegitimate child. It's utterly disappointing for us fans, and we're unfollowing him. Chen Yi should stop embarrassing himself in public. His singing is terrible, his acting is awful, and he only relies on his face to fool his fans. Now his illegitimate child has been exposed. Disgusting. Haha, I told you long ago that Chen Yi is no good. You bunch of good-looking fans are idiots. Damn it, I must have been blind to be a fan of him before. I tore up all his photos and posters. He doesn't deserve to be an idol at all. Chen Yi flipped through several pages, all of which were filled with self-criticism. I'm really doomed now. Chen Yi smiled bitterly to himself, but he had expected this outcome. He had relied on his looks since his debut, and his singing and acting were terrible. Of course, it's not that Chen Yi is tone deaf, but compared to professional singers, he's simply not good enough. He debuted 5 years ago and released 2 albums, both of which were electronic music tracks. He also acted in several movies, all of which were complete flops. Chen Yi's success today is largely due to his handsome face, which is good-looking from every angle. However, for a celebrity like him who relies on his looks, once a scandal involving dating, marriage, or having children breaks out, his teenage and older female fans will quickly abandon him and even curse him, because his body is no longer pure, no longer clean. Exit the trending topics and open your own account. Really? Chen Yi has lost more than 20 million of his original 60 million followers, and he estimates that even those 20 million will be gone in a while. He didn't open the comments section because he knew without even thinking that it was full of insults directed at him. Chen Yi put down his phone, lay on the bed, and started planning his future. He couldn't make it in the entertainment industry anymore. He had been in the entertainment industry in his previous life and was already fed up with its backstabbing and scheming. Now that he's starting over, he wants to live a different life. The next morning, Chen Yi woke up early, glanced at Chen Zixi who was still fast asleep next door, and then quietly left the room. After a quick wash, I chose a comfortable set of casual clothes. I checked the time. Chen Yi went into Chen Zixi's room again and gently shook her awake. Zixi, wake up. Daddy will take you out for a delicious meal, and then we'll go buy some pretty clothes. Chen Zixi groggily opened her eyes, saw Chen Yi's face, and instantly woke up. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, his eyes flashed with surprise and anticipation. This was the first time she had gone out with her father. She quickly sat up, found her little bunny slippers by the bed, and happily ran to the bathroom. Okay, Dad, I'll go wash up now. Not long after, Chen Yi helped Chen Zixi get dressed, then put on sunglasses and a baseball cap himself. The two of them held hands and walked out of the house together. Upon arriving at the garage, Chen Yi opened the door of a sports car, lifted Chen Zixi into the passenger seat, and carefully fastened her seatbelt. Chen Zixi looked around the car with curiosity, her little hands constantly touching the seats and dashboard, her heart filled with excitement. She glanced at her father secretly, her heart filled with admiration. Dad is so amazing. He lives in a beautiful house and has such a beautiful car. Chen Yi smiled slightly as he looked at Chen Zixi, who was acting like a curious child. The car slowly drove out of the garage and onto the street. Chen Zixi looked out the window at the scenery rushing past, her eyes sparkling. Dad, where are we going to eat something delicious? Chen Zixi turned her head and asked expectantly. Dad will take you to a very famous restaurant nearby. Their breakfast is delicious. Really? Then I want to eat lots and lots of it. Chen Zixi happily swung her little feet. Little glutton. A short while later, Chen Yi parked the car in front of a spacious and clean-looking breakfast shop. Chen Yi led Chen Zixi into the restaurant, found a relatively quiet corner to sit down, and a waiter came over to hand them the menu. Zixi, what would you like to eat? We have char siu bao, shrimp dumplings, wonton noodles. Chen Zixi looked at the pictures on the menu with bright eyes, thought for a moment, and said, Daddy, I want to eat wonton noodles. Okay, then Dad, order some shrimp dumplings and congee too, we'll eat together. Chen Yi said, then handed the menu to the waiter. While waiting for the food, Chen Zixi glanced around, fidgeting nervously. She whispered to Chen Yi, Dad, lots of people are watching us. Indeed, Chen Yi and his daughter attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered. Although Chen Yi was wearing sunglasses and a hat, his perfect height and figure made it clear that he must be a handsome man, even without seeing his face. Chen Yi gave people that kind of intuition. There's also Chen Zixi. She inherited the best features of both Chen Yi and her mother. Although she is only 5 years old, her stunning beauty is already beginning to show. She's like a little angel descended to earth. One glance is enough to captivate your gaze. Such a combination naturally attracted countless eyes. Several young girls at the next table kept glancing at Chen Yi, and Chen Yi could faintly hear their whispers. Even though this guy is wearing sunglasses, I bet he's incredibly handsome. Nonsense, you don't need to tell me. Just look at his sister's appearance, and you'll know he can't be ugly. Hey, how do you know that little girl is his sister? Otherwise what? Could it be his daughter? Chen Yi smiled and gently patted Chen Zixi's hand. Don't be afraid, Zixi, they just think you're cute, that's why they're looking at you. After hearing her father's words, Chen Zixi's expression relaxed slightly. Just then, the food was served. Chen Zixi looked at the delicious wonton noodles, picked up a wonton first, took a bite, and her cheeks bulged out, just like a cute little squirrel. Is it good? Chen Yi asked with a smile. It's delicious, Dad, you should have some too. Chen Zixi mumbled something and then picked up another wonton and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi felt a warmth in his heart and took a bite. It's delicious. After breakfast, as Chen Yi and his daughter got up to leave, Chen Zixi suddenly spoke as they passed the girls who had been secretly watching Chen Yi. Dad, where are we going later? Puffed, puffed. The girls who had just seen Chen Yi walk over and were pretending to eat spat out their porridge when they heard Chen Zixi's words. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled, then pulled Chen Zixi, who had stopped to watch, away. Let's go to the mall. Okay, sure. They drove to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai, which was bustling with people. Chen Yi held Chen Zixi's hand tightly, afraid that she would get lost. He first went to a high-end children's clothing store. As soon as he entered, a female sales assistant greeted him warmly. Welcome, how can I help you? I want to buy some clothes for my daughter. The waitress then noticed Chen Zixi next to Chen Yi, and her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Zixi's adorable appearance. Oh my, this little girl is so beautiful and cute, she's like a little angel. The other young female staff members in the shop were also whispering and praising him. However, most of them were surprised that Chen Yi was the little girl's father, since he looked to be only in his early 20s. Hearing the waitress's praise, Chen Zixi shyly hid behind Chen Yi, her little hands tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. In the past, Chen Zixi was somewhat afraid of strangers because her mother was always bedridden. Chen Yi smiled and pulled Chen Zixi in front of him. Zixi, don't be shy, Auntie is praising you. Come on, let's see if there are any clothes you like here. Chen Zixi peeked out from behind her father, looking at the dazzling array of clothes in the store with curiosity in her eyes. She let go of Chen Yi's hand, slowly walked towards the clothes rack, and gently touched the beautiful clothes with her small hands. Dad, this dress is so pretty. Chen Zixi pointed to a pink princess dress and said. Chen Yi walked over, picked up the skirt and looked at it, then said to the waitress, "Could you please get this dress for my daughter to try on?" The waitress quickly took the dress and led Chen Zixi into the fitting room, where Chen Yi waited outside. A moment later, the fitting room door opened, and Chen Zixi walked out wearing a pink princess dress. Wow, this little girl looks absolutely gorgeous in this, like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Her skin is so fair and delicate, and the pink dress makes her look absolutely stunning. Several waitresses stood by, praising her incessantly. Chen Yi looked at his daughter, his heart filled with pride. He stepped forward and knelt down. Zixi, do you like this dress? Chen Zixi nodded happily. I like it, Daddy, I really like this dress. Chen Yi stood up and looked at the waitress, saying, "Please wrap up this dress for me and then pair it with a few other outfits." The waitress nodded quickly and picked out several more tops, pants, and coats for Chen Zixi. Each time she tried on an outfit, the waitress would offer sincere praise, and Chen Zixi gradually gained confidence amidst these compliments. She was no longer as shy as she had been at the beginning, but instead confidently showed herself in front of the mirror. Chen Yi was happy to see the changes in his daughter. He knew that Chen Zixi might have been a little introverted and timid in the past because she lacked her father's company. Now, he has the opportunity to make up for all of this and allow his daughter to grow up healthy and happy. After buying clothes, they went to the household goods section. Chen Yi let Chen Zixi choose her favorite cups, towels, toothbrushes, and other items. Dad, do you think this cup is pretty? Daddy, I want this towel. It has cute little bunnies on it. After shopping for more than an hour, they finally carried their bags and packages home. In the following days, Chen Yi would take Chen Zixi out to play every day, to see animated movies, to go to amusement parks. He was trying his best to make up for the regrets of the years he was away. Chen Zixi also experienced the happiness of having a father, and was joyful every day. Her dependence on Chen Yi also deepened. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. There are only 2 days left until Chen Yi participates in the variety show. At this time, the Chinese public is also increasingly looking forward to this variety show. A while ago, rumors suddenly circulated online that 4 major entertainment giants wanted to join forces to create the 4 heavenly kings of Xia Kingdom. At the time, netizens simply laughed it off, thinking it was a baseless rumor. However, as time went on, such topics appeared more and more frequently online, and the whistleblowers spoke with great conviction, which is why netizens began to take it seriously. They flocked to the official websites of the 4 major entertainment companies to leave messages inquiring about the matter. To their surprise, the 4 companies simultaneously issued announcements acknowledging the fact. They also announced that the large-scale outdoor variety show Celebrity Kids Happy Journey, jointly produced by 4 major entertainment companies, is about to start filming and will be broadcast live. The news quickly rose to the top of the trending searches within just half an hour of its release. Netizens were even more excited, speculating which of their signed stars the 4 major entertainment companies would groom into a superstar. Zingai Entertainment. In a luxurious office, Zhang Hong stood respectfully before a middle-aged man, giving a report. President Xia Yang is already practicing the song from the music department. He's sure to shine in the variety show's talent segment. Yes, very good. Zhang Qiahe sat in his luxurious leather office chair and nodded. What about Chen Yi? Is everything all right on his end? No problem, he said he would perform exactly as the company requested. Zhang Hong quickly replied. Okay, let's proceed according to plan. Also, tell Xia Yang that he must maintain the gentlemanly persona in the variety show. Yes, sir. At the same time, in a tourist town in the south, Xian, a famous variety show director from the Xia Kingdom, is standing in a traditional Chinese courtyard, giving instructions to his subordinates on the upcoming variety show project with a serious expression. The filming crew, you must make sure the camera captures their most natural moments at all times, especially the parent-child interactions between Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao. Don't miss a single one. Housekeeping team, make sure the rooms for the 8 celebrities and the children are arranged properly to avoid any disputes. Planning team, you've simulated the activities for the first day of the variety show, while also considering the safety of the children. This variety show is a major project jointly created by 4 entertainment giants. It's designed to be the #1 variety show in China, so every aspect must be done to perfection. Everyone, keep your spirits up and work hard. Understood, Director Xia. The subordinates responded in unison, and then dispersed to devote themselves to the preparations for the variety show's premiere. The day before the variety show started filming, Chen Yi led Chen Zixi out of the airport, while Chen Zixi curiously looked around at everything. Chen Yi took out his phone and dialed the program team's number. A few minutes later, a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s came running over, panting. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her hair was a little messy, but this did not diminish her enthusiastic aura at all. Hello, Teacher Chen. My name is Ji Yan. I will be in charge of coordinating with you throughout the recording of this program. Please feel free to tell me if you have any requests. Ji Yan bowed slightly, very politely, and her eyes showed no sign of anything amiss with this infamous celebrity. Chen Yi smiled gently and extended his hand to lightly shake hands with Ji Yan. Hello Ji Yan, I'll be working hard on you from now on. Then, he gently pulled Chen Zixi closer and brought her in front of him. This is my daughter, Chen Zixi. Zixi, come and say hello to your auntie. Chen Zixi blinked her bright eyes and immediately greeted them obediently. Hello, auntie. The sound was like a silver bell, melodious and pleasant to the ear. Wow, Zixi is so pretty. Unable to hide her affection, Ji Yan stepped forward, bent down, and gently touched Chen Zixi's rosy cheeks, inwardly marveling. This little girl is so beautiful. Her face, her skin, God is so unfair. She suppressed her envy, looked up at Chen Yi, and said, Teacher Chen, please come with me to the hotel first. A car will pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow to take you to the recording location, at which point the program will officially begin. Good. Chen Yi responded and then led Chen Zixi to the hotel that the production team had booked, along with Ji Yan. After arriving at the hotel and resting for a while, night fell, and the city was adorned with dazzling lights, making it look like a dream. Chen Yi was in high spirits and took Chen Zixi out of the hotel to enjoy the city's night view. Chen Zixi looked excitedly at the flashing neon lights, the antique buildings, and the bustling streets, laughing all the way. Chen Yi patiently explained the new and interesting things to her, and the figures of the father and daughter looked particularly warm in the night. Saturday morning at 8:50. Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Xiling, hurry up, the variety show livestream is about to start. A girl urged another girl who looked somewhat depressed to hurry up. Jia, I don't want to watch any variety shows. Han Xiling suddenly stopped and said to her friend. No, I absolutely have to go. Sun Jia, holding Han Xiling's arm, walked forward. It's been so long, you should put your sister's matter behind you. You've already gotten justice for her and ruined that bastard Chen Yi's reputation. But, Han Xiling's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and her voice choked with sobs. I don't know if what I'm doing is right, and I don't know if he'll take his anger out on Zixi. I really want to see Zixi, to see if she's doing well now. Xiling, don't think about it so much. Sun Jia stopped and took Han Xiling's hand, as if she had made a decision. How about this? I'll go see Zixi with you during summer vacation, is that okay? Han Xiling's emotions calmed down slightly, and she looked at Sun Jia gratefully, saying, Jia, thank you. Okay, let's forget about these unhappy things for now. How long has it been since you laughed? Let me tell you, today's variety show is a joint production of 4 major entertainment companies. I heard they're going to create some kind of 4 heavenly kings, and this show is just the first step. Sun Jia tugged at Han Xiling's arm, chattering away about the rumors she had heard along the way. Infected by Sun Jia's emotions, Han Xiling gradually relaxed, and her attention was drawn to the variety show. Jia, since it's a live stream, why don't we just watch it in our dorm room? Why go to the big classroom? It was those few boys in our class. They said watching on their phones wasn't enough, and it would be more fun with more people, so they ran to the big classroom early this morning to connect their devices and prepare to project the video. Everyone in our class went over there. Oh, before long, the two arrived at the classroom, which was already full of people discussing the variety show, creating a lively atmosphere. The two greeted their classmates and then sat down in their usual seats. As soon as they sat down, the screen displayed an image. Everyone quiet down, the live stream is starting, a male student shouted loudly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen. Southern ancient towns. In a spacious courtyard, there is a long wooden table in the middle, which can seat about 20 people. In the very center of the table was an ornate box, secured by 8 small golden locks on all 4 sides. At that moment, the tightly closed courtyard gate was suddenly opened, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked in. Wow, it's Li Wenfen. I knew Shenchi Entertainment would definitely choose him. I'm so excited. Damn, it really is Li Wenfen. To stand out among all the big names under Shenchi Entertainment, that's really impressive. Feng Feng is so handsome. I like him so much. But who's the little boy next to him? Is he his younger brother? He's so cute. The internet was abuzz with discussion. Li Wenfen led his uncle's younger brother into the courtyard and found that there were no other guests, only filming crew members carrying cameras. They must have been the first to arrive. He pushed his luggage, led his younger brother to the table, found 2 empty seats, and patiently waited for the other guests to arrive. The little boy next to him sat quietly, without making any unnecessary movements, but his eyes were wandering around. He didn't seem like a quiet child. He probably had been warned about something before coming. They didn't have to wait long before the courtyard gate opened again, and this time a pair of beautiful sisters walked in, Hua Ruoxiu and her 9-year-old younger sister, Hua Ruyu. Hua Ruoxiu is a newcomer who signed with Shenchi Entertainment last year. Although she is a newcomer, she has quite a reputation. She won first place in last year's Super Singer competition and gained countless fans with her beautiful face and sweet voice. Each company sends 2 celebrities to this variety show, and Hua Ruoxiu was chosen by Shenchi Entertainment to work with Li Wenfen. As expected, Hua Ruoxiu's appearance caused excited screams and groans from online enthusiasts, who showered her with compliments and made countless lewd remarks. Ruoxiu, I didn't expect you to be participating in this show too. Li Wenfen greeted her with a smile and gentlemanly took Hua Ruoxiu's luggage. Brother Wenfen. Hua Ruoxiu smiled sweetly and replied politely, haven't the other guests arrived yet? Yeah, that's right, but I reckon it'll be soon. Let's go sit over there and wait. Good. Li Wenfen and Hua Ruoxiu walked toward the long table, chatting and laughing. Not long after, the celebrities arrived one after another. Lu Han from Sanyang Entertainment and rising star Lu Yifei, Xiao Minghao from Brilliant Entertainment and Yang Mi, one of the 4 little actresses, and Xia Yang from Xingai Entertainment. Everyone sat together, and regardless of whether they knew each other before or not, they introduced themselves to one another. Everyone was kind and friendly. At this time, millions of netizens online were completely in an uproar. Li Wenfen, Lu Han, Xiao Minghao, and Xia Yang, are these the top stars the 4 entertainment companies are trying to cultivate? But I feel like Lu Han and Xiao Minghao are lacking something. Get out of here. What makes you think my Minghao is bad? My brother is so outstanding, he's the best of the 4. Xiao Minghao is really no good, Li Wenfen and Xia Yang are no good either, only my brother Lu Han is the best. Are you crazy upstairs? Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to try and take advantage of my Wenfeng? Does your Lu Han even qualify? What works does he have? Don't you know that my Wenfeng's movie was a huge box office hit a while ago? Brother Xia Yang is the best. Everyone else is trash. The fans of the 4 members started arguing online, with comments flying everywhere and the situation escalating. In the courtyard, Xia Yang, do you know who the last guest is? Yang Mi looked at Xia Yang curiously, and the other guests also turned their attention to him. Not to mention the guests, even the viewers watching the live stream are now speculating about who the last celebrity will be. Don't look at me like that. Xia Yang shook his head with a wry smile and spread his hands, I don't know either. Xia Yang really didn't know, and the company hadn't said anything either. He had been busy practicing singing and had forgotten to ask. At this moment, he was also very curious about which female artist the company would send to cooperate with him. On the other side, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi sat in the production cruise car, looking at the scenery outside. Dad, is it difficult to get on variety shows? What should Zixi do? Chen Zixi turned her gaze away from the window and looked at Chen Yi. Just do it your usual way. Chen Yi reached out and hugged Chen Zixi, saying softly, Zixi, just think of it as a trip with Dad. Don't worry about anyone else. Oh, I see. Chen Zixi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand, Daddy. At this time, the car stopped in front of a courtyard. Chen Yi helped Chen Zixi out of the car, took the luggage from the trunk, and walked towards the gate. Listen, it sounds like someone's coming from outside. Hua Ruoxiu, who had excellent hearing in the courtyard, twitched her ears slightly and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped chatting and looked towards the door. The netizens also stopped arguing and stared intently at the screen. Before countless eyes, the door slowly opened, and a man wearing a t-shirt and shorts walked in, with sunglasses casually hanging from the collar of his white t-shirt. He carried his luggage in one hand and held the hand of a pretty, adorable little girl who looked like a doll in the other. Boom! It was Chen Yi. The internet immediately exploded. How come it's this scumbag? Wasn't he finished with his career? Why is he participating in a variety show? What's the production team doing? Why are they hiring just anyone? Yeah, what right does this scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter have to be on screen with my brother Lu Han? Has the production team gone mad? Damn it, what's Xingai Entertainment up to? Do they really think Chen Yi can make a comeback? Without those middle-aged female fans throwing money at him, Chen Yi is nobody. At this time, Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Han Xiling stood up in shock the moment Chen Yi and Chen Zixi appeared. Her fists clenched, her eyes fixed on Chen Yi on the screen. "Chen Yi, get out of here." The students in the class immediately quieted down. They all knew about Han Xiling's sister and Chen Yi's affair. The whole school was buzzing about how Han Xiling had gone to the music awards ceremony alone a while ago and ruined Chen Yi's reputation. Sun Jiajia and several other girls around her offered words of comfort to Han Xiling. "Jiajia, that bastard Chen Yi is definitely trying to use Zixi to salvage his image. He must have threatened Zixi. I shouldn't have listened to my sister and sent Zixi to that bastard's side." Han Xiling spoke with anguish, tears streaming down her pale face. "Xiling, don't be too sad. Let's wait and see. If he really treats Zixi badly, we'll go and get Zixi back." Sun Jiajia kept patting Han Xiling's back to calm her down. After being persuaded by Sun Jiajia, Han Xiling finally stopped crying, nodded gently, sat down again, and continued to look at the screen. This side of the compound. The guests were all quite surprised, not expecting the production team to bring Chen Yi on board. However, they were all professionally trained, and neither their surprise nor disdain showed on their faces. Instead, they all showed happy smiles. Li Wenfen greeted Chen Yi with a smile, and the other guests also politely stood up. Chen Yi, holding Chen Zixi's hand, walked towards the crowd, his mind drifting back to the phone call he had with Zhang Hong before the variety show. "Sister Hong, how does the company want me to act?" In short, it boils down to 4 words: arrogant and disdainful of others. "Okay." Approaching the group of guests, Chen Yi looked at them with a hint of arrogance on his face and nodded slightly. "Chen Yi." He only said 2 words and then fell silent, as if none of the people in front of him were qualified to speak to him, perfectly embodying the aura of a big shot in the entertainment industry. Immediately, the enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene froze for a moment, and the guests looked at Chen Yi with various expressions. Li Wenfen and Xia Yang's smiles remained unchanged, while Lu Han and Xiao Minghao's faces immediately darkened, with Xiao Minghao even letting out a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. Of the 3 actresses, only the youngest, Hua Ruoxiu, looked angry. The other 2, Yang Mi and Lu Yifei, showed no expression. Chen Yi's behavior infuriated the viewers and fans watching the live stream. Holy crap, is this guy crazy? How dare a celebrity who's practically forgotten act like this? I used to like him so much, but I never imagined he was this kind of person. It seems my previous politeness was all an act. Yeah, he probably knew his image was ruined, so he just let his true colors show. Sure enough, no scumbag is a good person. At this time, Xia Yang stepped forward with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Chen Yi's earlier attitude, and warmly patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. "Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to come too, that's great." Chen Yi looked up at Xia Yang in surprise, admiring him. He and Xia Yang had only met a few times at the company, but he hadn't expected the other party to act so naturally, making it seem as if they were originally very close. Chen Yi remained haughty, and replied with what appeared to be reluctance. "Brother Yang." Xia Yang didn't mind at all, pulled Chen Yi along, and looked at everyone, saying, "Now that everyone's here, let's open this box. I think the next task is inside." After speaking, Xia Yang took out a key from his pocket and stepped forward to unlock one of the 8 locks on the box. Chen Yi and the other guests also took out their keys and stepped forward to unlock the locks one after another. Li Wenfen was the last to unlock the box. He opened it directly and found only a letter inside. "Brother Wenfen, quickly take a look at what's written inside." Hua Ruoxiu looked curiously at the envelope in the box. "Okay." Li Wenfen picked up the envelope, pulled out a card, glanced at everyone, and then read it aloud. 100 years ago, benevolent beings descended and walked among the people. They helped people and fulfilled their dreams. Today, many people are trapped in distress. They prayed sincerely, and with God's mercy, the benevolent beings descended upon the world again with little angels. Task 1: at 1 p.m., go to the grain and oil shop in the south of the village to find manager Wang, help him get out of his predicament and fulfill his wish. Before the mission, all of you need to use the ingredients available in the courtyard to prepare a delicious lunch for the newly arrived little angels, so that they can experience the beauty of the human world. After reading it, Li Wenfen laid the card flat on the table, indicating that everyone could take another look. "Let's go find out what ingredients we have first, and then cook according to what we have," Xia Yang suggested. "Okay, but let's find a place to stay first. I just saw 4 side rooms on each side of the courtyard, which is perfect for 2 people to share." At this moment, Lu Yifei, who had been quiet among the crowd, suddenly spoke up. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Yi pushed the luggage, took Chen Zixi's hand, and randomly found a room to go inside. Chen Zixi looked around the room curiously. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean. When she saw that there was only a bed in the room, her eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. "Zixi, what do you think of the room?" Chen Yi put down his luggage and casually looked around. It's great. Zixi really likes this room. Chen Zixi's voice was cheerful, her eyes crinkled, and her dimples appeared. Ha! Chen Yi casually put down the small ornament on the bookshelf and looked at Chen Zixi in surprise, not understanding why his daughter had suddenly become so happy. However, his mood also improved because his daughter was happy. Little did he know that Chen Zixi had always harbored a longing in her young heart to sleep with Chen Yi. Now that her wish was about to come true, how could she not be happy? Before long, the group returned to the courtyard and began searching for ingredients. The kitchen is on the north side of the yard. The refrigerator is stocked with fish and meat. There is also a small vegetable garden behind the house, where some common green vegetables are grown. Now that everyone has seen it, let's each announce what dishes we're going to make, so we don't make the same thing twice, Li Wenfen said, looking at everyone. I'll start. I'm going to make sweet and sour pork ribs. Then I'll make stir-fried vegetables. Kung Pao chicken. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Westlake fish with vinegar sauce. Cola chicken wings. 3 delicacies from the earth. I won't. What kind of dish is this? Depend on. Who said that? All the guests turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see Chen Yi still acting all arrogant, which made Lu Han laugh in exasperation. Then you shouldn't eat it. Xiao Minghao, who had the worst temper, couldn't hold back this time and looked at Chen Yi coldly. Chen Yi glanced at him sideways, and was about to speak when Xia Yang quickly stepped forward to stand between the two and act as a peacemaker. It's alright, it's normal for young people these days not to know how to cook. I'll make more later. Snort. Xiao Minghao snorted coldly and stopped looking at Chen Yi. He was extremely displeased with Chen Yi and was afraid that if he looked at him any longer, he would burst out cursing. After a brief commotion, everyone got busy, and even the children started to perform in front of the camera, helping to pick and wash vegetables, and they were very enthusiastic. Just after netizens had finished collectively criticizing Chen Yi online, they were warmed by the harmonious scene before them. Wow, look at my Wenfen. His knife skills are top-notch, he's definitely a master chef. Men who can cook are so handsome. My Xia Yang is amazing. Even his cooking posture is so charming, I love it. Look at my brother Minghao. He's teaching his little brother how to cook. It's so sweet. These 3 goddesses are so beautiful. I never knew these celebrities could cook, it's amazing. Ah, Lu Han looks so handsome chopping vegetables I can't take it anymore. I really want to marry him and have him cook for me every day. Who's peeing yellow? Wake up upstairs right now, dreaming in broad daylight. I'm here, I've been feeling hot and bothered lately. In a wing room on the north side of the courtyard, Director Xia Anzhen looked at the footage on the camera and nodded in satisfaction. But he always felt like he had forgotten something. What is it? Damn, it's Chen Yi. What is Chen Yi doing now? Xia turned to look at his assistant. Sleeping, in the yard. Kindness? Switch the camera to camera position 8, Xia said. At this time, viewers who were enthusiastically watching the celebrities cook suddenly noticed the scene change, shifting from the kitchen to the outdoors. However, the courtyards in the south are indeed beautiful, with white walls and black tiles surrounding them, and colorful wildflowers clustered at the base of the walls, swaying gently in the breeze. In the center of the courtyard, there was a bamboo recliner. A young man, wearing sunglasses, was lying comfortably on it, taking a nap. His face was serene. A serene expression? Etc. Something seems off. Netizens suddenly realized what was happening and stared wide-eyed at the screen. Holy crap! What's he doing? All the other celebrities are working inside, why is he sleeping? Where's my knife? Where's my 40-meter-long machete? Any brothers from the south willing to go to the scene and rid the people of the scoundrel? I'll pay for Chen Yi's medical expenses. Chen Yi, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean, I'm a scumbag, what can you do about it? Holy crap, look, he's making such a cute little girl serve him. He's inhuman. In the shot, Chen Zixi, who was in the courtyard, brought some grapes from the kitchen and skipped over to Chen Yi. Dad, look, these are grapes that Sister Ruoxiu gave me. You should try some, they're so sweet. As he spoke, he took out a grape and put it to Chen Yi's lips. Chen Yi opened his eyes, looked at the grapes near his lips, and ate them in one bite. Delicious, delicious. Cluck cluck. It's so itchy. When Chen Yi was eating grapes, his teeth touched Chen Zixi's finger, which made the little girl giggle. As if she had found a fun toy, Chen Zixi took out a grape and put it in Chen Yi's mouth. If Dad likes it, then he can eat more. My good daughter is so wonderful. So, the audience saw this scene. Chen Yi was lying on a bamboo chair like a lord, while a pretty little girl was feeding him grapes one by one. At the Hong Kong Academy for the Performing Arts, Han Xiling watched this scene with gritted teeth. Chen Yi, you big bastard. Before long, the dishes for all the celebrities were prepared and served one by one, and the children ran around helping to set out the bowls and chopsticks. "Sister, why is that person just lying there without helping?" While wiping the cup, Hua Ruyu asked her sister Hua Ruoxiu in a low voice. Hua Ruoxiu glanced at the camera secretly and, finding that the lens wasn't pointed this way, replied angrily, "Humph. Ignore that person, and you need to stay away from him for the next few days, understand?" Clearly, Chen Yi left her with an extremely bad impression. Li Wenfen, Yang Mi, and the others nearby also heard Hua Ruoxiu's words, but they just smiled and said nothing. "The last dish is here." Xia Yang carried a large plate of food and quickly walked out of the kitchen, placing it on the table. The 7 dishes were neatly arranged on the table, and they looked very appetizing, which drew praise from netizens who enthusiastically lauded their idol online. Xia Yang was about to sit down when he realized that the number of people was incorrect. There were not enough people. "Where is Chen Yi?" Lu Han sneered and gestured toward the center of the courtyard. Xia Yang turned his head in confusion and saw Chen Yi, wearing sunglasses, comfortably reclining on a bamboo chair. His face twitched, and he gave a dry laugh. "I'll go call him for dinner." Chen Yi, you've really given up on yourself. But don't worry, I'll definitely make good use of this useless piece of trash." Xia Yang walked up to Chen Yi, suppressed his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, get up and eat." Kindness. Chen Yi opened his eyes and saw that the food was laid out in the distance. He jumped off the bamboo chair and called out to Chen Zixi, who was catching butterflies in the corner. "Zixi, come and eat." "Here I am, Dad." Upon hearing this, Chen Zixi immediately abandoned the little white butterfly and ran towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi took Chen Zixi's hand and followed Xia Yang back to the long table, then sat down to his right. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Wenfen picked up his drink first and smiled at everyone. "Everyone, although we've gathered together because of the show, it's fate that brought us together. Let's drink to that fate." Brother Wenfen is right. It's fate that we can get together, but more importantly, let's toast to our little angels. Xia Yang immediately chimed in. "Cheers, cheers." "Haha, let me try Yaifei's cooking first," Lu Han said with a laugh as he stood up and reached out to grab the stir-fried vegetables that Lu Yaifei had made. "Then I'll try Brother Han's Kung Pao chicken too," Lu Yaifei replied with a smile, picking up a piece of chicken and putting it in her mouth. "Kindness? It's so salty. It tastes awful." The two paused slightly at the same time, then began to chew slowly, trying to keep their facial expressions from faltering. "Sister Yaifei, how is it? Is it delicious?" Hua Ruoxiu stood to the side, holding her chopsticks, seemingly hesitating about which dish to eat first. "Yeah, I personally really like Han Ji's Kung Pao chicken." Lu Yaifei smiled at Hua Ruoxiu, but the smile looked somewhat forced. "Oh, really? Then I'll try some too." The carefree Hua Ruoxiu didn't notice the unusual smile on Lu Yaifei's face, and picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. Puff. Hua Ruoxiu spat out the chicken in her mouth and blurted out, "So salty," without thinking. Then she immediately realized what had happened. Her face flushed red as she looked at Lu Han, and hurriedly apologized and explained. "Brother Han, I'm sorry, I just had a bland taste in my mouth, I didn't mean to." Lu Han sat there awkwardly. It's okay, I probably put too much salt in." "Everyone, let's skip this dish and eat the other 6. A moment later, the 7 children at the table started picking at the white rice in their bowls, and didn't touch any of the dishes on the table. The 7 celebrities ate their dishes with embarrassed expressions, wondering why their dishes, which they had made before, tasted different here. The reason is actually quite simple. They were all forced into this role before, and they only started learning to cook for this variety show. However, this was the first time they had used the stove, so the amount of food, cooking time, and heat control were all different from what they had practiced before, which caused such a big difference. The expressions of the celebrities had netizens in stitches. "Haha, are these celebrities only good at chopping vegetables but not at seasoning? Their knife skills are pretty amazing, but the kids would rather eat plain white rice than these dishes. It's hilarious. Wow, these celebrities show off their knife skills like professional chefs before cooking, but even the dogs shake their heads at the dishes they make. The kids' reactions are so real, they don't even touch them. Maybe they should stop showing off their cooking skills. I thought celebrities were omnipotent. Look at their cooking skills, I really overestimated them. This time they've completely messed up and are now laughing all the way to the bank." Chen Yi didn't let Chen Zixi eat. He had just taken a bite of each dish, and indeed, none of them were edible. He sighed inwardly. "Sister Hong, this isn't something I wanted to show off. I can't let my daughter go hungry." In his past life, he was alone and didn't like eating out, so he developed excellent cooking skills. "Zixi, sit and wait for Daddy for a while. Don't eat the food on the table yet. Daddy will be back soon." "Oh, okay, Daddy." Chen Yi suddenly stood up and walked straight to the kitchen without saying a word to anyone. A moment later, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. What is Chen Yi doing? Is he cooking for himself? Didn't he say he couldn't cook? At this moment, the fans of the 7 celebrities suddenly became active online again. Their idols had just been ridiculed by passers-by, and they had been holding their breath. Seeing Chen Yi's actions, they immediately found an outlet for their anger, and the barrage of comments began to fly. Honestly, he said he couldn't do it at first, but now he's showing off and coming here to brag. If Chen Yi, that pretentious show-off, could cook, I'd eat shit while doing a handstand. Chen Yi is such an annoying person. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Yi then carried out 2 large platters of food and placed them on the table. Because there were 2 stoves in the kitchen that could be used simultaneously, Chen Yi cooked very quickly. You can try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and the shredded potatoes with green peppers. Chen Yi wasn't saying this to the guests, he was mainly saying it because he couldn't bear to see the children eating rice without any food. He didn't care whether others would eat it or not. He took out a small pack of wet wipes from his pocket, opened it, and began to carefully wipe Chen Zixi's little hands, from her slender fingers to her round palms. Every movement was very serious. Then, Chen Yi picked up his chopsticks, selected a tender egg from the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, put it to his lips, and gently blew on it. Once the temperature was suitable, he placed the egg into Chen Zixi's bowl, a doting smile on his face, and said softly, "Zixi, try it and see if it's good." Chen Zixi picked up her chopsticks, put the egg in her mouth, and chewed it gently. "Wow, it's delicious. Dad's eggs are so good." Her little face blossomed like a flower, and her happy eyes narrowed. Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Yi was delighted. He picked out a few more soft, tender potato shreds from the green pepper and potato shreds, blew on them a few times, and put them in Chen Zixi's bowl. If Zixi likes to eat, then eat more. Yes, Daddy wants some too. Chen Yi's genuine care for his daughters surprised everyone, especially the 3 girls, whose gazes towards him changed slightly. Chen Yi doesn't seem so bad after all. Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Xiling, Chen Yi seems to treat Zixi quite well, Sun Jiajia said softly, looking at Han Xiling. Moreover, from the very beginning, I noticed that Zixi seemed particularly attached to Chen Yi, and she always had a happy expression on her face when she was with him. Let's take another look. Han Xiling also noticed this. She watched Chen Yi wiping Zixi's mouth or picking up food for her from time to time on the camera. Chen Yi's gentleness made her feel complicated, but her resentment from before also dissipated a lot. In the courtyard, Chen Zixi picked up her small bowl and ate heartily, making all the children at the table unconsciously swallow and look at the 2 plates of dishes that smelled very tempting. "Sister, I want to eat too." Hua Ruyu pursed her lips and looked at her older sister, Hua Ruoxiu. Meanwhile, the other children also looked at their older brothers and sisters. The youngest of them was 8 years old. They all knew that they were on a TV show and that they could not make decisions on their own unless their older brothers and sisters spoke. Before they even appeared on the show, their parents had warned them countless times. "Haha, I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve, Xiao Yi." Xia Yang picked up a piece and exclaimed, "Wow, everyone, try some. It tastes really good." Upon hearing Xia Yang's words, all the guests began to pick up their chopsticks, and the children, seeing this, also started to grab food. "This scrambled eggs with tomatoes is so delicious." Hua Ruyu exclaimed in admiration, then picked up another piece of shredded potato with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. "Wow, shredded potatoes are delicious too." She looked at Chen Yi with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "This guy is handsome and cooks so well, he's amazing." Chen Yi looked up and saw Hua Ruyu's adoring gaze, so he smiled slightly at her. "Eat as much as you like, there's more in the pot in the kitchen." "Thank you, brother," Hua Ruyu replied with a smile, and then began to eat heartily without any hesitation. Hua Ruoxiu watched Chen Yi interact with her younger sister, and was surprised. Chen Yi didn't seem like such an arrogant person, at least he was very gentle with children. Thanks to Chen Yi's intervention, the atmosphere at lunch finally became lively, and then, led by Li Wenfen and Xia Yang, everyone began to open up and chat. "How about we play a game?" Xia Yang suddenly suggested after a few rounds of tea. Okay, what game should we play?" Among the guests, Yang Mi, who has the most lively personality, clapped in agreement. "How about a song relay?" Yes, I like this." "I'm fine. I can too." Xia Yang noticed that everyone else had expressed their opinions, except for Chen Yi, who remained silent. "Chen Yi, how about it? Want to join in? Besides, singing is one of your strengths, you know." Chen Yi looked up at Xia Yang and said, "I'm not playing. I'm not good at singing. You guys play." Before Xia Yang could reply, a slightly sarcastic voice rang out. "Chen Yi, your English song won the Best Chinese Song Award this year. It's an award that many singers dream of but can't win. How can you say you sing badly? You're too modest." Chen Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiao Minghao smiling at him, but Chen Yi still clearly caught the hint of disdain in his eyes. "Yes, this award is indeed very rare. I spent a lot of money to get it." Puff. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Hua Ruoxiu couldn't hold back her tea and spat it out. Cough, cough, cough. Her face flushed red as she patted her chest repeatedly and coughed incessantly, clearly choking. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei covered their mouths with their hands, watching Chen Yi and giggling, their eyes crinkling with laughter. Xia Yang and his three companions exchanged bewildered glances. Hey buddy, we know you're here to slack off, but you don't have to go this far. Netizens online burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Yi's answer. Haha, although Chen Yi is a scoundrel, I still admire his honesty. That's right, but why do I suddenly feel like this guy isn't so bad anymore? Look, he can cook, and he's nice to his daughter. He doesn't seem like such a jerk after all. Yes, I feel that way too, it's so strange. Just as everyone was at a loss for words, Chen Zixi suddenly grabbed Chen Yi's hand and said in a coquettish tone, Daddy, Zixi wants to hear you sing. She had heard Chen Yi sing before. When Chen Yi used to lull her to sleep, besides telling stories, he would sometimes sing, and he had even taught her a few nursery rhymes. So Chen Zixi knew that her father sang very well. Okay, since Zixi wants to hear Daddy sing, Daddy will sing. Chen Yi pinched Chen Zixi's little cheek. What a doting father. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but have this thought in their mind. Since everyone is okay with it, let's start with me. The lyrics can't be too short, everyone has to sing at least one verse, and then we'll rotate clockwise. Xia Yang cleared his throat and began to sing a love song. Through the changing seasons, the love in my heart has never faded. The mist cannot obscure the call of love, our journey is accompanied by the stars. The last word is accompany, so the next person to sing a song must include the word accompany. After Xia Yang finished singing, the table erupted in applause. Xia Yang, I feel you could transition from the film and television industry to the music industry. Your singing voice is just as good as a professional singer's. Li Wenfen clapped his hands and smiled as he spoke. Xia Yang quickly tried to be modest, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his smugness. The second person is Lu Han, who is a singer with a somewhat feminine voice, and he sings mostly ballads. One of his previous songs happened to contain the word companionship, so he performed it with deep emotion. After it ended, applause continued, and words of praise rang out once again. Then the third one, the fourth one. Soon it was Chen Yi's turn, and his predecessor was Lu Yifei. The last word he uttered was Dad. Everyone looked at Chen Yi and laughed, saying that the word father was just right for his identity. Lu Han and Xiao Minghao, on the other hand, teased Chen Yi to sing well and not to let down the word father. The teasing was obvious. At this time, Chen Zixi, as if remembering something, suddenly stood up and pulled Chen Yi. Dad, the first line of the health song that you taught me to sing has the word dad in it. Really? Chen Yi looked at Chen Zixi with feigned surprise and ruffled her hair. Daddy didn't expect that either. Zixi is so smart. Hee, of course, Zixi is the smartest. Chen Zixi beamed with joy, not only because she had received her father's praise, but also because she was incredibly happy that she had helped him. Then let Zixi sing with her dad, just like at home, Chen Yi said with a smile. Chen Zixi turned her head to look at the group of strangers on the table. Her face flushed, and she felt a little scared, but when she thought that her father was right beside her, she didn't feel afraid. Okay. She looked at Chen Yi and nodded vigorously. Chen Yi stood up, pulled Chen Zixi to an open space to the side, and stood facing each other. This sudden move left the guests looking at each other in bewilderment. Viewers intently watching the live stream on their screens were also flooding the comments section with puzzled messages. Why did he get off the table to sing a song? What's he up to? Just then everyone heard Chen Yi speak. Little Zixi, come here. Let's do some exercise with Daddy. After saying this, Chen Yi began to sway his body, and at the same time, singing began to flow from his mouth. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twist your neck, wiggle your hips, go to bed early and get up early, let's do some exercise. Shake your hands, shake your feet, take deep breaths. Learn from Daddy to sing and dance, so you won't get old. Smiling, being polite, happiness comes easily. When Chen Yi sang this line, Chen Zixi started wiggling her little bottom along with Chen Yi's movements, and continued singing in her childish voice. Dad makes it easy, just hachoo when you wake up in the morning. She covered her mouth with both hands, making a yawning gesture. Her adorable appearance was like a little elf who had stepped out of a fairy tale, instantly brightening the entire space and making the atmosphere incredibly cheerful. Now, not only the guests at the scene, but even the millions of netizens online were stunned. Oh my god, this is so cute. Yes, they sing so well, but I've never heard this song before. I can't take it anymore, I really want to take Zixi home. Millions of netizens seemed to be captivated by Chen Zixi's adorable appearance, wishing they could jump through the screen and directly fight Chen Yi for custody of Chen Zixi. Drink more water, glug glug, I'm more energetic than anyone else. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twist your neck, wiggle your butt, go to bed early and get up early, let's do some exercise. The father and daughter turned their heads and wiggled their hips, their faces full of happy smiles, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them, immersed in this joyful parent-child time. Shake your hands, shake your feet, and take deep breaths. Sing and dance like Dad, and I won't grow old. After singing a short segment, Chen Yi gently embraced Chen Zixi under her armpits, then suddenly exerted force, lifting her high into the air, where she gracefully twirled around. He he he. Chen Zixi's silvery laughter echoed in the courtyard, immersing the guests at the scene and the netizens in front of the screen in a strange sense of warmth. It wasn't until Chen Yi carried Chen Zixi back to his seat that everyone came to their senses. Brother Chen Yi, what song were you singing just now? It was so nice. And how come I've never heard it before? The little girl, Hua Ruyu, looked at Chen Yi excitedly and asked impatiently. She now has a huge crush on Chen Yi and has long forgotten Hua Ruoxiu's previous warning against her contact with him. This song is called the health song, and it goes on for a long time. My dad wrote it especially for me. Before Chen Yi could reply, Chen Zixi answered proudly, remembering that her father had said the song was written specifically for her. Chen Zixi's words surprised the guests present. Xiao Yi, did you write this song? Xia Yang couldn't help but ask. Yeah, just writing for fun. Chen Yi replied casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The guests were speechless, while Lu Han and Xiao Minghao curled their lips, clearly not believing it. Although I only listened to a part of it, I could feel that this song was not simple. First of all, I won't say much about the melody. The melody is light and bright, the rhythm is simple and clear, and it is easy to sing along to. Secondly, this song incorporates rap into a children's song, which immediately makes the song dynamic and energetic. Moreover, and most importantly, Chen Yi presents the concept of healthy living and parenting in the form of songs. Parents can educate their children while interacting with them joyfully, which is a win-win situation. They didn't think Chen Yi could write such a song. Brother Chen Yi, could you teach me? Hua Ruyu looked at Chen Yi with anticipation. Chen Yi looked at Hua Ruyu. He also liked this cheerful and lively little girl. Moreover, the other children were also looking at him expectantly, their faces practically saying, we want to learn too. In such a situation, Chen Yi really couldn't bring himself to refuse. Alright, then I'll teach you. Great. Thank you, big brother. The children at the table shouted happily. Then, the song relay turned into a song lesson by Chen Yi. He led a group of children in the yard, with Chen Zixi standing at the front of the line. He would sing a line, and Chen Zixi would do an action for that line. Then the children would sing and do the actions along with him. After 2 rounds, they learned it quite well. 10 minutes later, the guests at the scene and netizens saw this scene. Chen Yi led a group of children in dancing and singing in the courtyard. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twist your neck, wiggle your hips, go to bed early and get up early, let's do some exercise. He spun around with the other children, wiggled his bottom, and looked incredibly happy. Hua Ruoxiu, who was standing on the sidelines, completely lost her bad impression of Chen Yi. Watching the smile on his face as he led the children in singing and dancing, a strange emotion began to grow in her heart. Chen Yi looks so handsome when he smiles. Pa. Hua Ruoxiu, what are you thinking about right now? Hua Ruoxiu shook her head, her ears burning, to clear her mind of the jumbled thoughts. Lu Yifei and Yang Mi stared at Chen Yi with bright eyes, their minds seemingly preoccupied with their own thoughts. Online. I feel that Chen Yi may be arrogant, but he's really good to children. Yeah, and haven't you guys noticed? He doesn't sing those electronic music songs, and his singing voice is actually quite nice. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's definitely much better than his previous messy songs. And don't forget, the song Little Girl Zixi is said to be written by Chen Yi himself. If that's true, Chen Yi is quite talented. Impossible, right? This song may sound simple, but it's impossible for Chen Yi to have written it, is it? It's also possible that someone else wrote it. This is all just hype. There are many speculations about Chen Yi online, but in any case, the amount of criticism against Chen Yi by netizens has gradually decreased. In the courtyard, Xia Yang and his 3 companions felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed Chen Yi had stolen all the limelight. Li Wenfen glanced at Xia Yang and gave him a meaningful look. Xia Yang nodded slightly, then walked towards Chen Yi. Xiao Yi, bring the kids back. It's almost time, we're about to start our first task. Chen Yi nodded upon hearing this, then took Chen Zixi's hand and led the group of children back to the table, where they began to clear the dishes together. 12:40 p.m. After everyone finished cleaning the kitchen and dining table, Li Wenfen checked his watch and looked at everyone, saying, it's almost time. Let's go find Manager Wang at the grain and oil shop in the south of the village now. Good. The group left the courtyard together and slowly walked south along the stone path. It was midday, and the sunlight poured down, but it wasn't scorching. Instead, it carried a just right warmth, casting a thin veil over the entire town. On both sides of the road are rows of quaint houses with white walls and black tiles arranged in a pleasing manner. The flying eaves and brackets are like graceful swallow tails, and they look even more exquisite against the blue sky. Beside the road, there is a crystal clear stream with babbling water. Small fish and shrimp swim in the water, and occasionally a few tender green leaves float on the surface, drifting leisurely into the distance with the current. This place is so beautiful. Lu Yifei picked a pink rose from the roadside, held it to her nose, and took a deep breath. Yes, it's as beautiful as a fairy tale town. Hua Ruoxu placed her hands on her eyebrows, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains, filled with admiration. As they admired the beautiful scenery of the town, chatting and laughing, they soon found the grain and oil shop. This is a grain and oil shop with a rustic charm. A wooden signboard hangs high above the door with the 5 large characters Wang's Grain and Oil Shop. With curiosity, the group pushed open the slightly old door. The room was dimly lit and filled with a rich aroma of grains and oils. Rows of wooden shelves lined the walls, filled with all sorts of grain and oil products. Behind the shop counter stood a slightly overweight elderly man, presumably shopkeeper Wang. "Welcome to our shop, dear customers." Manager Wang came out from behind the counter, casually wiped his hands on his apron a few times, and smiled at everyone. "Hello, shopkeeper. We've come to help you after receiving your request for assistance." Li Wenfen immediately explained his purpose. "So it's a venerable guest. Welcome, welcome." Manager Wang's smile widened. After leading everyone to a seat in the inner room, he continued. "Here's the thing, I'm planning to bring some warmth and supplies like rice, flour, and cooking oil to some elderly people living alone in the small square in the middle of the village. I hope that you kind people can perform some programs so that the elderly people in our village can have some fun." Upon hearing this, Li Wenfen agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Manager Wang was filled with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Then, he glanced at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. It was getting late, so he asked everyone to help him move the rice, flour, and oil that he had prepared to the cart at the door, and they would go together to the small square in the center of the village. With everyone working together, they filled the cart and followed Manager Wang toward the center of the village. When the group arrived at the square, it was already full of villagers, each carrying a small stool, sitting neatly around a simple raised platform. It was called a platform, but it wasn't actually that high, only about a meter high, and it was rectangular, with an area of more than 10 square meters. At the very front of the crowd sat a row of elderly people with gray hair. Wow, so many people. Chen Zixi covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Yi immediately picked up Chen Zixi, as there were many people present and he was afraid that someone might bump into his daughter. Manager Wang pointed to a young man fiddling with computer equipment by the platform and said to everyone, "If you need to perform singing or dancing, just ask that young man to help you download background music." Upon hearing this, the guests all walked towards the young man. They had come prepared, with background music stored on their USB drives. Chen Yi did not go there, and no one had told him about the program beforehand, so he was completely unprepared. He led Chen Zixi straight to the seats the villagers had arranged for them. He spoke softly to his daughter while watching the commotion. Before long, all the guests took their seats. Yang Mi happened to be sitting next to Chen Yi. She looked at Chen Yi and said softly, "Chen Yi, didn't you prepare any background music?" Chen Yi was slightly surprised when he heard Yang Mi's voice. Apart from Xia Yang, none of the other guests had ever spoken to him before. "Well, I didn't prepare one beforehand. I'll just borrow a guitar from backstage later." "Are you going to play and sing by yourself?" Yang Mi raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Chen Yi with surprise. "Kindness." Just as Yang Mi was about to say something, Manager Wang walked up to the platform, holding a microphone. After clearing his throat, he loudly addressed the whispering villagers below. "Everyone, please be quiet. Today, we are honored to have 8 celebrities visit our village. They will be putting on a wonderful show for us. Let's give them a warm round of applause." The villagers responded enthusiastically, and a wave of applause erupted. Chen Yi and the others immediately stood up and thanked the enthusiastic villagers. "Alright, now let's hand the time over to these 8 celebrities and look forward to their wonderful performances." Li Wenfen and the others had already discussed the order of appearance, so after hearing what Manager Wang said, Hua Ruoxu quickly walked onto the stage. She comes from a music fashion show background and is very skilled at interacting with the audience, managing to liven up the atmosphere with just a few words. She sang a popular song with a lively and energetic voice, and some young people in the audience stood up and swayed their hands along with the song. After the song ended, enthusiastic applause followed. The internet was also flooded with comments at this time. Hua Ruoxu truly deserves her reputation as a powerful singer who stood out from the rounds of selection. Her singing skills and stage presence are simply amazing. Her strength is truly admirable. Of course, otherwise how could I join a giant company like Shenchi Entertainment? Look, Lu Han is coming on stage. I wonder what song he'll sing. I can't wait. Ah, Lu Han is so handsome. His looks are absolutely stunning, just seeing him standing there makes my heart race. Ha! What song is this? I've never heard it before. Wow! Luhan actually sang a new song. This is such a pleasant surprise. This variety show is amazing, it's full of amazing perks. The song Luhan sang on stage was specially prepared for this variety show. Not only him, but Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, and Xiao Minghao also prepared new songs to create a stunning effect. Next, Xia Yang, Li Wenfen, and others took to the stage to perform, which excited the viewers watching the live stream. They never expected to hear 4 new songs while watching a variety show. Since Liu Yifei and Yang Mi are both actresses, they are not as professional in the field of singing, so they chose 2 songs with low difficulty and simple melodies. However, even if their singing skills and expressiveness were not as exquisite as the previous 5 singers, the moment these 2 stunning beauties stood gracefully on the stage, their unique charm won thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. At this time, netizens are still captivated by the spectacular performances of the 7 celebrities, especially the 4 new songs performed by Xia Yang and 3 others, which became the focus of attention, with the screen flooded with praise. Suddenly, another netizen posted a comment. "Look, Chen Yi is coming on. Let him go on stage. With his singing ability, it sounds like ghosts howling and wolves wailing. What can we expect from him? Just don't scare the old folks in the audience to the point of having heart attacks, really." But the song he sang on the show before, the health song, was really good. Yes, this variety show has changed my opinion of Chen Yi a lot. Now I'm actually looking forward to seeing him more. Just arrived. How come I heard someone actually saying that Chen Yi sings well? What the heck? Are they hallucinating? Or have the die-hard fans, the old ladies' fans, come back to life? Stop arguing, we'll find out soon enough. Hey, what's Chen Yi doing? Why did he come up here with a guitar? Is he going to play and sing? Chen Yi asked a staff member for a guitar, and his slender fingers skillfully and gently plucked the strings, making simple adjustments. Then, he calmly walked onto the stage with the guitar in his arms. Standing in front of the microphone, Chen Yi's gaze slowly swept across the audience below the stage. When his eyes landed on the dozen or so elderly people with white hair at the front, his expression paused slightly. Time has mercilessly etched deep lines on the faces of these elderly people. At this moment, they are clapping their withered hands incessantly, applauding themselves with kind smiles on their faces, their eyes full of joy. This scene touched the softest corner of Chen Yi's heart, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his past life, thinking of his parents. In the past, every time he came home, his parents would greet him with the same smiles, their eyes filled with joy. Chen Yi subconsciously tightened his grip on the guitar. He had originally only planned to sing a random song to get by, but at this moment, a new idea came to his mind. He wanted to sing a song from the bottom of his heart, a song dedicated to the elderly who had worked hard for their children their whole lives, and also a song for his parents whom he could never see again in his previous life. As for the former company asking me to play a supporting role to Xia Yang and the others, anyway, they just told me to act arrogant and do whatever I wanted, so I didn't need to worry too much and could just do what I felt like. Chen Yi leaned forward slightly, brought his mouth to the microphone, and said to the villagers in front of him, "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Yi. Next, I'll be singing 'Where Has the Time Gone' for you." Where has the time gone? How come I've never heard of this song title before? Could it be? The guests in the audience and the netizens watching the live broadcast had a hint of uncertainty in their minds. "Go, Dad!" Chen Zixi, sitting in the audience, stood up and shouted at Chen Yi on stage with all her might. Her clear, childlike voice, like heavenly music, instantly pierced through the noisy crowd and clearly reached Chen Yi's ears. Chen Yi smiled and gently waved to his daughter, gesturing for her to sit down. Then, he lowered his head slightly, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly adjusted his emotions. For a moment, the scene fell silent as everyone focused their attention on Chen Yi on the stage, waiting for his performance to begin. Chen Yi took a deep breath and gently ran his hands over the guitar strings. In an instant, a slightly melancholic yet deeply affectionate melody slowly began to play, followed by Chen Yi's clean and clear voice, flowing gently like a babbling brook into everyone's heart. The old tree in front of the door sprouts new buds, the withered tree in the yard blooms again, half a lifetime has passed, so many words are hidden in a head full of white hair. The little feet in my memory, the chubby little mouth, I gave my whole life to him, just for that one word, Mom and Dad. Chen Yi's singing carries a faint sense of vicissitude, as if telling the story of the years, while the lyrics are like a key, opening the door to family affection in people's hearts. The villagers sat quietly below the stage, seemingly lost in memories of bygone days. Perhaps they were thinking of their children as children, or of the countless sacrifices they had made for their families over the years. Some people began to quietly wipe away tears from the corners of their eyes. The guests who knew Chen Yi's past and the millions of netizens watching the live broadcast were astonished. They could not imagine that such a moving singing voice could come from Chen Yi, who sang like a wolf howling. But with the beautiful singing before them, they temporarily suppressed their shock and immersed themselves in Chen Yi's voice. Where has the time gone? Before I could truly savor my youth, I'm already old. A lifetime spent raising children, my mind filled with their cries and laughter. Where has the time gone? Before I could even properly look at you, my eyes have grown dim. Half a lifetime spent on daily necessities, and in the blink of an eye, all that's left is a face full of wrinkles. Chen Yi's singing on stage grew deeper and deeper, as if carrying the weight of time, until the last note fell. Wah-ah-ah. Sister, I miss mom and dad. Hua Ruyu nestled in her sister Hua Ruoxiu's arms, her voice choked with sobs, her face streaked with tears. Hua Ruoxiu gently patted her younger sister and softly comforted her. If Hua Ruyu looked up, she would surely see that her older sister's eyes were also filled with tears, as if they could flow at any moment. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Xia Yang, and the other two men were also overcome with longing for their parents and remained silent for a moment. Just then, crisp applause suddenly rang out from the front row of the audience. The crowd snapped out of their reverie and looked up to see the elderly people at the front standing up and clapping enthusiastically. In an instant, everyone stood up, looked at Chen Yi on the stage, and clapped their hands wildly. They didn't know how to thank Chen Yi for bringing them such a moving song, so they could only offer their warmest applause to express their gratitude. At the same time, Chen Yi completely ignited the online comment section, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Why, these lyrics are so heartbreaking. Chen Yi sang them with such emotion, even I, a straight guy, cried buckets. Yes, I cried too. This song is such a tearjerker. Chen Yi's voice is such a perfect match for this song. This song truly expresses the feelings of parents everywhere. Chen Yi really put his heart into it this time. How come I never noticed this side of Chen Yi before? And his voice is really beautiful. It seems his true talent was hidden when he sang those electronic music songs. Chen Yi really impressed me today. I owe him an apology. I used to criticize him for not being able to sing and for being trash, but now it seems I was wrong. Chen Yi is from Zingai Entertainment, right? How could such a giant company make such a mistake? Did they not use their brains when releasing songs for Chen Yi? If they had released songs like this for Chen Yi earlier, I wouldn't have had to criticize him for so many years. You upstairs probably don't know yet, but Zingai Entertainment already released an announcement a couple of days ago saying they've terminated their contract with Chen Yi. So this song probably wasn't produced by their company. I have a bold guess, this song, Where Has the Time Gone, and the previous one, Health Song, were both written by Chen Yi himself. Please don't bring up myths, okay? I admit he sings pretty well, but if you're saying he wrote such a good song himself, I simply don't believe it. I don't care whether Chen Yi wrote it himself or not, I just want him to release the song quickly so I can play it on repeat. The conference room of Zingai Entertainment was now full of people. Zhang Qiuahei, sitting at the head of the table, looked at everyone with a grim expression. What's going on with Chen Yi? And what's going on with this song? I need an explanation. The crowd looked at each other, and then, as if they had agreed beforehand, all turned to look at Chen Yi's agent, Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong was furious upon seeing this. It was your music department that decided on the song for Chen Yi in the first place, so why are you asking me now? As for this song, who knows if Chen Yi wrote it himself or bought it from somewhere. However, she dared not say these words to his face, since she was the lowest-ranking person there. I'm sorry, Mr. President. It was all due to my negligence at work. I will ask Chen Yi about it afterward and then submit a written explanation to the company. Zhang Hong immediately stood up, bowed deeply to Zhang Qiuahei, and apologized directly. Zhang Qiuahei gave Zhang Hong a deep look and said in a deep voice, "This is a one-time exception." Thank you, Mr. President. Zhang Hong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, sat down, and looked up at the large screen in the office. Chen Yi had already thanked the enthusiastic villagers and walked to the guest seats. Dad, you sang so beautifully. Chen Zixi jumped off her seat and buried herself in Chen Yi's arms. Yes, brother Chen Yi, I even cried while listening to it. Hua Ruyu also came over, looking at Chen Yi with reddened eyes. After Chen Yi's song teaching and interaction, the other children had also become familiar with him. With Hua Ruyu leading the way, they all gathered around and chattered about how they had been moved to tears by the song. The three female guests, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu, were deeply moved as they watched Chen Yi surrounded by a group of children. Chen Yi is so sweet. And he sings so well, but why didn't he sing songs like this before? Was he really betrayed by his company? In his previous life, Chen Yi was a musician with solid musical fundamentals, which is exactly what he lacked in this life. Therefore, when the two are combined, Chen Yi immediately joins the ranks of powerful singers. Xia Yang and the other three stood frozen to the side, barely managing to maintain their smiles, but inwardly they were furious with Chen Yi. That bastard, he got away with it again. Where did he get such a good song? If I sang it, I definitely wouldn't be any worse than him. Although they acknowledged that Chen Yi sang the song well, they didn't believe that Chen Yi wrote it himself. After the commotion subsided, Manager Wang came over and handed them a medal and a letter. Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage. This medal is proof of your success, and this letter contains the information for the second stage. Please keep it safe. Li Wenfen accepted the medal and letter, thanked Manager Wang, and then turned to the others. Let's go back and look at the second level. Good. After the guests returned to the compound together, Li Wenfen opened the second letter. Second challenge, the 8 guests are requested to go to the village center at 9 a.m. tomorrow to find the village chief, Wang Fugui, and help him solve his troubles and fulfill his wishes. That was all the information in the letter, nothing else. Seeing that there were no other tasks for the day, Li Wenfen suggested that everyone go to the living room to chat and share their interesting stories. Everyone readily agreed. Chen Yi didn't join their conversation. Instead, he walked over to the bamboo chair and lay down like a big shot, perfectly demonstrating his unsociable nature. Zixi, Daddy's going to take a nap. You go play with Xiaoyu and the others. When they returned, Hua Ruyu and Chen Zixi, the 2 little ones, huddled together, whispering to each other, looking just like best friends. Good dad. Chen Zixi pulled Hua Ruyu and 2 other little girls, and the 4 of them ran towards the corner of the courtyard wall, laughing and joking. There were many wildflowers and butterflies there. Chen Yi smiled and looked away, closing his eyes as he pondered what industry he should pursue after the variety show ended. Otherwise, the more than 1 million yuan in his account wouldn't last long, considering that the property management fee for his villa was over 10,000 yuan a year. Food? No, it's too tiring. Besides, I need to spend time with Zixi, so I don't have the time. Opening a clothing store? It doesn't seem easy either, and without a high-quality source of goods, it's difficult to succeed. Live streaming e-commerce? Forward. Just as Chen Yi was wondering if his skin could withstand the attacks of countless haters, a crisp voice rang in his ear. Brother Chen Yi, Zixi just said you tell stories really well, could you tell us one too? When Chen Yi opened his eyes, he saw Hua Ruyu looking at him expectantly, with her daughter Chen Zixi and 6 other children behind her. It turned out that when the 4 of them were playing together, Chen Zixi accidentally told the story of Snow White. Although it was a simple narration, it made Hua Ruyu and the other 2 exclaim that it was very interesting. Moreover, the story also attracted 4 other little boys. When pressed by the children, Chen Zixi proudly said that her father had told her the stories, and that he had many, many more wonderful stories to tell. Then, driven by their boundless curiosity, the children just witnessed what happened. Want to hear a story? Chen Yi deliberately drew out his words, and seeing the nervous expressions on the children's faces, he suddenly smiled and said, "All right, then I'll tell you one." Okay. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. The children surrounded Chen Yi, cheering loudly and beaming with joy. Chen Yi led them to the long table, had them sit down, and after thinking for a moment, spoke. Let me tell you a story from Journey to the West. Chen Yi originally wanted to tell fairy tales, but firstly, fairy tales are relatively short and can be finished in a few minutes, and secondly, these children are all around 9 years old, and they may not like fairy tales. Therefore, he thought of Journey to the West, a mythological story suitable for all ages. Moreover, the mythological system of this world is somewhat similar to that of his previous life, with Pangu creating the world, Nuwa creating humans, the Jade Emperor's heavenly court, and the Buddhas of Buddhism. As for the impact that the 4 great classical novels from his previous life would have on the people of this world, he didn't consider it. In the director's private room, Xian looked at the celebrities chatting on camera and frowned slightly. He felt that the content of their conversation was too boring. They were always praising each other, and it was hard to stay interested after listening to it for a while. Where is Chen Yi? What is he doing now? He seems to be telling stories to the children in the yard, the assistant replied immediately. Oh, cut the camera over there. Meanwhile, the internet has split into 2 factions, and they are arguing non-stop. Passerby faction. These celebrities are so boring, I almost fell asleep watching them chat. Yeah, if it weren't for those 3 beautiful ladies, I would have logged off long ago. Where's Chen Yi? Give the camera a shot of him, I'd rather see him sleeping than watch these celebrities awkwardly chatting. Fan factions. What's wrong with you guys? It's so much fun chatting with them, and you rarely get this opportunity to see so many celebrities together. You should be grateful, don't be ungrateful. Yeah, a bunch of clueless idiots. If you don't like it, get lost. Nobody's forcing you to watch. Exactly. Comparing my idol to that scumbag Chen Yi is just ridiculous. Just as the 2 groups were arguing fiercely online, they noticed that the camera suddenly changed and focused on Chen Yi. Ha ha ha, look, even the director couldn't stand it anymore. You bunch of brainless fans got your comeuppance, didn't you? Just as the fans were about to retaliate, Chen Yi's voice suddenly came through the camera. After Panga separated heaven and earth, the world was divided into 4 continents: East Sheng Shenzhou, West Niu Hezhu, South Zanbuzhu, and North Ju Luzhu. In East Sheng Shenzhou, there was a country called Ala, located on the coast of the sea. In the sea, there was a fairy mountain called Huiguo Mountain, which was the main vein of the 4 continents. The mountaintop was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. The mountain was full of rare and exotic animals, with evergreen cypress trees and rare flowers that never faded, just like a fairyland. Chen Yi's brief background introduction of just over 100 words immediately captured the attention of all the children present, while the millions of netizens watching the live stream were instantly captivated. What a novel worldview! What a fantastic and wonderful flower and fruit mountain! They perked up and listened intently to Chen Yi's story, afraid of missing a single word. At the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain stood a celestial stone, 36 feet and 5 inches tall. It had stood there since the beginning of time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, over millions of years. Gradually, it gained spiritual energy, and a celestial embryo was conceived within it. One day, the celestial stone suddenly cracked open, giving birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey had all 5 senses and 4 limbs. Immediately after birth, it could crawl and walk, and even bow to the 4 directions. In the mountains, it kept company with wolves and insects, tigers and leopards, deer and monkeys, sleeping at night under the cliffs and roaming the caves in the morning, living a free and unrestrained life. As Chen Yi narrated the grand worldview and wonderful fantasy story of Journey to the West, everyone from the children in the audience to the celebrities who arrived later, from the directors and planners in the private room to the millions of netizens online listened with rapt attention, completely captivated. They laughed heartily when they heard about the various amusing incidents that happened to Sun Wukong on his journey to learn from a master, and they were excitedly dancing when they heard about the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud that Sun Wukong learned from the Bodhi Patriarch. Then, when they heard that Sun Wukong had seized the golden cudgel from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, caused havoc in the underworld and erased himself from the Book of Life and Death, was recruited by the Heavenly Court to serve as the keeper of the heavenly horses, rebelled against the Heavenly Court and proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven, and then caused havoc at the Queen Mother's peach banquet, and fought against Neza and Yang Jian, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They had never heard such a wonderful story before. A little stone monkey had captivated them completely. Their spirits and emotions rose and fell with this monkey named Sun Wukong, experiencing ecstasy and bliss. Now, the whole world seemed to stand still, with only Chen Yi's voice flowing in everyone's ears. When Chen Yi recounted how Sun Wukong developed fiery eyes and indestructible body in Lao Zi's alchemy furnace before beginning his rampage in the heavenly palace, he suddenly stopped. "It's getting late, time to make dinner. Let's stop here for today." Chen Yi's words were like a ruthless carving knife, leaving a deep scar on the hearts of everyone who was immersed in the story and enjoying it. No, we can't stop. Brother Chen Yi, we're not hungry, please tell us a little more, please. Zixi, quickly tell your dad. Ask him to tell you more, I really want to hear more. The children at the scene surrounded Chen Yi and began to plead with him. They really loved Sun Wukong and the story of Journey to the West. Even the guests were staring at Chen Yi with eager eyes, their faces clearly saying, I want to hear more. Online. The online world has descended into frenzy, with barrage comments scrolling wildly across the screen. Brother Yi, you're my own brother. Please don't stop. I beg you, if you don't finish this story, I feel like I'm going to die. I'm going to suffocate. I'm really enjoying this, Chen Yi. If you dare to stop, I'll kneel down and beg you right now, no questions asked. From now on, Brother Yi will be my idol. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him is going against me. But first, you have to finish your story. Brother Yi? Brother Yi's dad? Where did the director go? Hurry up and have someone cook. Don't bother Yi Ji with such a small thing. Let him quietly tell us the story, that's better than anything else. Inside the private room, Director Xian stared intently at the almost crazy comments from netizens on the screen, and glanced at the rapidly increasing number of online viewers. His regard for Chen Yi grew exponentially. Since Chen Yi started telling stories, the number of online viewers has continued to soar, and has now exceeded 35 million, directly breaking the highest record in the history of live streaming in China. Ji Yan, you've been in charge of liaising with Chen Yi, right? Xia An's gaze precisely located Ji Yan in the crowd. Go over there now and ask him if he can finish telling the story. As for the food, the production team will arrange it properly. Okay, Director Xia, I'll go right away. Ji Yan didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately ran towards the courtyard. On the other side, Chen Yi was being pestered by a group of children who were tugging at his clothes, eagerly waiting for the story to continue. Just then, Ji Yan's voice rang out. Teacher Chen, the director asked me to ask if you could finish telling this story. The production team will prepare the food. Also, netizens online are hoping you can continue. After Ji Yan finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at Chen Yi with anticipation. Chen Yi smiled wryly and explained helplessly, the story of Journey to the West is very long, roughly 1,000,000 words, and it's impossible to finish telling it in a short time. What? 1,000,000 words? Upon hearing this, netizens were overjoyed. While listening to Chen Yi's story, they were on tenterhooks, fearing that he might say the story ends here at any moment. Now that I know the story is so long, won't I be able to listen to it to my heart's content? Upon hearing this, Ji Yen looked troubled and stood there at a loss. How about this, I'll tell you a bit more, and when I have time later, I'll write the whole story down so you can all read it at your leisure, Chen Yi said suddenly, his expression shifting. He truly did not expect the story of Journey to the West to be so popular in the world. If he were to write it into a book and publish it, he might make a fortune, which would be much better than live streaming e-commerce. Okay. Everyone understood that it was unrealistic to expect Chen Yi to tell a story of nearly 1,000,000 words in one go. Therefore, they could only hope he would write it down and then enjoy it to the fullest. Chen Yi had just spoken for over an hour straight, and his throat was parched. Now was the perfect time for him to rest and drink some water to soothe it. And so, tens of millions of eyes stared intently at him, their gazes following his every move. Chen Yi suddenly felt uneasy, as if 1,000,000 ants were crawling all over him. He subconsciously looked up and around, seeing the crowd staring at him, and felt helpless. He could only put the water glass he had just picked up back down without saying a word. Come on, let's continue. It's good. The children cheered and jumped for joy, their loud cheers reaching the sky. The entire afternoon, and even the evening after dinner, became a special program for Chen Yi's stories. In countless homes, some families are nestled on the sofa, glued to the television screen, others are office workers sitting in front of their computers, secretly taking a break, still others are young people holding their phones, motionless. Everyone listened intently to Chen Yi's narration of Journey to the West, deeply immersed in that fantastical and magnificent mythological world, unable to extricate themselves. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, the night had deepened, and the clock hand slowly pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yi's voice was already hoarse, and exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He was simply too weak to continue speaking. Final. Amidst the sighs of regret and reluctance from the crowd, he had no choice but to end today's story. The director then announced that the live broadcast shoot had come to a successful conclusion. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and took Chen Zixi's hand as they returned to their room. There was a basin of water in the room. Chen Yi fetched some warm water, then lifted Chen Zixi to sit on the edge of the bed and gently placed her soft, white feet into the water, carefully massaging them. Zixi, how are you feeling today? Are you tired? Not tired at all, Zixi is so happy today. Like a cheerful little lark, Chen Zixi counted on her fingers with a big smile. I met Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xionan, and Sister Xiao Qian. They are so nice to me and like me so much. They kept envying me, saying that I have a dad who is super handsome, can cook, sings well, and is also a great storyteller. Chen Zixi's eyes sparkled with pride and joy. Hee, Zixi was really happy to hear them say that. At this point, Chen Zixi tilted her head slightly, her starry eyes fixed on Chen Yi, full of anticipation, and asked softly, Dad, will you always stay by Zixi's side? Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a gentle smile bloomed on his face. He slowly picked up a towel and gently wiped Chen Zixi's little feet. Of course Dad will always stay by Zixi's side. Even if one day Zixi hates Dad and doesn't want to be with Dad anymore, Dad will never leave and will stay by your side. Zixi would never hate Daddy, never. Chen Zixi stretched out her hands and grabbed Chen Yi's arm tightly, saying coquettishly. Chen Yi smiled and gently picked up Chen Zixi, placing her on the bed before carefully covering her with the blanket. After doing all this, Chen Yi took out his notebook from his suitcase. He was going to register the copyrights for the songs he sang today. These songs are all custom-made songs under special circumstances. Even if someone registers them first, it won't help. In fact, it could lead to a lawsuit. However, Chen Yi did not want such trouble to occur, so he registered early on. Chen Zixi lay obediently on the bed, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Yi's work, full of anticipation, as if she was waiting for some extremely important moment. Shortly after, Chen Yi finished registering the song. After a quick wash, he walked gently to the bedside and lay down slowly. Almost at the same moment, Chen Zixi, like a little bird returning to its nest, quickly came over, and Chen Yi took the opportunity to open his arms and hug his daughter tightly. Chen Zixi nestled in Chen Yi's arms, pretending to close her eyes and sleep, but her slightly upturned lips betrayed her inner joy and satisfaction. Finally, I can sleep with Daddy. Daddy's arms are so warm. In this warm and tranquil night, the moonlight, like water, streamed through the window and fell upon the bedside, outlining a soft silver edge for the father and daughter. Chen Zixi quickly fell into a deep sleep, entering into a very long and beautiful dream. All night long, she had a sweet smile on her face. While Chen Yi and his daughter were fast asleep, a wave of interest in Chen Yi swept through the outside world. The top 10 trending topics were all about this variety show, and what surprised countless people was that the top 3 trending topics were not the superstars that the 4 major companies wanted to promote, nor the 3 goddesses in the entertainment industry with a large number of fans. Instead, it was Chen Yi, the once hated and despised young star whose career had collapsed. The top trending topic, hashtag Chenyi hashtag Journey to the West, a stunning mythological masterpiece. The second trending topic is, hashtag Chenyi original song hashtag Where Has the Time Gone hashtag health song. The third trending topic is, hashtag Chenyi's true singing ability hashtag Was Chenyi scammed by Zingai Entertainment? The seventh trending topic, hashtag Chenyi's daughter slave. The eighth trending topic is hashtag Chenyi's cooking skills. Netizens' comments focused more on Chenyi, far exceeding the topic popularity of the other guests. The main reason is that Chenyi's transformation was too great. In their eyes, he was a pretty boy who was good for nothing but showing off, but suddenly he became a talented, gentle father with a beautiful voice. This kind of impact left them feeling a bit lost and unwilling to believe it was real. Therefore, many netizens also believe that this is just a publicity stunt, saying that this variety show was actually designed to help Chenyi make a comeback. As for those two songs, they were prepared in advance, and the story of Journey to the West was also written by someone else. It couldn't have been Chenyi's idea, etc. This view has indeed gained the approval of many netizens, most of whom were people who had previously criticized Chenyi. They couldn't allow the trash in their eyes to suddenly become such a powerful person. However, an article by a prominent figure in the entertainment industry immediately dispelled all doubts people had about Chenyi. Sarcastic Deadbeat, hey, are those people who criticize Chenyi out of their minds? Don't they know he doesn't have an entertainment company now? Who can provide songs for him? Or some people say that Chenyi bought it with his own money. But are the people who say such things out of their minds? Who among the creators of songs like Where Has the Time Gone? And Health Song is short of money? Who would willingly hand over their hard work to someone else? And then there's the masterpiece, Journey to the West. Who would be foolish enough to sell such a novel to someone else? Don't they know that if this book were published, they'd be counting money until their hands cramped? Moreover, making money is a minor matter. Although Chenyi did not finish telling this novel, based on what I have heard so far, I can conclude that it is a masterpiece that will make the author famous for all time. Give it back to someone else? Who would be that stupid? In addition, I watched the entire live stream today, and I noticed something really interesting. Did you guys notice? Li Wenfan and Hua Ruoxiu are both artists under Shenchi Entertainment, Lu Han and Lu Yifei are under Sanyang Entertainment, and Xiao Minghao and Yang Mi are under Huiwang Entertainment. The three major entertainment companies all sent their rising female stars to support the selection of the superstar. Logically, Zingai Entertainment should also have sent a female star to support Xia Yang. So why did they not only not send a female star, but also send Chenyi, who had already terminated her contract with them? What was Zingai Entertainment's purpose? Actually, I was a little confused at first, but later I learned from a friend inside Zingai Entertainment that Zingai Entertainment was preparing to sue Chenyi for huge compensation because of his illegitimate child. However, just then, the four major entertainment companies were preparing to join forces to create the four Heavenly Kings, so Zingai Entertainment immediately changed its mind and had Chenyi participate in the variety show to be a supporting role to Xia Yang. Afterwards, the company no longer pursued Chenyi's responsibility. So, in the live stream, you see Chenyi acting all arrogant and domineering towards everyone except Xia Yang. This is actually the persona that Zingai Entertainment requires Chenyi to project on the show. Using Chenyi's arrogant behavior to provoke dissatisfaction and resentment from the audience, Xia Yang's noble character of still taking care of the juniors who have left the company despite Chenyi's attitude will bring him a lot of popularity. Therefore, when Chenyi first appeared, you saw his arrogant side. While the other celebrities were preparing the meal, he pretended not to know how and refused to lend a hand. Instead, he went to lie down in the yard, which only highlighted how capable the other guests were. Even when playing a song relay game during meals, Chenyi refused to participate, demonstrating his aloofness to the fullest extent. All of this was done intentionally by Chenyi. But what's funny is that these celebrities' cooking was all just for show, a complete disaster. I guess Chenyi didn't want his daughter to go hungry, so he had no choice but to cook for her himself, which is how he showcased his culinary skills. The same goes for the song relay game. If his daughter hadn't spoken up, I think Chenyi wouldn't have participated, judging from his expression at the time. Furthermore, during the performance for the villagers, everyone had accompaniment except for Chenyi, which means they all knew the program content beforehand. As the villainous clown, Chenyi certainly couldn't have told him in advance. However, to their surprise, Chenyi not only sings well, but also has extraordinary songwriter ability. I guess this song Where Has the Time Gone may have been written by Chenyi in the past, and it just so happens that he is now singing it. So, I reckon Chenyi still has some of his old compositions that he hasn't released yet. To be honest, I really want to hear them, because Chenyi's singing voice is really good after he gave up electronic music. As for Chenyi's ability to come up with a story like Journey to the West, I really don't know what words to use to describe him. I feel that even the word brilliant is not enough to describe him. Now I just hope he finishes writing this novel and publishes it as soon as possible. When it's published, I'll definitely buy a dozen or 20 copies to keep as a keepsake. To be honest, in the entertainment industry, I've never really admired any big stars. I think they're just a group of packaged, ordinary people like us. But I really admire Chen Yi. In this variety show, Chen Yi, stripped of his glitz and glamour, showed me a real, talented, and warm-hearted young man. As for the matter of Chen Yi's illegitimate child, Chen Yi has not come out to give a detailed explanation so far, but judging from the genuine feeling shown between the father and daughter on the show, I do not believe the online claims that Chen Yi is a scumbag. Finally, I'd like to leave Zingai Entertainment with a message. What were you thinking, turning Chen Yi back into that awful version of himself? As soon as this article by Poisonous Tongue Defi was published, it immediately became a trending topic, and all the netizens who had previously questioned Chen Yi fell silent. Although netizens generally agreed with Douchey Defi's opinion, they couldn't bring themselves to repeat what he said and praise Chen Yi again. Therefore, this wave of praise for Chen Yi did not sweep across the internet. But Chen Yi's dwindling number of Fidian fans has stopped declining, and today, more and more former fans have secretly returned, causing Chen Yi's Fidian fan count to begin to grow rapidly. 7:50 a.m. the next day, Chen Yi woke up Chen Zixi, who had been having a sweet dream all night, and helped her get up and wash. After having a simple breakfast provided by the production team, Chen Yi checked the time. The live broadcast was about to begin, so he took Chen Zixi out of the room and went to the center of the courtyard to join the others. To Chen Yi's surprise, he noticed that the way the guests were looking at him was very strange, with Li Wenfen and the other men looking gloomy. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu, on the other hand, were much more normal. They even nodded and greeted him when they saw him, and Chen Yi could even see a hint of closeness in their eyes. Unaware of the situation, Chen Yi didn't take it seriously. After nodding in return, he led Chen Zixi to the side to wait for the live broadcast to begin. When Hua Ruyu and the other children saw Chen Yi, they enthusiastically surrounded him, chattering about the stories in Journey to the West. Chen Yi spoke to the children with a smile on his face, looking very sunny and approachable, which made Hua Ruoxiu, who was standing next to him, stare at him with wide eyes. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei also looked at Chen Yi with gentle smiles. What Chen Yi didn't know was that after the live broadcast ended yesterday, the other guests couldn't wait to pick up their phones and go online to see the reactions to the variety show and how they were perceived by netizens. The group, who were originally prepared to receive praise from all walks of life, were dumbfounded when they went online. Chen Yi alone occupied 5 of the top 10 trending topics, and even took the top 3 spots. This variety show, which was originally tailor-made for them, turned into Chen Yi's personal show. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu didn't have many thoughts about it. This variety show wasn't originally their stage, so they weren't dissatisfied with Chen Yi for stealing the spotlight from Li Wenfen and the other 3. On the contrary, after reading the article by Poisonous Tongue Defi, their opinion of Chen Yi changed drastically. Now they have developed a strong interest in Chen Yi, wanting to see what kind of talent can be discovered in this man who, after falling to the lowest point in his life, has let himself go. Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, and the other 3 were quite frustrated. They felt they should be the main characters, but Chen Yi had become the main attraction while they had become supporting characters. Moreover, I performed very well on the show, so why are these netizens on the internet picking on such trivial matters? They complained about their cooking being a show, their chatting being boring, and they didn't interact with their younger brother. What's even more infuriating is that they said their singing was nowhere near as good or professional as Chen Yi's. Brother, how are we supposed to know that there's such a big difference between a large cooking stove and a household stove? Is this our fault? And chatting? How is that boring? We talk so well, working hard and overcoming all kinds of difficulties, how inspiring. What more do you want? And then there's the interaction with the younger brother. We're so busy, how could we possibly have time to build a relationship with our relative's younger brother? We've barely exchanged a few words. The fact that we acted so naturally is a testament to my superb acting skills. Besides, I had told them to stay away from Chen Yi long ago, but I didn't expect that these heartless bastards would be bought off by a meal, a song, and a story, and completely forget what I said. What Xia Yang and his friends found most unacceptable was that netizens actually said their singing was inferior to Chen Yi's, and by a huge margin. Are you kidding me? You used to criticize Chen Yi's songs like garbage, and now you're coming to fawn over him? Where's your shame? Even if you want to lick our boots, can you please not drag us into it? Do you think our new song as a group of 4 is inferior to Chen Yi's alone? These brainless netizens are infuriating. Just as the atmosphere on set was becoming polarized, director Xian and a group of staff walked in and told everyone that the live broadcast was about to begin and that everyone should get ready. They then went into the previous room, leaving only the filming crew behind. Xia Yang, Li Wenfen, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao quickly composed themselves, and a moment later, friendly smiles appeared on their faces. With the cameraman's gesture and the green light on the camera, everyone knew the live stream had begun. Tens of millions of netizens also tuned in to watch the performances of the celebrities. Unlike yesterday, today most viewers focused their attention on the handsome man surrounded by a group of children in the middle of the screen. Let's go find the village chief, Lu Han suggested first. Yes, let's hurry over and see what today's mission is. Xiao Minghao immediately chimed in. Last night, both of them received calls from their agents, asking them to be more proactive on the show and not to be led astray by Li Wenfen and Xia Yang. Everyone agreed and walked together toward the center of the village. Before long, after asking several villagers, the group finally found the home of village chief Wang Fugui. Welcome. The village chief warmly welcomed everyone into his home, shaking hands with each guest to express his gratitude. We are extremely grateful to all of you for coming from afar to help our villagers. Everyone quickly returned the greetings politely. After Xiao Minghao stepped forward to state his purpose, the village chief announced the content of the second challenge. Please go to the orchard and help the villagers pick yellow peaches. Each group of guests should pick at least 300 jin, 150 caddies. Then, led by the village chief, the guests walked towards the peach grove on the south side of the village, chatting and laughing along the way. Before long, the group arrived at a vast peach orchard, where the trees were laden with yellow peaches that glistened enticingly in the sunlight, making them look incredibly tempting. After the village chief explained the precautions for picking the fruit and distributed gloves, baskets, scissors, and other tools to everyone, the group began to pick the fruit. Chen Yi and Chen Zixi found a peach tree. Chen Yi lifted Chen Zixi onto a branch so she could easily pick the peaches. Dad, look how big this peach I picked is. Chen Zixi excitedly held up a peach to show off to Chen Yi. Wow, Zixi is so amazing. She picked such a big peach. Quickly put it in the basket. Chen Yi praised with a smile, holding up the basket. Chen Zixi was delighted. She carefully placed the peaches into the basket and continued picking, while Chen Yi protected her from below. Just as the father and daughter were picking the fruit with great enthusiasm, sudden, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Ah, a snake. Chen Yi looked up at the sound and saw Lu Yifei sitting on the ground in the distance, her face ashen. Her younger sister, Lu Qian, was also so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, tightly hugging Lu Yifei's arm, crying loudly, and repeatedly shouting, "There's a snake, there's a snake," her face full of terror. Chen Yi immediately picked up Chen Zixi and ran quickly towards them. Not far from Lu Yifei and her sister, a black spotted gray snake was slowly crawling towards the distant bushes. Chen Yi immediately recognized the snake as a spotted viper. Although it wasn't an extremely venomous snake, its venom was still considerable, and if the venom wasn't extracted in time, Lu Yifei's life would likely be in danger. Other guests also rushed over, and when they saw the horrifying round viper and the two small holes on Lu Yifei's calf that were bleeding profusely, they were stunned and stood there, at a loss for what to do. Some children, like Lu Qian, were so frightened that they started crying loudly. The tens of millions of viewers watching the live stream were also startled by this unexpected turn of events, with those who recognized the snake being particularly shocked. Damn it, how could it be a spotted viper? This snake is venomous. If we don't deal with it in time, Lu Yifei's life will be in danger. What was this production team doing? How could they be so careless? Didn't they check the footage before filming? What are these celebrities standing there for? Hurry up and think of a way to save my Yifei. Just as the guests were at a loss and the netizens were anxious, Chen Yi ran over carrying Chen Zixi. He quickly put Chen Zixi down, walked briskly to Lu Yifei, squatted down, gently held her fair calf, and carefully examined the wound. The wound had turned dark and bluish, and the situation was not optimistic. Chen Yi then looked at the guests and asked, "Who can go and get me a few bottles of mineral water?" Oh my god. Yang Mi reacted quickly, immediately turning around and running towards the water dispenser. Chen Yi turned his head and looked at Lu Yifei, who was still in shock. "Effie, this snake is called a spotted viper, and it's venomous." Seeing that Lu Yifei was already terrified and had not yet recovered from the shock, he continued quickly, "I'm going to suck out the poisonous blood now. It might hurt a little, so please bear with it." Before Lu Yifei could react, Chen Yi lowered his head and sucked the poisonous blood from Lu Yifei's wound with his mouth. At the same time, Yang Mi rushed back, panting, with a bottle of water and hurriedly handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi took the water bottle and rinsed his mouth with it after each mouthful of poisoned blood he sucked out, to prevent himself from being poisoned. It wasn't until this moment that the guests recovered from the shock of the incident. Watching Chen Yi's actions in saving lives, they were filled with mixed emotions. They wondered if they would risk their own safety and help Lu Yifei suck out the poisoned blood without hesitation. Will it? It's unlikely, after all, it could be fatal. However, viewers watching the live stream were deeply moved by Chen Yi's act of saving lives. Wow, Chen Yi is so brave. He didn't hesitate to suck out Lu Yifei's poisoned blood, completely disregarding his own safety. That's a real man. I don't care what Chen Yi was like before, I don't care if he's a scumbag or not, from today onwards, I'm a fan. Chen Yi is so cool. He stepped up in a critical moment. I applaud his courage and kindness. This is the kind of celebrity we should like. Those who criticize him can shut up now. I must say, Chen Yi really impressed me this time. His ability to react immediately and provide treatment is truly admirable. However, sucking drugs through the mouth is very dangerous, one must be extremely careful. Chen Yi's rescue not only saved Lu Yifei, but also showed me his shining qualities. Compared to the other guests who were all terrified, his courage and decisiveness are even more admirable. The past doesn't matter anymore. I'm a fan of his from now on. At this moment, Lu Yifei gradually recovered from her shock. Through her teary eyes, she watched Chen Yi suck on her calf, one bite at a time. Strangely, she didn't feel much pain, instead, she felt a tingling, numb sensation. She stared blankly at Chen Yi's face, a strange flutter rising in her heart, and she was momentarily lost in thought. After Chen Yi continued sucking for a while, he noticed that the blood flowing from the wound had gradually returned to its bright red color. He quickly picked up a new bottle of mineral water and carefully poured the water onto Lu Yifei's wound to wash away the bloodstains. Chen Yi, is Yifei alright? Yang Mi asked with concern when she saw Chen Yi's actions. I only sucked out the venom, but I still need to take anti-venom. While answering Yang Mi, Chen Yi turned to the village chief and asked, Village chief, does the village have any anti-venom? Yes. People here sometimes get bitten by snakes, so the village clinic always keeps anti-venom on hand. The village chief wiped the cold sweat from his face and hurriedly explained, I clearly had someone thoroughly check this forest this morning, how could there be snakes? Chen Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there was serum in the village. He stood up, reached out to help Lu Yifei up, and then half-squatted in front of her. Get on, I'll carry you over. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's ears turned slightly red, and a blush immediately spread across her cheeks. However, without any hesitation, she gently leaned against Chen Yi's back. Chen Yi wrapped his arms tightly around Lu Yifei's thighs, and with a slight effort, he stood up steadily. He turned to Yang Mi and said, Yang Mi, could you please keep an eye on Zixi for me? After seeing Yang Mi nod in agreement and take Chen Zixi's hand, Chen Yi, carrying Lu Yifei on his back, quickly ran towards the village under the village chief's guidance. The others followed closely behind. Lu Yifei lay on Chen Yi's back, her thoughts racing, the blush on her cheeks never fading. She had never been so close to a boy before, let alone been carried on his back. She could clearly feel Chen Yi's body temperature and breathing, which made her heart beat faster involuntarily, and a feeling of shyness she had never felt before welled up in her heart. She quietly buried her face in Chen Yi's back, not daring to look up at anyone else. Aside from shyness, she felt mostly gratitude towards Chen Yi. She knew how dangerous it was to be bitten by a snake. If Chen Yi hadn't rushed over without hesitation and sucked out the venom, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Listening to Chen Yi's steady footsteps and slightly rapid breathing, Lu Yifei was filled with emotion. She raised her gaze and it fell on Chen Yi's profile. Seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead, she wanted to reach out and wipe them away, but she was too embarrassed. Chen Yi, thank you for saving me. Chen Yi felt a warm, fragrant scent coming from the side of his face. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Chen Yi exchanged a few polite words and then focused his attention on getting on the road, since some sections of the village road were uneven and he had to be careful where he stepped. Lu Yifei remained silent upon seeing this, but her heart was far from calm. Chen Yi, thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. You risked your own health to save me immediately. How can I ever repay such a kindness? Throughout the journey, Lu Yifei's mood was like a roller coaster, with various thoughts and emotions intertwined in her heart. She was grateful to Chen Yi for saving her life and developed a special feeling for him. However, Lu Yifei was unaware that this feeling was quietly taking root and sprouting in her heart. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Yi carried Lu Yifei on his back and followed the village chief to the village clinic, where they met the village's only doctor. As the experienced doctor skillfully bandaged Lu Yifei's wound, he remarked with admiration, "The venom of the round viper is extremely potent. If it had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thankfully, this young man sucked out the venomous blood in time, buying precious time. What a stroke of luck! Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei looked at Chen Yi gratefully again. She was about to say something when Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand, interrupting her. "Don't thank me, didn't I already thank you?" Lu Yifei rolled her eyes playfully and said coquettishly, "How can I repay a life-saving grace so easily? I'll repay you properly after the show is finished." "Haha, I'll do anything except offer myself in marriage," Chen Yi joked with a hearty laugh. "What? How dare you look down on this fairy? You, even if you're joking, you can't do that." Lu Yifei pouted and stared with her adorable big eyes. Just as she was about to retort, she saw the doctor holding a syringe, ready to give her an injection. She didn't have time to argue with Chen Yi, she immediately grabbed his arm tightly, her eyes filled with tension and fear. She has been afraid of needles since she was a child, and her body would tremble at the sight of a needle. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Relax, it doesn't hurt at all. Lu Yifei immediately gave her a look that said, you're a big liar. After all, she had never had a shot that didn't hurt since she was a child. 2 muffled groans followed immediately. The first one was Lu Yifei's, the needle prick hurt. The second one was Chen Yi's, which made Lu Yifei pinch him hard. Chen Yi clutched his pinched arm, looking at Lu Yifei with a mournful expression. Is this how you repay your savior? Lu Yifei blushed, looking at Chen Yi with some embarrassment, her lips trembling slightly. I'm so sorry, the injection really hurts, I just accidentally pinched you too hard. Chen Yi was secretly amazed to see Lu Yifei, who usually had a serene and aloof demeanor, suddenly reveal such a girlish expression. Alright, considering you're genuinely afraid of needles, I'll forgive you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei smiled, her radiant smile captivating. Online. When Chen Yi was pinched and screamed by Lu Yifei, who was afraid of needles, netizens were amused and laughed. But now, when they see Lu Yifei's expression, they suddenly can't laugh anymore. Especially Lu Yifei's fans, seeing their goddess display such a girlish demeanor, suddenly felt a renewed dislike for Chen Yi. Although it didn't diminish their gratitude for Chen Yi's rescue, they couldn't help but mutter a curse. He really is a scumbag. After the doctor administered the anti-venom to Lu Yifei, he also gave Chen Yi an injection, just in case he might have inhaled some of the snake venom from Lu Yifei's blood. The injection had just been finished when the rest of the group caught up. Because there were children to take care of, they walked a little slower. At this moment, all the guests gathered around and showed concern for Lu Yifei. Thank you for your concern. The doctor said that thanks to Chen Yi's timely treatment, he is fine now after receiving the anti-venom serum, so there is no need to worry. Lu Yifei smiled and explained to everyone, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Chen Yi. But seeing that Chen Yi was just holding his daughter and whispering to her without looking at her, her pink lips pouted slightly, and her originally happy mood turned a little unhappy. Everyone was relieved to hear Lu Yifei say that everything was alright, but the perceptive Yang Mi noticed the subtle change in Lu Yifei's expression. When she followed Lu Yifei's gaze to Chen Yi, she was surprised, and then a meaningful smile appeared on Yang Mi's lips. Director, what do we do next? Do we have to go back and finish the peach-picking task? Li Wenfen suddenly asked the director Xian beside him, and the other guests also looked at him. We are deeply sorry that Lu Yifei was injured due to the negligence of our production team, and we also thank Chen Yi for stepping forward at the critical moment. Xian did not reply to Li Wenfen's words. Instead, he apologized to Lu Yifei and expressed his gratitude to Chen Yi. The recent turn of events terrified Xian. If anything happened to Lu Yifei, his future would be over. Fortunately, Chen Yi came to his rescue in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, his gratitude to Chen Yi at this moment is heartfelt. Lu Yifei and Chen Yi quickly waved their hands, indicating that they shouldn't worry about it. After thanking Li Wenfen again, Xian replied, saying, the harvesting task is now suspended. Ify cannot move around freely yet, so everyone can finish the recording here. As for the content, you can decide for yourselves. The group looked at each other, unsure of what to do. After a moment, Xia Yang offered a suggestion. Then let the netizens decide. He looked at Xian and said, Director, you can see the comments from netizens, right? Let the netizens make their requests, and we'll fulfill them, okay? Upon hearing this, Xian found Xia Yang's suggestion to be excellent and innovative, and immediately adopted it. Netizens also found it very interesting and started typing comments. A flat-screen TV was also mounted on the wall of the clinic. The staff turned on the live broadcast channel, and the guests immediately saw themselves on the TV, as well as the comments from netizens. Wen Feng, sing a song. Lu Han, I want to see you dance. I want to listen to Xia Yang's new song again. At first, the screen was filled with messages from Xia Yang and his group's fans, but soon a barrage of comments appeared and was copied and posted by more and more netizens, eventually filling the entire screen. Hello everyone, could you sing me a song about heartbreak? My girlfriend of 5 years broke up with me. I always thought we'd be together forever, but a few months ago she broke up with me, and a few days ago she sent me her wedding invitation. And just yesterday, I witnessed her wedding to another man. I'm really devastated right now, please help me. The people in the room looked at the comment, exchanged glances, and fell silent for a moment. Singing a song about heartbreak wasn't difficult, they could all sing it. But there wasn't a song that matched this viewer's situation. If a song fails to resonate with the listener, then no matter how well it's sung, it will sound awkward and incoherent. Perhaps the audience doesn't care, but for those who want to cultivate a superstar image, there can be no flaws. Ruoxiu, why don't you try? Li Wenfen tentatively looked at Hua Ruoxiu. Hua Ruoxiu shook her head upon hearing this. Brother Wenfen, I don't have any suitable songs either. Helpless, Li Wenfen looked at Lu Han and Chen Yi and said, we only have Ruoxiu here. Lu Han and Chen Yi, the three of you are professional singers. If Ruoksu can't sing, then it's up to you two to come. Then let Chen Yi do it. After all, he's the winner of this year's Chinese Music Awards, and he's very talented. Lu Han immediately chimed in, praising Chen Yi highly. Chen Yi, are you sure you can do it? Li Wenfen and the other guests looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked up at everyone, and was particularly puzzled when he saw the expectant looks in Hua Ruoxiu and Lu Yifei's eyes. Isn't this your fashion show? Why did you drag me up here? However, he also saw the viewer's comment and felt some sympathy for him. Alright, then I'll sing a song for this audience member. Chen Yi stood up, saying indifferently, Director, do you have a guitar? Yes. Xian immediately had someone bring a guitar, which Chen Yi took and found to be the very same guitar he had used yesterday. Brother Chen Yi, which song are you going to sing? Hua Ruoxiu leaned closer and asked curiously. Chen Yi, brother? Chen Yi looked at Hua Ruoxiu with great surprise, not understanding why she had suddenly become so familiar with him. Oh, it's a song I wrote a while ago, but it was never published. Wow, another new song you wrote yourself? Hua Ruoxiu looked at Chen Yi in shock, full of disbelief. He sang 2 new songs yesterday, and he has more today? How come I never realized Chen Yi was such a talented person before? The other guests in the room were also astonished, and a sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of Lu Han and the other 3. Is this guy about to start showing off again? While Lu Yifei and Yang Mi were surprised, their eyes were filled with admiration, especially Lu Yifei, whose joy was almost overflowing. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream were also quite agitated. Holy crap! Chen Yi's singing a new song again? And he wrote it himself? Is he really that talented? How come I never noticed before? Although I admit that Chen Yi can sing well, can he really sing songs that the other guests can't sing well? I just don't believe it. I bet Chen Yi will mess up in a minute. I believe in Chen Yi. Since yesterday, I have seen a completely different Chen Yi than before, so you should not look at him with old eyes. Chen Yi also saw the comments about himself on the television screen. He sat in a chair with his guitar in his arms, and suddenly sighed as he looked at the camera. I used to rely on my looks to get by in the entertainment industry, but ever since my scandal broke, I can only rely on my talent to make money. Sigh. There is nothing more painful in life than this. Puffed. Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and Yang Mi all burst out laughing at the same time. They couldn't help but laugh when they saw Chen Yi's annoyed expression. Chen Yi is so funny. Netizens were also amused by Chen Yi. Haha, Chen Yi is really interesting, so genuine. I'm actually starting to admire him. Yeah, how come I never noticed how humorous he was before? This variety show really showed me the real Chen Yi. I think it's just shamelessness. How can someone say something so shameless? Shameless. Hey you upstairs, the guy with the username Lu Han's Little Kitten, could you please change your username before you start attacking Chen Yi? There's nothing we can do about it. It's common knowledge that Lu Han's fans are all brainless middle schoolers. Lu Han looked pale as he watched the comments on TV, and the other 3 weren't in a good mood either. Chen Yi ignored the online arguments, cleared his throat, and continued. I also feel deeply sorry for that viewer's comment. Heartbreak is like a storm. Although it may make you lose your way temporarily, the sun will shine even brighter after the rain. Her departure wasn't because you weren't good enough, but because your story ended there. Maybe around the next corner, you'll meet the girl you can spend the rest of your life with. This song, guest, is dedicated to you. I hope you can move on from this relationship soon and embrace a new beginning. At this time, in a dimly lit room, a young man lay on the bed, the light from his phone illuminating his slightly pale face as he muttered to himself. That's easy for you to say, but, is 5 years of relationship so easy to forget? Is the song called Guest? Hee, what a coincidence, the young man chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was still wallowing in self-pity, Chen Yi's singing came through the phone. The first summer after the breakup, what day of the week is it today? I think of you occasionally. Your sudden text message caught me off guard, and I stood there stunned. While everyone else was happy for you, I was only just realizing that someone had already made your wedding dress. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. I kept reminding myself not to run away, and I walked step by step towards the venue he had so carefully arranged, holding the wedding invitation. But sadly, this was a scene meant for you, and I was just a guest. I let go of all memories to fulfill your love, yet I still refuse to believe it's fate. You seem a bit distant after so long, your handshake and greetings so polite. Why bother being so deliberate in front of him, hiding the fact that you were once part of my world? Chen Yi's moving singing voice gently narrated the story, instantly transporting the young people back to that heartbreaking memory. The guests and tens of millions of viewers immediately envisioned the heartbreaking and agonizing scene of a young man receiving a wedding invitation from his ex-girlfriend and then meeting her at the wedding. Some of the more sensitive girls already had tears welling up in their eyes, as if they could burst forth at any moment. Before you knew it, the bell rang. You stood there, waiting for him to approach. Gently, he knelt down on one knee, and slowly slipped the diamond ring onto your ring finger. While everyone else was happy for you, I was only then realizing, in a daze, that there was nothing between us anymore. Thank you for your special invitation to witness your love. I constantly remind myself not to run away. You look exceptionally beautiful today, a beauty I once held in my arms. It's a pity this is your wedding to him, and I'm just a guest. I've let go of all my memories to fulfill your love, yet I still refuse to believe this is fate. The promise of forever has become a thing of the past. I tried my best to sincerely wish you well, but please forgive my lack of decorum and cowardice in choosing to excuse myself and leave. This isn't an idle drama, why did I get so into it? This unbearable plot. Chen Yi's singing seemed to recreate the scene of the wedding, vividly portraying the bride's happiness on stage and the young people's inner pain and feigned strength below. Many girls online could no longer hold back their tears, which flowed like a burst dam. Other viewers, though not crying, stared at Chen Yi on the screen with red eyes, as if they could join him at any moment. The young man was already in tears, the blanket covering his head was soaked with tears, and sobs and convulsions could be heard from under the blanket. Thank you for the special invitation to witness the love you desire. Being a guest may be another kind of destiny. Now that I've left you, what right do I have to care? After all, you are the one who will eventually be with me, and I am just a guest. I poured out all my memories to celebrate your wedding, but I still don't have the courage to wish you well. Thank you for giving me a final moment of clarity, allowing me to return to myself. At least I can still be the guest who witnessed your love. I'm so lucky to have met him, and I hope he will love you even more than I did. In his final song, Chen Yi expressed the helplessness, regret, and ultimately, carefree spirit of young people. As the last note faded, Chen Yi lowered his head slightly, trying to calm himself. The whole world seemed to have been paused, silent except for the sound of weeping, which was exceptionally clear. Woo woo. Chen Yi opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and Yang Mi sitting together, wiping away tears. He looked away and turned to the camera. The last line of this song, guest, is my message to that heartbroken young man. I hope you can sincerely wish your former lover well, because that means you've completely moved on from this relationship. Then, you can start your next relationship. The young man on the other side of the camera didn't have time to wipe away his tears. His fingers kept tapping on his phone, expressing his gratitude on the screen. Thank you, Professor Chen Yi. I will definitely try my best to find the girl who truly belongs to me. Teacher Chen Yi, thank you for sending me this song. I love it very much. It's the best song I've ever heard. Upon seeing the comments, Chen Yi smiled and said, I'm glad you like this song. I'm happy that it helped you. At this point, the online viewers gradually recovered, and then a torrent of comments flooded in. This song is so heartbreaking. I'm a 200-pound strong man, and I cried like a little girl. My wife laughed at me for ages. Chen Yi, give me back my image. I didn't feel much when that guy was talking about his breakup, but when Chen Yi started singing, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. Luckily, I pinched my thigh just in time to avoid embarrassing myself in front of my family. Chen Yi is so handsome. If only that incident hadn't happened, things would be so much better. As a fan of his looks, I should dump him, but his incredible talent is so captivating. What should I do? I'm so conflicted. After venting his emotions, the young man felt a lightness he had never experienced before, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. However, a sense of doubt crept into his mind, so he typed his question in the public chat. Teacher Chen Yi, you said before that this song was written by you, but why is it so similar to my experience? No, I shouldn't say similar, it's exactly the same. This is too coincidental and too unbelievable. When this message appeared on the public chat, everyone immediately realized what it meant. Yes, how could they be exactly the same? It's impossible for such a coincidence to happen. Could it be that? A terrible thought popped into everyone's mind. Brother Chen Yi, did you really write this song before? Why does it fit this young man's situation so perfectly? Hua Ruoxiu's eyes showed a hint of shock as she stammered out the question that was on everyone's mind. Chen Yi saw the young man's confusion on the screen, and when he heard Hua Ruoxiu's question, he no longer concealed anything, nor was there any need to. Actually, it wasn't written before, I just wrote it now based on this young man's experience. Chen Yi's words were like a nuclear bomb, stunning and terrifying the tens of millions of viewers at the scene and watching the live broadcast. Yes, it really was written on the spot. Brother Chen Yi, how did you do that? It only took a few minutes. This is unbelievable. Hua Ruoxiu looked at Chen Yi as if he were an alien, her shock beyond compare. At this moment, even Xiao Minghao and the other three, who disliked Chen Yi, were shocked and filled with disbelief. Well, it's alright, I'm pretty fast at writing songs, Chen Yi explained casually. Well, seeing Chen Yi's seemingly pretentious yet not quite so, everyone felt a lump in their throat, unsure whether to utter a curse in their hearts. Chen Yi's words seemed to have flipped a switch, and netizens online began to stir. I don't believe you unless you prove it to us right now. How about writing a song about middle school crushes? Of course, I'm not saying I have a crush on anyone in my class. Go home and do your homework, you upstairs. What are you doing causing trouble here? Chen Yi, I've fallen for my classmate's mom. Could you write a song for her for me? Chen Yi, a young, handsome billionaire has fallen in love with me, who is divorced, but I don't like him. Can you help me write a song to politely reject him? The online comments were varied and the demands they made constantly challenged Chen Yi's understanding and moral bottom line. Seeing Chen Yi staring blankly, looking shocked by netizens, Hua Ruoxiu, standing to the side, burst out laughing. Brother Chen Yi, I never imagined your songwriter ability was so terrifying. I've never seen a songwriter create such a high-quality song in such a short time. This has completely shattered my worldview. Chen Yi smiled, about to be modest, when Xiao Minghao suddenly interjected. Chen Yi, since netizens are so enthusiastic about wanting you to compose another song on the spot, just do it for them. After all, they're all your fans. Yeah, one more. With your songwriter ability, it'll only take a few minutes. How about this request from the fan named Beijing Wanderer? Lu Han echoed his agreement and confirmed the terms, leaving Chen Yi no room for retraction. He and Xiao Minghao and the others really didn't believe that Chen Yi could write a song in just a few minutes. You want to embarrass me? Try to make me look bad? Chen Yi watched the two of them singing in unison and sneered inwardly. He had the resources of the entire earth at his disposal, so what was he afraid of? Okay, what did that netizen say? Seeing that Chen Yi had agreed, Lu Han, as if afraid he would change his mind, quickly read aloud what the author, the prodigal son of Beijing, had written. Hello Mr. Chen Yi, I'm a struggling artist in Beijing. 7 years ago, in the spring, I came to the capital alone with just a guitar, wanting to pursue my musical dreams. I lived in a rented room at night and sang on the streets or under bridges during the day. Although few people listened and it was tough, I felt happy. But so many years have passed, and I'm still alone, unmarried, and my musical dreams are still out of reach. I'm confused and in pain. I don't know if I can keep going. I hope Mr. Chen Yi can write a song that will give me the strength to persevere. I really don't want to give up my musical dreams. After listening to Lu Han's account, everyone fell silent. As artists themselves, they knew all too well how tough it was to make a living in the entertainment industry. Every year, countless young people across the country, like him, with dreams in their hearts, plunge headlong into this fiercely competitive circle. However, very few succeeded. In a small bar in Yanjing, a young man in his 30s stared intently at the television screen in front of him, listening to the celebrity on TV recounting the words he had spoken, and the bitterness in his heart was stirred up again. Kiangzi, did you write this? You're so lucky, you actually got selected. His friends at the same table all looked at him excitedly, their eyes full of envy. Yeah, I just wrote it for fun, I didn't expect it to actually be selected. The young man named Kiangzi shook his head and smiled wryly. Guys, if only such luck could happen when pursuing dreams. Alright, don't overthink it. Aren't we all in the same boat as you? But we've never thought of giving up. I believe we'll definitely make a name for ourselves. A young man with long hair picked up his wineglass and put his arm around Kiangzi. Come on, Xiangji, and the rest of us, let's have a drink. Upon hearing this, Kiangzi temporarily suppressed his emotions and raised a glass with everyone. Cheers! On the other side, Xiao Minghao quietly moved closer to Lu Han and, seeing that the camera was focused on Chen Yi, who was meditating with his eyes closed, whispered to Lu Han, "You've really chosen a good one. I don't believe Chen Yi could create a suitable song under these circumstances." Lu Han chuckled, a smug look on his face, and said, "Of course, the more detailed the writing, the more difficult the creation. Moreover, this person should be a rock singer, so even if Chen Yi writes it, if it's not rock, it will be difficult to win the hearts of those Beijing drifters." While Xiao Minghao and Lu Han were whispering to each other, Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and Yang Mi also gathered together. "Ruoxiu, Yang Mi, and I don't know much about music. Do you think Chen Yi could write it?" Lu Yifei asked with some concern. "Sister Yifei, if someone had told me before that they could tailor-make a song for someone in just a few minutes, and a high-quality song at that, I would never have believed it, because I thought it was simply impossible. However, if Chen Yi's song guest was written on the spot, then it's still possible that he could have written it. If brother Chen Yi really does write a perfect song later, then he'll be my ultimate idol." Hua Ruoxiu licked her slightly dry cherry lips and said excitedly. Just as everyone and tens of millions of viewers watching the live stream were discussing whether Chen Yi could write the song, they saw Chen Yi suddenly make a move, occasionally plucking the strings. Everyone's spirits lifted, and all eyes turned to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, who was fiddling with the strings, was just putting on an act. He had already decided on the song he wanted to sing. Seeing that it was almost time, he looked up at the camera. A song, In the Spring Breeze, is dedicated to the wandering musicians in Beijing and everyone who pursues their musical dreams. In the Spring Breeze? Because of a song title by Chen Yi, Kang's thoughts were immediately transported back to that sunny spring 7 years ago, when he first came to the capital and began to pursue his musical dreams. At this moment, Chen Yi's slightly hoarse singing voice came through. I still remember spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair, had no credit card, no girlfriend, and no home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy back then, even though I only had a broken wooden guitar, singing those oblivious songs on the streets, under bridges, and in the fields. If one day I'm old and destitute, please leave me in that time. If one day I quietly depart, please bury me in this spring. When Chen Yi finished singing the first verse, Kangzi couldn't stop his tears from flowing. This song fully presented his past and the stubbornness in his heart. The long-haired young man beside him murmured softly, his eyes reddening. How can he write so realistically? How can he sing so well? I still remember those lonely springs, when I hadn't grown a beard yet, there was no Valentine's Day, no gifts, no adorable little princess. But I felt everything wasn't so bad, even though I only had fantasies about love, singing those unheard songs in the morning, at night, and in the wind. Perhaps one day I'll be old and destitute, please leave me in that time. Chen Yi had already stood up, his slender fingers forcefully plucking the strings, and his singing grew even more powerful. Wow, Chen Yi is so handsome. This song is so touching, so awesome. Yes, this is the best rock music I've ever heard. Chen Yi is so talented. I've never admired anyone before, but I admire Chen Yi. He really keeps surprising us, but when I think about how he used to try and fool us with those trashy songs, I just want to punch him. It's so unfair to treat fans like that. Chen Yi is so handsome, I can't take it. Everyone move aside, I'm going to start drooling over the screen. Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and Yang Mi had already become little fangirls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Yi is amazing, so handsome. This song is incredible. Hua Ruoxiu couldn't help but wave her arms, her pretty face flushed red. Hey, girls should be mindful of their image, don't use such vulgar language. Yang Mi sighed and muttered a reminder to Hua Ruoxiu, but it had little effect on Hua Ruoxiu, who was caught up in her emotions. At this moment, Chen Yi's singing had come to an end. Gazing at this vibrant spring, still as warm as it was back then, I've cut my long hair and grown a beard, all the past pain gone with the wind. Yet I feel so sad, the years have left me with deeper confusion, and in this bright spring sunshine, my tears flow uncontrollably. Perhaps one day, I will be old and destitute, please leave me in that time. If one day, I quietly depart, please bury me in this spring, in this spring. After Chen Yi finished singing the last lyric, he looked at the camera and said, perhaps right now you are experiencing loneliness and being ignored, your cramped rented room is filled with unfinished sheet music, and your street performances only bring you a few glances and meager income. But please believe that these are all valuable trials on the road to your dreams. Everything you experience will become the foundation for your future brilliance. Chen Yi paused, then continued. Even if you don't achieve great success, you have experienced, struggled, and loved. Those emotions that beat for music will become your most precious wealth in life, allowing you to shine brightly no matter where you are for the rest of your life, because you once embraced your dreams so closely, and that is enough. So keep moving forward bravely, keep going. Good. A sharp shout suddenly rang out, startling Chen Yi. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Hua Ruoxiu clapping her hands excitedly. Immediately afterwards, enthusiastic applause erupted in the room, especially from the staff members off camera, whose applause was particularly intense. Chen Yi nodded his thanks to everyone, but when he saw Lu Han, Li Wenfen and the other three, their constipated expressions clearly not wanting to clap or smile but unable to do so almost made him burst out laughing. Online comments about Chen Yi's song have also formed two groups. One group is the vast majority of ordinary viewers, who simply think the rock song is particularly good, and through the lyrics they also learn about the hardships and struggles of these musicians who have come to Beijing to pursue their dreams. They express their love for the song and their admiration and praise for Chen Yi's musical talent on the public screen. Another group is the group of people who have migrated to Beijing and young people who have left their hometowns to pursue their musical dreams. They were deeply moved, every line and every word in Chen Yi's lyrics seemed to be describing them. Chen Yi was singing on the screen, and they were crying outside the screen. A man doesn't easily shed tears, unless he's truly heartbroken. In a bar in Yanjing, Kangzi wiped away his tears, sent out a message he had just edited, and then turned to look at his friend. Guys, I'm impressed by Chen Yi's song. I originally thought I just lacked some opportunities and luck, but I realized I was wrong. Compared to a genius like Chen Yi, I'm really not good enough. But I am not discouraged. Just as teacher Chen Yi said at the end, even if I didn't succeed, I experienced it, I fought for it, I loved it, and I embraced my dream up close. That's enough. Kangzi raised his glass. Brothers, let's drink to our dreams. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison, their expressions invigorated, a far cry from their previous dejected state. Kangzi's recent statement has been praised by countless netizens and pushed to the top of the public chat. Chen Yi and the other guests also turned their attention to that direction. Teacher Chen Yi, thank you. This song of yours is the best I've ever heard. It has also given me the courage and motivation to pursue my dreams. From now on, I will never give up easily again. And you know what? I used to look down on you, thinking that a pretty boy like you was good looking but otherwise useless. Haha, looking back now, I realize how ridiculous I was. You are the most talented and incredible musician I have ever met. From this day forward, I am your biggest fan. After watching the video, Chen Yi smiled at the camera and joked, "Why would you still be a fan of me after my career has collapsed? But I'm happy to be able to help you, and I hope you can achieve your dreams soon." At this moment, a comment appeared on the public screen. Because the text was quite long, it was very eye-catching, and Chen Yi, all the guests, and the audience saw it. No matter how well you perform on variety shows, or how talented you are, it can't change your scumbag nature. You're willing to abandon your girlfriend and children for fame. Are you even human? I strongly suspect that your act of being a good father on variety shows is just an act, an attempt to salvage your scumbag image. Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Xiling, why did you say something like that? Sun Jiajia looked at her friend in shock. Jiajia, I just can't stand the way he's about to become famous again. Han Xiling gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. When I think of the suffering my sister endured, I wish I could repay him tenfold, 100-fold. Sun Jiajia. The guests who saw this message had varying feelings. Xia Yang and the other three were secretly delighted. They had been feeling incredibly frustrated watching Chen Yi steal the spotlight, and now that someone had stepped forward to reopen old wounds, they were naturally happy. Lu Yifei and the other girls looked at Chen Yi with complicated expressions. On one hand, they admired Chen Yi's talent, and on the other hand, they despised his previous behavior of abandoning his wife. They were extremely conflicted. The viewers watching the live stream were also conflicted. Although they knew Chen Yi was a scumbag, his behavior these past 2 days was so shocking that everyone selectively forgot about his past actions. Because of these words, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the room became awkwardly quiet for a moment. Sudden, a melodious and clear child's voice rang in everyone's ears. He's talking nonsense. Dad isn't a scumbag. Mom has never hated Dad, and Dad doesn't even know Zixi exists. Chen Zixi's face flushed red as she shouted angrily. It turns out that she noticed everyone had suddenly fallen silent because of this passage, so she secretly asked Hua Ruyu what it said. Upon learning the contents, she was immediately furious. She wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of her father, so she shouted it out at the camera. What? Did Chen Yi not know he had a daughter? Is this true? Everyone was shocked by Chen Zixi's words. Han Xiling was also stunned when she heard Chen Zixi's words. Indeed, since Chen Yi's time travel, he has never explained anything on the internet or in the media, which is why everyone thinks he is a scumbag who abandoned his wife. Moreover, although Han Xiling was the younger sister of Chen Yi's girlfriend, her older sister never told her the reason, so she simply believed that Chen Yi had abandoned her sister. Just as Chen Zixi was about to defend Chen Yi, a pair of large hands suddenly picked her up, and she was then thrown into a warm embrace. Chen Yi affectionately pinched her little nose. Zixi, this is an adult matter. Children shouldn't get involved. But Dad, I don't want anyone to talk badly about you. Chen Zixi sat on Chen Yi's lap, pouting with a wronged expression. Chen Yi gently rubbed Chen Zixi's head and smiled. Dad doesn't care what others say. All Dad wants to do now is to accompany you as you grow up. As long as you are happy every day, Dad will be satisfied. Besides, Dad has already decided that he will retire from the entertainment industry after we finish participating in this variety show, so let's not care what others say anymore, okay? Okay. Chen Zixi looked at Chen Yi and nodded her little head heavily. Online. Did you guys just hear that? I think I heard Chen Yi say he's going to retire from the entertainment industry? Am I hallucinating? You heard me right, that's what he said, and I heard it too. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Besides holy shit, can you say anything else upstairs? No way. No words can express how I feel right now except holy shit. I used to hate him and wished he would get out of the entertainment industry every day, but now that he's retiring, why am I so unhappy? Me too. Brother Chen Yi, what did you say? You're going to retire from the entertainment industry? Upon hearing this, Hua Ruoxiu was shocked and looked at Chen Yi with a complicated expression. Yes, it's confirmed. I'll release an announcement after I finish participating in this variety show. Chen Yi looked at Hua Ruoxiu and Lu Yifei, who had complicated expressions, and continued, Zixi is still young. I want to stay by her side and take care of her. I want to repay Zixi with the fatherly love I lost for the past 5 years. When Hua Ruoxiu heard Chen Yi say this, she opened her mouth several times to try to persuade him, but she couldn't say anything. After all, who could refute such a reason? Alright, stop talking about me. You guys should interact with the audience for a bit. I can't be the only one getting all the attention, Chen Yi said with a smile, breaking the silence. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, and the other three immediately took over the conversation and began interacting with the audience. However, most netizens online were discussing Chen Yi's retirement from the entertainment industry, while only the fans of the four were actively interacting with him. Even so, they were in high spirits. Although Chen Yi stole the spotlight, who would care about someone who was about to retire from the entertainment industry? The live stream continued until 3 p.m., when, at the director's signal, all the guests said goodbye to the audience, ending the day's broadcast. The next live broadcast will be on Saturday, 2 weeks from now. The rule of this variety show is that the first weekend is for live broadcast, and the second weekend will feature edited footage, since not everyone has time to follow the live broadcast all day. After the cameras were turned off, Director Xia briefly explained to everyone the location and arrangements for the next episode's recording. Afterwards, Chen Yi led Chen Zixi to say goodbye to Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, Yang Mi, and the children, promising to see them again in half a month. The production crew had already taken their luggage to the cars they had arrived in. Chen Yi picked up Chen Zixi, carefully placed her in the seat, fastened her seatbelt, and with the sound of the car starting, Chen Yi and his daughter left this beautiful rural town. However, what Chen Yi didn't know was that his statement about retiring from the entertainment industry caused a sensation online. Hashtag Chen Yi is about to retire from the entertainment industry hashtag, and the events of today's live broadcast also skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics, pushing down the trending topics that he himself dominated yesterday. The top trending topic, shocking. Chen Yi reveals on a program that he will retire from the entertainment industry for his daughter. The second trending topic is, hashtag Chen Yi composed Ansho hashtag singer Su Bing posted a message praising Chen Yi's talent. The third trending topic, hashtag Lu Yifei was bitten by a venomous snake, and Chen Yi bravely helped her suck out the poison hashtag Chen Yi, a true man who remained calm in the face of danger. The fourth trending topic is, hashtag guest hashtag Chen Yi in spring, netizens are calling you home to record a song. The fifth trending topic is, hashtag Shaniai's fans have returned to 60 million hashtag the amazing transformation from a young idol to a powerful singer. The top 5 trending topics were all about Chen Yi, and his various fan groups, which had long been defunct, have become active again, with even more members than before. Sisters, you all saw the live streams these past 2 days, right? Although brother Chen Yi has a daughter, it's not his fault. He's also a victim, so, sisters, we should forgive brother Chen Yi. No, we should apologize to brother Chen Yi. After all, we said such hurtful things. I'm sure he was very sad at the time. You're right. My heart aches so much when I think about how sad and helpless my brother looked the other day. I hate myself for leaving him when he was going through the hardest time. Wow, I'm so bad. Alright, let's not talk about self-blame for now. The most important thing right now is that our brother said he wants to retire from the entertainment industry. We must stop him. We need to let him know that he still has tens of millions of fans waiting for him and needing him. But, how can we stop it? My brother has completely become a doting father, his eyes are only for his precious daughter. No matter how difficult it is, we have to find a way. Are all these beautiful women in our family less attractive than a little girl? Everyone. Is this the same thing, sister? However, there are quite a few female fans like this in the group. They start brainstorming in the group, and all sorts of bizarre ideas come out one after another. This variety show opened the eyes of new fans who were captivated by Chen Yi's talent, showing them for the first time just how crazy his former fans were for his looks. While Chen Yi's fan group was buzzing with excitement, Chen Yi had already gotten off the plane and returned home. Since they went directly from the production crew to the airport, Chen Yi and his daughter were both very tired. After a quick wash, they went to bed early. The next day, Chen Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the doorbell. He was wearing a vest and shorts, and opened the door in a daze. Sister Hong, why are you here so early? Good morning? Look how far the sun is already. Zhang Hong rolled her eyes. I called you all day yesterday, but you wouldn't turn on your phone. I thought you'd been kidnapped. Hee. My phone died, I didn't even notice. Chen Yi ushered Zhang Hong into the house, then went to wash up. Zhang Hong didn't mind, as the two were already quite familiar with each other. She casually glanced around the living room, surprised to find it much cleaner and tidier than the last time she had been there. Moreover, all the sharp corners of the furniture had been covered up. It seems that Chen Zixi had a greater influence on him than she thought. Not long after, Chen Yi finished washing up and sat down opposite Zhang Hong. Sister Hong, is there something you need that you came all this way for? It's all because of you. My sister has been getting a terrible scolding from above these past 2 days. Zhang Hong said angrily upon hearing Chen Yi's question. And Xiao Ai, are you deliberately messing with me? If you have such amazing talent, why pretend you can't do anything? Otherwise, I wouldn't be pushing you to become a pretty boy. Now look what's happened. The company is blaming everything on me and even wants to give my two promising young talents to someone else to train. How could you do this to your sister like this? Stop, stop, stop. Sis, just tell me what the company wants you to talk to me about. Chen Yi quickly interrupted the aggrieved Zhang Hong. He didn't believe that Zhang Hong had come all morning just to complain to him. You heartless bastard. You don't care about your sister at all. I wasted all the good I did for you before. Chen Yi got up, pretending to go back to his room. If you don't tell me, I'm going to go back to sleep. Zhang Hong quickly grabbed Chen Yi, rolled her eyes at him, and said helplessly, the company wants you to go back. Sis, you know I'm planning to retire from the entertainment industry, and I even said it during my live stream yesterday, so there's no way I'll be going back to the company. Is it really confirmed? Yes, really. Okay, there's one more thing. The company's idea is that if you're sure you want to leave the entertainment industry, they hope to buy the songs you sang on the show. Selling songs? That seems like a way to make money. Chen Yi stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Sister, for songs, 1 million each, but the copyrights aren't for sale. And I'm only selling them to the company because of you, otherwise, given what they did to me before, I wouldn't have sold them to them. Zhang Hong still wanted to try, but seeing Chen Yi's resolute expression, she knew he wouldn't budge. She knew Chen Yi too well, he was incredibly stubborn. Okay, but I need to go back and let the company know. I'll bring the contract over tomorrow. After seeing Zhang Hong off, Chen Yi quietly went to Chen Zixi's room. Seeing that she was still fast asleep, he quietly left. Sunlight streamed softly through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Chen Zixi's small bed. After preparing breakfast, Chen Yi returned to Chen Zixi's room. Zixi, wake up. The sun's already high in the sky. Chen Zixi turned over, mumbled something indistinctly, and went back to sleep. Chen Yi smiled helplessly, gently pulled back the curtains, and sunlight instantly filled the entire room. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Chen Zixi's hair. Zixi, Daddy made your favorite pasta. Chen Zixi slowly opened her eyes. Really? Yes, hurry up and get up, it won't taste good if it gets cold, Chen Yi said with a smile. Oh well. Unable to resist the temptation of the food, Chen Zixi got up, put on her little bunny slippers, and headed to the bathroom. After washing up, Chen Zixi saw the delicious food on the table and immediately perked up, picking up her chopsticks and starting to eat. Zixi, did you go to kindergarten before? Chen Yi asked softly while watching Chen Zixi eat. Chen Zixi's mouth was full, and she said indistinctly, of course I've been there. My mom used to take me to kindergarten when I was little. It was so much fun there. Lots of kids played games together. But since my mom got sick, Zixi hasn't been there in a long time. Hearing this, Chen Yi felt a pang of sadness, but still smiled and said, then Dad wants to send you to kindergarten, would you like that? Upon hearing this, Chen Zixi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, really? Daddy, I want to go to kindergarten. Zixi is such a good girl. After breakfast, Chen Yi went to his study, turned on his computer, and began searching online for good kindergartens. Chen Yi carefully browsed the official websites of each kindergarten, checking their environment, teaching staff, teaching facilities, and curriculum. As he looked around, he jotted down the pros and cons of each kindergarten on paper. After some selection, Chen Yi chose 2 kindergartens that he was relatively satisfied with. One was Sunshine Bilingual Kindergarten, which focused on cultivating children's bilingual abilities and had a strong teaching staff. Another one is Rainbow Art Kindergarten. This kindergarten features art education and focuses on cultivating children's creativity and imagination. The curriculum is very rich and diverse, including various art courses such as painting, music, dance, and handicrafts. Moreover, the campus environment is very beautiful and full of artistic atmosphere. Chen Yi fell into deep thought. He felt that both kindergartens had their own advantages, but considering that Chen Zixi had shown a strong interest in art activities such as painting and singing since she was a child, and that she had a lively and cheerful personality, Rainbow Art Kindergarten was obviously more suitable for her. Ultimately, Chen Yi, who believed that his daughter's happiness was the most important thing, chose Rainbow Art Kindergarten. He called the kindergarten, made an appointment for a visit, and then took Chen Zixi to Rainbow Art Kindergarten. As they entered the gates of Rainbow Art Kindergarten, Chen Zixi was immediately captivated by everything before her. The campus was filled with colorful murals and decorations, as if she had stepped into a fairy tale world. The kindergarten's admissions teacher didn't recognize Chen Yi, who was wearing a mask, at first, but recognized Chen Zixi immediately. She had watched the variety show live streams for the past 2 days, so she immediately recognized the young man wearing a mask as Chen Yi, but she wasn't too excited. First, she was getting older and had passed the stage of idolizing celebrities. Second, her family's kindergarten was the best in the city, and many children of celebrities attended it, so she was used to seeing all kinds of celebrities. However, she still very warmly led Chen Yi and his daughter on a tour of the entire campus, explaining the kindergarten's teaching philosophy, curriculum, and teaching staff. Chen Zixi was particularly excited throughout the journey, constantly asking questions and showing great curiosity and love for everything here. After the visit, Chen Yi saw that his daughter liked it, so he didn't hesitate and directly enrolled her in the kindergarten. Although the tuition was very expensive, costing 300,000 yuan a year, for Chen Yi, who doted on his daughter, as long as Chen Zixi liked it, he wouldn't even blink if it cost 500,000 or 1 million yuan a year. After receiving the school bag and school supplies provided by the school, and making an appointment with the teacher to come to school the next day, Chen Yi drove the excited Chen Zixi home. In the following days, after dropping Chen Zixi off at kindergarten every day, Chen Yi would go home and start writing Journey to the West. He wanted to finish the novel as soon as possible, as it would provide him with the startup capital for his business. In addition, Chen Yi also discovered something incredible during this period. Since the fusion of his souls from the two worlds, his memory has become increasingly abnormal, almost to the point of being able to remember everything he sees. He can now recall every word of the works he read on Earth in his previous life, so he can type at an extremely fast speed without needing to think. Furthermore, his physical fitness has also improved significantly. He clearly felt that his strength, speed, and endurance had increased dramatically. Although it was not beyond the limits of human beings, it was still quite remarkable. With the capital for revolution, he didn't feel tired even though he was writing nearly 50,000 words a day. According to his calculations, he would be able to finish writing the novel Journey to the West in another 10 days or so, while Chen Yi was writing day and night. Xingai Entertainment. The news that Chen Yi had sold the songs Health Song, Where Has the Time Gone, in spring, and Guest to the company suddenly spread within Xingai Entertainment. Immediately, the artists at Xingai Entertainment were in an uproar, each anxiously approaching their own agents, racking their brains to get the company to allocate one of their songs to them. After all, these songs have received unanimous praise from everyone inside and outside the industry. Their high quality is obvious to all. If one could sing them, it would be like getting free traffic and fame. Who wouldn't be tempted? Just as the celebrities were showcasing their talents, news suddenly came from the company, extinguishing their hopes like a bucket of cold water. The songs Where Has the Time Gone? And Guest have been confirmed to be sung by Xia Yang, while In the Spring has been acquired by Zhang Fang, a veteran rock singer from the same company. Now, only Health Song remains to be assigned. However, because Health Song is styled like a children's song, many established singers felt that singing such a song was beneath them and would damage their image and status, so they did not approve of it and gave up on it. However, for those new singers who had just joined the company, the song was highly sought after, and they all wanted to seize this rare opportunity to make a name for themselves. At this time, in the artist management department of Xingai Entertainment, two new female singers were chatting during a break in the karaoke room. Xiaoxian, do you know? Right now, many of us newcomers are pulling strings and looking for connections, just to be able to sing Brother Chen Yi's health song. As Zhang Menqi spoke, she gently nudged Wang Xiaoxian with her elbow. You said you had such a good relationship with Brother Chen Yi back then. If you had asked him to put in a good word for you, the company might have let you sing this song. Wang Xiaoxian picked up the water bottle beside her, took a small sip to moisten her slightly dry throat, looked at her friend with a helpless expression, and sighed softly. Sigh, I haven't seen Chen Yi since his accident. I sent him messages at first, but he didn't reply to any of them. Now that he's terminated his contract with the company, it'll probably be even harder to see him in the future. Chen Yi is really something. He's so talented, why did he keep it hidden before? If he had shown everyone his abilities earlier, he wouldn't have been attacked so badly by those haters every day. Zhang Menqi muttered, scratching her hair, her face full of speechlessness. Upon hearing Zhang Menqi's words, Wang Xiaoxuan's mind instantly conjured up the scene of Chen Yi indignantly berating anti-fans as mentally ill, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, I think he's just too lazy. He'd rather be scolded than show his true talent. Just as the two were chatting about Chen Yi, a girl's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Xiaoxian, Sister Zhang Hong is looking for you. She wants you to go to conference room number 1. Zhang Hong? Isn't she Chen Yi's agent? Why would she suddenly come to see me? Wang Xiaoxian and Zhang Menqi looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. Although puzzled, Wang Xiaoxian immediately got up and hurriedly ran to the conference room. Upon arriving at the conference room door, Wang Xiaoxian took a deep breath, gently knocked, and only after hearing a come in from inside did she slowly push the door open. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Hong already seated at the head of the table, smiling at her. Hello, Sister Hong. Wang Xiaoxian quickly greeted her politely. Xiaoxian, come on, sit here. Zhang Hong smiled warmly and reached out to pull Wang Xiaoxian to sit down next to her. Seeing Wang Xiaoxuan's nervous expression, Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiaoxian, don't be nervous. I've invited you here today because I have something good to tell you. I have a song here that I'd like you to try singing. As she spoke, she took out a sheet of music and handed it to Wang Xiaoxian. A singing rehearsal? Wang Xiaoxian was pleasantly surprised. She excitedly took the sheet music and her eyes subconsciously looked at the top of the sheet music, where she saw the three big characters' health song. This is a song written by brother Chen Yi. Wang Xiaoxian looked at Zhang Hong with disbelief, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Sister Hong, is the company planning to have me sing this song? This wasn't the company's decision. It was a condition that Chen Yi specifically proposed when he sold the song to the company. He even said that this song is especially suitable for you to sing. Zhang Hong replied with a slight shake of her head and a smile. Was it Chen Yi who requested this? A surge of emotion welled up in Wang Xiaoxuan's heart, and the joy in her eyes could no longer be contained, overflowing beyond words. Thank you, Sister Hong. I will definitely practice hard and live up to your and brother Chen Yi's expectations. Well, no need to thank me. You can thank Chen Yi when you have time. Zhang Hong smiled and waved her hand, then said, practice hard today. The music director will come to check it out tomorrow. If you sing well, the company will arrange to release the song immediately. Okay, Sister Hong, I will definitely try my best. Wang Xiaoxian nodded vigorously, her face full of excitement. That evening, Chen Yi's phone suddenly rang while he was typing. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Wang Xiaoxian. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi understood that Zhang Hong must have given the song to Wang Xiaoxian. When he was with Xingai Entertainment, many singers were unwilling to associate with him, thinking that he was just a pretty boy who made a living off his looks, and they all looked down on him to some extent. However, Wang Xiaoxian, a newcomer who had just signed a contract, was very enthusiastic towards him, and even somewhat admired him. Although Chen Yi still doesn't know why a top student who graduated from a prestigious music academy would admire a popular young idol like himself, the girl's enthusiasm seems genuine. Therefore, when Chen Yi was at the company, he had the best relationship with Wang Xiaoxian. You're welcome. This song suits you perfectly. Sing it well, and good luck. In the girls' dormitory, Wang Xiaoxian nervously held her phone, staring intently at the screen, wondering if Chen Yi would reply after she sent the message. Ding! Wang Xiaoxian quickly turned on the screen and saw that Chen Yi's avatar was lit up. She excitedly clicked on it and saw Chen Yi's reply. She happily pulled a blanket over her head and twisted her long, beautiful legs in the blanket. Zhang Menqi, who was sleeping in the opposite bed, looked at her with a bewildered expression. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Are you in heat? You're so annoying. You're the one who's in heat. Wang Xiaoxian poked her head out, showing her little tiger teeth, and said coquettishly with a flushed face, Zhang Menqi, do you want me to find you a mirror so you can see what you look like now? Zhang Menqi joked. Is it because your brother Chen Yi specially saved the song for you to sing that you're so touched? Do you want to repay him with your body? No, that's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Xiaoxuan's cheeks were burning hot, her face flushed, but she still tried to remain calm and changed the subject. It's Sister Hong. She said if my performance tomorrow satisfies the music director, she'll send me a song and I'll directly participate in the July China Music Chart's new song ranking in 5 days. Zhang Menqi was indeed drawn in by the topic of the new song charts, and immediately perked up, asking somewhat excitedly, the company promised you can participate in the new song chart? That's great. Apart from Hua Ruoxiu, who won the 8th place on the new song chart last year as a newcomer, no new singer has been able to enter the top 10 of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart in the past 10 years. If Xiaoxian can make it into the top 10 this time, then you can become an overnight sensation like Hua Ruoxiu. Seeing Zhang Menqi's excitement, Wang Xiaoxian quickly interrupted. Stop, I don't even dare to dream of making it into the top 10. The worst singers in the top 10 of the new song chart are always second-tier singers. As a complete newcomer who doesn't even have a ranking, I can't afford to think like that. I'll be very satisfied if I can just make it into the top 50. Top 50? That's too low. I think at least top 30, or even top 20. Zhang Menqi disagreed, saying, after all, the quality of Chen Yi's song is there, and the song is also well known. Even if you are a newcomer, you should still get a lot of exposure in traffic. I hope so, Wang Xiaoxian nodded, agreeing with Zhang Menqi's statement, and her heart was filled with anticipation. In a slightly secluded little coffee shop, the afternoon sun shone through the mottled windows and fell on Chen Yi in the corner. He sat there quietly, wearing sunglasses that almost covered half his face, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, taking sips from time to time, as if waiting for someone. A short while later, a middle-aged man in a smart suit walked into the coffee shop. After scanning the room, he quickly locked his gaze on Chen Yi and walked straight toward him. Prior to this, the two knew each other's clothing through a phone call. Hello, I'm Li Donghai. Is this the job posting you published on the recruitment website? Li Donghai asked politely, his voice deep and magnetic. It's me. Chen Yi smiled and stood up, gesturing for Li Donghai to sit down. I plan to start a company, but I'm simply too busy to do it all myself, so I'd like to find someone to help me. Faced with Chen Yi's straightforward remarks, Li Donghai raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. Although Chen Yi was wearing large sunglasses, it was easy to tell from his physique that he was not very old. So young and already wanting to start a company? Li Donghai pondered to himself, vaguely feeling that today's trip might have been in vain. However, his years of professional experience allowed him to quickly suppress his disdain, and he still wore a smile as he asked, "Oh, what kind of company are you planning to start?" "Yes, it's a comprehensive company involved in investment, literary publishing, animation production, and will also venture into film and television production in the future," Chen Yi said unhurriedly. Cough, cough, cough. Li Donghai choked on the coffee he had just taken a sip of, and it took him a while to recover. A look of displeasure crossed his face as he looked at Chen Yi and said, "Are you kidding me?" Chen Yi did not take the unfriendly tone in Li Donghai's voice seriously. He knew about Li Donghai's past. 10 years ago, he was a top-notch agent in the entertainment industry. However, at a dinner party, in order to protect one of the female artists he represented, he did not hesitate to offend a powerful director in the entertainment industry at the time. Afterwards, he faced fierce retaliation, making his situation in the industry extremely difficult. His company, for reasons unknown, eventually fired him. Disheartened, Li Donghai resolutely withdrew from the entertainment industry. A few days ago, Chen Yi was screening resumes on a job recruitment website when he unexpectedly came across Li Donghai's resume. Considering that Li Donghai's abilities and character were quite good, Chen Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately contacted him, arranging a meeting for today. "Mr. Li, please calm down. I'm not joking." As Chen Yi spoke, he slowly took off his sunglasses and introduced himself with a hint of joking. "My name is Chen Yi. You've probably heard of me. I'm that young heartthrob whose career was recently ruined." The moment Chen Yi took off his sunglasses, Li Donghai's eyes widened in shock. Who is Chen Yi? Before the collapse, he was a top influencer. After the collapse, he became an even more prominent figure among top influencers. These past few days, he's been all over the internet and major media outlets. I also watched the variety show Livestream a while ago. He's a truly talented young man. I didn't expect it to be Professor Chen Yi. I was being presumptuous just now, I'm so sorry. Li Donghai quickly composed himself and apologized profusely. "Brother Li, you're too kind. Although I haven't been in this business for very long, I've heard a bit about your past." Chen Yi smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. "Brother, you're willing to offend big shots for your artists. In the complicated and corrupt entertainment industry, this kind of behavior is truly commendable." Faced with Chen Yi's sudden change from Mr. Li to Brother Li in a friendly manner, and his sincere praise, Li Donghai couldn't help but feel pleased. "Hey, brother, let's not talk about that. I was young and impetuous back then." He then shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Although I never regretted my actions back then, when I later discovered that I had actually helped a scheming woman, I realized how incredibly stupid I had been." Chen Yi shook his head slightly and did not respond. This matter involved a film industry queen, so it was indeed not a good time to respond. Seeing this, Li Donghai wisely stopped talking about the topic and instead changed the subject to Chen Yi starting a company. "Brother Chen Yi, you said you want to start a company, could you tell me more about it?" Chen Yi nodded, gathered his thoughts slightly, and then slowly began to speak. "Here's the thing, Brother Li, I have a nearly finished Journey to the West novel. I plan to publish it first, and then use the proceeds to open an animation company, initially focusing on comic book production. In addition, there is film investment. Currently, there are about these two projects." After listening, Li Donghai remained silent for a moment, a look of worry on his face. "Brother, as far as I know, the level of animation talent in China is uneven. It's not easy to recruit truly skilled people. Moreover, the risk of investing in movies is extremely high, and there are very few movies that can make money these days." Faced with Li Donghai's concerns, Chen Yi smiled dismissively. "Brother Li, don't worry. I have several comic scripts and the character prototypes are all designed. All I need to do is hire some professional illustrators and chief editors. As for film investment, I've written a few scripts in my spare time. I'll show them to you later. If you think they're good, then we can find a suitable film and television company to discuss cooperation. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Li Donghai was stunned, his mind going blank. Faced with a freak who could write novels, draw comics, and even write screenplays, and he could also write songs, Li Donghai was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "Brother, you're absolutely awesome. Hee, it's alright, it's alright." Chen Yi smiled and readily accepted Li Donghai's praise. "How about it, Brother Li? Consider coming to help me. You don't need to worry about the salary at all, it will definitely be the highest standard in the industry." Looking at Chen Yi's sincere expression, Li Donghai silently weighed his options. He had been unemployed for the past 6 months, without income, and was under considerable financial pressure from his wife and daughter. Thinking of this, he abandoned any pretense of modesty and immediately nodded in agreement. "Boss, please take good care of me from now on. Haha, I'll have to rely on you a lot from now on, brother." Chen Yi stood up with a smile, reached out and shook hands tightly with Li Donghai. The two smiled at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. In the following period, the two had detailed discussions on many matters, including publishing the novel, obtaining the necessary permits for starting a company, choosing a company location, and recruiting staff. Time slipped by unnoticed until Chen Yi's phone rang to remind him to pick up Chen Zixi from school, at which point the two reluctantly ended their conversation. 12 a.m. on July 1st. In their dormitory, Wang Xiaoxian and Zhang Menqi excitedly sat in front of their computer, watching the changes in the China Music New Song Chart. It's been updated. The July rankings have been updated. Zhang Menqi excitedly shouted, Xiaoxian, quickly check where your song is ranked. Okay, I'll look for it. Equally excited, Wang Xiaoxian began to move the mouse quickly. Why isn't it here yet? Just as the two were getting anxious, Zhang Menqi suddenly pointed to a name and shouted, found it. It's here. It's number 102. My ranking is a bit low, Wang Xiaoxian said, sounding somewhat downcast. Don't you know that the initial rankings on the new song chart are based on the singer's level? Zhang Menqi said speechlessly, you don't even have a level, you're lucky to be ranked around 100th, it's all thanks to the company's reputation. Oh, right. Hearing her friend's words, Wang Xiaoxian slapped her forehead and giggled, hee. I got so nervous that I forgot about this rule. Zhang Menqi rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoxian, hurry up and check where the other people in our company are ranked? Good. Next, the two discovered Zhang Feng, a veteran top-tier rock singer in the company, whose song in the spring ranked 13th. Xia Yang's Guests was ranked 10th, and Where Did the Time Go? Was ranked 6th. Xia Yang is also a top-tier artist. Although he is not a singer by profession, he enjoys the same treatment as top-tier singers on the music charts. The celebrity ranking system in Xia Kingdom is very complex, and celebrities from various fields can participate in the evaluation, such as the entertainment industry, the cultural industry, the animation industry, and so on. The government will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on factors such as an individual's works, fame, number of fans, etc. If an individual meets the required standards, the government will publish the results on its official website, which will be updated monthly. The star level is divided into 6 levels, from lowest to highest, 5th tier, 4th tier, 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and super tier king and queen. The 4 major figures in the entertainment industry want to make Xia Yang and his group the youngest superstars, so 2 of Chen Yi's 4 songs were given to Xia Yang. If the other 2 songs weren't so unsuitable for him, Xingai Entertainment would have loved to have Xia Yang sing them all. They wanted to quickly increase Xia Yang's output and fame in a short period of time. Same. The other 3 major companies also mobilized their top creative teams to prepare new songs for Li Wenfen, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao, as if they had planned it together, each producing 2 new songs. Li Wenfen's songs ranked 7th and 11th respectively. Xiao Minghao's songs were ranked 8th and 12th respectively. Lu Han, who started as a singer, was initially ranked slightly higher than Xia Yang and the other 2, placing 5th and 9th respectively. The 4 of them together occupied 8 spots on the new song chart, from number 5 to number 12. The top 4 spots on the new song chart are occupied by several strong, veteran, and top-tier singers. Wow, the top 15 songs on the new song chart are all so good, Wang Xiaoxian and Zhang Menqi exclaimed after listening to music for more than an hour. Menqi, are you sure I have a chance of making it into the top 20? Wang Xiaoxian blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Zhang Menqi expectantly. Sister, I think your initial goal of being in the top 50 is pretty good. For the first time, we shouldn't aim too high. Wang Xiaoxian. The next day, Wang Xiaoxian and Zhang Menqi, who were still fast asleep, were awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Still half asleep, Wang Xiaoxian opened the dormitory door and saw several of her roommates from the next dormitory. She let them in. What's up so early in the morning? What do you mean, early morning? It's almost noon. The girls were speechless. It's already noon? Wang Xiaoxian looked bewildered. It must be because Menqi and I went to bed too late last night. By the way, why did you all come together? Is something the matter? Of course it's your song. It's ranked so well on the new song chart, so let's all congratulate you. A long-haired girl said with envy, and the other 3 girls nodded in agreement, but a hint of jealousy flashed in their eyes. My song? What number is it on the charts now? Hearing about the new song charts immediately dispelled her drowsiness, and she asked excitedly. You should see for yourself, the long-haired girl said with a smile, keeping everyone in suspense. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxian immediately turned on her computer. At this moment, Zhang Menqi also got off the bed, greeted the others, and then stuck her head in front of the screen. Wow! Xia Yang's Where Did the Time Go? Is ranked 4th, and Guest is ranked 5th. That's amazing! Zhang Menqi exclaimed in surprise. Since Wang Xiaoxian started looking from the beginning, she saw Xia Yang's ranking at first glance. Not only that, look, Zhang Feng's ranking in springtime has also improved, he's now in 8th place, Wang Xiaoxian said enviously, while her hand quickly moved the mouse, scrolling down the screen anxiously to find her own name. Found it. Wang Xiaoxian took a closer look and was surprised to find that she had moved up to 68th place, a full 34 places higher than the previous night. Wow! Xiaoxian, you're amazing. You've risen 34 places in less than a day. You might actually make it into the top 20. Zhang Menqi congratulated Wang Xiaoxian with a happy expression. Wang Xiaoxian was also very excited, but she remained rational and did not get carried away. No way. It's all thanks to Chen Yi's good songs. Besides, I wouldn't even dare to dream of making the top 20, I'd be more than satisfied if I made it into the top 30. At this moment, the other 4 girls also congratulated her. Regardless of who among them was sincere or not, at least the atmosphere seemed very warm. On the second day, the ranking of Health Song rose to 39th, and on the third day it was 23rd. Overjoyed, Wang Xiaoxian grabbed Zhang Menqi's hand and shook it vigorously. Kikai, I'm 23rd. I'm 23rd now. Zhang Menqi was also happy for her friend. Don't worry, maybe it will rise again tomorrow? Just as Zhang Menqi predicted, the ranking of Health Song rose to 16th on the 4th day and 11th on the 5th day. This ranking has already surpassed the achievements of some top-tier singers. Wang Xiaoxian has become famous, not only within her company but also by appearing on trending topics. Although she only ranked 13th on the trending list, it is already quite an achievement for a singer who has not yet officially debuted. There's a lot of online discussion about whether she can break into the top 10 tomorrow and replicate Hua Ruoxiu's achievement from last year. On the 6th day, witnessed by many netizens, Wang Xiaoxian's Health Song soared to the 6th position, surpassing Hua Ruoxiu's 9th place last year, and achieving the best result for a new singer on the Huaxia music chart in nearly 10 years. In no time, Wang Xiaoxian, a new singer, became famous in the music industry. Xingdai Entertainment took this opportunity to promote Wang Xiaoxian with all its might and even assigned her a manager. In July, the China music chart not only saw Wang Xiaoxian's meteoric rise, but Xia Yang and Zhang Feng also enjoyed immense popularity. Yesterday, on the 5th day of the new song chart, Xia Yang's Where Has the Time Gone reached number 1, while Guest also took 2nd place. Zhang Feng's Spring Breeze took 3rd place. So many media outlets are saying that this week's China music chart belongs to Xingdai Entertainment. Just when everyone thought the ranking wouldn't change, the downloads of Wang Xiaoxian's Health Song continued to slowly increase. Fang Yu is a kindergarten teacher. The time she spends with the children every day always makes her feel incredibly happy and fulfilled. During lunch break that day, the children in the classroom had all quietly fallen asleep. As usual, Fang Yu sat at her desk, opened her music app, and prepared to refresh the song charts to see if there were any new songs suitable to share with the children. Just then, a song called Health Song caught her eye. Is it a song about health? Interesting. Out of curiosity, she casually pressed play, and the cheerful melody instantly filled the classroom. The rhythm was like a group of little elves leaping about, light and lively. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twist your neck, wiggle your hips, let's exercise early and get up early. The simple and catchy lyrics seem to have a magical power, making people want to hum along and sway their bodies to the rhythm. Fang Yu's spirits lifted immediately, and she couldn't help but think, if this song is taught to children, they can easily remember the basics of healthy living while enjoying the cheerful melody, develop good habits such as going to bed early and getting up early and exercising more, and also improve their sense of rhythm and physical coordination while singing and dancing. With that in mind, Fang Yu immediately bought and downloaded the song without hesitation. Then, she put on her headphones and began to earnestly learn along with Wang Xiaoxian's energetic singing. Fortunately, the melody of the song was relatively simple, and in no time, she was able to hum it fluently. During the afternoon class, Fang Yu happily played the song in the classroom. The children's eyes, which were originally a little sleepy, lit up instantly, and they all looked at her with curiosity and excitement. Fang Yu smiled and said to the children, "My darlings, today I'm going to teach you a really fun song. Shall we learn it together?" Yes. The children cheered in unison. So, Fang Yu played songs and led the children in singing and dancing to the rhythm. The children's laughter and singing mingled together, and the classroom instantly became a sea of joy. Zhao Yu is an office worker and also a doting father to his adorable 6-year-old daughter. During his breaks at work, just thinking about his daughter's sweet smile fills him with energy. That day, while his boss was away from the office, Zhao Yu took the opportunity to relax and casually opened the new song chart on his phone to see if there were any good songs. Suddenly, the familiar song Health Song appeared on the list. He was stunned. He instantly recalled watching Chen Yi's live broadcast and seeing Chen Yi and his daughter singing this song together. The scene was full of warmth and happiness. How wonderful it would be if I sang this song with my daughter. She would be so happy, Zhao Yu thought to himself, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he downloaded the song, put on an earphone, and began to hum along softly to Wang Xiaoxian's voice. Xiaoying is a female college student and a loyal fan of Chen Yi. She knows that 4 songs written by Chen Yi have appeared on the new song chart. Although Chen Yi did not sing them himself, Xiaoying will fully support any work created by Chen Yi. She forwarded the links to these 4 songs to her WeChat Moments, Fidian, and other social media platforms, along with her own recommendations, hoping that her relatives and friends would listen to these great songs. To Xiaoying's surprise, in just a few days, her social media was flooded with messages, with relatives and friends leaving her messages every day. Everyone praised the songs, especially Health Song, which received many positive reviews. They said that listening to this song made them feel particularly happy, as if all their worries could disappear in the lighthearted melody and childlike lyrics. Xiaoying thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The singer named Wang Xiaoxian had a very distinctive voice that could convey a cheerful mood. On the 7th day of the new song chart, Wang Xiaoxian's Health Song actually surpassed Zhang Feng's Spring Breeze, and the number of downloads was still slowly approaching the second position. Not only was Wang Xiaoxian herself stunned, but even all the netizens who follow the new song charts were shocked. Is this new singer really that good? I have a feeling she's going to take down Xia Yang. Are we about to witness a miracle? I don't know. If this newcomer can really upset Xia Yang and take first place, then she will make history. Netizens are expressing a variety of opinions and are extremely excited. In a luxurious villa, Xia Yang held his phone, his face filled with tension. His earlier smugness had vanished, replaced by fear. He stared at the Health Song playing on his phone and silently screamed, "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer." However, things do not always go according to his will. On the morning of the 8th day, Health Song surpassed Guest Song to take second place. Then, under everyone's excited gaze, 5 hours later, Health Song surpassed Where Did the Time Go? To successfully top the new song chart. Boom! The entire music industry and the internet are in an uproar. Holy crap, I witnessed a miracle. Since the new song chart was established, no new singer has ever achieved number 1. This newcomer named Wang Xiaoxian is amazing. Indeed, if other female singers had sung this Health Song, it certainly wouldn't have achieved such results, but Wang Xiaoxian's voice is very suitable for singing this song. Actually, I admire Chen Yi more. Look at the top 4 songs on this week's new song chart, they are all written by him. This achievement is really amazing. Indeed, but speaking of Chen Yi, what is he doing now? It feels like it's been quite a while since we've seen him. Although netizens' topics have gone a bit off track, it hasn't affected Wang Xiaoxian's popularity. Her achievement of topping the new song chart and making history on the chart has propelled her to the top of the trending searches. That night, Wang Xiaoxian cried all night long, tears of excitement and joy. However, the next day, seeing Zhang Menqi with dark circles under her eyes, she had to promise to treat her to meals for a month to dispel her friend's resentment. That day. About 2 weeks later, Chen Yi received another text message from Wang Xiaoxian. Brother Chen Yi, Health Song has reached number 1 on the new song chart. I'm so happy. And I really want to thank you. So, can I treat you to a meal to express my gratitude in person? Do you have time? Chen Yi smiled slightly. He wasn't surprised by the result. It wasn't that his other 3 songs were inferior to Health Song, but rather that Wang Xiaoxian's voice was just too perfect for the song. She sounded exactly like the little witch fan Xiaoxian from his previous life, and their names were similar too. In the era when gods were fighting each other in their past lives, fan Xiaoxian quickly rose to fame across the country with songs like Health Song and I Love Taking a Bath, becoming a household name. Health Song even made it onto the Spring Festival Gala that year, gaining countless fans. So, there's no reason why Wang Xiaoxian in this world shouldn't succeed. I saw the news of your victory too, congratulations. As for dinner, let's wait a few days. I'm going to participate in the recording of the 2nd episode of the variety show tomorrow. I'll contact you again when I get back. Less than 2 seconds later, Chen Yi's text message notification sounded again. Okay, brother Chen Yi, I'll wait for your call. Smiley face. After putting down his phone, Chen Yi got up, dressed, put on a mask, and drove his luxury sports car out the door. It was the same coffee shop as last time. When Chen Yi walked in, Li Donghai had already arrived. Brother Li, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No, I just arrived too. What would you like to drink, boss? A latte will do. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yi took out a USB drive and handed it to Li Donghai. Brother Li, this is the electronic manuscript of Journey to the West. Keep it safe. Also, how are things going with your publisher? Li Donghai took the USB drive and carefully put it into his bag. Boss, I've already negotiated with 4 major publishing houses, which basically cover 90% of bookstores nationwide. Because of your reputation and the brilliance of the earlier parts of this Journey to the West, they can all offer us the highest level of sales commission of 40%. They suggested selling the novel Journey to the West in 3 volumes, with each volume priced at 20 yuan, but a set could be priced at 50 yuan. Listening to Li Donghai's account, Chen Yi secretly calculated in his mind. If a set costs 50 yuan, 40% is 20 yuan. After deducting 10% tax, he can get 18 yuan from that set of books. Let me think about how many sets of Journey to the West were published in my previous life. I think someone roughly estimated that there were tens of millions of sets. I'll calculate based on 10 million sets, then 18 yuan x 10 million equals 180 million. Why do I suddenly not want to run a company anymore? I just want to lie down and relax. Li Donghai, who was introducing these publishing houses, suddenly noticed that Chen Yi in front of him seemed to be lost in thought, and his expression was sometimes happy and sometimes conflicted, which made him quite confused. Boss, what's wrong? Do you have a problem with these publishing houses? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something else. Please continue. Chen Yi immediately suppressed his restless urge to lie down and listened attentively to Li Donghai's analysis and introduction. Not long after, Li Donghai hurriedly left with the USB drive, preparing to contact various publishing houses. He and Chen Yi had already finalized the follow-up matters, and all they had to do was follow the plan step by step. The next day, Friday, Chen Yi picked up Chen Zixi from the kindergarten at noon. After a short rest at home, he drove straight to the airport. This episode of the variety show was filmed in the film and television city of Yanjing, the capital. Along the way, Chen Zixi chattered excitedly, full of anticipation for seeing the other girls. After a flight of more than 2 hours, the plane slowly landed at Yanjing Airport. By then, it was already dark, and the city lights were coming on, bathing the entire city in colorful lights. Teacher Chen, over here. A clear voice broke the noise of the airport. Chen Yi looked over at the sound and saw Ji Yan waving vigorously at him with a big smile, then walking quickly toward him. This girl's eyesight is amazing. She was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and Zixi was wearing a sun hat that almost covered half her face, yet she still recognized them at a glance. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at it in his heart. Chen Yi greeted Ji Yan with a smile, then led Chen Zixi to the car that Ji Yan had specially come to pick them up, and went directly to the hotel. Chen Zixi, who was beside Ji Yan, had also become somewhat familiar with her. The two chatted animatedly the whole way, with bursts of laughter occasionally breaking the silence. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Chen Yi and his daughter had just finished breakfast in their room when Ji Yan came to pick him up. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived at Yanjing Film and Television City. The car slowly stopped outside a spacious courtyard. As soon as Chen Yi got out of the car and walked into the antique courtyard, he saw that the other 7 groups of guests had all arrived. At the same time, Chen Zixi's eyes lit up instantly. She spotted the girls she had been longing for and excitedly ran over to them. Hua Ruyu, Lu Qian, and a few other girls were also very happy to see Chen Zixi. They chattered and surrounded her, holding her hand and whispering to each other happily, as if they had endless little secrets to share. Brother Chen Yi, it's been a long time. With a fawning smile on her face, Hua Ruoxiu lightly approached Chen Yi, her eyes full of anticipation, and said, Brother Chen Yi, you're truly a treasure in our music industry. When you have some free time, please write me a song. Just name your price, no bargaining. Recently, a saying has been circulating in the music industry: whoever gets a song written by Chen Yi has the qualification to challenge for the top of the new song chart. This high praise speaks volumes. Hua Ruoxiu, who started her career as a singer, has not made it into the top 10 of the new song chart since she reached 9th place last year. The day before yesterday, she witnessed a new singer sing Chen Yi's song and make history on the new song chart, achieving the number 1 spot. It was impossible for her not to feel envious. When I saw Chen Yi again today, I could no longer hold back and took the initiative to ask him to sing a song. Chen Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Ruoxiu's words. The songs I compose are divided into 3 price levels: 500,000, 1 million, and 2 million. What price level of song do you want? Hua Ruoxiu was momentarily speechless at Chen Yi's words, but she quickly recovered and hurriedly asked, Then what level were those 4 songs you wrote before? It's priced around 1 million, how about that? It's great value for money, isn't it? Chen Yi replied with a smile. Okay. Hua Ruoxiu nodded vigorously, agreeing with Chen Yi's words. For songs occupying the top 4 spots on the new song chart was incredibly cost-effective. Then I want a song that costs 2 million, Hua Ruoxiu said without hesitation. I didn't expect you to be so rich, Chen Yi said with a surprised smile. But there's something I need to mention beforehand: I don't sell the copyrights for the songs I write. So, are you still going to buy it? Buy it, of course I'll buy it. Hua Ruoxiu bought Chen Yi's songs to boost her ranking on the new song charts, and for the sake of celebrity ratings, she didn't care about copyright at all. Okay, what are your requirements for the songs? Let's find some positive and inspirational songs. Good. Seeing that Hua Ruoxiu had successfully bought the song from Chen Yi, Xia Yang, and the other 3 were also eager to do the same, but they didn't dare to ask Chen Yi for the song, because they knew that Chen Yi was very likely to ignore them. Having earned another 2 million, Chen Yi was in high spirits. Just then, he saw Lu Yifei walking towards him and greeted her. "Hey, your leg is all better now." Lu Yifei gave him a playful glare. "After the show's recording, don't go back with Zixi. I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay, I've heard that Peking duck in Yanjing is pretty good. Bring plenty of money with you, I have a big appetite," Chen Yi joked with a smile. Just as Chen Yi and Lu Yifei were chatting, director Xian appeared before everyone, briefly explained some points to note, and seeing that it was already 9 o'clock, waved and called out, "Start live stream." Viewers who had been waiting in front of their screens for a long time were thrilled when the screen lit up. The live broadcast they had been looking forward to for half a month had finally begun. Meanwhile, the fans of the celebrity guests are also gearing up, ready to cheer for their idols and boost their popularity on the public screen. But just as they were typing, the chat suddenly exploded with a torrent of comments. "Brother Chen Yi, we're here. You're the best. Brother Chen Yi, we're here. You're the best. Brother Chen Yi, we're here. You're the best." The entire screen was filled with a single, perfectly synchronized sentence, clearly indicating that this was organized and premeditated. Tens of millions of viewers were stunned, a sense of familiarity welling up inside them. That army of die-hard fans is back. That's right. Before Chen Yi's career collapsed, no matter what event he attended, his fans would mobilize in unison to firmly control the scene, so other celebrities would become mere foils to Chen Yi. A prominent figure in the entertainment industry once commented, "Among all celebrities, Chen Yi's fans are the most brainless and unreasonable, but it is equally undeniable that their fighting power is also the strongest." Chen Yi was unaware of the online buzz. They were currently listening attentively to the director explaining the mission for this episode. 8 groups of guests will form teams to recruit actors in the film and television city and shoot a short film, which must be completed by 3 p.m. tomorrow. Each group of guests is required to have 2 people participate in the performance. You see the small boxes on the table behind me? Each box contains a script. Female guests can choose the red box, and male guests can choose the blue box. Of course, if you are confident in yourselves, you can also write your own scripts. In addition, considering the tight schedule, the production team will provide each group of guests with a filming crew and an assistant director. Remember, the assistant director will not be involved in camera movement, they will only execute the filming according to your instructions. These are all the requirements. Please feel free to ask if you have any questions. "Director, are the guests able to collaborate on a performance?" Yang Mi asked. "Yes, but if 2 groups of guests collaborate, then there will be a requirement for the film's length, it cannot be less than 30 minutes. This would be very difficult, so I don't recommend doing it that way." Yang Mi nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that no one had any further questions, Xian signaled that everyone could begin their work. At this point, each group of guests was followed by a cameraman holding a video camera, and the live stream on the internet was split into 8 separate screens. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao walked straight out of the courtyard, seemingly indicating that they were not going to use the script provided by the production team. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu didn't think too much and went straight to the red boxes, each choosing one. The company didn't provide them with a script beforehand, and they weren't confident they could write one themselves, so they had no choice. Chen Yi didn't choose a script either, thinking he could just give a casual answer. In the previous episode, he stood out too much, overshadowing Xia Yang and the other 3, which displeased the 3 major companies. They went to Xingai Entertainment to put pressure on him, and then, Xingai Entertainment's executives put pressure on Zhang Hong. So, feeling utterly dejected, Zhang Hong went to Chen Yi and repeatedly told him not to show off anymore. She practically begged him to stop. Chen Yi, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, readily agreed and solemnly promised that he would not steal Xia Yang's thunder this time, which satisfied Zhang Hong. So he took Chen Zixi for a stroll around the film studio. The camera then switches to Li Wenfen and his 3 companions, who are selecting actors in the actor recruitment area of the film studio. Holding a list of roles, Li Wenfen earnestly communicated with each actor who came to audition, and occasionally asked some professional questions. The scene fully demonstrated his rigorous attitude and professionalism towards acting. His fans showered him with praise in the live chat. "Wow, Brother Wenfen is so serious. No wonder he is a professional actor. He is so meticulous when it comes to casting." Judging from Brother Wenfen's attitude, this short film is sure to be a high-quality production. Looking forward to it. Xia Yang was also carefully observing the performance of each actor, holding a pen in his hand and occasionally jotting something down in his notebook. His focus and dedication made fans exclaim, "Yang Yang is so dedicated. His serious demeanor is simply captivating." Lu Han and Xiao Minghao were equally impressive. They interacted with the actors and even personally demonstrated some performance clips to help the actors better understand their roles. Their fans also left messages praising them. On the other side, Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Hua Ruoxiu were still in the original courtyard, diligently studying their respective scripts. The three beautiful women also received a lot of praise from netizens. Effie is so beautiful, and she's even more captivating when she's intently reading the script. Yang Mi's notes are so detailed. With such a dedicated attitude, no wonder she's so popular. Go Ruoksu. Although you are a singer, we believe you can definitely make this short film well. Compared to the seriousness of the other guests, Chen Yi leisurely strolled around the film and television city with his daughter Chen Zixi, seemingly having completely forgotten that he had the task of filming a short film. They arrived in front of an ancient building. Chen Yi stopped and pointed to the building's eaves and brackets, saying to Chen Zixi, "Zixi, look at the eaves of this building. Doesn't it look like a bird spreading its wings to take flight? It's not only beautiful, but it also serves to drain water and provide shade." Chen Zixi tilted her head back, her eyes filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. She listened attentively to her father's explanation, occasionally asking some cute questions. Chen Yi then led Chen Zixi into an antique-style room, furnished with some old furniture and decorations. Chen Yi picked up a blue and white porcelain vase. "Zixi, blue and white porcelain is very precious. Look at the patterns on it. They were all drawn stroke by the craftsman and then fired at high temperatures. Each piece of blue and white porcelain represents the culture and historical heritage of our country." Chen Zixi carefully touched the blue and white porcelain vase, a look of amazement on her face. Upon seeing this, netizens flooded the screen with comments and criticisms. What is Chen Yi doing? Why isn't he hurrying up and finding actors? Haha, Chen Yi is too calm. Is he planning to give up the competition? Although it was very loving for Chen Yi to introduce history and architectural styles to his daughter, now is not the time. Let's finish the task first. Chen Yi's slacking off is too obvious. Could it be that he stole the spotlight last time and is now too scared to do it this time? What the person upstairs said makes sense. As we all know, this variety show is specifically designed to create the four heavenly kings. Last episode, Chen Yi completely overshadowed the four kings, so this episode, the four major entertainment companies definitely won't let him steal the spotlight again. Therefore, it's only natural that he was warned. Damn, these four entertainment companies are shameless. They can't beat us head on, so they resort to underhanded tactics, right? I feel so sorry for Yigag. Sisters, come with me to the official websites of these four companies and get justice for our Yigag. When Chen Yi's fans saw the comments above, they realized that their idol was being targeted, and they immediately began to organize revenge out of righteous indignation. Chen Yi was unaware of the online discussions, nor of the fact that his fans were preparing to attack the official websites of the four major entertainment companies on his behalf. He continued to stroll around the film and television city with Chen Zixi, introducing her to various architectural styles and historical culture, which Chen Zixi listened to with great interest. Before they knew it, it was already noon, and Chen Yi still hadn't started looking for actors. He led Chen Zixi unknowingly to the place where extras gathered. Although it was common for people who frequented the film and television city to see celebrities, Chen Yi, who had been making headlines recently, still attracted a lot of attention, especially some young girls who stood in twos and threes not far from him, watching him and whispering. Chen Yi didn't care about being surrounded by onlookers. He took Chen Zixi's hand and led her to a place that sold boxed lunches. "How much is this boxed lunch, ma'am?" "We have 15, 20, and 25 ones, young man, which one do you want?" Although the woman saw the camera behind Chen Yi, she didn't take it seriously. It was commonplace in the film studio. Chen Yi squatted down and examined it carefully. After comparing them, he said, "Give me 2 of the 25 yuan portions." "Okay." Chen Yi took the 2 boxed meals and led Chen Zixi to a small stone stool. Chen Yi folded his coat into a small cushion and placed it under Chen Zixi's bottom, while he himself sat down on the ground and began to eat. Many of the extras not far from them had been secretly watching Chen Yi and his daughter from the very beginning. When they saw Chen Yi's unpretentious side, they were also surprised. 2 young men were whispering about Chen Yi. "Brother Yi, how come there's such a huge gap between people? Look at Chen Yi, he's not even as old as me, but he's already a top star in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, I've been struggling in the entertainment industry for 3 years, and I'm still just a temporary actor without any rank. God, this is just too unfair. Zio Bai, what's the use of saying all that? Look at the people around you, which one of them has put in less effort than you, and how many of them have made it big? Look at me, your brother. I graduated from the directing department of our school, but what about now? I've become an extra. So, people should believe in fate. Look at Chen Yi, he's a big star, a top celebrity, but could you write songs like Journey to the West or Spring Breeze? Don't just look at his glamorous side, we also have to admire his talent." Bai Ke hung his head, looking dejected. "Brother Yi, you're right. I shouldn't be complaining here. Brother Ki, the thought of how long I have to endure this makes me feel lost. I'm really afraid that I'll give up all my youth and end up with nothing." Yi Zhou didn't speak. He patted Bai Ke on the shoulder, then stood up, looked towards the distant horizon, and softly hummed. I still remember spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair, didn't have a credit card, didn't have her, and didn't have a home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy back then. Bai Kei listened quietly as Yi Zhou sang Chen Yi's In the Spring Breeze, and suddenly realized something. Even if I didn't succeed, I experienced it, struggled, loved it, and embraced my dream up close, and that's enough. Unbeknownst to Bai Kei and Yi Zhou, Chen Yi was also secretly watching them. Just now, when Chen Yi was wiping Chen Zixi's mouth, he accidentally saw them. To Chen Yi's surprise, Yi Zhou's bald head and Bai Kei's expressionless face were too similar to those of Wan He Tianyi in his previous life. So they also piqued Chen Yi's interest. He had been racking his brains about what kind of short film he should make to handle this mission, and now he had an idea. Xia Guo's short film still maintains the structure and core of a regular film. Although it is short, the connotation and meaning it expresses are no less than those of a regular film, it is just condensed. Therefore, if he were to make a completely nonsensical and satirical short film, the audience in Xia country would definitely not be able to accept it, and then his mission would be accomplished. Thinking of this, Chen Yi originally wanted to go over and talk to the two of them directly, but Zixi hadn't finished eating yet, so he stood up and called out to Bai Kei and the other person. "Hey bro, can you come over here for a second?" Bai Kei looked at Chen Yi with a puzzled expression, then asked Yi Zhou uncertainly, "Brother Yi, is Chen Yi talking to us?" Yi Zhou was also completely bewildered. He looked around, only the two brothers were in this direction. "Well, it seems like, right?" At this moment, Chen Yi called out again, "Bald brother and the guy next to you, could you come over here?" Bai Kei and Yi Zhou exchanged a glance, realizing they were being called upon. Then the two of them took off running towards Chen Yi. Bai Kei and Yi Zhou ran up to Chen Yi, their faces showing a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Chen Yi smiled, extended his hand, and shook hands with each of them, saying, "Hello, I'm Chen Yi. I'm here with my daughter to participate in a variety show. You've probably heard of it, right?" Bai Kei and Yi Zhou nodded hurriedly. Yi Zhou said excitedly, "Of course I know, Teacher Chen. You're super popular right now. We always watch your shows." Bai Kei chimed in, yes, it's so lucky to meet you here in person." "Haha, thank you for your attention. Well, I have a task for this program, which is to shoot a short film. I just saw you two and thought you'd be a good fit. I was wondering if you'd be willing to participate in the filming?" Upon hearing this, the two of them widened their eyes, their faces first showing disbelief, then turning red with excitement. Bai Kei's voice trembled slightly, "Really? Teacher Chen, are you serious? We'd love to." Yi Zhou was also extremely excited. "Oh my, Teacher Chen, this is an opportunity we never even dared to dream of. We are definitely willing, absolutely willing." Chen Yi knew how difficult it was for an extra to get a lead role, and seeing Bai Kei and Yi Zhou's excitement, he was also infected by their emotions. "Haha, okay, it's good to see how enthusiastic you two are. But we're still missing a female lead. We need to find someone young and pretty. Do you know anyone like that?" Yi Zhou quickly patted his chest and said, yes, Teacher Chen, I know a girl named Su Jia. She's very pretty, and she's been working as an extra at the film studio. Her acting skills are pretty good too. I'll call her right now." As he spoke, Yi Zhou quickly took out his phone and dialed Su Jia's number. "Hey, Su Jia, where are you?" Yi Zhou said quickly, "Come to the lunchbox stall for the extras right now, there's some great news. You know Teacher Chen Yi, right? He's making a short film and he's missing a female lead." Yes, it's that big star Chen Yi. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Yi Zhou hung up the phone and said to Chen Yi with a smile, "Teacher Chen, she'll be here soon." Not long after, a girl with a ponytail rushed over. It was Su Jia. She ran up to Chen Yi, her face flushed, and greeted him shyly and excitedly, "Teacher Chen." "Hello, I'm Su Jia." Chen Yi smiled and nodded, Hello, you're Su Jia, right? I'll get straight to the point. I'm making a short film and I'm missing a female lead. Would you be willing to act in it?" Su Jia's eyes lit up immediately, and she said excitedly, "I do, Teacher Chen, I really do." Seeing how enthusiastic the three of them were, Chen Yi asked a staff member for some paper and a pen, and squatted down on the spot to start writing the script. At this moment, the netizens watching all this in the live broadcast room also went wild. "Haha, Chen Yi has finally started making movies again. I thought he had forgotten about it. These three people are quite ordinary, so why were they suddenly chosen by Chen Yi? That bald guy and his expressionless face are kind of interesting, they're actually quite funny. Su Jia is quite pretty, but I wonder how good her acting is. What kind of short film is Chen Yi planning to make? I'm really curious." Netizens discussed the matter, offering their opinions on the three people Chen Yi had chosen. Over here, Chen Yi was engrossed in writing the script when, as if struck by a sudden thought, he put down his pen and looked up at the three of them. "I forgot to tell you earlier that my short film is in an exaggerated and satirical style, without any particularly profound meaning. It's just for fun. so when it's released, the audience might not like it, and might even criticize us. You should be prepared for that. Upon hearing this, Yi-jo and Bai K's faces immediately darkened. Brother, why didn't you say that just now? But they dared not say this aloud, only for forcing a smile and saying, it's alright, we'll accept any movie as long as we can act in it. Chen Yi looked at their expressions and shook his head. If you feel it's not suitable now, don't worry, it's okay if you want to withdraw, I completely understand. No need, we'll participate. Bai K and Yi-jo quickly waved their hands, and Sujia also said, yes, Teacher Chen, we'd like to participate. Okay, but don't worry, if the audience criticizes me, it will be me, it won't affect you. Chen Yi nodded and continued to concentrate on writing the script. About half an hour later, Chen Yi finally finished writing and handed the script to the three of them. Here, take a look and give me some feedback. Bai K and the other two excitedly took the script and huddled together to read it carefully. After a while, their expressions gradually became strange. What do you think of this script? Chen Yi asked. The three exchanged glances and remained silent for a moment before Yi-jo stammered. It's pretty good, very imaginative. Bai K and Sujia nodded in agreement. Chen Yi was very pleased to see this. Great. Then it's settled. Let me first explain the general storyboard and the characteristics of each character. At this moment, Chen Yi looked at Chen Zixi again and pinched her little face. Zixi, you need to listen carefully too, you'll get a lot of screen time. Okay daddy, Zixi will definitely listen carefully. Chen Zixi clenched her little fist, full of confidence. Zixi is great. Chen Yi smiled and praised him, then began to explain in detail to everyone. An hour later, Chen Yi led them back to the original courtyard, found director Xian, and said that he was ready to start filming. Xian was speechless. He had watched Chen Yi stroll around with his daughter all morning, and then, in the time it took to eat a meal, not only were all the actors found, but the script was also written, and even the pre-shooting rehearsals were completed. This is so perfunctory. Didn't you see that the other guests who have been busy all morning still haven't been cast? Although Xian inwardly complained, he still summoned a filming team for Chen Yi, along with an assistant director and an assistant, telling him to just tell the assistant what kind of location and costumes he needed. Chen Yi told them his requirements directly, and soon they had everything ready. Chen Yi immediately started filming. During filming, Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that his daughter, Chen Zixi, seemed to have a great talent for acting. Not only could she quickly memorize long lines of dialogue, but she also performed her expressions perfectly, which amazed everyone on set. Because the storyline is very short, the filming was done very quickly. Filming wrapped at 4 p.m. Editing and dubbing finished at 5:30 p.m. Chen Yi completed the filming task in less than 5 hours. Online. Because the camera crew was filming Chen Yi from a distance, viewers couldn't hear their lines and only saw two scenes. The first scene is when the expressionless man and the female lead are shopping, and Chen Zixi suddenly appears as if she's trying to sell something. The second scene is of the male and female leads having coffee outdoors. Chen Zixi comes over and talks to them, then lights a match. At the end of the film, the male lead is again beaten by the waiter, Chen Yi. What is all this nonsense? Netizens are complaining that they don't understand it at all. It's confirmed, Chen Yi's shirking responsibility is confirmed. What the hell is this garbage? Just a few actors, 2 scenes, is this supposed to be a short film? Based on my 10 years of experience watching movies, I can tell how a movie is going to go just by watching the beginning. But what exactly is Chen Yi's movie trying to express? I just can't understand it at all. Don't doubt yourself, upstairs. I've been watching movies for 30 years and I still don't understand or can't figure it out. Chen Yi's personal livestream ended just as the film's final production was completed. Chen Yi looked at Yi-jo, Bai K, and Sujia as they packed their things and said, "You three have worked hard today. Let's go out for a meal together. It's on me." The three were overjoyed by Chen Yi's invitation. Having gotten to know each other better during filming, they could tell that Chen Yi was a very easygoing person with no airs of a big star. Being able to build a relationship with a big star like him would be a huge help to them in the entertainment industry in the future. The three of them thanked Chen Yi in unison and excitedly accepted the gift. Subsequently, the group found a restaurant near the film studio and booked a private room. After everyone was seated, Chen Yi smiled and looked at the three of them. "How about we have some beer?" Yi-jo and Bai K cheered, and Bai K even said with a smile, "Teacher Chen, don't underestimate Sujia just because she's a girl. Neither Yi nor I can outdrink her." Sujia punched Bai K and said coquettishly, "Don't talk nonsense." The group laughed heartily, creating a cheerful atmosphere in the private room. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai K and the other two started talking more freely. Chen Yi's gaze swept over the three of them in turn, and he slowly asked, "I'm quite curious about your experiences. Could you tell me about your past and your plans for the future?" Yi-jo sat up slightly, a hint of emotion on his face, and spoke first. "Teacher Chen, I graduated with a degree in directing. I originally thought that after graduation I could smoothly become a director, make my own works, and let everyone see my talent. But reality is too cruel. After graduation, I looked for opportunities everywhere, submitted countless resumes, and attended many interviews, but most of the time they disappeared without a trace. There was no other way. In order to stay in this industry, I had to start as an extra, accumulating experience while waiting for an opportunity. In the future, I still want to continue directing, to create memorable works that will make people aware of my name. K picked up his glass, took a swig of beer, and continued, Teacher Chen, I'm a little different from Brother Yi. I simply love acting and have dreamed of becoming an actor since I was a child. I've been working at the film studio for 3 years, always as an extra, playing minor roles with no lines. Sometimes when I see those big stars acting on set, I feel really envious and secretly vow to work hard myself. In the future, of course I hope to become a real actor, have my own representative works, and be remembered by the audience. Sujia smiled slightly, looking carefree. Teacher Chen, K and I are similar. We entered this industry because we love acting. I'd acted in some small theater troupes before, but then I heard there were more opportunities at the film and television city, so I came here, hoping to get more acting opportunities and improve my skills. As for the future, I haven't thought about it, I'll just let things take their course. After listening to the three of them, Chen Yi nodded slightly. I know a friend who is currently preparing to open an entertainment company. I think your talents could have better development opportunities there. Are you interested in joining? K and the other two were overjoyed. Yi Zhou exclaimed excitedly, Teacher Chen, really? That's wonderful. Of course we'd love to. We couldn't be happier to have such an opportunity. K nodded quickly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, Teacher Chen, we've been waiting for this opportunity all along. You're truly our benefactor. Sujia looked at Chen Yi with gratitude and said, Thank you, Teacher Chen. We will definitely work hard and won't let you down. Seeing their happy expressions, Chen Yi laughed along. Haha, okay, it's settled then. I believe you will definitely make a name for yourselves in this industry in the future. He only had the idea to make this kind of funny short film after seeing the three of them today. Although he doesn't know if people in this world like this kind of thing, he is still willing to give it a try. If it succeeds, it will greatly benefit the company's development. The company can then start building a video platform, just like Youku and IKI in the previous life. Although there are video platforms in this world, the content is too limited, consisting only of movies and TV series. Therefore, Chen Yi had long recognized the potential of this market. Now that he has brought Yi Zhou, K, and Sujia under his wing, his company can try to enter the domestic video platform field with this type of comedy film. Time slipped away quietly in the pleasant conversation, and before they knew it, it was quite late. Chen Yi saw that Chen Zixi was already yawning from sleepiness, so he got up and said goodbye to Yi Zhou, K, and Sujia. We had such a great chat today that we didn't even realize how late it is. Zixi is so sleepy too. Let's exchange phone numbers and get together again sometime. The three nodded in agreement and exchanged contact information with Chen Yi using their phones. After exchanging phone numbers, Yi Zhou, K, and Sujia once again expressed their gratitude to Chen Yi for the opportunity and for the pleasant gathering that evening. Chen Yi smiled and waved, then hailed a taxi by the roadside, got in with Chen Zixi, and waved goodbye to the three of them. The car slowly drove away, heading towards the hotel, leaving K and the other two standing there, watching the car disappear into the distance, their hearts filled with gratitude for Chen Yi and anticipation for the future. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Yi first helped Chen Zixi wash up, and then, after watching her fall asleep, he went to the living room, took out his phone, and dialed Li Donghai's number. Beep beep. Boss, what's up with calling me at this hour? Li Donghai's voice came through the phone after it was connected. Sorry to call you so late, brotherly. Here's the thing. Chen Yi briefly explained to Li Donghai his idea of building a video platform and recruiting K and the other two. Boss, should we wait until your short film airs tomorrow and see the audience's reaction before making a decision? Li Donghai suggested. He was somewhat skeptical of Chen Yi's decision, because most people are still used to watching television, and even when using computers or mobile phones, they access online TV channels. I only go to video platforms to watch movies when I really want to, but sometimes the high membership fees can deter a large number of netizens. Therefore, the few video platforms that exist in China are not doing well, and almost none of them are making money. Moreover, he instinctively dismissed the illogical comedic short films Chen Yi mentioned, not believing that such films could attract audiences, and at the very least, he wouldn't watch them. Chen Yi understood Li Donghai's concerns. People in this world still hadn't grasped how to run a video platform. His idea is to gather anime, movies, TV series, music videos, novels, audiobooks, and self-made web dramas into one software that can be used on both computers and mobile phones, so that everyone's needs can be met anytime, anywhere. He'll make a fortune from membership fees and advertising revenue. Of course, this is a huge project that needs to be completed step by step. Fortunately, the world's communication and electronic technology is very advanced and can fully support Chen Yi's ideas. As for whether comedy films have a market in this world, Chen Yi doesn't care. It's best if people like them, but it doesn't matter if they don't. He just considers it adding a different video style to his platform, since it doesn't involve much investment anyway. Brother Lee, I know you're worried, but I'm prepared. Contact them tomorrow morning. Li Donghai sensed the firmness in Chen Yi's words and gave up trying to persuade him. Okay, boss, I'll go to Yanjing tomorrow and talk to them in person. Okay, by the way, where is the company now? We have already rented half a floor of office space in the Jinda building, and as you requested, we have short-term leased it for a year. Also, I contacted an agency a few days ago, and they've submitted all the necessary paperwork for operating an entertainment company. It should be ready in the next couple of days. Next comes recruitment. In the initial stage, in addition to basic positions such as office and finance, I will focus on recruiting staff for the comic book business as a key project. Li Donghai reported in detail to Chen Yi on the recent progress and the key points of the previous work. Chen Yi nodded inwardly. He was really lucky to have found a talent like Li Donghai. Otherwise, if he had to do so many things, he would probably be overwhelmed. Okay, Brother Lee, let's follow your steps. Also, regarding the video platform, you can first look for any video streaming websites that want to sell, and find an opportunity to talk to them. If the price is reasonable, we can buy them directly, which will save us the time of purchasing movie and TV series copyrights. As for Bai K and the others, after recruiting them into the company, we can give them some autonomy. Yi Zhou is a directing major and has good personal abilities, so we'll give him the position of department head and let him build his own team. In the early stages, they'll focus on shooting short comedy films, and then they can be released for broadcast after our video website is established. A good boss. The next day, Chen Yi, having completed his mission, strolled leisurely through the film and television city with Chen Zixi. Along the way, various film crews were busy filming, with staff coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. As Chen Yi was passing by a film crew, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw a man walking towards him in the distance. It was Lu Jinwen, a well-known director from Xia Kingdom. Lu Jinwen was dressed in casual work clothes, wearing a baseball cap, and holding a script in his hand. He looked energetic. Chen Yi's last film was a third male lead in a movie directed by Lu, but the movie flopped badly. Afterwards, all the netizens and movie fans blamed him, saying that his awkward acting was the reason the movie flopped. Damn it, even though he's the third male lead, he doesn't have many lines. How can this blame be placed on him? Fortunately, when reporters interviewed Lu Jinwen afterward, he took the initiative to take responsibility, saying that the film's box office failure was due to himself and the script, which calmed things down. Because of this incident, Chen Yi always had a good impression of Lu Jinwen. It's Director Lu. Are you filming here? Chen Yi greeted him with a smile. Lu Jinwen greeted him with a smile as well. He looked at Chen Yi with a sharp gaze, a hint of teasing and deeper meaning in his eyes, and said meaningfully, "You little rascal, so you were just pretending to be weak to fool others all along? You didn't show off your talents, you were just busy having fun, weren't you?" Chen Yi immediately waved his hand and joked, No, my wish is to be an idol star, so I've always adhered to the principle in the entertainment industry that I'll rely on my looks if I can, but never on my talent. Haha, I didn't realize you were such a funny kid before." Lu Jinwen couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter hearty and loud. Actually, Lu Jinwen didn't have a very good impression of Chen Yi before. When the investors arranged for Chen Yi to be in his film, he was vehemently opposed. After all, in his opinion, Chen Yi's acting skills and reputation were very poor at the time, and he was worried that it would affect the quality of the film. However, he couldn't argue with the big picture, so he had no choice but to agree. However, during the filming process, he gradually discovered that Chen Yi was very serious about his work and had no airs of a star. He also got along very well with the crew members. So, although the movie flopped in the end, he knew in his heart that it really had little to do with Chen Yi. Some time ago, he saw a lot of news about Chen Yi and learned about Chen Yi's talents in music, composition, and other fields. Only then did he realize that this young man was so unassuming, and he couldn't help but admire and praise him more. The two chatted for a while, during which Chen Yi introduced his daughter Chen Zixi to Lu Jinwei. Lu Jinwei was very fond of the innocent and lovely Chen Zixi and praised her lavishly. At that moment, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the busy scene on set, and he casually asked, "Director Lu, how's your movie coming along?" Lu Jinwei glanced at the camera behind Chen Yi, then said confidently, "This film, Crystal Love, is almost finished filming. The lead actors are Kung Fu superstar Chen Long and Hong Kong pop star Xu Jing. It is expected to be released during this year's winter break." Online, the chat was already buzzing when the audience saw Lu Jinwen on camera, and they were even happier when they heard him say that Crystal Love would be released during the winter break. This movie was already generating a lot of buzz before filming even started. Every movie starring Chen Long is a big production, and this is one of his few movies that focuses on romance, so many fans are eagerly anticipating it. Then I wish director Liu's film great success, Chen Yi said with a smile, cupping his hands in a gesture of blessing. Lu Jinwen readily agreed, looked Chen Yi up and down, and said half jokingly and half seriously, "You've been really popular lately, haven't you? How about a cameo role so I can ride your coattails?" Chen Yi feigned surprise, widening his eyes and quickly waving his hand. "Come on, Director Liu, don't you know my acting skills? I wouldn't dare to mess up your movie again. If I ruin it again, I'll become a sinner for all time." "Hey kid, what's wrong? Still holding a grudge about the last movie's box office? Didn't I already clarify that it had nothing to do with you?" Lu Jinwen also feigned displeasure, glaring at him and saying, "Or are you just unwilling to help your old brother with this favor?" Seeing that the way they were addressing him had escalated to brother, Chen Yi had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. "If even you, brother, aren't afraid of me, this box office poison, then what else is there to say? I'll help you out." "Ha ha, great." After Chen Yi accepted Lu Jinwen's invitation to make a cameo appearance, Lu Jinwen beamed with joy and enthusiastically pulled Chen Yi into the film crew. Along the way, the staff cast curious glances at him. After all, Chen Yi is a very popular figure these days, and everyone was wondering how he ended up in this film crew. Upon entering the core area of the filming location, one can see the internationally renowned kung fu superstar Chen Long and Hong Kong pop star Xu Jing. Chen Long was looking at the script in his hand, occasionally making a few gestures, displaying the demeanor of a kung fu superstar, making people unconsciously focus their attention on him. Xu Jing wore an elegant pink dress with a flowing skirt that cascaded to the ground. Her long hair was styled up, with a few strands falling on either side of her face, adding to her gentle beauty. Lu Jinwen walked forward with a smile, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Come on, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yi. I'm sure you've all heard of him. Today, he's here to make a cameo appearance in our film crew." Then, he turned to Chen Yi and said, "Chen Yi, these two are the lead actors of our movie, Brother Chen Long and Miss Xu Jing." Chen Yi stepped forward, extended his hand, and said politely, "Brother Chen Long, Sister Xu Jing, I've heard so much about you." Chen Long laughed heartily and reached out to shake Chen Yi's hand tightly. "Haha, Chen Yi, I've heard about you before. Your performance on the variety show was so outstanding, and I really loved the story of Journey to the West that you told." Xu Jing smiled and nodded, her voice gentle. "Yes, Chen Yi, many of my friends have been talking about you, saying you are very talented. Today I finally get to meet you in person." Chen Yi quickly became modest, and the group chatted together. Chen Yi's humorous and witty conversation and humble attitude made Chen Long admire this junior even more. Xu Jing, who was standing to the side, also observed this man who had recently dominated the top of the trending search list with curiosity, and nodded inwardly. At this moment, Lu Jinwen remembered the important matter and said, "I was thinking of having Chen Yi make a cameo appearance to add a different feel to our movie. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen Long and Xu Jing immediately nodded in agreement. The group then began discussing where they could best incorporate their ideas into the film. At this moment, Chen Yi saw that the set was a street fight scene. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the classic scene where Stephen Chow made a cameo appearance in a Jackie Chan movie in his previous life. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, and he had an idea. "Director Liu, Brother Chen Long, Sister Xu Jing, I have an idea." Chen Yi cleared his throat and described his idea to the group. The three were taken aback by Chen Yi's idea, then looked at each other in surprise. They were all astonished by Chen Yi's peculiar idea. After all, none of them had ever seen a nonsensical movie in this world, so they didn't know what the final product would be like. Chen Long and Xu Jing looked at Lu Jinwen, their meaning clear. "You're the director, you make the decisions." Lu Jinwen stood there, closed his eyes, and carefully went through Chen Yi's idea in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. Although the style was novel, it might just spark something different. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 shots, and it won't affect the overall style or plot of the movie. Thinking of this, Lu Jinwen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately agreed. "Okay, Chen Yi, let's do it your way. I think it's quite creative, let's give it a try." Once the decision was made, the staff quickly began preparing for the shoot, and Chen Yi went with the stylist to change clothes. Because the plot was very simple, preparations were completed quickly. Chen Yi stood in the center of the filming location, recalling Stephen Chow's expressions and movements in his mind. Frame by frame, the images seemed to be engraved in his mind. With Lu Jinwen's shout of action, filming officially began. Chen Yi quickly got into character and began to replicate Stephen Chow's performance. To Chen Yi's surprise, what he thought would be a few minutes of filming actually took more than half an hour to film. The reason was that Xu Jing burst out laughing, the staff on set burst out laughing, and even Brother Chen Long burst out laughing. Chen Yi looked at everyone speechlessly. Are people in this world so easily amused? If they saw Stephen Chow's movies like Flirting Scholar and Royal Tramp, they'd laugh themselves to death. Lu Jinwen hadn't expected that Chen Yi's 2 short shots would make the staff on set burst out laughing. After seeing Chen Yi's performance, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent, and his mind was frantically brewing something. Finally, with Lu Jinwen shouting cut, the cameo scene was finally filmed. Chen Yi dusted himself off, walked over to Lu Jinwen and the others, and asked with a smile, "Brother, how was my acting? Did I cause you any trouble?" Lu Jinwen burst into laughter and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder forcefully. "Great job, Chen Yi, you acted so well, it was beyond my expectations, your style is really interesting." Chen Long also came over and gave him a thumbs up. "Haha, Chen Yi, your performance was hilarious. This is the first time I've ever laughed during a scene I've filmed in all these years. You're amazing." Xu Jing covered her mouth and laughed. "Yes, Chen Yi, your performance made this scene a highlight of the whole movie." You flatter me. You flatter me. I was just acting for fun." Chen Yi chatted and laughed with the group, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. The group even took out their phones and added Chen Yi as a friend, saying it would be convenient to contact each other in the future. Afterwards, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi had lunch at Lu Jinwen's film crew, and finally left the crew amidst everyone's farewell. At this moment, the variety show crew who had been waiting at the door saw Chen Yi come out and immediately followed him, pointing the camera at him and Chen Zixi. When Chen Yi entered Lu Jinwen's film crew, his film crew stayed outside to wait for him in order to keep the film's plot confidential. This also made many netizens who wanted to take the opportunity to meet Chen Long and Xu Jing feel very sorry. When Chen Yi returned to the meeting point, the other guests had already returned and completed their filming tasks. Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao all looked smug, seemingly very confident in their short film. "Chen Yi, have you finished filming your movie?" Lu Yifei came over to Chen Yi as soon as she saw him. "You're done? What about you? You should be done filming by now, right?" "Yeah, I've finished filming too. Filming this short film was quite interesting, it feels different from filming a regular movie." "Yes, although short films are short, they have their own unique charm. By the way, Effie, what theme did you shoot this time?" Lu Yifei tilted her head in thought for a moment. "It's a story about youth on campus, about friendship and dreams during student days. It feels quite nostalgic. What about you? What's your short film about?" "Oh, it's the story of a little match girl who sold a box of matches to a young man, but the young man didn't have enough money, so he used his own kidneys to pay the debt." Lu Yifei. "I understand every single word Chen Yi said, so why can't I understand it when they're put together?" Lu Yifei stared intently at Chen Yi's face, trying to confirm if he was joking, but seeing Chen Yi's serious expression, she became uncertain. At this moment, Lu Yifei's adorable, bewildered expression was absolutely adorable. Just as her mind went blank, Yang Mi walked over. "Hey, what are you two chatting about that makes you so happy?" Lu Yifei quickly banished Chen Yi's nonsense from her mind. "We're talking about a short film, Sister Yang Mi, what theme is yours?" Yang Mi gently tossed her hair. "I filmed a story about love and growth, it's a bit artsy. I think this subject matter is very touching, and I hope the audience will like it." Chen Yi nodded. "Love and growth are timeless themes, and with your excellent acting skills, you'll definitely be able to bring this story to life. Hee hee, you're such a talented person, I'll gladly accept your praise." Yang Mi looked at Chen Yi with a smile. "By the way, Chen Yi, I heard you went to director Lu Jinwen's film crew for a cameo role today." "Well, I ran into director Lu while I was strolling around this morning. He invited me to make a cameo appearance in a scene, and I couldn't refuse his kind offer." At this moment, Hua Ruoxiu also came over, her face full of curiosity and excitement. "Brother Chen Yi, when you went to Lu Jinwen's film crew for a cameo role, did you meet Brother Chen Long? Is he particularly charismatic?" "Yes, Brother Chen Long has a really cool vibe." Chen Yi gave Hua Ruoxiu an affirmative answer, then tossed his head and said narcissistically, "Just as stylish as me." However, Hua Ruoxiu ignored Chen Yi's narcissism, cupped her face in her hands, and said with eyes full of envy, "I wish I could meet Brother Chen Long. I've liked him since I was a child, I grew up watching his movies." Chen Yi. Lu Yifei and Yang Mi covered their mouths and laughed when they saw Chen Yi's embarrassed expression. Just as everyone was chatting, Director Xian walked over, smiling, and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Distinguished guests, thank you all for your hard work these past 2 days. I believe you have all gained a lot and had unique experiences during the filming of this short film. Now, let's enjoy everyone's work together and learn from each other." After speaking, Xian pointed to a bench in the center of the courtyard and the huge LCD TV in front of it, gesturing for everyone to sit down. The guests stood up and sat down on the benches in an orderly fashion. At this moment, netizens on the internet went wild, with various comments and bullet screen messages flooding the screen. "Wow, after waiting for 2 days, it's finally going to start airing. I can't wait. I wonder how well these celebrities did in their filming. Judging from their confident demeanor, the movie must be very exciting. I wonder which of these 8 guests will deliver the best performance." Haha, this variety show is interesting. It lets celebrities make their own movies. I wonder if they'll be as bad as they were in the cooking episode last time. I can't wait to see. Seeing that everyone was seated, Xian walked over to the television and operated the equipment. Let's start by playing Xia Yang's short film. Everyone's attention turned to the television screen as Xian spoke. Xia Yang's short film tells the story of a young professional's struggle in a modern city. The protagonist, played by Xia Yang, encounters various difficulties and setbacks when he first enters the workplace. He is ostracized by his colleagues and criticized by his superiors, but he never gives up. With his own efforts and perseverance, he continues to learn and grow, and finally stands out in an important project, winning the respect of his colleagues and the recognition of his superiors. In the film, Xia Yang perfectly portrays the protagonist's initial awkwardness and confusion upon entering the workplace, as well as his later determination and confidence. Moreover, the short film has excellent visual quality and the workplace scene is very realistic, which greatly enhances the film. After watching, netizens flooded the screen with positive reviews. Xia Yang acted so well. He perfectly captured the feeling of a newcomer in the workplace. I could totally relate to him. This short film is so inspiring. It feels very positive and encouraging. Xia Yang portrayed the protagonist's psychological changes very delicately. I feel that this short film can give many newcomers to the workplace some inspiration. Not bad at all. The discussion among Xian and the others subsided a little, and then a new USB drive was brought out. Next, let's watch Lu Han's short film. Lu Han's short film is about music. The story revolves around a group of high school students who, while facing the pressure of the college entrance examination, also have their own musical dreams and emotions. Lu Han exudes youthful energy in the film, portraying a sunny and handsome music boy whose dedication and passion for his dreams are truly touching. The campus scenes in the short film are full of youthful energy, and all the details are handled very well, as if taking the audience back to their own high school days. After seeing it, netizens flooded the comments with positive reviews. Lu Han portrayed the youthful naivete and pursuit of dreams very well. Thumbs up. I really miss my high school days. This short film is so touching. This short film is so heartwarming, it really lifts my spirits. I hope to see more youth-themed campus films like this. Go Lu Han. Next, short films featuring the other guests were played in turn. Li Wenfan's short film is a story about the inheritance of traditional culture. He plays the protagonist, a descendant of a traditional craftsman, who strives to protect and pass on his family's craftsmanship amidst the impact of modern society, ultimately revitalizing the traditional craftsmanship. Li Wenfan portrayed the protagonist's perseverance and dedication very well, allowing the audience to feel the charm of traditional culture and the importance of its inheritance. Xiao Minghao's short film is a science fiction story that tells about the conflict and reconciliation between humans and artificial intelligence in a future world. As rising stars in the film industry, Yang Mi and Liu Yifei delivered outstanding performances as always. They vividly portrayed the emotional changes of the female lead, and every expression and glance was full of charm, captivating the audience. Hua Ruoxiu, who is only a singer, has no acting experience, so her short film is full of flaws. However, netizens were aware of her situation, so no one deliberately attacked her online. Instead, they offered many words of comfort and encouragement, which moved Hua Ruoxiu deeply as she watched the audience's comments on the screen. Then Xian switched to another USB drive. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was Chen Yi's short film, because it was the only one left that hadn't been played yet. If we were to ask who is most looking forward to Chen Yi's film right now, it would definitely be Liu Yifei. During their chat, Liu Yifei repeated Chen Yi's nonsense, and Yang Mi and Hua Ruoxiu exclaimed that she had been fooled by Chen Yi, saying that such an outrageous plot was impossible and that Chen Yi must be teasing her. But Chen Yi's expression earlier clearly didn't seem like he was joking, so Liu Yifei now had a sense of anticipation that the answer was about to be revealed. Meanwhile, tens of millions of viewers in front of their screens were filled with curiosity, wondering what kind of short film Chen Yi, who had been slacking off from the beginning, would ultimately present. Haha, Chen Yi seemed pretty unreliable before. I'm really curious what he can produce. Although I couldn't hear their dialogue during the live stream, just from the fact that the entire movie only has 2 scenes and 3 to 5 actors, I know that Chen Yi didn't put any effort into making this movie. I bet 5 cents that Chen Yi's short film is definitely terrible. Don't underestimate him. Maybe Chen Yi can give us a big surprise. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what new tricks he can come up with. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Maybe Chen Yi can prove those who don't think he's good enough wrong. There are too many mindless fans. How could a short film that Chen Yi casually found a few extras to shoot in half a day be any good? You guys are thinking too simply about making movies. I'm telling you this today, Chen Yi's movie will definitely be garbage, absolutely garbage. Just as viewers were discussing it online, Chen Yi's short film began to play, and everyone immediately focused their attention on the screen. The film opens with a blank, expressionless face that suddenly comes into view, accompanied by a voiceover. My name is Wang Dachui. After 3 years of trying to get a car license plate through the lottery system, I finally got a date with my goddess, Xiaomei. Then the scene shifts, and the expressionless man is walking down the street with a young and beautiful woman. Presumably, that woman is the goddess Xiaomei. 3 years of lottery for car registration? This goddess must be so busy. Ha ha ha. The short opening shot, just a face and a line of dialogue, made several girls on set burst out laughing, especially Yangmi, who has a very low threshold for laughter, who covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, many viewers online were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of this face and the lines he delivered. Is this the male lead? Why do I want to laugh just looking at his face? Haha, he's so unique, haha. The scene continues. Just as the expressionless man was about to confess his feelings to his crush, a little girl suddenly walked over and tugged at his arm. Uncle, I'm the little match girl. Would you like to buy my matches? Wow, it's Chen Zixi. Zixi is so cute. But what's with the little match girl? Chen Yi's imagination is too bizarre. The audience was overflowing with love but also exclaimed in confusion. Little friend, no need, thank you. Although Wang Dachui had a smile on his face, he was still bothered by the little girl calling him uncle. At this moment, Chen Zixi stopped Wang Dachui, who was about to leave. Uncle, are you going to confess your feelings to this lady? Looking like that, just talking won't do. Big Hammer's inner thoughts. Damn it, he called me uncle. And what does it mean to look like this? Oh well, I'm too lazy to argue with a kid with such poor taste. Uncle, you really need to buy my matches and give them to this lady. Only then will you have even a tiny chance of succeeding. Hey, are you begging me to buy something or just trying to roast me? Wang Dachui tried his best to adjust his facial expression, bending down and smiling at Chen Zixi. Hey kid, I don't smoke. Besides, who buys matches as a gift, right? Uncle, this isn't an ordinary match. When lit, it can turn into a heart, like this, Chen Zixi said, taking out a picture of a heart-shaped flame from her pocket. This looks so fake. It must be photoshopped, right? Wang Dachui was speechless. Uncle, I knew you might be a little skeptical, but you can buy more matches to express your love, like this, Chen Zixi said, taking out a photo of many matches arranged in a heart shape from her bag. Buying a bunch of matches and arranging them in a heart shape to confess your love? Do you think I'm crazy? Wang Dachui coughed twice and reached out to pat Chen Zixi's head. Little kid, stop fooling around, go home and play by yourself. After saying that, he left with the goddess Xiaomei. At this point, the audience was already laughing so hard they couldn't stand it anymore after Chen Zixi's series of outrageous antics. Haha, Zixi is so cunning and so cute. The scene shifts to Wang Dachui and the goddess Xiaomei having coffee at an outdoor round table. Big Hammer mustered his courage and confessed his love to the goddess once again, but halfway through his sentence, Chen Zixi came looking for him again. Uncle, please buy my matches, okay? Chen Zixi looked at Dachui with a pitiful expression, rubbing her arms with her hands. I feel so cold. Hammer wailed inwardly. It's you again, here to criticize me again, isn't it? And where's the cold in the middle of summer? If you're going to play the victim, at least make it believable. Chen Zixi took out a match and lit it. Looking at the flame, she said pitifully, I felt as if I could see my grandmother smiling and waving at me. Why are they acting like this? Big Hammer said, resting his chin on his hand, speechless. At this moment, the beggar played by Yi Zhou walked over. Little sister, I've been watching you for a long time. You're so pitiful. I'll buy your matches. With that, he gave all the money in his begging bowl to Chen Zixi. Chen Zixi immediately thanked him. You're welcome, the beggar replied with a smile, but as he left, he looked at Wang Dachui with a mocking expression, then snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Wang Dachui was furious. This is obviously a shill, I've seen this trick a million times. But when he noticed that the goddess's gaze towards him was somewhat different, Wang Dachui panicked. Oh no, Xiaomei must think I have no sympathy. What's the point of me confessing my feelings if this continues? He quickly forced a smile and looked at Chen Zixi. Little sister, how much are your matches? I'd like to buy 2 boxes. 200 per piece. Wang Dachui, why is it so expensive? Are you robbing me? These matches are made from Italian rosewood, and the pigments are the latest ultrafast burning phosphorus developed by Yale University's Scientific Research Institute. They are handcrafted and are the perfect choice for royal and aristocratic households. You deserve to own them. Wang Dachui looked at Chen Zixi, who was speaking eloquently, and then noticed that the goddess Xiaomei was looking at him. Although he couldn't afford it, he didn't want to lose face. Then I'll buy 1. Sold in boxes only. Damn it, this is outright robbery. But Xiaomei is watching me, how am I supposed to back down? Wang Dachui was conflicted. Uncle, are you broke? Looking like that and not having any savings, you shouldn't even be thinking about dating. How could uncle not have money? He just didn't bring that much cash with him, Big Hammer argued. It's okay, we can pay by card, Chen Zixi said, taking out a POS machine from her bag. Big Hammer thought to himself, damn, this is a complete package. They're obviously trying to rip me off. At this moment, Chen Zixi looked at Wang Dachui, who hadn't made any move, and continued. If you forget your password, you can also use your home as collateral. You don't even own a house, do you? Looking like that, you really shouldn't be dating. Chen Zixi continued to rub salt into Wang Dachui's wounds. At this moment, Wang Dachui forced a calm expression and said with a forced smile, yes, how could I not have a house? Chen Zixi seemed to realize that Wang Dachui was indeed broke, so she offered a solution. If all else fails, selling a kidney is an option. We have professional kidney harvesters, so it's safe and hygienic. As if afraid Wang Dachui wouldn't believe her, Chen Zixi even pulled out a doctor's business card to show him. That's pretty thoughtful, isn't it? Fine, I'll buy it, Wang Dachui said through gritted teeth. The camera shifts. Chen Zixi handed Wang Dachui a box of matches. Thank you for your patronage. Please remember to leave a 5-star review. Wang Dachui, one hand on his lower back, took the matches with the other. Oh, okay. The camera then focused on Wang Dachui's bandaged waist, clearly indicating that he had ruined his kidney in his attempt to buy a box of matches. He limped toward Xiaomei, clutching the box of expensive matches tightly in his hand and waving it in front of her, chuckling smugly. However, Xiaomei didn't react at all. Instead, she tidied her bag and said to Dachui, it's getting late, I should go back. Big Hammer quickly stopped him, I haven't finished speaking yet. But the goddess didn't give him a chance to continue speaking, and got up to leave. Let's talk about it next time. Just as Dachui was about to give chase, the waiter played by Chen Yi stopped him. Hello sir, would you like to pay the bill? Big Hammer took the bill, then rummaged through his pockets, looking at Chen Yi with an embarrassed expression. I'm out of money. Chen Yi's smiling face immediately darkened. You're trying to dine and dash because you don't have money, huh? Wang Dachui then took out the box of matches and handed it to Chen Yi. Do you think I can use these matches to pay the bill? Chen Yi laughed in anger. Are you fucking messing with me? Before Wang Dachui could finish explaining the material and craftsmanship of the matches, he and his two henchmen rushed up and gave Wang Dachui a good beating. The camera shifts again. In a dimly lit alley, Dachui, stripped down to only his underwear, sat on a pile of garbage, his face covered in wounds, clutching a box of matches tightly in his hand. At this moment, Big Hammer's inner monologue resounded once more. My name is Wang Dachui, and I never imagined that I would end up confessing my feelings to Xiaomei. At the same time, Dachui took out a match, lit it gently, and the flame reflected on his blank face. Suddenly, Big Hammer laughed happily. In the firelight, he could be seen embracing Little Beauty, confessing his love to her passionately, while Little Beauty responded shyly. Big Hammer, I like you too. The movie has ended. That's it? That's too short, I haven't had enough yet. Yes, this short film is so interesting, especially the main character Wang Dachui, he's so funny, I love it. I haven't had enough. I want to see more. I've never seen a short film like this before. It's hilarious from beginning to end, and my cheeks are sore from laughing. Me too. I really admire Chen Yi now. How did he even come up with that? The male protagonist cuts out his kidney to buy matches. Is such an absurd plot something a human could come up with? What's even more outrageous is that I watched it with great interest and didn't find it awkward at all. I really love this kind of funny short film. This must be Chen Yi's original creation, right? Chen Yi is amazing. The online response to Chen Yi's short film was overwhelmingly positive. Although a small number of viewers did not approve of this style of short film, their comments were quickly forgotten amidst the countless positive reviews. This side of the guest seats. As the movie ended, Lu Yifei rubbed her cheeks, which were sore from laughing, and secretly glanced at Chen Yi. Chen Yi really didn't lie to me. But how could he come up with such a plot? I could never have come up with something so absurd in my entire life. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person like me? Yang Mi and Hua Ruoxiu, who were standing nearby, were also amazed. They had thought that Chen Yi was just joking with Lu Yifei, but it turned out to be true. At this moment, they really wanted to open Chen Yi's head to see what kind of structure it had inside, and how could it be so different from theirs. Xia Yang and his three companions also saw the screen full of positive reviews, and they felt annoyed. This variety show was supposed to be created specifically for the four of them, so how did it become Chen Yi's personal show? Who was the big shot who brought Chen Yi here? It would have been so much better if we had just let him fade away during his previous illegitimate child scandal. Now look what's happened, he's not only cleared his name, but his fame has soared even higher, while the four of us have completely become his foils. Seeing the overwhelming enthusiasm from netizens for the short film, Chen Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems this kind of nonsensical comedy is quite popular in this world. He has more confidence in the company's future development. Director Xian stepped forward again and first summarized the creation of the short films by the 8 guests, affirming everyone's dedication and creativity during the filming process. Immediately afterwards, Xian changed the subject and raised his voice to announce, "Next, I'd like to announce the location of the 3rd episode. Our next episode will be held in the beautiful coastal city of Haikan. I believe its unique charm will bring us even more wonderful surprises, so please prepare well." That concludes today's live stream. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Hua Ruoxiu walked quickly toward Chen Yi, looking anxious, as if she couldn't wait any longer to finish what she was thinking. "Brother Chen Yi, when will I be able to finish writing that song?" Seeing her impatient look, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. He calmly reached into his pocket, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to Hua Ruoxiu, saying with a smile, "I just finished writing this yesterday. Take a look." Hua Ruoxiu was taken aback at first, clearly not expecting Chen Yi to finish writing so quickly. Then her face lit up with surprise, but she still managed to crack a joke. "So fast? Don't try to fool me. After all, this is 2 million yuan. I've really invested a lot in this." Before she could finish speaking, her hand had already reached out quickly, and she happily took the paper. Seeing this, the other guests were immediately intrigued and gathered around, all wanting to see what kind of song Chen Yi had written for Hua Ruoxiu. Although Xia Yang and the others weren't fond of Chen Yi, they genuinely acknowledged his songwriter talent. After all, Chen Yi's songs dominated the new song charts this week, proving his undeniable talent that no one could ignore. At this moment, the live stream had not yet been turned off. Xian had just seen Hua Ruoxiu's actions and quickly stopped the cameraman from turning off the machine. Viewers watching on screen also witnessed Chen Yi's actions through the camera. From his conversation with Hua Ruoxiu, they immediately understood that Chen Yi had written a song for Hua Ruoxiu. Instantly, the netizens were in an uproar. "Wow, Chen Yi is releasing a new song again, and it's written for Hua Ruoxiu. I can't wait, it's bound to be another hit. Haha, I just finished writing it yesterday and it's out today. It doesn't need any polishing at all. You're really confident. I'm waiting for the new song to be released. I wonder if Hua Ruoxiu can break into the top of the new song charts again with this song. I'm looking forward to it." After Hua Ruoxiu took the paper and opened it, she saw 5 large characters written at the top, "Invisible Wings." She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "What a wonderful name." Then, she hurriedly looked at the sheet music and lyrics. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Her excitement grew stronger and stronger, and she was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Finally, she became so excited that she waved the paper in her hand and hugged Chen Yi's neck. "Brother Chen Yi, the song you wrote is amazing, I love it so much." Chen Yi looked helpless, glancing at Hua Ruoxiu, who was so excited she was almost oblivious to her surroundings, then at Lu Yifei and Yang Mi, who were giving him strange looks, and finally at the camera that was practically shoved in his face. He quickly shouted, "Your image! Mind your image!" However, neither Xia Yang and the other guests standing around nor the countless viewers watching the live broadcast on TV paid much attention to Hua Ruoxiu's outburst. They were all incredibly curious, wondering what kind of song could have excited Hua Ruoxiu so much. Their curiosity was practically bursting, and they couldn't wait to hear it. Lu Han, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, reached out and gently tugged at Hua Ruoxiu's sleeve. "Ruoxiu, what kind of song can excite you so much? Let me see it too." Hearing Lu Han's words, Hua Ruoxiu finally came to her senses. She quickly released her grip on Chen Yi, clutching the sheet music tightly with both hands, shaking her head vigorously like a rattledrum, her face resolute. No, you'll see next month's new song chart. I'm not showing it to anyone now." Everyone found her expression, like a child guarding their food, both amusing and somewhat helpless. It's not that Hua Ruoxiu is stingy, it's just that after a year of struggling in the entertainment industry, she has come to deeply understand how murky the waters are in this circle. If someone else takes a liking to this song now, it might be snatched away, since such things happen quite often in the entertainment industry. She is no longer the naive and ignorant girl she was when she first graduated from school, so she naturally has to be more careful in this regard. In the end, the guests and countless netizens at the scene were unable to see the sheet music, and everyone ended the second live broadcast with great regret. The moment the green light on the camera went out, all the guests relaxed, packed their things, and prepared to return to their accommodations. "Chen Yi, I've booked a restaurant for tonight. You and Zixi have to come." Lu Yifei stood in front of Chen Yi and extended a warm invitation. "You absolutely have to come. You wouldn't refuse to give me a chance to repay your life-saving grace, would you?" Chen Yi looked at Lu Yifei, whose expression left no room for refusal, shrugged and chuckled. Only a fool would refuse an invitation to a lavish meal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei smiled broadly, her face blooming like a flower. "Okay, 6 p.m. tonight. I've sent the address to your phone." After saying that, he left happily. "See you later. See you later." After returning to the hotel and resting for a while, Chen Yi took Chen Zixi and hailed a taxi to the address given by Lu Yifei when it was already past 5 o'clock. Not long after, the taxi stopped outside a villa. After getting out of the car, the first thing that caught the eye was the elegant characters on the left side of the villa's gate, Jiapeng Private Kitchen. The characters were strong and powerful, exuding a kind of understated luxury. After Chen Yi rang the doorbell, a young waiter came out with a smile on his face. As if he knew Chen Yi, he bowed slightly before Chen Yi spoke and gestured for them to enter the courtyard. Along the way, Chen Yi looked around at the scenery of the courtyard. He saw that the flowers, trees and shrubs were arranged in a well-organized manner, and the babbling water flowed through the rockery. The quiet and elegant atmosphere showed the owner's taste and style. When they arrived at the villa, Lu Yifei was already there, dressed in an exquisite dress, looking like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, waiting for them. Upon seeing Chen Yi and Chen Zixi, a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face, and she quickly walked over to them. "Chen Yi, Zixi, you're here. Oh dear, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This place is quite hard to find, but the scenery along the way is quite beautiful," Chen Yi said with a smile. Lu Yifei raised her head slightly and said playfully, "Of course. My family's private restaurant is run by one of my uncles. He's very particular about these things. He figured out the layout of this courtyard bit by bit. Come on in, let's go inside and talk." As she spoke, Lu Yifei led Chen Yi and Chen Zixi to a spacious room. The room was exquisitely decorated, perfectly blending classical and modern elements. Several paintings and calligraphy works of considerable artistic value hung on the walls, and the soft, warm lighting created a comfortable and elegant dining environment. After the three of them sat down, Lu Yifei said enthusiastically, "Chen Yi, the head chef here is one of the top chefs in the country. His skills are absolutely amazing. You and Zixi must try it today." Chen Yi's eyes lit up. "Oh? Then I'm in for a treat today." Before long, one exquisite dish after another was served, filling the entire table. Lu Yifei thoughtfully ordered many dishes and pastries suitable for children's tastes. Chen Zixi looked at the table full of delicious food with joy in her eyes. After picking out her favorite dish and taking a bite, she exclaimed that it was delicious. Her satisfied little face was so cute. It was precisely because of the presence of Chen Zixi that Chen Yi and Lu Yifei avoided the awkward atmosphere of being alone together in a room. Chen Yi also picked up a few bites of food. It was indeed delicious. "Yifei, do you often eat here?" Lu Yifei gently shook her head. "Actually, I don't come here very often. After all, I'm usually too busy with work. I only come here occasionally when I have free time to get together with my family or friends. But every time I come, I feel that the atmosphere here is particularly good, and it allows me to completely relax." At this point, Lu Yifei changed the subject to Chen Zixi. "Chen Yi, I watched Zixi's performance of The Little Match Girl today, and I think this child has a lot of acting talent." After hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but recall the scene from yesterday's filming and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was quite surprised too. Yesterday, Zixi quickly memorized long passages of lines, and her performance was very natural and smooth. I feel that she really has a talent for acting." However, Chen Yi always felt that the child's life should be decided by herself. Although Zixi was still very young, he did not want to make decisions on his own. Thinking of this, he turned to his daughter and asked, "Zixi, tell Daddy, do you like acting?" Chen Zixi was enjoying her food when she heard her father's words. She quickly put down the pastries, thought about it seriously, and then nodded emphatically. "Dad, I love acting. I think acting is so much fun." Seeing this, Lu Yifei smiled and said, "Chen Yi, since Zixi likes it so much, would you be willing to let Zixi act in some movies?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi pondered to himself. With him protecting his daughter, it seemed that there wouldn't be too much of a problem if Zixi really entered the entertainment industry in the future, the key being that his daughter liked it. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Zixi and asked, "Zixi, your aunt is asking you, would you like to act in a movie?" "Yes, yes." Chen Zixi clapped her hands happily, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, Lu Yifei continued, "I'm going to be in a movie soon, and there are some scenes of me when I was a child. I can talk to the director about having Zixi play the role." Chen Yi hesitated for a moment. "Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you?" Lu Yifei smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. My uncle is the investor in this movie, so it's easy for him to say a word." Chen Yi was speechless for a moment. He then gave a thumbs up and said half-jokingly, "Wow, this private restaurant is run by your uncle, and the movie investor is also your maternal uncle. No wonder people in the industry say you have a powerful background. You're really a hidden big shot." After saying that, he teased Chen Zixi, "Daughter, we too have to hold on tight to your Aunt Yifei." Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei blushed slightly, gave Chen Yi a reproachful look, and said coquettishly, "You're so annoying. With your current status and talent in the entertainment industry, it's hard to say who will be clinging to whom in the future." As she spoke, Lu Yifei picked up her phone, tapped a few times quickly, and then pointed the screen at Chen Yi. "Look, you're trending again." Chen Yi took the phone and saw that it was true. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would be on the trending topics again just a few hours after the show ended. On the trending topics list, the top 3 entries were all reports about his appearance on today's variety show. The top trending topic, Chen Yi's hilarious short film pioneers a new style of comedy in the Xia Kingdom. The second trending topic is, #WangDaChui #The Little Match Girl. The third trending topic, #Huaruoxu holds Chen Yi's new song, aiming for the August new song chart. Chen Yi clicked on the link to the top trending topic and saw that the first post had been liked and shared millions of times. The title was, Chen Yi's hilarious short film, pioneering a new style of comedy in Xia Kingdom. It was written by a prominent online figure whom Chen Yi did not know. Dear drama fans, today I must talk to you about Chen Yi's short film and the variety show. It is really refreshing and feels like the comedy of China has ushered in a brand new style and development direction. As everyone knows, in the past, although there have been many excellent works in the field of comedy in Xia Kingdom, most of them have been relatively traditional and similar in style. This time, Chen Yi's hilarious short film completely breaks with convention, bringing us a brand new comedic experience. As far as the plot goes, well, how should I put it? You couldn't come up with such an absurd plot without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, but what's amazing is that I actually accepted it naturally. After the laughter subsided, I carefully reflected on the plot and suddenly realized that this short film, which seemed to be simply funny for the sake of being funny, actually contained a satire of the current social situation. A box of cheap matches, once repackaged, was transformed into a symbol of status and prestige reserved for the nobility. Isn't this the same as many of our so-called high-end products? They are very ordinary things, but after being promoted and packaged, their prices immediately skyrocket. There's also WangDaChui who, in order to save face in front of his goddess, actually cut off his own kidney to buy a box of something. Does this plot seem familiar to everyone? Doesn't it resemble the story of a young man selling his blood to buy a designer phone a while back? I bet Chen Yi must have seen that story before writing this plot. Chen Yi uses exaggerated plots and humor to make us think and gain insights while laughing. It must be said that Chen Yi is truly talented. His hilarious short film has injected new vitality into Chinese comedy. It is believed that in the future, more creators will be inspired by Chen Yi to try this brand new comedic style, making the comedic landscape of China even more vibrant and colorful, and adding more joy to our lives. Chen Yi was in a good mood after being praised. Although he had no intention of satirizing society before filming, it was like reading comprehension. If the reader interprets it so well, the author will naturally accept it gladly. This blogger writes well. Chen Yi chuckled and handed the phone back to Lu Yifei, shamelessly saying, I was just satirizing some of the bad trends in society today. Lu Yifei asked with admiration, so how did you come up with the idea of using comedy to reflect the current state of society? Well, Chen Yi was momentarily speechless, but fortunately he reacted quickly, sighing and saying, people these days are too impetuous. If it's too highbrow, I'm afraid they won't appreciate it, so I can only use a comedic approach. You're so amazing. Chen Yi looked at Lu Yifei, who had transformed into a little fangirl, and felt smug, while also praising his own cleverness. The two chatted about some interesting things in the entertainment industry, getting happier and happier as they talked, seemingly forgetting the passage of time, until Chen Yi saw his daughter dozing off, at which point they ended the conversation. Yifei, I enjoyed the meal today, but it's getting late, I need to take Zixi home now. Lu Yifei noticed Chen Zixi's sleepiness. Although she felt a little reluctant, she still nodded understandingly. Okay, I see Zixi is sleepy too, so you should take her home early. Chen Yi got up, picked up Chen Zixi, and let her sleep on his shoulder. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner next time you come to Shanghai. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Lu Yifei thought excitedly. Chen Yi said goodbye to Lu Yifei and took a taxi back to the hotel. The next day, the father and daughter slept until late morning. After breakfast, Chen Yi checked the time. Their flight was in the afternoon, and they still had plenty of time, so he took out his phone to check the time. To Chen Yi's surprise, his number 1 trending topic was dethroned yesterday, but today's latest number 1 trending topic is still about him. #Chen Yi makes a cameo appearance in Crystal Love, Chen Long bursts into laughter. Clicking through, it turned out to be a post from the Crystal Love production team. It described how director Lu Jinwen bumped into Chen Yi at the film studio and then got him to make a cameo appearance. It also mentioned that the scene was Chen Yi's own idea and that Chen Long, Xu Jing, and the crew members laughed during filming. At the bottom of the article, the movie's release date and a link to a video of Chen Yi's cameo appearance were listed. Looks like director Lu is trying to ride on my coattails. Chen Yi smiled, not caring at all. He clicked the link, and the video started playing. Meanwhile, in an office, a young man made himself a cup of coffee and sat comfortably at his workstation. His department head was in a meeting, so he could finally slack off. So he took out his phone to see if there was any news. The top trending topic has changed? Curious, he clicked on it and saw the content of the post. He used to dislike Chen Yi, but after this variety show, he changed his opinion of Chen Yi. Although he didn't become a fan, he admired Chen Yi's talent. He watched Chen Yi's short film on a variety show yesterday and found it hilarious, which swept away his recent frustrations. Now that he sees that Chen Yi seems to have released another funny video, he's become interested and can't wait to watch it. He swiped his finger, found the video link, and clicked to watch it without hesitation. The scene opens with Chen Long fighting several thugs to protect Xu Jing, which the young viewers found incredibly exciting. As expected of Chen Long, this fight scene was absolutely spectacular. The bandits were driven away in no time. Just as Chen Long was about to give chase, Xu Jing suddenly ran over and grabbed him. "Forget it, let's not chase after them. Let's go, or the police will be here soon." Before Chen Long could speak, a voice came from behind them, "They're here." Chen Yi, dressed in a police uniform, appeared, holding a police dog on a leash. I must say, Chen Yi really looks handsome in his police uniform. Although young people don't want to compliment other men on their looks, Chen Yi was undeniably handsome at that moment, and there was no denying it. In the scene, Chen Yi commands the police dog, "Sinny, sit down. Sinny, sit down." But the patrol dog didn't seem to listen to him, so Chen Yi had no choice but to raise his voice and make gestures until the patrol dog finally sat down. "Thanks." After thanking the police dog Sinny, Chen Yi turned to Chen Long and Xu Jing and asked, "Someone called the police saying there's a fight here, is that right?" Chen Long immediately said, "Several bandits attacked us just now. Did they leave any clues?" Chen Yi continued to ask. At this moment, Chen Long handed the stick in his hand to Chen Yi. "Yes, a few sticks." Chen Yi took the stick and held it to Sinny's nose. "Sinny, smell it." Seeing Sinny's nose twitch a few times and its face full of confidence, Chen Yi knew it had found a clue. "Well, any leads?" Upon hearing this, Sinny did not disappoint him. Instead, he immediately took action, pulling him along in a flash and rushing towards a certain direction on the street. Then, to Chen Long and Xu Jing's horrified gaze, they saw Chen Yi lying on the ground being dragged along by XINNI, screams constantly coming from his mouth. When they encountered a step, Zinni did not slow down at all, so Chen Yi was injured a second time. "Ha ha ha, Chen Yi is so funny, this scene is hilarious." The young man laughed until tears streamed down his face. Although it's clear that the Chen Yi being dragged on the screen is a mannequin, it still manages to draw the viewer in. The scene shifts to Chen Yi, whose police uniform is worn out and full of holes, sitting on the side of the road, next to the imposing XINNI. "Sinny, if you have no clue, please call an ambulance for me," Chen Yi said helplessly, his face bearing the marks of his injuries. Sinny is clearly a very energetic dog. Without saying a word, he ran off again, seemingly to carry out his owner's order to find an ambulance. But Chen Yi was in trouble, screams rang out again. The video ends with Zinni dragging Chen Yi further and further away. The young man was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight, slapping his thighs repeatedly. "Ha ha ha, Chen Yi, stop singing and go act in movies. You're hilarious." Chen Yi, on the other side, watched his own performance with a smile. It has that Stephen Chow vibe. He scrolled down and saw that there were already millions of comments below the video, with new comments constantly being generated. "Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. How come I never realized Chen Yi was so funny before?" Watching him being dragged around on the ground by Zinni, I laughed until tears streamed down my face. Yeah, and his serious interactions with Senni, treating him like a real person, were absolutely hilarious. I heard Chen Yi came up with all of that plot himself. How does his brain work? How can he always come up with such unique and creative ideas? I've watched this video 10 times already. It's hilarious, especially Chen Yi's expression after his clothes were torn. He wanted to blame Senni but couldn't bear to, so in the end he had no choice but to ask it to call an ambulance, but he didn't expect to be tortured himself again. I've discovered that Chen Yi has a real talent for comedy films, especially his absurdist comedic style, which is truly refreshing. I never expected Chen Yi to be able to pull off so many tricks in Chen Long's movie. This cameo really added a lot to the film. Wow, my brother is amazing. His presence is just as strong as Chen Long's. He's so handsome. Chen Yi casually browsed through the comments, which included those from passersby and his own fans, and were mostly positive. Just as he was scrolling through his phone, it suddenly rang. It was Zhang Hong calling. "Xiao Yi, are you back yet?" "No, my flight is this afternoon, I won't get home until almost evening." "What's wrong, Sister Hong? Is something the matter?" Zhang Hong hesitated slightly before replying, Yes, I just heard some news at the company. The 4 major corporations held a video conference specifically for you." "Oh," Chen Yi asked in surprise. "They want to kick me out?" It's understandable that Chen Yi thinks this way. After all, since the start of this variety show, he has overshadowed the 4 heavenly kings, which is completely contrary to the original intention of the 4 companies. So it's no wonder they are anxious. No, that's not it. If we kick you out of the variety show at this time, wouldn't that indirectly mean that the 4 heavenly kings are not as good as you? and that the 4 major entertainment companies are afraid of you? Zhang Hong denied it and directly stated the answer: the 4 major companies are planning to team up against you in the next episode of the variety show, so you should be mentally prepared. So that's how it is. Chen Yi smiled, completely unconcerned. What a joke! We have the resources of the entire Earth to rely on, how could we be intimidated by them? After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi thought for a moment and then called Li Donghai. He learned that the printing and packaging of Journey to the West was about to be completed and that it would be available in bookstores nationwide in another week, which made him feel relieved. During this period, all the money in my card, including the money from selling songs before, has been invested in the company's construction. As the expenses increase and the balance in my card decreases, I can't help but feel a little anxious. Once Journey to the West is published, his financial crisis will be completely resolved. He opened his Fidian account and saw the 70 million followers in the upper left corner and the constantly updated fan comments in the comments section. Only then did Chen Yi truly feel that he had stood up again. Hello everyone, my novel, Journey to the West, will be available in bookstores nationwide next Wednesday. I hope you'll all support it. Love you all. Chen Yi. Chen Yi thought for a moment, then found a photo of himself wearing a pink suit without a shirt underneath in his album. The suit was unbuttoned, revealing his 8-pack ABS, making him look both cool and sexy. So handsome. Those aunties are lucky, Chen Yi thought narcissistically as he sent the message. To boost sales of Journey to the West, Chen Yi went to extreme lengths, abandoning all pretense of decency and even resorting to selling his sexuality. Of course, the effect was fantastic. Just minutes after the message was sent, Chen Yi's Fidian account exploded with activity. Ah, my husband is so handsome. Those 8-pack ABS are absolutely amazing. I'm going to lick the screen. Wow, you look so stylish and charming in that pink suit. I love you so much. Please send us more photos like this, okay? Ah, I screamed on the spot when I saw his picture. His looks and physique are simply the epitome of perfection. Oh my god, Chen Yi, are you trying to kill me with your handsomeness? This photo is so stunning, I love you forever. While female fans were completely captivated by Chen Yi's handsome photos, male fans had more normal focus, but their excitement was no less than that of the female fans. Wow, the Journey to the West book is finally on sale. Yi Ge is amazing. I'm pre-ordering 5 sets. Haha, Brother Chen's Journey to the West is finally coming. I've been looking forward to it for so long. I must be at the bookstore next Wednesday to grab it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? 500 hours. Do you know how I've spent those 500 hours? Without Sun Wukong, my life is like instant noodles without the seasoning packet, just plain, tasteless noodles. But now, I've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Chen Yi, I love you so much. Chen Yi. Dude, is this some kind of exaggeration? As time passed, Chen Yi's message soared to the top of the trending topics list at lightning speed, reaching number 2 in just 3 hours, second only to the trending topic of his cameo appearance in Crystal Love. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi were already on a plane bound for Shanghai. The next morning, Chen Yi prepared breakfast early as usual, then woke his daughter up to wash and brush her teeth before taking her to kindergarten. When we arrived at the kindergarten, there were already quite a few children and parents there, and the air was filled with the children's laughter. Chen Zixi, the young homeroom teacher, is standing at the door to greet the children. The homeroom teacher's name is Qin Yao. She is very young and beautiful. She is wearing a pretty floral dress, has her hair tied in a high ponytail, and has a sweet smile on her face. When she saw Chen Yi and Chen Zixi, her eyes immediately lit up, and her gaze lingered on Chen Yi with an unusual light, not looking away for a long time. Chen Yi felt Qin Yao's gaze and became somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly squatted down and gently said to Chen Zixi, "Sweetie, listen to your teacher and play nicely with your friends. Daddy will pick you up this afternoon." Chen Zixi nodded obediently, "Okay, Dad." Then she let go of Chen Yi's hand and skipped into the school. Chen Yi stood up, gave Qin Yao a brief greeting, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Qin Yao suddenly spoke, her tone seemingly playful. "Dad, your Journey to the West is about to be published, right? I'll definitely buy it then, I'm such a big fan." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi stopped and looked at Qin Yao, who was staring intently at him. He quickly chuckled and said, "Haha, really? Then I'll send Teacher Qin a deluxe edition in a couple of days, so you won't need to spend any more money to buy one." "Really? That's great!" Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly. "Then let me treat you to dinner." Seeing Qin Yao's expectant gaze, Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, no need, it's not worth much. "Teacher Qin, please don't be so polite. I'd be very grateful if you could help me look after Zixi." "Alright then," Qin Yao said with a hint of regret, but then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll treat Zixi like my own daughter and take good care of her." Chen Yi, why does this sound so awkward? He dared not linger any longer, hastily said, "Thank you, Teacher Qin," and quickened his pace, fleeing the school as fast as he could. Only when he was far away from the kindergarten gate did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. These young girls nowadays are so enthusiastic. I'm so handsome, I really need to be careful in the future. Wednesday arrived in the blink of an eye. In a corner of the city, there is a bookstore of moderate size, owned by a middle-aged man affectionately known as Lao Joe. Old Joe has spent his whole life with books, treating the bookstore as his own home. Since he has always run the business alone, he has lived in a small room on the second floor of the bookstore for convenience. That morning, while Old Joe was still sound asleep, the once quiet street outside his window gradually became noisy. At first, the sound only reached his ears faintly, like someone whispering in the distance, but gradually, the noise grew louder and louder, finally shattering Old Joe's dream. He opened his eyes groggily, rubbed them, and was not fully awake yet. He just wondered why it was so noisy outside. Old Joe reluctantly sat up in bed, stretched, shuffled to the window in his slippers, and pulled back the curtains. The sky outside was still somewhat dark, and the streetlights emitted a dim yellow light, casting shadows on the street. Old Joe glanced subconsciously at the alarm clock on the bedside table. The hands clearly pointed to 6 o'clock. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's only 6 o'clock, why is it so noisy? There aren't usually this many people around at this time." Just as he was filled with doubt, the noisy voices outside came again, rising and falling, as if something big had happened. Old Joe couldn't lie still any longer. He frowned, his curiosity growing stronger. He quickly put on his clothes, buttoning them as he went downstairs. Upon arriving on the first floor, Old Joe walked straight to the shop door. He stood in front of the roller shutter, took a deep breath, grabbed the handle of the roller shutter, and forcefully lifted it upwards. With a whoosh, the scene outside came into view, and Old Joe was stunned. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. The bookstore entrance was already packed with people, a dense crowd stretching out from the store entrance and winding along the street. At a glance, wow, there must have been over 100 people. The people were chatting and laughing, some even carrying small stools and fanning themselves with fans. Although it was still dark, everyone's face was filled with excitement, as if they were waiting for some incredibly important treasure. One of the boys, dressed in a simple t-shirt and carrying a backpack, wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and said to his equally sweaty companion beside him, "Bro, Chen Yi is amazing. His songs have been hit after hit, and I never expected him to be so good at writing novels. I'm really looking forward to Journey to the West. I heard the beginning of the live stream before, and it felt like a whole new world had opened up for me." His companion nodded in agreement. "You bet. I watched some replay clips online and I was completely captivated. Especially that Sun Wukong, who can fly through the heavens and dive into the earth, with all sorts of supernatural powers, like the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud. Just thinking about it is so cool. I have to get my hands on this book today and go back to really enjoy it." A girl with a ponytail overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chime in, "You guys like Sun Wukong too? I think he's not just incredibly skilled, but also has a really charming personality. That rebellious yet righteous, passionate and daring spirit really resonates with me. Plus, the world building in this book is so grand, it feels like there are so many secrets hidden behind every story. Haha, that's right, that's right. I feel like I need to read this book several times to really appreciate it." Another girl in a dress chimed in, "I've already decided to buy it today and stay up all night to finish it. I can't wait." As time went by, more and more people joined the queue, but their enthusiasm remained undiminished. They chatted about the stories in Journey to the West while glancing eagerly at the bookstore's entrance. Then, when the sound of Lao Joe pushing the roller shutter door rang out, hundreds of bright eyes turned around at the same time. No one knows who shouted, "Open the door!" first, and the crowd surged forward like a tide. "What are you doing? Are you robbing me?" Old Joe pressed his body against the glass door, sweat dripping down his forehead in fear. Everyone was speechless. Finally, after the young man at the front explained the reason, Old Joe breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. You young people are really something, making such a big fuss over a book." After letting everyone in, they all rushed to the bookshelf where Journey to the West was located, following Lao Joe's directions, and began a frenzy of buying. "Boss, I'll take 2 sets. I want 3 sets. I want 3 sets too. Boss, give me 5 sets. Old Joe stood behind the cashier, completely dumbfounded. What kind of book is so popular? Why are these people buying 3 or 5 sets at a time? However, Lao Joe didn't order many copies of Journey to the West, only 100 sets. This was only because the publisher had mandated a minimum order of 100 sets yesterday, otherwise, his small shop wouldn't have stocked so many books. Yesterday he was secretly cursing the publisher for being domineering, but now all he wants to say is, "What good people they are." Editor-in-Chief Wang. Editor-in-Chief Wang. Send another 300 sets. No, 500 sets. Today. Old Joe unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and shouted into his phone, "You didn't see it." A young man said he wanted to buy 10 sets for his friends. A printing factory. Full capacity on the production line. Triple night shift allowance. The factory manager shouted into the walkie-talkie, with the printing presses roaring behind him. The ink-dampened pages cascaded like a galaxy, and as the robotic arm gripped stacks of spines, the special effects paint on the covers, resembling the golden cudgel, still shimmered faintly. Quality Inspector Xiao Zhou rubbed his red eyes, then suddenly paused on a certain page. The Queen of the Women's Kingdom watched the departing figures of the pilgrims, pressing the travel document against her heartbeat. That page, from that moment on, possessed warmth. Xiao Zhou, go home and see how busy everyone is right now, and you're still slacking off. If we don't print 5,000 sets today, nobody's going home to sleep. A roar interrupted Xiao Zhou's sadness. Okay, brother-in-law, don't be angry anymore, Xiao Zhou said to the person who came in. It's just that this Journey to the West is so good, I just couldn't resist. The popularity of Journey to the West has spread to bookstores of all sizes across the country. Like a cultural storm, it has swept through the streets and alleys in an instant and become the hottest topic in the past few days. In a university psychology class, the professor, while explaining personality development and psychological growth, suddenly mentioned Journey to the West. The professor displayed the cover image of Journey to the West on the big screen and said, "Class, today we're going to analyze the novel Journey to the West from a psychological perspective. As you can see, the four main characters actually represent four different personality types. Sun Wukong is brave and fearless, daring to challenge authority, embodying a typical extroverted and enterprising personality. However, he also has an impulsive and impatient side, which reflects the problems that this type of personality needs to overcome during their growth. Tang Santang possesses unwavering faith and a strong sense of morality, but he can sometimes be overly pedantic and stubborn. This is a characteristic of an idealist, and he will face many challenges when confronted with complex realities. Pigsy is gluttonous, lustful, and lazy, yet also honest and lovable. He reflects the instinctive desires and emotional needs of human nature, and how to balance and restrain these instincts in a team. Shawajing was honest, hardworking, and conscientious, a typical example of a steady and reliable personality, playing a stabilizing and coordinating role in the team. The students listened with great interest. One student raised his hand and asked, "Professor, does the mutual adjustment and growth of the four of them during their journey to the West also signify a process in which different personality types influence each other and achieve psychological maturity within a group?" The professor smiled and nodded. "Absolutely right, that's exactly it. Through such vivid character portrayals and storylines, Journey to the West presents a complex and realistic psychological picture of personality growth and teamwork. This has important implications for our understanding of human psychological development and interpersonal relationships. So the connotation of this work is much richer than what we see on the surface." In a team focused on ancient cultural archaeology research, the members inadvertently started talking about Journey to the West at a conference. At this moment, the oldest member of the team suddenly spoke up, "Don't underestimate this Journey to the West. I found that it has reference value for our research on ancient culture. Many of the gods, ghosts, and the heavenly palaces and underworlds depicted in the book can actually be traced back to ancient myths, folk beliefs, and religious culture. For example, the book mentions the 10 kings of hell, which are closely related to the ancient underworld system we know from ancient records. Interpreting these contents can help us further understand people's understanding of concepts such as reincarnation, karma, and retribution in ancient folk culture." A researcher specializing in ancient mythology added, "The 72 transformations and various magical arts learned by Sun Wukong can also be traced back to ancient magical arts culture. This shows that the author deeply absorbed rich traditional cultural elements during the creation process and skillfully integrated and recreated them, presenting these ancient cultures to us in a brand new form, providing us with vivid cases for studying the inheritance and evolution of ancient culture." After hearing this, the other members all paid more attention to the book and expressed their intention to reread it carefully to uncover more details related to ancient culture. At a high-level philosophical symposium, numerous scholars gathered, and today's discussion topic even included Journey to the West. A highly respected professor spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Yi's Journey to the West may seem like a fantastical mythological novel, but it actually contains profound philosophical ideas. Take the character of Sun Wukong for example. From his initial role as the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, he was unrestrained and did as he pleased, representing a genuine natural state, which is the free and easy advocated by Taoism. However, he later endured hardships, donned the golden headband, and embarked on the journey to the West with Tang Santang. This process was actually a form of self-discipline and regulation, symbolizing the transition from a natural state to a social order. It embodies the fusion and clash of Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist philosophies." Another middle-aged scholar continued, "That's right, and the journey of the four disciples to obtain the scriptures can also be seen as a metaphor for the cultivation of life. The 81 tribulations they encountered along the way are just like the various setbacks and temptations we face in life. Their unwavering belief in obtaining the scriptures and their overcoming of numerous difficulties inspire us to constantly overcome our inner demons and achieve self-transcendence on the path of life." Analyzing this work from a philosophical perspective reveals its profound intellectual depth. It is by no means a simple entertainment read. The young scholars nodded in agreement. One doctoral student remarked, "In the past, we always felt that classical literary works contained philosophical ideas, but they were often obscure and difficult to understand. However, Journey to the West can present these profound truths in such a vivid and interesting story, allowing people of different ages and knowledge levels to gain some insights. This is truly remarkable." When these different interpretations of Journey to the West by experts from various fields circulated, the vast majority of netizens were dumbfounded. Is Journey to the West really that amazing? How come there are so many twists and turns in it? So I'm just watching for the fun? No, I want to watch it again. I've long felt that Journey to the West is no ordinary novel. Have you noticed? Lingtai Fankin Mountain and Ziyu Sangzing Cave together mean seeking the heart, implying that Journey to the West is essentially a journey of seeking the heart and cultivating oneself. Sun Wukong represents the human heart, and refining the heart can make one's mind clear, just as the 8 trigrams furnace forged Sun Wukong's fiery eyes. Sun Wukong's somersault covers 108,000 li, which is exactly the distance to Lingshan Mountain, indicating that no matter how far Lingshan Mountain is, it is only a thought away. Good and evil are only a thought away. One thought can make one a Buddha, and one thought can make one a demon. There are also the 6 bandits that Sun Wukong killed on the road. I see joy, ears hear anger, nose smell love, tongue taste thought, body is inherently worried, and mind desire. These represent the 6 senses. Killing them means that purifying the 6 senses is the essence of the journey to the West. From a human perspective, Sun Wukong's transformation from a mischievous monkey to a Buddha demonstrates the fusion of good and evil, impulsiveness and rationality in human nature. He initially wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and did whatever he wanted, but after being suppressed under the 5 Elements mountain, he gradually learned about human relationships and how to cooperate with others on the journey to the West. All of this reflects the growth of human nature. The heavenly court, the underworld, and the human realm are microcosms of ancient Chinese society. The journey of Tang Santang and his disciples to obtain Buddhist scriptures is a critique and reflection on the political system and social institutions of ancient China. The difficulties and challenges they encountered, such as the obstruction of demons and the intervention of immortals, are metaphors and projections of real-world social problems. As netizens shared their thoughts on reading Journey to the West, people were surprised to discover that this novel actually contained so much depth and meaning. Then came a chilling feeling, making my hair stand on end. How could Chen Yi write such a masterpiece? Is he even human? Or is he truly such a genius? With the nationwide success of Journey to the West, it quickly made headlines in major news media. People's Daily. Recently, the novel Journey to the West by Chen Yi has sparked a buying frenzy across the country as soon as it went on sale. This novel not only attracted a wide readership with its fantastic and captivating story, but also sparked heated discussions across various fields, becoming a hot topic in contemporary cultural circles. On television, the host held up a copy of Journey to the West and enthusiastically addressed the camera. Dear viewers, the book Journey to the West that I'm going to introduce to you today can be described as a miracle in the cultural market this summer. Its creator, Chen Yi, is a multi-talented individual in the entertainment industry. This novel, written in a different field, has amazed everyone since its release. Both its grand and majestic story background and its profound cultural connotations have made it a highly sought-after masterpiece. I believe that in the future, this book will continue to shine in the cultural field and influence even more people. Online, the topic of Journey to the West remains highly popular, with various book reviews, reading notes, and discussions about the plot flooding major social media platforms. Many netizens have even spontaneously launched a Journey to the West reading challenge, calling on everyone to read this masterpiece in depth. For a time, Journey to the West became the focus of conversation among the entire Xia Kingdom. At the same time, all the major film and television production companies in the entertainment industry held project planning meetings regarding Journey to the West. Xingai Entertainment Film and Television Department. The producer looked at everyone in the conference room, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Everyone, Chen Yi's Journey to the West is so popular right now. I think this is an excellent opportunity for film and television adaptation. Any plot point in this story could be a visual feast on screen. If we can adapt it into a film or television work, it will definitely create a ratings frenzy. The screenwriters seated below nodded in agreement. A veteran screenwriter adjusted his glasses and continued. That's right, but the adaptation is quite difficult. After all, the book is very rich in content. We need to show the essence in a limited time and also consider how to balance the fidelity to the original work with the innovation of the film and television adaptation. These are the key problems we need to overcome. The producer crossed his arms, deep in thought, and will have to put a lot of effort into the special effects. It won't be easy to perfectly present those magical spells and fantastical scenes from mythology. Smack! The producer suddenly slammed his hands on the table and declared, but I believe that as long as our team works together, we will definitely be able to create an amazing film or television work. Come on, let's first outline the story framework, and then gradually refine each plot and character setting. So everyone started discussing it, but they didn't care at all about whether they could get the adaptation rights to Journey to the West. After all, that was a matter for other departments. They were only concerned with proposing plans and scripts. Chen Yi's home. Exclusive film rights for 3 years, 20 million. Exclusive TV series rights for 3 years, 30 million. Sister Hong, this is my lowest, friendly price. The prices I quoted to other entertainment companies were much higher. Chen Yi looked at Zhang Hong in front of him and said slowly, of course, if we don't buy exclusive rights, the price will be cheaper. Zhang Hong nodded, not haggling with Chen Yi. She knew that many film and television giants had approached Chen Yi in the past 2 days, and that Chen Yi's offer was indeed higher than what she had received. Okay, Xiaoai, then thank you very much, Zhang Hong said with a smile, clearly indicating that the price was within her authority to make the decision. However, I only need the film rights for 3 years. Chen Yi was not surprised. After all, the cost of filming movies and TV series at the same time is too high, and even the top film and television production companies in the entertainment industry would find it difficult to do so. What Chen Yi didn't tell Zhang Hong was that just last night, he had already promised the 3-year television rights to another entertainment company, and they would be coming to him to sign the contract in the next couple of days. He knew that Xingai Entertainment mainly focused on the film industry and would not buy TV series copyrights, which is why he showed an attitude of letting Zhang Hong choose freely. After seeing Zhang Hong off, Chen Yi lay comfortably on the sofa, happily calculating the profits brought by Journey to the West. Yesterday, Li Donghai sent him printing and sales data from major publishing houses across the country. As of yesterday, a total of more than 11 million sets had been sold, and this was because the printing volume could not keep up with the sales speed in the early stages. According to the publisher's estimates, this Journey to the West series will reach a staggering 50 million copies sold by the end of the year. If a set costs 50 yuan, he can take 40%, which is 20 yuan. After deducting 10% tax, he can get 18 yuan from that set of books. Chen Yi took out his phone calculator. 18 x 50 million equals 900 million. 900 million. Add in the film and television rights, and one book, Journey to the West, earned him a whopping 950 million yuan. Chen Yi's hands were trembling with excitement. He really wanted to call Li Donghai and tell him, brother, I'm quitting the company. I'm going to lie down and be a couch potato. Fortunately, a sliver of reason stopped him. Chen Yi took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then turned and shouted loudly towards his daughter's room. Zixi, come out quickly, Daddy will take you to eat some delicacies. The next day, after dropping Chen Zixi off at school, Chen Yi drove to the office building of Shenqi Entertainment. The 4 major entertainment companies, Shenqi Entertainment and Chen Yi's former company Xingai Entertainment, are all located in Shanghai, while Lu Yifei's Sanyang Entertainment is located in Beijing, and the Last Brilliance Entertainment is located in Hong Kong. Chen Yi went to Shenqi Entertainment today at Hua Ruoxiu's invitation to help her complete the final recording of Invisible Wings. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor of Shenqi Entertainment, Hua Ruoxiu was sitting in the rest area waiting for Chen Yi's arrival. Hey, isn't this our rising starlet? Suddenly a high-pitched female voice came from behind. Hua Ruoxiu turned around and saw Zhang Yan walking towards her gracefully in 10-centimeter stilettos. As a female singer who signed with Hua Ruoxiu at the same time, Zhang Yan has always looked down on Hua Ruoxiu, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that she was jealous of her. I heard you haven't given up on the new song charts next month? Zhang Yan's lips, painted with bright red lipstick, curled into a mocking smile. What's wrong? Still want to compete with our little princess? Hua Ruoxiu gripped the lyric book tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. A few days ago, her manager suddenly told her that her department head wanted her to give up promoting the new song on the charts next month, and offered to release 3 songs in exchange for the song written by Chen Yi. However, she obviously wouldn't accept such an arrangement. In her anger, she also questioned her agent about the reason behind it. After all, she was also an artist that the company was focusing on promoting during this period. Otherwise, the variety show wouldn't have asked her to cooperate with Li Wenfen. Later, I learned from the agent that the company chairman's youngest daughter had returned from studying abroad and was preparing to enter the music industry. When Hua Ruoxiu heard this reason, she was in despair. She felt that she would have to give up the song. But to her surprise, the chairman's youngest daughter curled her lips and didn't like the song. She said that she had already prepared an English song written by a top American songwriter and was confident that she could take the top spot on the new song chart next month. She also said that the company's singers should release songs as they wish, without having to consider her, which clearly shows that she doesn't regard the others as competitors. Zhang Yan. Hua Ruoxiu raised her head, looking directly into Zhang Yan's eyes. I've arranged for brother Chen Yi to come and help me record a song. He'll be here soon, so please leave now. Chen Yi. Zhang Yan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and turned to her assistant, saying, listen to this, our little flower really thinks too highly of herself. He then looked at Hua Ruoxiu with a mocking expression. Who is Chen Yi? Do you know how many people are willing to pay a fortune to get him to appear on their shows and still can't? You think you can get him to record a song for you just because you said a few words to him on a variety show? Dream on. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Hua Ruoxiu couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. So Chen Yi is that famous? At the same time, the thought of how she had rashly called Chen Yi yesterday to ask him to help record a song made her face burn with embarrassment. But Chen Yi's quick agreement on the phone yesterday without hesitation filled her with deep gratitude and a touch of sweetness. Seeing that Hua Ruoxiu remained silent and her face suddenly flushed red, Zhang Yan assumed that Hua Ruoxiu was ashamed of having her lie exposed. Therefore, she was even less inclined to let Hua Ruoxiu off easily. Zhang Yan, with her assistant, sat down on the sofa next to her and said with a smile, Hee, Hua Ruoxiu, since you say Chen Yi will be here soon, I'll wait for him. I've been wanting to meet this great talent in the entertainment industry for a long time. You, Hua Ruoxiu glared at Zhang Yan, about to retort, when a familiar voice rang in her ears. Ruoxiu. Hua Ruoxiu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, slender man wearing a mask striding towards her. He was wearing a simple white shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, making him appear to glow. It was Chen Yi. Hua Ruoxiu felt her heart skip a beat. Every time she saw Chen Yi, she was amazed, thinking his eyes were so bright, as if they were filled with starlight. Chen Yi. Zhang Yan's expression froze instantly, and her voice changed. Chen Yi walked straight up to Hua Ruoxiu. Sorry, there was traffic on the way, I'm late. Hua Ruoxiu smelled the faint scent of cedar on him and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. No, it's okay, I didn't wait long, she whispered. Chen Yi didn't know why the usually cheerful Hua Ruoxiu had suddenly become so shy, but he didn't pay much attention. Ruoxiu, let's go, take me to the recording studio. Oh, okay. Hua Ruoxiu quickly led Chen Yi towards the elevator, her steps light and quick. Brother Chen Yi, thank you for coming to help me record the song. Don't mention it. Besides, the customer is always right, so we have to provide excellent service. The two walked away chatting and laughing, leaving Zhang Yan stunned behind. She watched Hua Ruoxiu's retreating figure with jealousy, gritting her teeth. Why? On the other side, Hua Ruoxiu led Chen Yi to the floor where the recording studio was located. Chen Yi stepped out of the elevator and saw that the entire floor was filled with recording studios. At a glance, there were dozens of them, which was truly amazing. Chen Yi thought to himself, as expected of a music-focused giant company, this setup is even stronger than his previous Xingai Entertainment. The two quickly arrived at the door of a recording studio, where several people were standing and talking in hushed tones. Hua Ruoxiu quickly stepped forward to introduce them. It turns out that if Hua Ruoxiu wanted to bring outsiders to the company to use the recording studio, she naturally had to report and apply to the company in advance. When the company learned that she had invited Chen Yi, the head of the music department and a group of music producers became very interested in this talented young man who had recently become very popular in the entertainment industry, and they all wanted to take this opportunity to meet him in person. The music director of Shenxi Entertainment looked at Chen Yi with admiration and expectation in his eyes, and warmly invited him to join the music department of Shenxi Entertainment, even promising him a high position. However, Chen Yi quickly declined, citing that he had no time to take care of his daughter. Seeing this, the music minister did not press the matter further, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Chen Yi, and then left with the others. After everyone left, Chen Yi and Hua Ruoxiu entered the recording studio. Ruoxiu, let's begin. You sing Invisible Wings once, and I'll listen to it. Okay. Hua Ruoxiu nodded, took a deep breath, walked to the microphone, closed her eyes, gathered her emotions, and then began to sing with deep feeling. Every time, I find strength in hesitation and loneliness. Every time, even when I'm deeply hurt, I don't shed a tear. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings. Chen Yi sat to the side, his eyes slightly closed, listening intently. As Hua Ruoxiu's voice flowed gently through the recording studio, images of Angela Zhang singing this song in his past life unconsciously surfaced in Chen Yi's mind, and he subconsciously compared the two performances. This comparison did indeed reveal quite a few issues. After the song was finished, Hua Ruoxiu, who had expected to receive praise, saw Chen Yi's slightly furrowed brows and her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Brother Chen Yi, is my singing okay? Chen Yi was preoccupied with the song and didn't notice Hua Ruoxiu's nervousness, directly pointing out some of the problems she was experiencing. Ruoxiu, your overall tone is very good, and your pitch is basically on point, but there is still room for improvement in some details. For example, in the verses, your breath control could be more delicate, and the ending of each phrase is a little too abrupt, which makes the emotional continuity insufficient. It's like a painting that's missing that final touch, and it's not quite right. Also, although the rhythm of this song is not difficult, you could strengthen your sense of rhythm in some places. The duration of some notes is not very precise, which makes the overall rhythm a bit loose. It's like a string of pearls with uneven spacing between the beads, which diminishes the beauty. In addition, in the high notes of the chorus, you can move your vocal placement slightly forward. This will make your voice more penetrating and better bring out the inspirational and uplifting emotions of the song. Right now, it sounds a bit muffled, as if it's covered by a veil and hasn't fully released its full power. Hua Ruoxiu listened attentively to Chen Yi's words, feeling quite surprised. With the help of the company's music director, she thought she had sung well enough, and inviting Chen Yi over this time was just to be on the safe side. She hadn't realized she had so much room for improvement. She couldn't help but secretly admire Chen Yi's professionalism and keen insight. Okay, brother Chen Yi, I understand. I'll try again. Then, she began singing again and again. Each time, she tried her best to adjust according to Chen Yi's instructions, striving to do her best in breath control, rhythm, and vocal placement. Chen Yi listened attentively from the side, offering suggestions from time to time. Hua Ruoxiu continuously adjusted and improved according to Chen Yi's requirements. She felt as if she had opened a new door and seen a whole new world of music, realizing that a song could have so many details and nuances. She was glad that she had invited Chen Yi, and she admired him immensely. Finally, after countless revisions, Chen Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Yes, that's good, Ruoxiu, that's it. The emotion and technique are perfectly integrated, fantastic. Upon hearing this, Hua Ruoxiu's tired face broke into an excited smile. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but her eyes were filled with gratitude. Brother Chen Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that I had so many shortcomings, nor would I have known that I could sing this song so well. You're welcome. You're very talented. With a little more effort and refinement, you'll definitely get better and better, Chen Yi encouraged with a smile. Yes, I will continue to work hard. At this moment, she is filled with anticipation and confidence for next month's new song chart, and also deeply grateful to Chen Yi, her mentor and friend. At the same time, inside a luxuriously decorated villa, Wang Kaiming, president of Shenqi Entertainment, was having dinner with his daughter, Fei Wang, in a lavish dining room. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, emitting an enticing aroma, but Wang Kaiming's attention was entirely focused on his daughter. He looked at Wang Fei with doting eyes and spoke softly with concern. Fei Fei, how have you been feeling since you came back to China? Are you adjusting well to life here? If there's anything you're not used to, be sure to tell Daddy. Wang Fei frowned slightly, a hint of disdain on her face. Dad, to be honest, things in China are not as good as in the United States. I feel like there are many things I'm not used to. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiming quickly put down his chopsticks and smiled as he comforted him. You've just come back, so you might not be used to it yet. You'll get used to it gradually. Our country is developing very well now. You'll discover how good it is once you stay longer. As he spoke, Wang Kaiming seemed to remember something, and changed the subject, mentioning the upcoming August new song charts. Fei Fei, the new song chart for August is about to start. Are you confident that you can break into the top 10? Wang Fei, however, curled her lip dismissively, her tone full of confidence, even tinged with pride. Dad, my goal isn't just to be in the top 10, I want to be number 1. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiming frowned slightly and explained earnestly. Fei Fei, you may not be familiar with the situation of the new song charts in our country. Since its inception, the competition for these new song charts has always been fierce. Apart from a young girl who luckily took first place last month, no new singer has been able to reach the top spot for a long time. You've just returned to China, so don't be too ambitious. Take it one step at a time. Upon hearing this, Fei Wang immediately objected. Dad, I don't like hearing that. The music in Xia country is already quite backward. How can it compare to the music from the United States? The song I'm preparing to promote this time cost me a fortune, and I even pulled some strings to get it written by a top songwriter from the US. How could a song like this not take number 1? I'm sure I can do it. Wang Kaiming was a little angry when he saw his daughter's arrogant demeanor. He was about to scold her, but he swallowed the words back. After all, this is her most beloved child, and she has been abroad for so many years, and she has never been able to be by her side. Now that they are finally reunited, how could she bear to blame her? Wang Kaiming sighed inwardly, thinking that when the rankings started, he could only ask the people in the company to put in more effort to promote his daughter and do their best to help her win the championship. Thinking about all this, Wang Kaiming looked at Wang Fei and shook his head helplessly, but his face still held the doting expression, only his eyes held a hint of worry. I wonder if my daughter, with her ambition, can make a name for herself in the fiercely competitive domestic music scene. July 31st. Xingai Entertainment. Wang Xiaoxian was diligently practicing her daily vocal exercises in the karaoke room, without a trace of arrogance that comes with fame. Since she won the July New Song chart with Chen Yi's health song, her life has undergone earth-shattering changes, both within the company and in the entire entertainment industry. Previously, she was like a neglected blade of grass in a corner of the company, with very few resources available to her. However, after winning the championship, the company began to allocate high-quality resources to her, investing heavily in publicity and promotion, and forming a dedicated team to create a comprehensive publicity plan. She was also provided with a personal agent, a top stylist, and an experienced dance teacher. Before winning the championship, she was virtually unknown in the entertainment industry, and no one would pay attention to her when she walked down the street. However, after winning the health song competition, she instantly became famous, and her name spread like wildfire throughout the Xia Kingdom, becoming the focus of public discussion. Entertainment news and social media are filled with reports and discussions about her, and her photos and videos are spreading like wildfire online, making many viewers who had no prior impression of her remember her. She gained a large number of fans because of this. It can be said that she became a well-known star instantly with just one song, which aroused envy and jealousy from countless singers in the industry. "Xiaoxian, take a break," Zhang Menqi said, walking over and handing her a glass of water. She teased, "How's it going, big star? Are you confident about the new song charts in August?" Wang Xiaoxian took the water glass, took a small sip, looked at her friend, and said with a smile, "Yes." This single word carries her boundless faith. Wang Xiaoxian's confidence is not due to blind arrogance from last month's championship, but rather, given to her by Chen Yi. Her thoughts drifted back to a while ago, when her phone suddenly rang. When she saw Chen Yi's name on the screen, her heart felt as if it had been gently grasped by an invisible hand. Then, a wave of joy surged through her, almost overflowing. "It's brother Chen Yi. He really didn't forget his promise to me," she thought to herself, a bright smile blooming on her face like a spring flower. When the call connected, it was indeed brother Chen Yi who wanted to invite her to dinner. She was so excited that she readily accepted on the spot. Before going to the appointment, she dressed up carefully and chose her favorite dress. Then, she walked briskly to meet Chen Yi. When she met Chen Yi, she felt as if the whole world had brightened up. She recounted her experiences over the past period, and Chen Yi listened attentively with a smile throughout. Chen Yi also shared some interesting stories from their time at Xingai Entertainment. The two chatted for a long time, and smiles never left their faces. Before leaving, Chen Yi handed Wang Xiaoxian a song sheet as a congratulatory gift for her winning the championship. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxian felt a warm current surge into her heart, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. But she didn't say any more words of thanks, because she felt that any words would be too pale at this moment. She simply silently engraved Chen Yi's help in her heart. August 1st. In the conference room of Shenqi Entertainment's music department. By this time, the conference room was full of people, who sat quietly in their respective seats, occasionally whispering a few words, as if waiting for the arrival of some important person. As time ticked by, when the clock on the wall slowly pointed to 10 o'clock, the conference room door was pushed open again, and Wang Kaiming and his daughter Wang Fei walked in together. They went straight to the two empty seats in the main room. Seeing this, everyone quickly stood up to greet him. Wang Kaiming slightly raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down, and then went straight to the point. "Let's talk about the current data for Fei Fei's song." As soon as he finished speaking, a man from the publicity department stood up, straightened his clothes, grabbed his materials, and quickly walked to the projection screen to begin his detailed explanation. "President, it's like this. Since this is Ms. Fei Wang's first foray into the domestic music scene, her initial ranking on the new song chart was 110th when the data was first updated this morning. But after our extensive online promotion, as of now, Ms. Fei Wang's ranking is 72nd on the new song chart." After hearing the results, Wang Kaiming nodded slightly. He was actually quite satisfied, considering that the improvement was quite good after only one night. But when he turned to look at his daughter, he noticed that Fei Wang clearly had a dissatisfied expression on her face. Seeing this, Wang Kaiming sighed inwardly. He was at a loss with his proud and arrogant daughter who had been pampered since childhood, but he couldn't bear to scold her. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Kaiming cleared his throat and said, "Continue to increase investment in promotion. At the same time, have all the artists under our company send messages to recommend this song, so that more people can hear Fei Fei's work." "Yes, President." Wang Kaiming's order was quickly carried out, and the effect was obvious. When dozens or even hundreds of celebrities simultaneously recommended a song on their Feedion accounts, the influence was unimaginable. Fei Wang's Heavenly Queen took off like a rocket, rapidly climbing the charts and attracting the attention of many fans and netizens, with its popularity continuing to rise. At the same time, countless music enthusiasts across the Xia Kingdom have already begun gold digging on the August new song charts. Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Han Xiling and her friend Han Jiajia were walking back to their dormitory after having just finished dinner in the cafeteria. It was summer vacation, and there were very few people on campus. "Jiajia, you really don't need to come with me. I'll be fine at school by myself." Sun Jiajia smiled and linked arms with Han Xiling. "I'll be alone at home anyway. My parents are doing business abroad, and they can't come back to keep me company." It's better to stay at school. Han Xiling smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Just then, Sun Jiajia suddenly asked, Xiling, didn't you say you were going to see Zixi this summer? When are we going? After a long silence, Han Xiling finally whispered, I'm not going. Why? Sun Jiajia asked, puzzled. Jiajia, I think I did something stupid. I shouldn't have gone to the music awards ceremony to expose Chen Yi before understanding the whole story. I don't dare to face him now, Han Xiling said, her face filled with shame, her voice growing softer and softer. Sun Jiajia didn't know how to persuade her anymore. After all, what she did was really wrong. If she were Chen Yi, she certainly wouldn't forgive her either. The two walked back to their dormitory in the silence when Sun Jiajia suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, damn, today is August 1st. Sun Jiajia's outburst of profanity caused Han Xiling, who was already in a bad mood, to have a moment of exasperation. At the same time, her attention was diverted. What's wrong with August 1st? Why are you reacting so strongly? Sun Jiajia hurriedly opened her laptop. August 1st is the start date for the new song chart. I've been looking forward to that song Chen Yi wrote for Hua Ruoxiu after watching the variety show, and now I can finally hear it. Chen Yi. Han Xiling's heart skipped a beat, as if she had been stabbed by something. She didn't speak, but silently turned her gaze to the computer screen, which displayed the new song chart page. Found it. Sun Jiajia suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open. She's ranked 9th. You know, last year Hua Ruoxiu did a lot of promotion, and she barely managed to squeeze into 9th place at the end of the month. Xiling, look, she caught up with last year's results on just the first day. Chen Yi's song is amazing. Sun Jiajia's face was full of admiration. She couldn't wait to click the play button for the song and said excitedly, let's listen to this song, Invisible Wings, together. I'm so curious. As Sun Jiajia clicked play, a gentle and soothing melody flowed out, and Hua Ruoxiu's emotional and powerful voice filled the dormitory. Every time I find strength in hesitation and loneliness, every time even when deeply hurt, I don't shed a tear. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings, carrying me flying over despair. I don't think about them having a beautiful sun, I see that the sunset changes every day. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings, carrying me giving me hope. Han Xiling, who was listening intently to the song, revealed a hint of emotion in her eyes. This song is so powerful. Sun Jiajia nodded in agreement. Yes, I was immediately touched. I finally see all dreams blossom, the youthful songs of pursuit are so bright, I finally soar, gazing intently without fear, wherever the wind blows, I'll fly as far as I can. Invisible wings make dreams last longer than the sky, leave one wish for yourself to imagine. Han Xiling closed her eyes slightly, seemingly immersed in Hua Ruoxiu's singing, and sighed softly at the same time. The idea of not envying what others have, but cherishing the beauty around us and finding our own hope, really resonates with people. Hua Ruoxiu's singing is like a warm breeze, gently brushing against our hearts and making us feel warm inside. Sun Jiajia was also deeply moved by the song. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, yes, this song is simply amazing. Every line seems to resonate with our hearts. After listening to it, we feel empowered and more confident about the future. When the song ended, the two were still immersed in the emotions expressed by Hua Ruoxiu's singing and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Then, Sun Jiajia broke the silence first, exclaiming, Chen Yi's songs are really amazing, and Hua Ruoxiu's singing is also very good. No wonder they were able to climb to such a high position on the charts as soon as they were released. Han Xiling nodded gently, a complex emotion in her eyes. She thought of what she had done to Chen Yi before, and felt increasingly guilty. But she only said, yes, Hua Ruoxiu sings well, and writes even better songs. Sun Jiajia looked at the new song chart again, gently moving the mouse while muttering to herself. Why haven't any of the top singers released new songs this month? Didn't they say last month that pop diva Su Bing was going to release a new song? Why hasn't she released it yet? Wow, this new singer named Fei Wong is ranked 13th. Are all the newcomers these days so amazing? Last month's champion, Wang Xiaoxian, has released a new song. Han Xiling was drawn in by Sun Jiajia's words and looked at the screen, discovering that the 19th song on the new song chart was sung by Wang Xiaoxian. She knew that Wang Xiaoxian was a singer who rose to fame with Chen Yi's song Health Song, and her curiosity was piqued. Jiajia, let's listen to Wang Xiaoxian's song first. Okay, Sun Jiajia clicked on Wang Xiaoxian's song, and the song's information immediately appeared before their eyes. Song, I Love Taking a Bath. Composer, Chen Yi. Lyrics by Chen Yi. Wow, Chen Yi wrote both the lyrics and the music. Chen Yi wrote another song for her. Sun Jiajia exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, she immediately clicked the play button. As Sun Jiajia clicked the play button, the cheerful melody instantly filled the dormitory. The energetic rhythm seemed to have a magical power, making everyone feel happy. Lalayla, I love taking a bath, the turtle falls down, yo 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 yo. Watch out for fleas, lots of bubbles, yo 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 yo. The submarine is praying, I love taking a bath, my skin feels so good, yo 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 yo. Put on a shower cap, sing and dance, yo 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 yo. The mermaid wants to escape. Listening to the playful and cute lyrics, Sun Jiajia's body unconsciously swayed gently to the rhythm. Oh my, these lyrics are so interesting. It feels like I'm back in my childhood taking a bath, so happy. Han Xiling was also infected by the cheerful atmosphere, and the corners of her mouth turned up. Yes, this song is so childlike, it makes you want to sing along. As she spoke, she swayed slightly to the rhythm, as if all her worries had been thrown to the winds by the relaxing melody. Rinse up / wash down / rub left / need right. Let's shake hands again sometime. Rinse up / wash down / rub left / need right. My bathtub is so comfortable. La 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 la. Sun Jiajia laughed even harder. She suddenly stood up, grabbed Han Xiling's hand, and started dancing in the dormitory. Haha, this is so much fun. Listening to this song makes me feel relaxed and happy. Han Xiling was also influenced by Wang Xiaoxuan's cheerful singing and did not stop Sun Jiajia, but instead joined in the fun. The two of them were immersed in the cheerful rhythm of the song, enjoying this relaxed and pleasant moment to the fullest. They swayed to the melody, and the dormitory was filled with their laughter. 3 days later, Shenqi Entertainment Music Department meeting room. Music Department head Chen Lin sat in the main seat, carefully looking at the documents in her hands. After a moment, she looked up at everyone and said, Publicity Department, tell us about the current situation on the new song charts. A bespectacled man from the Publicity Department immediately stood up and said, since there are no top singers participating this month, the top 5 spots on the new song chart are currently occupied by veteran A-list singers, but none of them have achieved a dominant position. Moreover, the download speed of their songs has slowed down, and their potential is about to be exhausted. Our Miss Wang Fei is currently ranked 6th, but judging from the current download trend, catching up with the singers ahead is only a matter of time, the bespectacled man said, pausing for a moment before looking at the minister who nodded in satisfaction, then continuing somewhat hesitantly. However, the number of downloads for the 7th and 8th ranked songs is very close to that of Fei Wang, and the growth rate of song downloads and purchases is also very fast. Oh? Who are the 7th and 8th? Which company are they from? Chen Lin looked up at him and asked. Number 7 is Hua Ruoxiu, a singer from our company. Her song, Invisible Wings, was written by Chen Yi. The 8th place is last month's champion on the new song chart, Wang Xiaoxian, a new singer from Xingdai Entertainment. Her song, I Love Taking a Bath, was also written by Chen Yi, the bespectacled man replied. Chen Lin nodded. Hua Ruoxiu is very good, and Chen Yi's Invisible Wings is even better. If it weren't for Fei Wang's participation this month, she would have been our main focus for promotion, and the song would have had a good chance of reaching the top of the charts. It's just a pity. At this moment, someone close to Chen Lin asked in confusion, Minister, why not let Hua Ruoxiu postpone the payment for another month? Chen Lin shook her head. You don't know, starting next month, singers will be releasing songs one after another. When the gods fight, everyone else will suffer. Everyone immediately understood. At this moment, Chen Lin spoke up again. Let's play Wang Xiaoxuan's song and listen to its quality together. The office staff immediately connected the speaker equipment, found Wang Xiaoxuan's I Love Taking a Bath and clicked to play. Lulala 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 le, lulala 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 le, I love taking a bath, the turtle falls down, yow yow yow. The people in the conference room listened to the song quietly, but upon closer inspection, many of them were swaying gently to the rhythm of the music. Chen Lin closed her eyes slightly, her hand tapping lightly on the table in rhythm, inwardly praising, another great song that perfectly suits the singer. Chen Yi is indeed amazing. It's a pity he refused my offer to recruit him recently. If he could join Shenqi, their music department would be even more powerful. What a pity. Chen Lin couldn't help but sigh. The subordinates looked at each other in bewilderment. What does the minister mean? Does he think the song is bad? But I think it's quite nice. Chen Lin shook off the thoughts in her mind, looked intently at everyone, and said in a deep voice, continue to increase the promotion of Fei Wang's songs, and at the same time find more online influencers to post recommendations for the songs. Yes, minister. Everyone responded in unison. Underscore 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 on. After a busy day promoting her new song, Wang Xiaoxian dragged her somewhat tired body back to her dormitory. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her friend Zhang Menqi sitting in front of the computer, her fingers typing away on the keyboard, completely unaware that Wang Xiaoxian had entered the room. Wang Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel curious, so she tiptoed behind Zhang Menqi and followed her gaze to the computer screen. The screen displayed a Fitian group chat interface with a very eye-catching group name, Music Enthusiasts Gathering Group. Wang Xiaoxian stood there watching for a while before she understood what was going on. It turned out that a user in the group named Cute Rabbit Little Beauty had raised a very interesting topic. Who do you think will take the top spot on the August new song chart? This topic was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a huge ripple in the group. The music-loving group members immediately started talking and expressing their opinions. After a heated debate, opinions gradually diverged, eventually forming 4 factions. However, none of the 4 factions would back down, each believing that their favorite singer would definitely win the top spot on the new song chart, and each gave their own reasons for winning. The 4 singers they favored were the veteran duo Yuhai, currently ranked number 1, newcomer Fei Wang, ranked number 4, Hua Ruoxiu, ranked number 5, and Wang Xiaoxian, ranked number 6. The reasons given by the Yuhai pairing are: as a veteran powerhouse in the music scene, Yuhai has been deeply involved in the entertainment industry for many years and has a huge and highly loyal fan base. Their fans span all age groups and have a deep affection for Yuhai. This long accumulated popularity gives them a huge advantage in the competition for new song charts, making it highly likely that they will maintain their current number 1 position. The viewpoint of Fei Wang's supporters is: although Fei Wang is a newcomer singer, she is undoubtedly one of the most talked about and popular figures right now. Her new song has been all over the internet lately, with countless celebrities and online influencers supporting her and helping to promote it, making it an instant focus of public attention and even topping the trending searches. The sheer scale of the publicity campaign and the level of attention she's garnered clearly indicate that she has an extraordinary background and powerful resources behind her. In this era where online traffic is king, with such high popularity and attention, coupled with her own impressive singing ability, Fei Wang has a very high chance of topping the new song charts. Hua Ruoxiu's faction, however, believes Hua Ruoxiu was the champion of last year's music talent show, and her strength is obvious to all. Moreover, her song this time was written by the super popular star Chen Yi, whose creative talent is also well known. With Chen Yi's support, Hua Ruoxiu's song has garnered significant attention from the start, and its popularity continues to rise. With her own talent and Chen Yi's composition, Hua Ruoxiu is fully capable of topping the August new song charts. Wang Xiaoxian's faction was not to be outdone, and their reasoning was: Wang Xiaoxian, who topped the new song charts last month, made history as a newcomer and quickly gained recognition from countless people, which is enough to prove her strength and potential. Now she's making another run at the new song charts with a song written by Chen Yi. The song, tailor-made for her by Chen Yi, has a unique style and is sure to continue its popularity this month. Moreover, after accumulating experience over the past month, she has already gained a group of loyal fans who will fully support her, adding strong momentum to her competition on the new song chart. Therefore, Wang Xiaoxian has a great chance of winning the championship. Just as the 4 factions were arguing endlessly in the group chat, the group admin suddenly appeared and said one sentence that immediately put an end to the debate. Whoever's song is the best and most popular will win. What's the point of arguing now? We'll see the result in a few days. However, just as the group chat suddenly went quiet, Cute Rabbit Little Beauty popped up again. So, which of these 4 do you think has the best song? Then, the group chat exploded with excitement again. Group owner. At this moment, Zhang Menqi noticed Wang Xiaoxian behind her. She pulled Wang Xiaoxian to sit down and said excitedly, "Xiaoxian, you have no idea, now a lot of people are optimistic about you and think you can win the championship again." Wang Xiaoxian shook her head, her expression somewhat complicated, and sighed softly. "I've heard Hua Ruoxiu's Invisible Wings, but I can't compare." Actually, when she had dinner and chatted with Chen Yi before, she asked him what the chances were of Hua Ruoxiu's song Invisible Wings winning the top spot on the new song chart. She clearly remembered Chen Yi's resolute reply: 100% number 1. She initially thought Chen Yi was joking with her, but after hearing the song Invisible Wings, she vaguely felt that Chen Yi was serious about what he had said. Actually, Chen Yi was indeed not joking with Wang Xiaoxian. In her previous life, Angela Chang won the incredible title of the year's Chinese pop music champion with this song, Invisible Wings. Furthermore, the 2009 Beijing College entrance examination essay topic was adapted from this song, making it the first popular song to appear in a college entrance examination essay question. Angela Chang was also invited to sing this song at the Spring Festival Gala, and for a time, the song was played everywhere. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. After several days of fierce competition, the new song chart has finally come to a conclusion, and the rankings on the chart have basically stabilized. However, to the utter surprise of countless netizens, what was originally thought to be an evenly matched contest turned into Hwa Ruoksu, leaving everyone else in the dust and dominating the scene. In just 3 days, Hwa Ruoksu's Invisible Wings far surpassed other singers in downloads and purchases, even exceeding the second-place Wang Xiaoxuan's I Love Taking a Bath by more than 8 million downloads and the third-place Fei Wang's Heavenly Queen by more than 10 million downloads. With such a huge disparity in results, the championship has been basically secured, and Hwa Ruoksu has become one of the 2 hottest topics in the entertainment industry right now. Another figure of interest is Chen Yi. After all, his songs occupied the top 2 spots on the new song chart for 2 consecutive periods. Such an amazing achievement is truly astonishing. This also confirms the saying that's been circulating in the music industry. No matter what level of singer you are, as long as you can get a song written by Chen Yi, you have the qualifications to compete for the top spot on the new song chart. This has led to a significant rise in Chen Yi's status and influence among singers in the music industry. At the same time, some talented and well-connected singers have begun to use their connections to contact Chen Yi and request songs from him. Chen Yi was unaware of the online buzz surrounding him. During this time, he had been at home writing comic scripts and drawing original manuscripts for comic characters. When he has a little free time, he will also focus his energy on setting up the company. He will only hand over all the affairs to Li Donghai after the company is on the right track. He only found out that Hwa Ruoksu and Wang Xiaoxian had won the championship and runner-up titles when they called to thank him. Shenchi Entertainment. In the CEO's office, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Wang Kaiming sat in the chair behind his desk, his eyes filled with helplessness. Looking at his daughter, Wang Fei, who was sitting opposite him sulking, he frowned slightly and tried to comfort her. "My dear daughter, don't be angry. You have to understand that you've only just entered the music industry. As a new singer, achieving 3rd place on the new song chart is already quite impressive." Wang Fei, however, showed no sign of calming down. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she retorted angrily, "What about Wang Xiaoxian? Isn't she a newcomer too? Why did she manage to win the top spot on last month's new song chart? What do I lack compared to her?" As she spoke, her chest heaved slightly with anger, as if she felt increasingly aggrieved. "And what about Hwa Ruoksu? She's only been in the industry for a year, and she still managed to top the new song charts. How come I only got 3rd place?" Wang Fei got more and more excited as she spoke, her voice unconsciously rising a few decibels, her face full of indignation. "My English song is both high quality and catchy, both in terms of production and style. So why is there such a big difference in downloads compared to Hwa Ruoksu's song? Ugh, I really don't understand what kind of aesthetic people in China have. It's infuriating." Seeing his daughter so angry, Wang Kaiming felt sorry for her and quickly stood up, sat down next to Wang Fei, gently patted her shoulder, and patiently comforted her. "My dear daughter, you have to understand that Chinese songs are more popular in China. People are used to them and find them easier to accept. How about this? Tomorrow I'll have the company's top songwriter write a few Chinese songs just for you. Try singing them, maybe they'll turn out quite well. What do you think?" "I'm not going to sing Chinese songs." Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Fei Wang jumped up from her seat, abruptly turned her head, and walked out of the office without looking back, muttering angrily as she went. "I'm going to contact my friends in the US right now and ask them to find a songwriter to write a song for me. No matter how much it costs, this time I'm determined to find a top-tier songwriter in the US to write a song for me. I refuse to believe I can't get a mere #1 spot on a new song chart in China." Wang Kaiming watched his daughter's stubborn back as she walked away, shook his head helplessly, and gave a bitter smile. "When my daughter was little, I was busy with company affairs all day long and didn't have much time to educate her or spend with her. Now that she's grown up and her personality has been formed, I just can't bring myself to discipline her strictly." "Fine, let her be." Haikan. It is a beautiful tourist city on the southern coast of Xia State, and also a famous music city in Xia State. Every year in early August, countless music lovers from all over the country gather here to embark on a 2-week music journey. They gather in the square, unleashing their passion, and sometimes even celebrities come to perform, making it a true paradise for musicians. On this day, the beautiful city welcomed a father and daughter. "Daddy, this place is so beautiful, and there are so many people." The little girl wore a pink dress, a wide-brimmed sun hat, and red children's sunglasses, looking both stylish and cool. "It's very beautiful. Daddy will take you to the beach later." The man in sunglasses next to the little girl was dressed very casually, wearing a white t-shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops, looking relaxed and carefree. However, his tall and imposing physique was simply too outstanding. His thick pectoral muscles and exposed biceps made his white t-shirt stand out, and the well-defined muscle contours were faintly visible, exuding a unique masculine charm that attracted the attention of passing girls. Some girls even blushed and secretly wiped away their drool. Just as the father and daughter were enjoying the scenery along the street, a voice suddenly came. "Teacher Chen, Zixi, over here." Chen Yi turned his head and saw that it was Ji Yin calling them. At this moment, Chen Yi really wanted to ask Ji Yan why she could always recognize them. Before going out, Chen Yi would carefully dress himself and Chen Zixi up. Even he himself felt unfamiliar when he looked in the mirror, but Ji Yan, this little girl, could always recognize them immediately. Teacher Chen, this way. Ji Yan first pinched Chen Zixi's cheek before leading Chen Yi towards the recording location. All the other guests are here, we're the only ones missing. Chen Yi nodded and quickened his pace slightly with Chen Zixi. Before long, they met the other groups of guests in a small square. Before Chen Yi could even get close, Hua Rugju ran towards him from the crowd, greeting him excitedly. Brother Chen Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you writing the song for me, how could I have won the top spot on the new song chart? These past 2 days have felt like a dream. Really, I never thought I could win this championship. It's all thanks to you. Seeing this, Chen Yi joked with a hint of teasing, was that 2 million a worthwhile expense? Upon hearing this, Hua Ruoxiu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Worth it, it's totally worth it. It's absolutely great value for money. As Chen Yi and Hua Ruoxiu walked and chatted, when they saw Lu Yifei, Chen Yi flashed a bright white smile. Yifei, you've gotten even more beautiful in just a few days. Lu Yifei was secretly pleased, but she still rolled her eyes at Chen Yi, feigning annoyance. You smooth talker. Seeing this, Yang Mi pretended to be unhappy, crossed her arms, and jokingly protested. Chen Yi, you only have eyes for Yifei, why don't you even say hello to me? My presence is so weak. Chen Yi laughed heartily. Who dares to say that a future best actress will have a low profile? They're so blind. Hearing Chen Yi's praise, Yang Mi covered her mouth and laughed. You've been incredibly popular lately. You've practically taken over the trending topics list. Chen Yi protested. Nonsense. If it were my family's business, why would I waste money buying trending topics? I would have been dominating the charts every day. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu could no longer contain themselves and burst into giggles. Not far from them, Li Wenfen and his 3 companions watched Chen Yi chatting and laughing, clenching their fists. Chen Yi, this time I'm going to outshine you and let everyone know that we are the true kings. Xian saw that the live broadcast was about to start, so he asked the cameraman to turn on the equipment. He held a small megaphone and waved to the crowd, signaling everyone to move closer. In this episode, we've arrived in the beautiful coastal city of Haikan, where we'll embark on an unforgettable journey. Over the next 2 days, we'll face 4 challenges from guests from different fields, and our mission is to defeat them. Our first challenge is musical instruments. Please welcome the teachers and students from Haikan Art Academy. As Xian finished speaking, a team of more than 10 people came out, led by 2 middle-aged men in their 40s. The guests immediately applauded. At this moment, Lu Han approached Li Wenfen and whispered, Brother Wenfen, it all depends on your performance in this match. Xia Yang and Xiao Minghao also focused their attention on Li Wenfen. Li Wenfen didn't speak, but nodded almost imperceptibly to indicate that he understood. The 4 challenges in this episode were specially prepared for the 4 of them: Li Wenfen's piano, Xia Yang's basketball, Lu Han's rap, and Xiao Minghao's dance. The goal was for them to use their strongest skills to outdo Chen Yi and win everyone's praise. Li Wenfen exudes confidence. He started learning piano at the age of 3 and has now reached a professional level. He even sometimes thinks that if he hadn't pursued acting, he might already be a renowned pianist. After Xian finished his introduction, he led everyone toward the beach. Chen Yi could see from afar a stage about 1 meter high set up on the sand, surrounded by a cordon. The area around the cordon was filled with spectators, presumably tourists or fans who knew the location of the variety show in advance. With the arrival of Chen Yi and his entourage, the entire scene immediately erupted in excitement. Lu Han, I love you. Wenfen, look here, Brother Xia Yang. Minghao. Chen Yi glanced around and saw that most of the people present were fans of Li Wenfen and his group of 4, while a small number of people were calling out the names of Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu. I was all alone, and nobody paid any attention to me. It was as if I were invisible. Seeing this, Chen Yi was not annoyed. He chuckled and thought to himself, suppression, so it's starting already? Interesting. Let's wait and see. Although Chen Yi didn't take it seriously, his fans watching the live stream were furious. They were like fiercely protective cows, their eyes red with anger. Sisters, come with me to buy plane tickets. Let's go to the event and support our brother. Yes, let's go support our brother. Receive. Netizens, do you have to be so serious? And does Chen Yi know how awesome you guys are? The camera returns to the scene. Director Xia Anzhen stood on the stage explaining the rules of this competition. The competition consists of 3 rounds, using a format of 16 to 8, 8 to 4, and the final round directly determines the champion and runner-up. If none of the 8 guests advance to the next round during the competition, then the guest team's challenge will fail. We have also invited several teachers from the Arts Association to be judges for this competition. Please give them a round of applause. After the introductions, Xian, seeing that no one had any further objections, announced the start of the competition. The first group to perform was Yang Mi and a girl wearing glasses from Haiken Art Academy. Yang Mi went on stage first, and she chose the violin as her instrument. To be honest, Yang Mi played the violin quite well, and it was not far from a professional level. However, there was still a gap between her and the girl with glasses on the other side. The girl had also chosen the violin, and her skill level was extremely close to that of a professional. In the end, the girl won the first round after being judged by the 4 music judges. The second contestant was Hua Ruoxiu. Although she also came from a music academy, she was still narrowly defeated by her opponents who specialized in learning musical instruments. The guests took turns on stage, and the competition had already gone through 6 rounds. Only Lu Han's cello had won 1 round, while the other 5, Lu Yaifei, Xiao Yang, Xiao Minghao, Hua Ruoxiu, and Yang Mi, had all lost. The only ones who haven't taken the stage yet are Li Wenfen and Chen Yi. According to the order of the draw for the guest teams, Li Wenfen is next on stage. At this time, staff members have already prepared the piano on stage. Li Wenfen took a deep breath, a confident and composed smile on his face, and walked step by step onto the stage, then sat down in front of the piano. The moment his fingertips touched the piano keys, a beautiful and moving melody instantly flowed from his fingertips. It was a world-famous piano piece. The opening notes flowed gently through the entire venue like a babbling brook. As the melody progresses, the notes gradually become more lively, with each leaping note landing precisely on the listener's heart, making them unable to resist swaying their bodies gently to the rhythm. Gradually, the music reached its climax, and Li Wenfen's hands moved faster and more powerfully on the keys, while maintaining elegance. The audience was completely absorbed in watching Li Wenfen on stage, their faces filled with rapt attention. Some netizens who are knowledgeable about the piano were even more astonished. They did not expect Li Wenfen to have such a high level of skill on the piano. From his precise control of rhythm, his delicate handling of notes, to the perfect integration of emotion, everything showed that his level had firmly reached the professional level. Wow, I didn't expect Li Wenfen to play the piano so well. He's good enough to give a solo concert. One netizen exclaimed in the live chat. Yeah, I only knew he was a good actor before, I didn't know he had this hidden talent, it's amazing. Other netizens echoed this sentiment, filling the screen with praise for Li Wenfen. After Li Wenfen finished his performance, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. When Li Wenfen stepped down from the stage and the contestants from the Art Academy came on stage, it caused another uproar. The person who appeared was one of the 2 teachers from the Art Academy who were leading the group. This teacher also chose the piano, and when he began to play, his professional level playing skills were immediately apparent, and the beautiful music captivated the audience. When the song ended, it was met with enthusiastic applause. After careful discussion and comparison, the 4 judges gave their final judgments for this round of the competition. The judges' representative picked up the microphone and solemnly announced, after unanimous judgment by our 4 judges, the winner of this round is Li Wenfen. As soon as he finished speaking, deafening cheers and applause erupted at the scene, and Li Wenfen's fans excitedly shouted his name. Li Wenfen smiled and stepped forward again to bow and thank everyone. The other members of the guest team also congratulated him, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Looking at the lively scene, Chen Yi thought sarcastically, looks like the next teacher leading the group is meant for me. Really? Chen Yi, who was about to get up and go on stage, saw that one of the 2 teachers leading the college team had already taken the lead and walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Fang Kai, a teacher from Haiken Art Academy. Fang Kai first bowed slightly to the audience, then paused, looked directly at Chen Yi in the audience, and continued with a slight smile. At the same time, I am also an admirer of Mr. Chen Yi, who will be playing in the next match. However, today, here, I am his opponent. At this point, Fang Kai raised his voice slightly, and his voice carried clearly throughout the venue. Teacher Chen Yi's achievements in the field of popular music are well documented and have been witnessed by everyone over this period of time, which is truly admirable. As he spoke, he gently shook his head, seemingly full of admiration for Chen Yi's achievements, before abruptly changing the subject. However, compared to his achievements on the new song charts, I admire Chen Yi even more for his terrifying ability to create on the fly. I wonder if we will have the honor of witnessing Mr. Chen Yi's wonderful live creation once again today. As Fang Kai finished speaking, the audience, as if rehearsed, kept chanting live creation, live creation. The shouts grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the venue and creating an atmosphere that was impossible to resist. At this time online, why does it feel like Chen Yi is being held back? The atmosphere on set is a bit awkward. Yes, I feel the same way. It seems like this teacher is trying to provoke Chen Yi. It seemed like the audience members were all specially arranged. Many netizens have keenly noticed something unusual. How come I don't see it? Since everyone's saying how amazing Chen Yi's work is, then show us. What? Are you scared? A comment with a slightly unfriendly tone popped up. Clearly, this was a hater of Chen Yi trying to stir up trouble. However, other netizens quickly came forward to refute this. Is the person upstairs a Chen Yi hater? While we also want to see Chen Yi create live, this kind of coercive behavior is really disgusting. Yeah. Chen Yi was unaware that there were trolls attacking him online, nor that many more netizens were defending him. Looking at Fang Kai on stage, he reached for the microphone handed to him by a staff member and calmly began to speak. I wonder which instrument this teacher wants me to compose for. The gahan, perhaps. Fang Kai said slowly, a meaningful smile on his face. After all, the gahan is a mainstream traditional Chinese musical instrument with a long history and profound charm. I think teacher Chen Yi is very talented, so he must be fine, right? Chen Yi nodded expressionlessly, then sat down, closed his eyes slightly, seemingly conceiving a creative idea in his mind. Seeing this, Fang Kai's smile deepened, and then he looked at the judges and audience below the stage. Then I'll perform first. With Mr. Chen Yi's talent, I imagine he'll have already composed his piece by the time I finish my performance. At this moment, Lu Yifei and Hua Ruoxiu, sitting in the audience, were already fuming with puffed-up cheeks, but they were powerless to do anything about their company's arrangements. Ruoxiu, you study music, do you think Chen Yi has a chance to win this match? Lu Yifei couldn't hold back any longer and leaned close to Hua Ruoxiu, asking in a low voice. Sister Yifei, it's impossible to win. Hua Ruoxiu shook her head, a bitter look on her face. Think about it, they not only assigned Chen Yi a specific instrument to play, but also demanded that he compose music on the spot. If either his gahan playing level or the quality of the composition itself is inferior to the other side, then he is doomed to lose the competition. Moreover, even the judges were pre-arranged. I really can't imagine how brother Chen Yi can win. This is too unfair. Hearing this, Lu Yifei's heart sank to the bottom. Yang Mi, on the other side, gently patted her hand and whispered to comfort her, there's nothing we can do. Who can go against what the four greats have arranged? Compared to Lu Yifei and the others' helplessness, Xiao Minghao, Lu Han, Li Wenfen, and Xia Yang exchanged smiles, secretly pleased with themselves. Chen Yi, from today onwards, you'll obediently play the supporting role for us. After Fang Kai on stage praised Chen Yi so highly, staff members carried a gahan slowly onto the stage, placed it in place, tuned it, and then stepped aside. It seems that Fang Kai is also preparing to showcase his skills on the gahan today. As Fang Kai gently lifted his robe and gracefully sat down in front of the gahan, he placed his hands lightly on the strings and plucked them a few times to test the sound. The clear, crisp notes were like drops of spring water falling from the mountains, creating a lively ripple in the air. Immediately afterwards, Fang Kai began to play a piece, a famous gahan piece from the Xia kingdom, with a melodious and graceful tune and moving strings. His fingers danced nimbly across the strings, sometimes as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, sometimes as rapid as a sudden storm. Every note flowed precisely from his fingertips, weaving together a magnificent melody. Many audience members were captivated by the beautiful gahan music, and even the judges nodded slightly, their eyes full of appreciation. As the song ended, the audience erupted in cheers. At the same time, inside a villa in Hong Kong, the environment is elegant and tranquil, with a classic and antique atmosphere permeating the space. At this moment, four people are sitting around in the room, leisurely drinking tea and chatting. They are director Lu Jinwen, Kung Fu superstar Chen Long, Hong Kong pop star Xu Jing, and the villa's owner internationally renowned director Zhang Yi. A television was mounted on one wall of the room, and the screen was showing Fang Kai playing the gahan. The teachers at this art academy play the gahan really well, Zhang Yi said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Do you think Chen Yi can win? Haha, Lao Zhang, how come you've started watching variety shows too? Lu Jinwen joked first, then continued, following Zhang Yi's words, under these rules, I really can't think of any chance of Chen Yi winning? At this moment, Xu Jing, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Then why did Chen Yi agree to it? He. Lu Jinwen picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a hint of teasing, just young and impetuous. However, Zhang Yi slowly shook his head. I don't think Chen Yi is an impulsive person. I've been following him closely for a while now, and he's an extraordinary young man. He has achieved remarkable success in songwriter and novel writing, and even in the film industry, he seems to be pioneering a completely new style of comedy. He's truly a force to be reckoned with. Chen Long nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, although I haven't known Chen Yi for very long, I can clearly sense his reserved and low-key nature. So I think he wouldn't have easily agreed to that art teacher's request unless he was certain of his success. I didn't expect you two to speak so highly of Chen Yi. Lu Jinwen showed a slight look of surprise, then frowned and looked at Zhang Yi. Old Zhang, are you planning to cast Chen Yi in a movie? Zhang Yi continued sipping his tea at a leisurely pace, without even raising an eyebrow, and asked indifferently, what, is that not allowed? Lu Jinwen was taken aback by Zhang Yi's words and quickly said, I was just about to cast him in a movie these past few days. I have a comedy in the works and I'd like him to be the lead. Old Zhang, don't try to steal him from me. Don't worry, I only have this idea. As for whether Chen Yi can actually become the lead actor in my movie, I'll have to observe him further. Zhang Yi's tone was calm, exuding an air of arrogance. However, the other three people in the room did not find anything wrong with it. After all, Zhang Yi is an internationally renowned director with numerous awards, and he certainly has the capital and confidence to be proud. Okay, as long as you don't steal my talent. Lu Jinwen breathed a sigh of relief, then, as if suddenly remembering something, asked, by the way, Lao Zhan, when is your Jianyu going to be released? Don't let it clash with my Crystal Love. Upon hearing Lu Jinwen mention his film, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. There's an important dubbing segment in the film that we haven't found a suitable voice actor for yet, so we'll have to postpone it for a while. Oh, Lu Jinwen nodded in understanding. Directors like them always strive for perfection in their work and would never compromise easily. Chen Yi is on stage. Xu Jing whispered a reminder, and the three people in the room immediately focused their attention on the television screen. Chen Yi walked gracefully onto the stage, sat down in front of the gun, and everyone, whether it was the audience at the scene or countless netizens watching the live broadcast, held their breath, wanting to see if Chen Yi could create a miracle under such harsh rules. Chen Yi slightly adjusted his posture, his slender fingers gently resting on the strings of the gun. Then, he spoke into the microphone in front of him. Next, I will present you with a piece called The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yi, who was far away in Hong Kong, instantly brightened up. His previously casual expression immediately became focused, and he felt a surge of anticipation. After all, the name had a strong sense of Jianghu, the world of martial arts and chivalry, and seemed to fit his film in a strange way. On stage, Chen Yi gently plucked a string after he finished speaking, and a clear, bright note suddenly rang out, like the first ray of dawn breaking through the silence. Immediately afterwards, his hands began to dance nimbly across the strings, his fingering skillful and fluid, revealing his professional-level playing ability. When Chen Yi was in the music industry in his previous life, he had learned most of the instruments, although he was only proficient at most of them and did not reach a professional level. However, now that his soul has merged with mind, his memory and subtle control over his body are almost at the limits of human capabilities. He can now use everything he has learned at the maximum level, which is quite incredible. As the strings vibrate, a captivating melody slowly flows out. At first, the tune is like a babbling brook in the mountains, with a touch of leisurely ease, making one feel as if they are seeing a young man entering the martial arts world for the first time, full of enthusiasm, embarking on that unknown path of the martial arts world. Gradually, the melody became more stirring, and the winds of war suddenly rose, with heroes from all walks of life appearing on the scene, amidst the clash of swords and the joys and sorrows of revenge. Chen Yi seemed to transform into a chivalrous hero, exuding a bold, unrestrained, and unconventional aura. The audience was mesmerized, completely absorbed in the stirring and captivating music, as if they themselves had stepped into that enchanting world of martial arts. Viewers watching the live stream, though separated by a screen, were equally deeply moved. The comments section was flooded with messages like a torrential downpour. My goodness, Chen Yi is amazing. He seems to have stepped out of a martial arts world. This piece is amazing. It gave me goosebumps. This isn't a competition, it's a martial arts tournament. Chen Yi's demeanor is that of a true young swordsman from the martial arts world. I love it. Chen Yi is so handsome. I can't take it anymore, I want to go see him live. Lu Yifei and Hua Ruoxiu, sitting in the audience, were completely mesmerized. Hua Ruoxiu's red lips were slightly parted, and she seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Her usually lively eyes were now only focused on Chen Yi's figure on the stage. Lu Yifei unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, leaned forward slightly, and was completely immersed in the martial arts world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Her mind was filled with the moving melody and Chen Yi's dashing figure. Looking at the four people inside the villa, they were also stunned by Chen Yi's performance. Lu Jinwen's eyes widened in surprise, and he kept muttering, "This kid is something else." Chen Long listened with slight nods and admiration in his eyes, feeling a sense of chivalry and a kind of chivalrous spirit in the music. Xu Jing was completely absorbed in the music, resting her chin on her hands and staring intently at Chen Yi's figure on the screen, utterly captivated by the beautiful music. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, seemed to be nailed to her seat, motionless, her eyes fixed on Chen Yi on the screen, her face full of surprise and excitement. He never expected that Chen Yi could play such a piece that so perfectly matched the imagery of the martial arts world he envisioned. The style and charm of this piece seemed tailor-made for his new movie. Its bold and unrestrained, passionate and emotional melody would surely enhance the film if used in the movie. Scenes from the movie began to unconsciously appear in his mind, imagining how those martial arts figures would come to life even more vividly under the influence of this piece of music. I want this piece. The melody gradually softens, like a babbling brook flowing into the sea, becoming calm and serene until it ends. but the stirring melody seemed to linger in the air for a long time. The scene fell into a moment of silence, and then thunderous applause and cheers erupted, almost lifting the entire venue. "Great, that sounds amazing." Some audience members couldn't help but shout. The four mentors on stage were now in a dilemma. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with conflict. They had originally intended to eliminate Chen Yi according to the Big Four criteria, but faced with such a piece of music, doing so would undoubtedly be playing with their own reputations and futures. After a few whispered discussions, the group announced that Chen Yi had won. When the result was announced, there was another burst of cheers from the audience. The four men sitting below the stage, including Li Wenfen, looked very unhappy. They never expected Chen Yi to win, and Li Wenfen had lost his confidence in the next two matches. Chen Yi returned to his seat and was immediately greeted with congratulations from Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, and Yang Mi. Judging from their excited expressions, it was as if he had won the competition. Chen Yi felt a warmth in his heart and chatted casually with the three of them in a low voice. At this point, Director Xian went on stage again, and after a summary, immediately announced the start of the second match. On the guest team side, Lu Han, Li Wenfen, and Chen Yi passed the test, while on the art college side, 5 people passed the test. Lu Han took the stage in the first round, but unfortunately, he was defeated amidst the wailing of countless fans. The second round was a competition between 2 students from the art academy, and the long-haired girl won the competition with her accordion. In the third round, Li Wenfen took the stage and once again won applause with a highly difficult piano piece, taking the competition by a landslide. The final round was a showdown between a thin, frail-looking girl from the art academy and Chen Yi. The girl was the first to walk onto the stage. She bowed respectfully in the direction of Chen Yi and said, "Teacher Chen Yi, I am your fan." As soon as she spoke, she suddenly remembered that her teacher seemed to have said something similar, and fearing that Chen Yi might misunderstand, she quickly added, "They're true fans." The people present were taken aback at first by her words, but seeing her flustered appearance, they burst into laughter. Chen Yi was also amused by the little girl, and he smiled and nodded at her, indicating that she shouldn't be nervous. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, looked into the microphone at Chen Yi, and continued, "Originally, my teacher wanted me to continue playing the violin, but I knew that even with the violin, I couldn't beat teacher Chen Yi, so..." At this point, she glanced in the teacher's direction, her eyes filled with apology, and finally seemed to have made up her mind. "So, for this competition, I want to perform the erhu." "Erhu?" Upon hearing her words, a commotion immediately broke out. Chen Yi was also quite surprised, not expecting that this girl would actually want to perform the erhu. The erhu in this world is not as famous as it was in his previous life. As far as he knows, there are very few people who can play it. It is a very niche instrument. At this moment, a girl's slightly hoarse voice came from the stage. "I know that some people may never have even seen what an erhu looks like. I'm afraid that in a few years, this instrument will disappear from the river of music. I don't want to see that happen. Because this is my grandfather's favorite musical instrument." After speaking, the girl gently wiped her eyes and took out an erhu from a wooden box at her feet. The erhu's body was peeling and looked somewhat worn, but judging from the girl's careful movements, this erhu must be one of her most cherished possessions. The scene had fallen silent, all eyes turning to the thin, nameless girl on the stage. "Once everything is ready." The girl waved her hand lightly, and a low, desolate voice came from behind, the melody mournful and pitiful. At first, everyone present listened attentively with respect and curiosity, wanting to experience the unique charm of this niche instrument. However, because people are generally unfamiliar with the erhu and lack the foundation and habit of appreciating it, as time goes by, they gradually find that they really can't like it, and even find its dry and deep sound somewhat jarring. Many people show a somewhat troubled expression on their faces. Meanwhile, netizens online also shared their opinions in the live chat. "Why does this erhu sound so strange? It makes me feel depressed. I really can't appreciate this instrument." Well, maybe it's because we're used to hearing those common musical instruments being played, and we don't know much about the erhu, which is a niche instrument. Although I admire the girl's persistence and affection for her grandfather, the tone of the erhu is really beyond my tolerance. It's so unpleasant to listen to. Chen Yi stood quietly below the stage, his gaze fixed on the girl earnestly playing the erhu. As he watched, he nodded to himself. He understood that the melody being played didn't quite suit the general public's listening habits and didn't sound very pleasant. But this had nothing to do with the girl's skill level, it was simply that the world lacked truly good pieces that could showcase the erhu's unique charm. When the music ended, a few scattered claps of applause rose from the audience, sounding rather weak in the vast venue. The girl showed no sign of discouragement. She gently raised her hand to smooth a few strands of hair that clung to her face, then stood up and bowed respectfully to the audience, as if sincerely thanking them for patiently listening to her performance. After straightening up, she said nothing more and prepared to turn and walk off the stage. At this moment, Chen Yi suddenly stood up, called out to the girl, and quickly walked onto the stage. Chen Yi's sudden action aroused the curiosity of the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast. Chen Yi walked up to the girl with a gentle smile and encouraged her, "You play the erhu very well. What's your name?" The girl was surprised that Chen Yi would suddenly come up on stage and speak to her. Facing her idol so close, her cheeks visibly flushed red. "Thank you, my name is Chu Ro." Seeing that the girl seemed a little uneasy, Chen Yi softened his tone and said gently, "Chu Ro, can I borrow your erhu for a while?" Oh, okay. At first, Chu Ro didn't react, thinking that Chen Yi just wanted to see what the erhu looked like, but when she saw that Chen Yi's expression seemed to indicate that he was going to play the erhu, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Teacher Chen can play the erhu too." Chen Yi took the erhu and examined it carefully. Although it looked old, it felt excellent to the touch. I've done some research on it." Chu Ro was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was as if something she had always upheld had been rejected by the public, but suddenly a truly remarkable person shared her passion for it. This feeling of finding a powerful confidant made her nose tingle with emotion. "I never knew that Professor Chen Yi had studied the erhu. I'm so happy." Chen Yi smiled at Chu Ro, holding his erhu in his arms, and sat down on a chair. "Chu Ro, I once wrote an erhu piece when I had nothing to do. Today I will teach it to you, and I hope that you can carry forward the erhu in the future." "Really?" Chu Ro was stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Professor Chen Yi." Their conversation was also transmitted through the microphone to the scene and to the ears of countless viewers watching the live stream. Chen Yi is going to play the erhu? He can play such an obscure instrument? And he even composed a piece for it? Chen Yi, he's truly amazing. Even if Chen Yi plays it beautifully, it won't change my opinion of the erhu. I think such an unpleasant sounding instrument is the dregs of musical instruments and should be eliminated as soon as possible, instead of trying to promote it. Regardless, I'm still quite looking forward to Chen Yi's erhu performance. After all, I haven't been able to find a point to attack him for a long time. I hope he can stumble this time, so I can relieve the exhilarating feeling I had when I was criticizing him a few months ago. Netizens. Sisters, let's find this troll's IP address and take him down. How dare he troll our brother? Does he have a death wish? Yes, let's dox him and make sure he never finds a girlfriend and stays single for life. Netizens. Unaware of the online uproar, Chen Yi sat quietly in his chair, eyes slightly closed, gathering his emotions. Standing beside him, Chu Ro's gaze was fixed on Chen Yi's profile, her eyes filled with anticipation. The debate between the audience at the venue and online gradually subsided, and the audience turned their attention to the stage. Suddenly, Chen Yi opened his eyes and said into the microphone in front of him, "The next song is about horse racing, for everyone." Before the audience could even begin to decipher the meaning of the name horse racing, a cheerful and rapid erhu melody, like galloping horses, rushed into their ears, instantly shattering the silence of the scene. As Chen Yi's bow moved swiftly back and forth across the strings, the sound of the erhu seemed to transform into the sound of galloping hooves, clatter, clatter, one sound after another, growing more and more urgent, as if a herd of steeds had already broken free and charged out like lightning, raising clouds of dust. Neigh, the high-pitched, loud neighing of the horses pierced the sky, just like racehorses competing against each other, chasing each other on the track, neither giving way to the other. The audience instantly felt as if they were in the middle of a dusty racetrack, with herds of agile horses galloping past like arrows, the wind they stirred up hitting them. The magnificent melody of 10,000 horses galloping made everyone's eyes widen, their faces filled with shock, and their hearts pounded violently with the sound of hooves and neighing horses. They never imagined that the small erhu, which they usually thought could only produce a dry and harsh sound, could play such a powerful and magnificent piece of music, which was completely different from the erhu they had heard before. Is this still an erhu? How can it be so amazing? A spectator couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, it used to sound ordinary, even not very good. I never expected that Chen Yi could make it sound so exciting. It's incredible. The audience next to him echoed, swaying their bodies gently to the rhythm as they spoke, completely captivated by the melody. Standing next to Chen Yi, Chu Ro was so excited that she covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid that she would shout out because she was too excited and disturbed Chen Yi. She never imagined that the erhu she was so familiar with could shine so brightly in Chen Yi's hands, producing such a breathtaking piece of music. Is this still the erhu I know? How could it possibly produce such a breathtaking piece? Why did I never know the erhu could make such a sound before? She stared intently at the radiant Chen Yi, her eyes filled with admiration. Viewers watching the live stream were also stunned and went wild, with comments scrolling wildly across the screen. My goodness, Chen Yi is amazing. His erhu playing gave me goosebumps, and I felt like I was about to run along with the horse. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone, and I told her I was worshipping God. I really underestimated the erhu before. It's amazing. Chen Yi has breathed life into the erhu. It's so impressive. I hereby declare that I am going to learn the erhu starting today. This piece makes my blood boil. The judges were also amazed by Chen Yi's performance. They never expected that Chen Yi would have such superb skills in playing the erhu and be able to create such unique and highly infectious pieces. This made them admire this young man even more. As the music ended, the stirring melody seemed to linger in the air. The venue fell into a moment of silence, followed by thunderous applause and cheers. Among the guests, Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yaifei, and others stood up excitedly, disregarding their ladylike image, and cheered loudly. Apart from Li Wenfen and the other three, everyone else expressed their admiration for Chen Yi's wonderful performance in the most enthusiastic way. Chen Yi, you play such an obscure instrument so well, you must be bored out of your mind. The four of them were indignant and cursed inwardly. On stage, Chen Yi returned the erhu to Chu Ro, your love for the erhu is truly admirable. I hope you can continue to persevere and showcase the charm of the erhu to more people, allowing this instrument to shine even brighter on the music stage. Chu Ro excitedly picked up the erhu and nodded emphatically, yes, teacher Chen Yi, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Subsequently, the judges immediately announced that Chen Yi had won the match. After the two stepped down from the stage, Xian went back up and first praised Chen Yi's performance before announcing the start of the third match. The final match featured Li Wenfen, Chen Yi, and two people from the Art Academy. Li Wenfen was the first to perform, and he played the piano again. Perhaps due to the pressure from Chen Yi, he played exceptionally well this time, and even a very difficult piano piece was performed with the style of a master. Then two students from the college took turns performing on stage. Although they were not as good as Li Wenfen, they also won applause from the audience. Finally, Chen Yi took the stage. Li Wenfen, sitting in the audience, appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly very nervous. After all, Chen Yi was not someone to be judged by ordinary standards. Who knew what surprise he would have this time? Li Wenfen secretly prayed that Chen Yi wouldn't play the piano. That way, no matter what instrument Chen Yi played, Li Wenfen's professional-level piano skills would ensure he wouldn't be judged as the loser. After all, the referees are all on our side. Clearly, Li Wenfen was terrified of Chen Yi. Although he was confident in his piano skills, he dared not compete with him on the same instrument. However, the more you try to avoid something, the more things seem to go in that direction, and Chen Yi on stage is even going to play a piano piece. Brother Wenfen, I think Chen Yi is deliberately trying to embarrass you, Lu Han whispered in Li Wenfen's ear. Yeah, Brother Wenfen, he chose the piano out of so many instruments, he just wants to put you down, Xiao Minghao whispered from the other side. Li Wenfen glanced at the two men, then at Xia Yang, who sat one seat away, and saw that Xia Yang also wore an expression of agreement. Li Wenfen was speechless and exasperated. Wait, guys, whose side are you on? From what you're saying, I'm doomed to lose? Chen Yi hasn't even played yet. As Chen Yi prepared to play the piano piece, the netizens watching the live broadcast online instantly went wild, each expressing their own opinions on the competition. Although Li Wenfen's piano skills are professional grade, and although I don't know what level Chen Yi's piano skills are, my man's intuition tells me that I will definitely win against Chen Yi. Yes, when Chen Yi also chose the piano, I knew Li Wenfen was in trouble. I don't think there's any need to compare them. Chen Yi's instrumental skills are simply superhuman, whether it's composing the Gahan piece, the smiling, proud wanderer, or playing the niche erhu in a dazzling way. It's no wonder he can easily defeat the little Li Wenfen. Poor Li Wenfen. He was quite confident in his piano skills, but now that he's met Chen Yi, this weirdo, his confidence is probably going to be completely shattered. I think he's in big trouble this time. Upon seeing these comments, Li Wenfen's fans couldn't sit still and began to refute them. Don't underestimate our brother Wenfen. His piano skills are the result of years of professional training, and he has won many professional awards. He's not someone you can easily surpass. That's right. Although Chen Yi is quite good, our brother Wenfeng is also very skilled at the piano. He hasn't even played yet, so how can you be so sure that our brother Wenfeng is going to lose? Don't be so hasty. However, these rebuttals sounded somewhat unconvincing. After all, Chen Yi's previous performance was so outstanding that it left a deep impression on everyone. Even Li Wenfen himself lacked confidence, let alone his fans. They were only arguing for Li Wenfen out of a desire to protect their idol. Chen Yi was unaware of the high regard people held for him. At this moment, he sat at the piano, stumped by a problem. Should I play a more ordinary piece or a more famous one? Isn't it a bit of a waste to play a famous piece from my past life in this setting? But then he thought about it again. There are so many famous piano pieces on earth that even if he played them every day, it would be enough for him to play for quite a while. Damn it! Boom! My dream wedding. You're the one. Next, I will be playing a piece called Wedding in a Dream for you all. Chen Yi's voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. A wedding in my dreams? In my dream. Wedding. Could this be something Chen Yi wrote to his ex-girlfriend? Before anyone could fill in any more questions, a beautiful piano melody flowed from Chen Yi's fingertips, as if by magic, instantly enveloping the entire venue in a romantic yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. The notes were soft and soothing, like a spring breeze gently brushing across the lake, creating ripples, carrying a dreamlike romance and tenderness. As the melody progressed, the rhythm gradually became more lively, and Chen Yi's fingers danced lightly on the piano keys, as if a group of agile elves were gracefully dancing. Every note seemed to be given life, intertwining and colliding to weave a beautiful picture: a sun-drenched meadow, flowers in full bloom, a couple holding hands, slowly walking towards each other, their eyes full of love, as if the whole world was immersed in this sweet atmosphere. Liu Yifei, sitting in the guest seats, felt a complex mix of emotions. Her gaze was fixed on Chen Yi on the stage, her eyes filled with both admiration for his talent and a hint of unspoken feelings. She bit her lips slightly, her mind racing with uncontrollable thoughts. He's so amazing, but why do I feel uncomfortable hearing that he might have written a song for his ex-girlfriend? Hua Ruoxiu, standing next to Liu Yifei, also frowned slightly, feeling as if something was blocking her heart, making it hard to breathe. She silently asked herself, what's wrong with me? Why am I unhappy about this? Could it be that I've really fallen for Chen Yi? As the melody progresses, the piece reaches its climax, with stirring notes surging in like a tide, seemingly pushing everyone's emotions to their peak. At this moment, many female viewers already had tears welling up in their eyes. So touching, I feel like I can feel Chen Yi's deep love for his ex-girlfriend. This piece is filled with so much emotion. I feel that Chen Yi must have suffered a lot because of his ex-girlfriend's death. We were all wrong about him before. He wasn't a jerk, he was a devoted and good man. My brother must have been so sad back then, sob. I feel so sorry for him. I regret abandoning my brother and saying so many hurtful things so much. Brother, I'm so sorry. Hong Kong Academy of Arts. Xiling, don't cry. How about I go with you to apologize to him? Sun Jiajia handed a tissue to Han Xiling and suggested softly. No, I'm not going. Han Xiling wiped away her tears, her face filled with regret. I can't face him. Well, Sun Jiajia stepped forward and put her arm around Han Xiling's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Completely immersed in the poetic melody, Chen Yi was unaware that he was being imagined as a lovesick man. Unlike the girl's emotional reactions, the judges and some audience members who understand piano were shocked by Chen Yi's piece, even felt their scalps tingle. The 4 judges in the audience listened attentively and couldn't help but offer their analysis of the piece. The melody of the piece is very clear, and the connection between the notes is smooth and natural. Its main melody is simple but profound, expressing both romantic emotions and a touch of sadness, which can touch the deep emotions of the listener. The piece adopts a typical ABBA form structure, with the main melody appearing repeatedly, but with subtle changes each time it is repeated, which makes the music both unified and fresh. The harmonic arrangement is also very exquisite, using a rich variety of chords, especially in the transitional passages and emotional climaxes, where the harmonic variations enhance the expressiveness of the music. Yes, through such changes, the piece can express complex emotional layers. From the gentle romance at the beginning, to the passionate surge in the middle, and then to the faint sadness at the end, the use of harmony makes the emotional expression more three-dimensional. After the 4 finished their analysis, they couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes conveying a clear and unambiguous meaning. The younger generation is truly formidable. What the hell? Where did this freak come from? It's fucking terrifying. Finally, the last note of the piece faded away, and the entire hall fell silent. Chen Yi stood up, bowed to the audience in gratitude, a faint smile on his face. You were all awestruck by this masterpiece. Just as Chen Yi was feeling smug, a sharp voice shattered the silence. Chen Yi, you're not a scumbag. We owe you an apology. We're sorry. As if a switch had been flipped, more people began to join in. Chen Yi, you're not a scumbag, we're sorry. Sorry. Chen Yi Sigma, degree. What's going on? Chen Yi looked bewildered at the emotionally charged audience below the stage, wondering what had suddenly gotten into them. But when he turned his gaze to the guest seats, he was utterly speechless. Liu Yifei and Hua Ruoxiu, what's with those expressions? Sympathy? Pity? Or disappointment? Are you playing a face-changing game? Chen Yi walked back to his seat with a black line on his face, reached out and hugged his daughter on his lap, ignoring the incomprehensible looks around him. In the end, Chen Yi won the championship, and Li Wenfen came in second. No one had any objection to this result, not even Li Wenfen himself. It's worth mentioning that the 4 judges on stage talked at length about Chen Yi's piano piece for more than half an hour, saying that the piece was the dawn of China's piano field and the confidence to face the world music scene, etc., making Chen Yi feel a little embarrassed. However, Chen Yi knew that this piece of music deserved such praise. After all, it was a world-renowned masterpiece in his previous life. Faced with Chen Yi's ability to compose such a magnificent piano piece, everyone admired him immensely, which solidified his reputation as a musical prodigy. After completing the first challenge, the guests bid farewell to the 4 judges and the teachers and students of Heiken Art Academy. Chen Yi also went up to Chu Rou and said a few words of encouragement. After all, he also wanted the Erva to be better developed and passed on in this world. Chen Yi's initiative thrilled the little girl, who repeatedly promised to practice the Erva diligently and live up to his expectations. Chen Yi's encouragement also made Chu Ro's classmates envious. Noon. The production team prepared a seafood feast at a high-end hotel by the sea. The guests sat in a luxurious private room, chatting or taking care of their children. Chen Yi was in the childcare group, constantly peeling shrimp for Chen Zixi, who loved them. The other side of the dining table. Yang Ji, we're counting on you for the basketball game this afternoon, Xiao Minghao said, sitting down next to Xia Yang and putting down his drink. The director just said that the team we're going to challenge this afternoon is a city-level basketball team, isn't it? I have confidence in Brother Yang. I've heard people say that Brother Yang's basketball skills have reached the level of a provincial athlete. I've been wanting to see it for a long time. Lu Han on the other side also had a lot of confidence in Xia Yang. Faced with the two's praise, Xia Yang quickly and modestly said that his skill level was average, but he would definitely do his best in the afternoon's competition and lead the team to victory. Meanwhile, Xia Yang's fans also started boasting about their idol's basketball skills online, saying that he has the best basketball skills among many celebrities in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Lu Han noticed that Li Wenfen had not spoken and knew that he had not yet recovered from the blow he had just suffered, so he whispered to comfort him, "Brother Wenfen, we will definitely avenge you." Li Wenfen didn't say anything, just nodded, and continued eating. The three exchanged glances and fell silent, their eyes flashing with an inscrutable expression, whether mocking Li Wenfen's failure or feeling excited about their impending triumph over Chen Yi. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the dining table. It was Yang Mi's curious voice. "Chen Yi, can you play basketball?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately turned to look at Chen Yi. Even the netizens who were discussing Xia Yang's ball skills online stopped their discussion and turned their attention to him. They discovered that Chen Yi seemed to know everything. If he was also good at basketball, then he would truly be an incredible all-rounder. Chen Yi, who was intently peeling shrimp for his daughter, heard Yang Mi's question. Without stopping his work or looking up, he casually replied, "It's all right." "Not bad?" Yang Mi feigned dissatisfaction and said coquettishly, "Don't try to fool me. What exactly does not bad mean?" Chen Yi stopped what he was doing, thought seriously for a while, and then said in a serious tone, "Let me put it this way, I have 4 hobbies: singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. I don't know what level I'm at, but I do know that I'm the best basketball player in the singing world, the best rapper in the basketball world, and the coolest dancer in the rap world. Now you understand what level I am, right?" Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, Xia Yang, Lu Han, Xiao Minghao, Li Wenfen, netizens. Ha! I've explained it in such detail, and you still don't understand. Chen Yi looked at the suddenly quiet private room and the bewildered crowd, shook his head speechlessly, and continued to finish his daughter's shrimp peeling mission. Puffed, puffed, haha, Chen Yi, you're so funny. Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, and Yang Mi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Mi even kept slapping the table, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Viewers watching the live stream were also amused by Chen Yi's words. Haha, Chen Yi is absolutely right. His basketball skills are now crystal clear. I can't stop laughing. How can Chen Yi be so funny? He's humorous and talented. Even I, a man, am attracted to him. Chen Yi should go into comedy. I'll definitely take my whole family to see it. Hee, I'm finding him more and more hilarious. Haha, Chen Yi is so mean. Look at Xia Yang, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao's faces, they're as black as the bottom of a pot. Haha. Ha, what do you mean by that upstairs? How did you bring Xia Yang and the others into this? You guys don't know this, do you? This variety show isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. I only found out about it from a relative in the entertainment industry. There are a lot of secrets behind it. Oh, please elaborate. Upstairs. Yes, the peanuts are ready. Share your secrets with us. Okay, then I'll tell you what I know. Actually, this variety show was prepared by the 4 major entertainment companies to suppress Chen Yi. Do you remember when the director said at the beginning of the show that there would be 4 challenges from people from different fields? And the challenges were musical instruments, basketball, rap, and dance. Do you know why these 4? It's because Li Wenfen is good at piano, Xia Yang is good at basketball, Lu Han is good at rap, and Xiao Minghao is good at dancing. The 4 entertainments want to defeat Chen Yi with their best skills. The ridiculous thing is, they messed up in the very first game. After the person finished speaking, the netizens suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. I was wondering why a basketball game was suddenly added to a variety show. These people are shameless. They really went to great lengths to deal with Chen Yi. That being said, it's really impressive that Chen Yi could get the 4 major companies to join forces against him all by himself. Indeed, now that I know the reason, I'm even more looking forward to the competition. I wonder if Chen Yi, this outsider, is stronger, or if the four great entertainments are more cunning. Just as netizens were discussing who would win between Chen Yi and the four greats, a comment suddenly popped up on the screen. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Look, it's Su Bing. The diva Su Bing is here. Wow, it really is Su Bing. What a surprise. Why is she here too? A while ago, there were rumors online that she and Han Yun, the queen of pop, had a falling out, and that the two were going to compete against each other on the new song chart. I wonder which chart they're going to participate in. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, a showdown between two divas. Just thinking about it is exciting. In the private room at this moment. The moment Su Bing pushed open the door to the private room and gracefully walked in, all the guests inside stood up in surprise, especially Xia Yang, who quickly stepped forward to greet her warmly. Sister Su Bing, what brings you here? What a pleasant surprise. I'm here specifically to find someone, singer Su Bing said playfully, a smile spreading across her face as her gaze fell on Chen Yi. Xiao Yi, why don't you greet your older sister? Now that you're a big star, do you look down on your older sister? Chen Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly, offering no explanation, but instead led Chen Zixi to Su Bing. Zixi, this is your Aunt Su Bing. Hello, Auntie. Chen Zixi immediately greeted Su Bing politely. Hey, okay, Su Bing laughed, bending down to pinch Chen Zixi's rosy cheeks. I was already amazed by Zixi on TV before, and now that I see her in person, she really is as cute as a little angel. As she spoke, she took out a gold bracelet from her bag and gently tried to put it on Chen Zixi. Seeing this, Chen Zixi quickly withdrew her hand and looked up at Chen Yi with a questioning look in her eyes. At this moment, Su Bing also looked up at Chen Yi with a look of danger. Haha, Zixi, quickly thank Auntie for the bracelet, Chen Yi said hastily, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Su Bing withdrew her threatening gaze, revealed a satisfied smile, and put the bracelet on Chen Zixi's wrist. Like Xia Yang, Su Bing is under Xingai Entertainment and is the only female singer in the company, holding a very high position. Although Su Bing holds a high position, he is very kind. His only flaw is that he has a somewhat cunning personality and likes to play pranks. However, he takes good care of the younger employees in the company. Chen Yi also received help from Su Bing when he was at Xingai. Moreover, when Chen Yi finished the first episode of this variety show, Su Bing specially posted an article praising Chen Yi, which even became a trending topic. Therefore, Chen Yi always held this senior in high esteem. After greeting everyone else in the room, Su Bing gracefully sat down next to Chen Yi, looking at him with a warm smile. Xiao Yi, I came here today especially to see you. My sister was bullied a while ago. Hearing Su Bing's words, everyone in the room was speechless. Chen Yi then spoke out, expressing what everyone was thinking. Sister Su Bing, who in the entire entertainment industry would dare to bully you? Of course it's Han Yun. Su Bing said angrily. She somehow got a song from Hai Lao, and then she came to show off to me, and even made me angry, saying that if I were to compete on the charts at the same time as her, she would crush me. Of course I was furious, so I made a deal with her to compete on the September new song chart, which meant I had to postpone my original plan to compete in August. No wonder Sister Su Bing didn't participate in the ranking competition in August, so that's why, Hua Ruoxiu suddenly exclaimed. If Sister Su Bing had participated, I wouldn't have been able to get the top spot either. Upon hearing this, Su Bing looked at Hua Ruoxiu, shook his head, and said seriously, you underestimate the song Chen Yi wrote for you. Even if I participate in this week's new song chart, the result is still uncertain. Hua Ruoxiu was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chen Yi gratefully, nodded gently, and said nothing more. At this moment, Xia Yang suddenly asked, Sister Su Bing, you just said that Hai Lao wrote a song for Han Geihao? Didn't Hai Lao retire from the entertainment industry? I haven't heard of him writing songs for any singers in all these years. Hearing Xia Yang's words, Su Bing's angry expression returned, who knows how she got it? But after thinking about it, I feel that the song I originally prepared probably can't compare to hers, so. Su Bing turned her head and looked at Chen Yi with an expectant expression, so that's why I came to find you, Xiao Yi. I hope you can tailor-make a song for me so that I can compete with Han Yun on the new song chart in September. Xiao Yi, you don't want your sister to be bullied by that guy Han Yun, do you? Chen Yi was amused by Su Bing's feigned pitiful appearance. Sister Su Bing, if you want me to write a song, you can just give me a call. Why did you have to come all this way? When Su Bing heard Chen Yi say that, she knew he had agreed to write a song for her, and her smile became even brighter. Doesn't this show sincerity? You're so famous now, who knows if you still remember your sister? Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. Alright, Sister Bing, stop teasing me. Tell me what kind of song you want. I don't have any requirements, any style of song is fine, Su Bing said with a bright smile. Chen Yi closed his eyes slightly, recalling the various styles of songs Su Bing had sung, while also analyzing aloud. Sister Su Bing, your voice is pure and highly distinctive, with bright highs, rich mids, and solid lows. Your optimal vocal range is roughly between G3 and C6. Within this wide range, the transitions between different registers are natural and smooth, with excellent balance. Furthermore, your voice has good extension, and you can accurately control rhythm changes and emotional expression, with delicate emotional interpretation. After careful consideration, the lyrical rock style best suits you. It can highlight your high-pitched vocals with the power of rock, and also enhance the bass atmosphere with rhythm, allowing your emotions to be fully released. Su Bing nodded inwardly. She was already aware of her own strengths. The reason she hadn't explicitly stated her style before was that she didn't want to limit Chen Yi, and it also showed that she had absolute confidence in herself. No matter what style of song Chen Yi wrote, she could handle it. This was the confidence of a queen of song. Hearing such a professional analysis, I'm even more excited for Chen Yi's song. I jokingly said, Xiao Yi, I'm looking forward to your masterpiece. At the same time, everyone present and netizens watching the live broadcast were all impressed by Chen Yi's professionalism in music, and were also looking forward to what kind of sparks would fly from Chen Yi's collaboration with the diva. However, everyone was shocked when they heard what Chen Yi said next, including Su Bing. Waiter, could you please bring me some paper and a pen? Thank you. Su Bing looked at Chen Yi in shock and said uncertainly, Xiao Yi, you're not going to create something on the spot, are you? I'm not in a hurry. No, how could that be? Chen Yi understood Su Bing's concerns, fearing she might think he wasn't putting in the effort or was just going through the motions, so he smiled and explained, I happen to have written this kind of lyrical rock song before, and I think it would suit you very well. Why don't you take a look and see if this song is suitable for you? In fact, Chen Yi chose to bring it out on the spot because he considered that if Su Bing had different opinions on the song afterward and needed to make some changes, it might be troublesome to communicate. It would be more convenient and efficient to confirm it on the spot. Su Bing and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Chen Yi say that, and then became curious about the song that Chen Yi was about to present. Lyrical rock. Such phenomena are rare in the current Chinese music scene, and female rock musicians are even rarer. Su Bing once asked someone to write a lyrical rock song for her, since her voice was very suitable for this style. However, the song that was written was simply terrible, so she had no choice but to give up. Now that Chen Yi is going to write a lyrical rock song for her, her anticipation is practically bursting. Not long after, Chen Yi finished writing the sheet music and handed it to Su Bing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the paper in Chen Yi's hand as if by a magnet. Su Bing couldn't contain her eagerness and quickly reached out to take it, then began to read it carefully. Because of the angle, the others couldn't see what was written on the paper at all. They could only stare at Su Bing, hoping to catch a glimpse of the song from her face. At first, Su Bing's expression was relatively calm, with his fingers tapping lightly on the table, as if he was savoring every detail of the sheet music. But as her gaze moved across the paper, her eyes widened, a look of surprise shining within them. At the same time, the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up, and her previously steady breathing became more rapid. Immediately afterwards, her cheeks began to flush slightly, as if she had been ignited with passion, and her hands trembled slightly with excitement. Good! Su Bing suddenly stood up from her seat and shouted bravo. Her voice, filled with barely suppressed excitement, echoed throughout the private room, startling everyone. Then, she looked at Chen Yi with excitement and said, Xiao Yi, I love this song so much. This is it. I want this one. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled and asked, Sister Bing, do you see if there's anything else that needs to be changed? I can make some adjustments. Su Bing shook his head vigorously, his tone resolute, no need to change it, not a single word. This song is simply perfect, it's exactly the kind of feeling I've been dreaming of. As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone and immediately transferred 3 million yuan to Chen Yi. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, saying, Sister Bing, you don't need so much. Su Bing said earnestly, Xiao Yi, don't refuse, just accept it. This song is definitely worth the price. I'd like to thank you for giving me such a great song. Oh well. Chen Yi and Su Bing's actions completely ignited the curiosity of the guests at the scene and the netizens watching the live broadcast. It felt like a kitten was constantly scratching at your heart. Everyone was really curious about what kind of song it was that could make Su Bing so excited. It was clear that Su Bing had no intention of sharing the sheet music with everyone. Although everyone was itching to know more, they couldn't say anything more and had to suppress their curiosity. Su Bing, having acquired such a favorite song, was eager to go back and study it carefully. So, without even having dinner, he hurriedly left. And so, the originally lively lunchtime ended with everyone feeling a little regretful. However, Su Bing said something to Chen Yi before leaving that excited the viewers watching the live stream, with many even preparing to buy plane tickets to Haikan. Xiao Yi, I'll be on stage at the music festival tonight to join in the fun. Come join us if you're free. The music festival in Haikan started 2 days ago. Every afternoon at the Haikan Music Plaza, many bands and musicians take to the stage to perform, which continues until after 10 p.m., making it a very lively place. Su Bing's visit to Haikan to see Chen Yi was partly due to 2 reasons. On the other hand, she also planned to make an appearance at the music festival to warm up for her upcoming participation in the new song chart competition and boost her popularity, since her opponent this time was a female singer of the same level as her. It's worth mentioning that the final 2 rounds of the variety show tomorrow will also be held on the stage at the Music Plaza. Since the second match this afternoon started at 2 p.m., Chen Yi took his daughter to play on the beach after leaving the hotel. This was Chen Zixie's first time at the beach, so she was incredibly excited, building little sandcastles on the sand and having a blast. As the live broadcast time approached, the director gathered everyone together and headed towards an open-air basketball court. The basketball court was already packed with spectators. Unlike in the morning, there were many young people wearing basketball jerseys at the scene. A team of basketball players is warming up under the basketball hoop on the east side. They appear to be the challengers for this competition. When Chen Yi and his team arrived, staff brought them jerseys and shoes, all custom-made to their measurements, which fit Chen Yi perfectly. The 5 men formed a team, and the production team didn't overlook the 3 female guests either, preparing beautiful cheerleader outfits for them. When the 3 beauties came out of the makeshift locker room, the scene was like 3 plump cabbages thrown into a pigsty. All the young people on the court got excited and their eyes were glued to the 3 of them. Many of them couldn't help but cheer and jeer, and the atmosphere on the field instantly became heated. Meanwhile, the male netizens watching the live stream were not to be outdone, drooling as they frantically took screenshots. After a period of excitement, time has entered the pre-match mobilization phase. Since the guest team didn't have a coach, Xia Yang naturally took on the role of captain and assigned tactics to Chen Yi and the others. When Feng, you and I will play forward, Lu Han and Ming Hao will play guard, and Xiao Yi, you're the tallest here, so you'll play center. Xia Yang paused for a moment, then pointed to a tall and strong man on the other side. Their center has a great physical advantage. Xiao Yi, once you get the rebound, you must pass the ball out immediately. Don't try to force it. Chen Yi nodded non-committally, not taking Xia Yang's little scheme seriously. It was expected, after all, this basketball game was a personal stage for Xia Yang, so how could he be allowed to steal the spotlight? But, Sakuragi once said, dominating the rebounds is equivalent to dominating the whole court, so even if he doesn't participate in scoring, it's not certain who will be the main character on the basketball court. After Xia Yang finished his long and detailed explanation, the referee signaled for both teams to enter the field from the center of the court. After shaking hands with the referee and the opposing players, the group took their positions, and the game began when the referee blew his whistle. Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, and Yang Mi stood on the sidelines, watching the game while chatting quietly. Lu Yifei gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her brows furrowing slightly. Sigh, I really don't understand basketball. With all this running around, I can hardly tell who's who anymore. Hua Ruoxiu nodded in agreement. That's right, I'm not really interested in basketball either. If it weren't for cheering them on, I probably would have found a place to rest by now. Hearing what the two of them said, Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh and teased, you too, basketball is really interesting. You'll like it once you watch it a lot. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on the court, looking very interested. Upon hearing this, Hua Ruoxiu and Lu Yifei both shook their heads, indicating that they definitely wouldn't like basketball. Just as Yang Mi was about to say something, the situation on the court suddenly became tense, instantly drawing her attention. The opposing center, taking advantage of his physical strength, pressed hard against Chen Yi under the basket, trying to gain a better position to grab the rebound. In contrast, Chen Yi remained as steady as a mountain, moving nimbly with his feet and always managing to cleverly block his position. The moment the basketball bounced high into the air, Chen Yi leaped up with agility and lightness, stretching out his long arms in the air to secure the rebound. Seeing this, the other opponents surrounded him, trying to steal the ball from him. However, Chen Yi remained calm and composed, using his excellent ball control skills to break through the encirclement and quickly passed the ball to Li Wenfen, who was in an open position. Wow, Chen Yi is so handsome. His skills are amazing. Lu Yifei clenched her hands unconsciously, her face full of excitement. Oh my god, Chen Yi's ball-stealing moves are so cool. This basketball is so much fun. Hua Ruoxiu cheered along, her little face flushed with excitement. Yang Mi, that's not what you two just said, is it? Yang Mi shook her head and looked at them teasingly. Who was it that just said they would never like basketball? Did they contradict themselves so quickly? Hua Ruoxiu hugged Yang Mi's arm with a grin. Sister Yang Mi, I've discovered that basketball is quite interesting. Can you tell me and Sister Yifei about it? Yes, Sister Mi, I also suddenly realized that basketball is quite attractive, Lu Yifei quickly said, grabbing Yang Mi's other arm and shaking it. Yang Mi thought to herself, speechless, do you two find basketball appealing? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Alright, then I'll tell you about it. Currently, Chen Yi is dominating the paint, giving us a significant advantage in rebounding. However, Li Wenfen, Lu Han, and Xiao Minghao are only at an average basketball level. In close-range offense or defense, they are clearly struggling, and the gap between them and their opponents is quite obvious. Look, they've been breached again. Lu Yifei couldn't help but ask, what about Chen Yi? Why didn't he shoot? I saw him pass the ball to someone else after he got it. Yang Mi gestured towards Xia Yang's direction with her lip. I just heard Xia Yang tell Chen Yi to pass the ball out the moment he gets it. Hua Ruoxiu's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Xia Yang is bullying us too much. And Chen Yi is really something, how come he's so obedient? Yang Mi shook her head. Can't you guys see the foul play in this match? Meeting their puzzled gazes, Yang Mi continued teasingly. Look at Xia Yang, he's making his way through the enemy's ranks, and they don't seem to be putting up a strong fight against him. Is the other side secretly letting him win? Doesn't it seem like his advance is going too smoothly? It's almost become his personal show. Lu Yifei and Hua Ruoxiu frowned slightly upon hearing this, carefully observed the situation on the field, and felt that Yang Mi's words made a lot of sense. Chen Yi is a shrewd guy. I bet he'll make a move later. Let's watch closely first, Yang Mi said with a smile, staring at Chen Yi who was just paddling along. Not long after, the first half ended. The score was 45-43 between the guest team and the Heiken team. Xia Yang scored 40 of the guest team's 45 points, making him the star of the first half. The entire stadium was filled with the chants of Xia Yang's name, and online, Xia Yang's fans were excitedly flooding the screen with comments. As the two teams were preparing to leave the field for a rest, Chen Yi looked at Xia Yang, who was panting and covered in sweat, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He deliberately walked at the back and said to the Heiken team members, I heard you're a city-level team, but your level is terrible. You're too weak. After saying that, Chen Yi shook his head and walked back to the rest area with a disappointed expression. Heiken team. Captain. I can't take it anymore. And me too. I don't care why the coach makes us lose on purpose, but I really can't take it anymore. Me too. Me too. Okay, let's play seriously in the second half. If the coach blames us afterwards, I'll take the fall. We can't let them look down on us. On the other side of the rest area, Xia Yang was gulping down water. Yang Ji, you were absolutely amazing in the first half. You scored a whopping 40 points. We'll have to rely on you in the second half too. Xiao Minghao sat next to Xia Yang, wiping his sweat as he looked towards Chen Yi and laughed. Chen Yi's performance on the court was far inferior to yours. Looks like we're really going to crush him this time. Hearing Xiao Minghao's words, Xia Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, the second half will be the same as the first half. The 10-minute halftime break passed quickly. The players from both teams returned to the field, and the second half of the game began. However, something unexpected happened. Right at the start of the second half, the Heiken team players seemed like completely different people. Sudden, snatch, carry, detain. After a dazzling series of maneuvers, in just 10 minutes, the score became 49-74, a full 25 points ahead of the guest team. Xia Yang, hands on his knees, was panting heavily, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. Why didn't the other side show up as agreed? If it had been a real fight from the start, they wouldn't have wasted their energy with all those fancy moves. With their provincial-level basketball skills, they could have put up a fight. Why is this happening? At this moment, Xia Yang's fans online also fell silent, and the screen was filled with passers-by enthusiastically discussing the superb skills of the Heiken team members. On the other side, Chen Yi, the instigator, checked the time and felt he could finally get going. Bang! A dull thud sounded as bodies collided in mid-air, and Chen Yi grabbed the rebound again. But this time, he didn't pass the ball out like before. His body exploded like a spring, and with a quick change of direction, he switched the ball from his right hand to his left. Before the defender could react, Chen Yi had already swept past him like a gust of wind and charged towards the opponent's half like a cheetah. The audience on the sidelines gasped in surprise, and all eyes were on him. An opposing player tried to block him, but Chen Yi made a sudden stop, followed by a behind-the-back dribble, easily shaking off his opponent. At this moment, only the center of the Heiken team remained in front of him. The opponent was tall and stood under the basket like an iron tower. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yi accelerated towards the basket, leaping high as he approached his opponent, his body tracing a graceful arc in the air. He raised the ball overhead with one hand and slammed it forcefully towards the basket. Bang! The basketball hoop made a loud bang. The basketball slammed into the hoop, accompanied by the sound of metal hitting leather. The audience was stunned into silence by the powerful dunk. Chen Yi landed gracefully. The score was 51-74. Awesome! The spectators on the sidelines instantly erupted into a frenzy, the once silent stadium bursting into deafening cheers as if gunpowder had been ignited. Chen Yi is so handsome. How can he be so handsome? Yang Mi waved her hands wildly and shouted excitedly. Lu Yifei and Hua Ruoxiu, standing to the side, were also excited, their cheeks flushed as they watched Chen Yi in the arena and cheered him on loudly. In the next few minutes, Chen Yi completely took over the game. Every dribble he made was like a performance, with dazzling changes of direction, accurate jump shots, and unstoppable breakthroughs, as if the basketball court had become his own personal stage. One by one, the opposing defenders were left behind by him, leaving the basketball enthusiasts on the sidelines dumbfounded. Is this guy a monster? Someone murmured, their voice filled with disbelief. The internet was abuzz, with the screen filled with a dense barrage of comments. Holy crap! Is Chen Yi cheating? He's carrying the whole game by himself. Is he channeling the spirit of a US basketball star? Brothers, type Chen Yi is awesome in the chat. This is ridiculous. The other side is completely stunned. Ha ha ha. That play got my blood pumping. Chen Yi's crossovers and dunks were absolutely amazing. Who just said the game was a foregone conclusion? Step forward. Chen Yi will show you what a comeback from behind looks like. I give this play a perfect score, and I'm not afraid he'll get arrogant. Opposite player, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chen Yi, don't ask, I've already beaten you. At first, the public chat was filled with all sorts of comments, but in the next second, all the comments suddenly turned into one sentence. Brother Chen Yi, you're the best in the universe, we want to have your babies. They were so neat and orderly that it was clear they had organized and planned it all along. The tens of millions of Xiaguo citizens watching the live broadcast were collectively speechless. Is this Chen Yi's fans starting to stir things up? But why do I, as an observer, feel awkward? And my face is already burning up. Is this what they mean by, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed? Chen Yi was unaware of the madness of his fans. At that moment, he was as if he had been possessed by Jordan, Kobe, or Iverson, and he was unstoppable on the court, crushing his opponents. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was 85-81. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, and Yang Mi, Hua Ruoxiu, and Lu Yifei hugged each other excitedly. This basketball is so beautiful to watch. Xia Yang and his three companions were incredibly frustrated inside, but they still had to put on a happy expression when facing the camera, which made some netizens burst into laughter and ridicule them in the public chat. Haha, look at the expressions of the four heavenly kings, they're so funny, they look like they're constipated. In this second round, the four entertainment giants vs. Chen Yi emerged victorious. Chen Yi is truly amazing. I've never seen such a multi-talented person. I heard he only graduated from high school, and didn't even go to college, right? How can he be so amazing? To be honest, I actually miss the days when he was a popular idol. Back then, he wouldn't be so demeaning. Indeed, Chen Yi is really discouraging now. It's all Xingai Entertainment's fault. Why did they terminate their contract with Chen Yi over such a small illegitimate child incident? Look at what happened now. They killed a pretty boy and released a super crocodile. They shot themselves in the foot. Speaking of Xingai Entertainment, I have a question. Can anyone explain why Chen Yi dared to go against them this time? Didn't a big influencer say before that Chen Yi was being controlled by Xingai Entertainment? Are you stupid? Chen Yi was forced to participate in this variety show because of the illegitimate child incident, but now everyone knows that the illegitimate child incident was just an accident, and Chen Yi's reputation has completely improved. He no longer meets the standard for breach of contract, so even if Xingai Entertainment sues Chen Yi now, it is impossible for them to win the case. Oh, I see. Chen Yi no longer needs to be mindful of the four major entertainment companies' attitudes. He originally thought that after the second season, the four major entertainment companies would kick him out. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite stubborn and insisted on putting him under their thumb, so Chen Yi didn't indulge their bad behavior this time. After director Xian announced the end of the basketball challenge, he also announced that today's live broadcast would be temporarily over. Because the guests were going to the music plaza to watch Su Bing's performance that evening, the production team added a live broadcast tonight. After saying goodbye to Lu Yifei and the others, Chen Yi took his daughter back to the hotel to rest. After a day of recording, Chen Zixi was also a little listless. While Chen Yi was resting at the hotel, various topics related to today's variety show quickly rose to the top of the trending searches, with Chen Yi occupying 6 of the top 10 spots. This made people in the industry exclaim, he truly treats the trending search list like his own home. The top trending topic is, Central Conservatory of Music professor provides live analysis of Chen Yi's piano piece Wedding in a Dream, praising it as the finest piano work in China. The second trending topic is, singer Su Bing appears on a variety show and invites Chen Yi to sing a song on the spot. The third trending topic, subbing Chennai combination Shanyan Hyold combination the battle of the two queens is about to be started. The fourth trending topic, Chennai's amazing performance Gun the smiling, proud wanderer Urho horse racing. The fifth trending topic, Chen Yi vs 4 major entertainment figures, a complete victory. The sixth trending topic is, Chen Yi's basketball ability speculation. Heiken Music Plaza. A huge open-air stage stands in the square. In front of the stage, a large crowd gathered, with music lovers from all over the country swaying to the songs on stage, creating a lively and extraordinary atmosphere. In a relatively secluded spot behind the stage, 4 young men and women were sitting together, chatting casually. Look, Chen Yi is trending again. When will we ever get to trend? At that moment, a young girl with colorful braids waved her phone, her face full of undisguised envy. TCH. Jia, do you believe that if I had Chen Yi's resources, I would be better than him now? A young man with dyed blonde hair and an earring across from the girl curled his lip in dissatisfaction, his words full of contempt for Chen Yi. Upon hearing this, Dingjia rolled her eyes and said irritably, I can't be bothered to argue with you. After saying that, she turned to look at the man on her right who was looking down at his phone, biting her lip slightly, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. Boss, are we really going to deliberately lose to Luhan tomorrow? The man playing on his phone didn't even look up. He just gave a casual reply, his fingers still swiping across the screen, seemingly engrossed in the news. Seeing this, Dingjia wanted to say something more, but was suddenly interrupted by a slightly older-looking man on her left. Jia, the entertainment industry isn't all about fighting and killing, it's more about interpersonal relationships and social interactions. Moreover, we simply cannot refuse the offers made by the 4 major entertainment companies. But Lao Gao, if boss beats Lu Han, with his reputation as the rap emperor, he might just soar to the top. Dingjia frowned, still unable to understand the decision, her heart filled with resentment. Yeah, Lao Gao, if we win tomorrow's competition, won't we become famous overnight? At this moment, Sun Jian, the man with the earring, also chimed in, his eyes revealing the same unconvinced attitude. Old Gao shook his head. You have no idea how much influence the 4 great entertainments have in the entertainment industry. Even if we win the competition tomorrow, believe me or not, we won't make a ripple. How come Chen Yi can trample on them so easily, and look at him, nothing happened to him, his fame has only grown, why can't we? Sun Jian still stuck out his neck, his face full of resentment. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that this was not worth it. Old Gao raised his eyelids and glanced at Sun Jian indifferently. Sun Jian. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Ignoring the furious Sun Jian, Lao Gao looked at the man who had been silently looking at his phone and said in a deep voice, Boss, I might have to leave the industry after the competition tomorrow. What? Dingjia and Sun Jian looked at Lao Gao in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Wei, who was called the boss, slowly put down his phone, raised his head, looked directly into Lao Gao's eyes, and asked with complicated emotions, Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. I'm different from the 3 of you. I'm over 30 years old, and my potential has long been exhausted. In our industry, it's long past the time for me to retire. Old Gao sighed softly. Besides, my girlfriend has waited for me for so many years, and I don't want to hold her back any longer. I plan to get married this year and live a peaceful life. Li Wei and the other 2 fell silent upon hearing Lao Gao's words. Dingjia opened her mouth several times, wanting to speak up and dissuade him, but she didn't know where to begin, and ultimately remained silent. Just as the atmosphere fell silent, suddenly, a staff member wearing a music festival badge rushed over and shouted, Old Gao, it's almost your turn, get ready. Okay. Old Gao replied, then slowly stood up and walked towards the stage. As he walked, he said without turning his head, Boss, although we promised the 4 that we would deliberately lose to Lu Han tomorrow, I'm actually just as uncomfortable as Jia and Sun Jian. Anyway, I'm planning to retire from the entertainment industry anyway. So, I'll be a little unruly later. I want everyone to know that we rappers are awesome too. Li Wei, Dingjia, and Sun Jian watched Lao Gao's retreating figure in silence, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. From Lao Gao's words, they clearly sensed the long-suppressed anger directed at the entertainment industry. At this moment, he was about to unleash his pent-up rage. On the other side, Chen Yi brought his daughter to the music square. The production team had already prepared an area close to the stage for them, partly for filming convenience and partly for safety reasons, given the large number of children. Chen Yi picked up Chen Zixi and placed her on his neck. The little one sat on her high-shoulder throne and excitedly looked around. This heartwarming scene of father-daughter interaction brought smiles to the faces of viewers watching the live stream, truly touching the hearts of many. When do you think Sister Su Bing will be on stage? I really want to hear her sing soon, Hua Ruoxiu said with anticipation. A diva. Who wouldn't be looking forward to it? Look at the crowd in the square today, there are so many more people than the last 2 days. Aren't they all here for Sister Su Bing? Yang Mi replied with a smile. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, the host's loud voice came through the speakers. Next, let's welcome rapper Lao Gao to the stage. Old Gao? Hua Ruoxiu, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard this name. Yang Mi looked at her curiously. You know her? Yes, he also participated in last year's Super Singer competition. He was very strong, and I considered him a major rival at the time. Unfortunately, he only made it to the top 4, which was quite a pity. As they were talking, Lao Gao had already walked onto the stage. He was tall and thin, wearing a rather unique baseball uniform, the metal ornaments on his clothes jingling as he walked. He stood in the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the throng of people below. He took a deep breath and then spoke loudly into the microphone. "Hello everyone, my name is Lao Gao, and I am a rapper." He paused slightly, then suddenly emphasized his words, raised his arm high, pointed directly at the guest area where Chen Yi and his group were, and shouted, "They are also one of these celebrities' opponents tomorrow." When the audience heard Lao Gao say this, they were immediately in an uproar. "This guy is so arrogant." The guests in the guest area looked at each other, puzzled by the singer's unfriendly words and actions. Old Gao seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions, continuing to look at the area where the guests were. "Consider the song I sang today as an appetizer for the official competition tomorrow. You can listen carefully and see if you can handle it." Having said that, ignoring the boos from below the stage, he raised his chin and shouted, "Here's a song for everyone, The Roar of a Little Man." The words had barely left his mouth when a vibrant, energetic melody filled the entire music plaza. Immediately following, Lao Gao unleashed a rapid-fire string of lyrics. "Yo yo yo, they say I'm a nobody, a good-for-nothing who just parrots others, that I only know how to imitate, and that my lyrics are all Western cliches. But you don't understand, I sing about my life. The voice of the underprivileged, who really wants to listen. They say the music scene is too niche, no one will understand. But every word we sing is a pain in our hearts. You listen to pop, we speak the truth. But the voice of the truth is always ignored by you." The audience was immediately captivated by the powerful rap. Many nodded slightly as they listened, acknowledging his undeniable talent despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor. The rap's emotional depth and its reflection on reality drew everyone in. "Yay yay yay, yo yo yo, the skyscrapers of these giant corporations block our light. They say if you want to be famous, you have to conform to their rules. But the spirit of our rap is freedom and rebellion. We are not your puppets, not your playthings." Li Wei, Ding Jia, and Sun Jian, sitting on one side of the stage, watched Lao Gao unleash his anger on stage and listened to his undisguised accusations against the four major entertainment companies. Their hearts were stirred. They felt the same way, as if Lao Gao had sung out the words they had been suppressing in their hearts all along, and their eyes even reddened slightly. Chen Yi, sitting in the audience, looked at Lao Gao on stage and nodded unconsciously. "That's interesting." As Lao Gao became increasingly engrossed in his performance on stage, his emotions spread like a burning flame, touching more and more audience members. The audience's passion was ignited, and they began to wave their hands wildly to the song, pushing the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. Online viewers were also touched by Lao Gao's song, and many empathized with him, showing their support in the comments section. "Old Gao is right. Those giant companies always control everything, suppressing talented people so they can't get ahead. I hope you can break free from these constraints in the future. I will always support your rebellious spirit." After listening to Lao Gao's song The Roar of a Little Man, I was deeply moved. I feel that he sang out the helplessness of many grassroots artists. I must give him a thumbs up and support. I never knew rap could be so powerful. Lao Gao has proven everything with his talent. Those so-called rules should be broken. I support you to the end. Keep it up. Yo yo yo, I'm just a nobody, but I have my own attitude. Even if I'm misunderstood, I won't stop. The giants of the entertainment industry control all the rules, but the soul of our rap will never be taken away. Finally, the song ended, but Lao Gao's impassioned lyrics still seemed to echo above the music square. "Mr. Lu Han, what do you think of my song?" Lao Gao's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the square at that moment, breaking the brief silence after the song ended. Faced with Lao Gao's sudden question, the entire venue fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to Lu Han in the guest area, and even the camera captured the fleeting surprise on Lu Han's face. At this moment, Lu Han was practically cursing Lao Gao in his mind. "Is this guy crazy? When did I ever offend him?" However, in such a public setting, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. He could only suppress his displeasure, accept the microphone from the staff, force a smile, and try his best to maintain his composure. Not bad. The quality of that song was undeniable, and the enthusiastic atmosphere it created was evident to everyone. Lu Han would certainly not deliberately belittle it over such a trivial matter. Old Gao nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. He didn't press Lu Han further, but instead suddenly turned to look at Chen Yi. "Mr. Chen Yi, what do you think of my song?" Old Gao's idea was to get Lu Han and Chen Yi to acknowledge his strength in person. That way, even if he deliberately lost the match tomorrow, he wouldn't feel so aggrieved. Just when Lao Gao thought Chen Yi would give the same answer as Lu Han, Chen Yi's words left him speechless. "Not very good, a bit stingy. What did you say?" Old Gao was a little confused and unsure of what he had heard. "I'd say your song is just so-so, and it feels a bit petty." Chen Yi raised his voice, and his soft voice spread outwards from the microphone to the surrounding square, every word clearly reaching the ears of the audience. "Wow, The audience erupted in uproar, and online comments flooded the screen. This guy, Lao Gao, sings really well. Isn't Chen Yi being too harsh? Yes, why did Chen Yi say that? It's so disrespectful. Perhaps Chen Yi has his own reasons, but saying it in public must be so embarrassing for Lao Gao. Anyone would find it unbearable. What's so awkward? Didn't he ask Chen Yi for his opinion? Why can't he say it's bad? You guys are hilarious. Yeah, I just can't appreciate this kind of rap. It's like chanting scriptures at high speed, it's awful. Hee, this is definitely going to be a good show. Old Gao probably won't let this go so easily. I want to see what happens next. Is this going to start a war of words? I'm really looking forward to seeing how Lao Gao responds. This is going to be interesting. The entertainment industry is just so fascinating. The viewers were excitedly sending comments, their little stools ready, waiting for the show to begin. At this moment, although Lu Han had always disliked Chen Yi, he genuinely wanted to give Chen Yi a thumbs up and say, well done. On stage, Lao Gao was furious, his face flushed, his eyes blazing with anger. He gripped the microphone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, and his voice trembled slightly with agitation. Mr. Chen Yi, I know you have a high status in the entertainment industry, but I really disagree with your statement that my song is petty. This song is my heartfelt expression after so many years in the rap scene. It's a cry from us ordinary people against reality. If you don't like it, that's your opinion, but you can't so easily deny my efforts and love for music. You may be famous and have resources, but you may not truly understand the perseverance and dreams of us rappers. I'm putting this out there today, although I, Lao Gao, don't have your level of fame and background, my passion for music is no less than yours. You may not like my songs, but please respect them. The atmosphere in the entire music plaza instantly became tense and explosive, with everyone holding their breath, eager to see how Chen Yi would respond to this sharp rebuttal. Chen Yi slowly raised the microphone, his tone still calm. Tomorrow you'll know why I said your song was petty. Okay, then I'll wait and see what kind of reason teacher Chen Yi will give tomorrow. Old Gao said okay 3 times in a row, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, his face full of resentment. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked quickly off the stage without looking back, leaving a group of onlookers looking at each other, their faces full of unsatisfaction. Why is it over already? Start fighting. Why did you stop? I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you show me? Lao Gao, come back here. Keep fighting him. Chen Yi ignored the discussions at the scene and instead played with his daughter, seemingly not taking the matter to heart at all. The performance on stage continued as scheduled, with singers taking the stage one after another. As time went by, the atmosphere gradually calmed down and returned to its normal lively state. The audience's attention was once again drawn to the singers' performances on stage, and they became immersed in the songs. The audience's attention was drawn to a commotion coming from backstage, followed by the host striding excitedly onto the stage. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to our queen of pop, Su Bing, as she takes the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. Su Bing, dressed in a gorgeous gown, gracefully walked onto the stage. Dear audience, good evening, I am Su Bing. A thunderous applause erupted as Su Bing finished speaking. I'm very happy to meet everyone at the Haikan Music Festival today. Next, I'll be performing a new song for you all. Su Bing paused, then smiled, and waited for the cheers to subside. This song was originally intended for the new song chart, but Su Bing deliberately dragged out the words. As many of you have already learned from today's live stream, I received an even better and more outstanding song from an amazing younger brother. Chen Yi. Chen Yi. The audience below understood immediately and began chanting Chen Yi's name in unison. The live variety show camera and the music festival camera simultaneously focused on Chen Yi, and his image immediately appeared on the stage background screen. The girls in the audience erupted in screams, the sound rising higher and higher as if it were about to break through the sky. That's right. Su Bing said with a big smile, pointing in Chen Yi's direction. It was my brother Chen Yi who wrote a really great song for me, so today I'm sharing the song I was planning to promote on the charts with everyone. I hope you all like it. At this moment, a soothing and beautiful background music quietly began to play, and Su Bing slowly paced across the stage. I hope you all enjoy my song waves. The tide washes over my ankles, like your gentle whisper. On the beach at dusk, it leaves damp marks. When Su Bing's melodious voice, like that of a nightingale, rang out in the music square, the audience instantly fell silent. In the guest area, Hua Ruoxiu opened her mouth slightly, her face full of amazement. Sister Su Bing truly deserves to be called a queen of songs. Every line she sings goes straight into people's hearts. I wish I could have such singing skills. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he were carefully savoring every detail of the song. Hearing Hua Ruoxiu's sigh, he casually said, "You're not bad either. After experiencing more people and things, you can also reach Su Bing's level." Hua Ruoxiu felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing this, and looking at Chen Yi's profile, a faint blush immediately appeared on her cheeks. Is that so? Chen Yi replied, oblivious to Hua Ruoxiu's expression, his gaze still fixed on the stage. Lu Yifei and Yang Mi, standing beside them, exchanged a glance, their expressions different, their thoughts unfathomable. Meanwhile, viewers on the other end of the internet were flooding the live stream with comments. Su Bing truly lives up to her title as a queen of song. She sang this song with such feeling that I feel like I'm going to listen to it on repeat. These lyrics are so evocative, every line could be used as caption for my social media posts, I love them. As the song gradually came to an end, Su Bing's melodious voice became increasingly ethereal, as if carrying everyone's thoughts to linger on that twilight beach. Finally, as the last note faded, the entire venue seemed to be paused, falling into a brief silence before thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles erupted simultaneously, the sounds almost engulfing the entire music plaza. The audience stood up and applauded enthusiastically, many shouting excitedly, Su Bing! Su Bing! One more song! One more song! The atmosphere at the scene was instantly pushed to its peak. After thanking the audience, Su Bing slowly walked to the edge of the stage, looked at Chen Yi in the audience, and jokingly asked, "Want to come up and have some fun?" The camera focused on Chen Yi again, and after Su Bing's words, the audience immediately joined in the cheering. "Get on stage! Get on stage!" Chen Yi waved to the camera first, then bent down and squeezed Chen Zixi's little hand. "Zixi, how about coming up on stage with Daddy and singing a song?" Chen Yi thought that since his daughter liked acting, he should pave the way for her now. Looking at the sea of people around her, Chen Zixi felt a little timid, but seeing her father's encouraging gaze, she nodded firmly, "Okay, Dad." Chen Yi picked up his daughter and gave Su Bing an okay sign. The audience saw Chen Yi's gesture on the big screen on the stage and immediately cheered. Su Bing, smiling, introduced Chen Yi on stage. "Next, let's welcome Chen Yi and his daughter to perform for everyone. Please give them a round of applause." At this moment, Chen Yi had already walked up from the side of the stage with Chen Zixi in his hand, and he was holding a guitar in his other hand. Chen Yi gave Su Bing a light hug, and Chen Zixi also politely said, "Hello, Auntie." Su Bing pinched Chen Zixi's little face, utterly delighted. "Zixi is so cute, like a little angel." As she spoke, she took Chen Zixi's hand and looked at the audience. "Don't you all think our Zixi is adorable?" A chorus of voices immediately erupted from the audience. "Cute." Su Bing then asked, "How about we take Zixi home with us?" The audience burst into laughter. "Great! What are you doing? Don't you know that kidnapping children is illegal?" Su Bing feigned reproach. "Ha ha ha!" A burst of laughter followed. After a round of cheerful interaction, Su Bing pointed the microphone at Chen Yi and asked, "What song are you going to sing for everyone today?" Chen Yi smiled and said, "Let my Zixi sing a song for everyone today. I hope you all like it." "Oh, really?" Su Bing looked pleasantly surprised. She squatted down and put the microphone to Chen Zixi's mouth. "Zixi, what song are you going to sing for us?" Chen Zixi's face flushed red, and she said nervously, "The song I'm going to sing for everyone is called 'You Look So Beautiful When You Smile.' Your smile is so beautiful. And what a lovely name. We're all in for a treat today." Su Bing smiled as she stood up and looked at the audience. "Now, let's all listen to Zixi's singing." Applause erupted from the audience, and some viewers were still calling out Zixi's name. Su Bing stepped aside, giving the center of the stage to Chen Yi and his daughter. The audience immediately fell silent, holding their breath and preparing to listen to Chen Zixi's singing. Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and Yang Mi in the guest area also showed gentle smiles, their eyes filled with encouragement and affection, as if saying, "Go for it, Zixi." Her friends, such as Hua Ruyu and Lu Qian, were both happy and envious, and they shouted Zixi's name loudly from below the stage to cheer her on. Online, from the moment people heard that Chen Zixi was going to sing, netizens went wild in front of their screens. "Wow, I can't wait to hear Zixi sing. It sounds so cute." Chen Yi is trying to make his daughter a little star. But Zixi is really cute. She sang Health Song very well before, and now I'm even more looking forward to it. Some fans joked, "If Zixi sings well, I'll be her fan from now on, a diehard fan. Count me in." Father and daughter are both fans. Haha, it feels really fun. Chen Yi stood a step behind Chen Zixi and encouraged his daughter, "Zixi, keep going. Don't be nervous, just sing like you're at home." Encouraged by her father, Chen Zixi was filled with strength. She turned to the audience, suppressed her unease, bowed deeply, and then turned to Chen Yi to indicate that she was ready. Chen Yi nodded, his fingers plucked the strings, and a cheerful melody instantly filled the music square. Chen Zixi took a deep breath, tilted her rosy cheeks slightly, and with a hint of determination in her clear eyes, slowly began to sing. "I want to go to distant mountains and rivers, I want to go to the seaside to see seagulls. No matter how much wind and rain there is, having you is enough. I love to see the corners of your mouth, I love to see the lines of your eyebrows. The white clouds hanging in the blue sky are like your smile. Chen Xixi's tender voice rang out, its tone as pure as a mountain spring, carrying an unadorned natural beauty. As she sang, she unconsciously swayed her little head gently to the rhythm, her two little hands clenched into fists as if cheering herself on. She looked incredibly cute, like a little elf who had stepped out of a fairy tale. The audience was instantly delighted by the cute and childlike singing, their faces beaming with affection and their eyes filled with doting love. "Sister, Zixi sings so well!" Hua Ruyu exclaimed excitedly, pulling Hua Ruoxiu's hand with a look of excitement and envy. "Yes, that's right, this song is really well written." Viewers watching the live stream online were also flooding the chat with comments. "Oh my, Zixi sings so cutely. Her voice is so healing, it melts my heart. Chen Yi's little princess is so cute. Her appearance and singing voice are just too adorable. Chen Yi is really good at raising his daughter. Zixi's performance is simply amazing. I have to give her a thumbs up. Your smile is so beautiful, like spring flowers, blowing away all worries and sorrows. Your smile is so beautiful, like the summer sun, making the whole world and all of time as beautiful as a painting." Chen Zixi continued singing, her tension gradually fading as she became more confident. She slightly narrowed her eyes, her lips curving upwards into a sweet smile, like the warm spring sun shining into everyone's heart. "I want to go to the distant mountains and rivers, I want to go to the seaside to see the seagulls. Your smile is so beautiful, like the summer sun, the whole world and all the time, as beautiful as a painting." Chen Zixi's movements became more natural. Sometimes she would raise her little hand and gesture in the air to depict the mountains and seagulls described in the lyrics, as if those beautiful scenes were right in front of her. At the end of the song, Chen Zixi twirled joyfully, her skirt fluttering like a blooming flower. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the audience below, her gaze filled with the joy of sharing happiness. At this moment, the scene erupted in cheers and applause. Everyone kept chanting "Zixi, Zixi," wanting to express their love for her in this enthusiastic way. Netizens online were even more excited, with the barrage of comments almost flooding the screen. "Wow, Zixi's smile is so infectious. Watching her smile makes me smile too. And this song is so well written. This little guy has a very steady stage presence. He's definitely going to be a little star someday. He's so lovable. This little angel's singing voice and smile are the treasure of tonight's music festival. I love it. I'm completely won over, I'm a fan of Zixi from now on." As Chen Zixi stood on the stage, watching countless adults applauding her and calling her name, an indescribable joy welled up in her heart. She turned around to look at Chen Yi behind her, her eyes filled with the expectation of her father praising her. Chen Yi immediately understood, gave a warm smile, and raised his right hand high, making a big thumbs up. A smile as bright as a flower immediately bloomed on Chen Zixi's face. Chen Yi stepped forward and, together with Chen Zixi, bowed to the audience, which was met with even more enthusiastic applause. The cries of "Zixi, sing another song," and "one more song," rose and fell. Chen Yi raised the microphone and quickly thanked everyone. "Thank you all for your love for Zixi, but we won't take up any more time today, since we've already disrupted the performances of the singers who will be performing later. In a couple of days, I will record the songs that Zixi sings at home, and then everyone will be able to hear more of Zixi's songs online." The audience at the scene and those watching the live stream were all pleasantly surprised to hear Chen Yi's words. They also temporarily gave up their request for another song and instead looked forward to hearing more of Chen Zixi's songs online. Chen Yi, holding his daughter's hand, walked off the stage with Su Bing. "Xiao Yi, are you planning to let Zixi pursue a singing career?" Su Bing asked curiously as she walked alongside Chen Yi. "Not really, Zixi seems to prefer acting. She'll be starring in a movie in a few days, playing the younger version of Yaifei," Chen Yi replied casually, looking tenderly at his daughter. "Oh, no wonder you let Zixi sing on stage today. You were paving the way for her." Su Bing exclaimed in realization, then looked at Chen Yi with admiration. "Chen Yi, I've discovered you're such a good father." Chen Yi smiled and readily accepted Su Bing's praise. After saying goodbye to Su Bing, Chen Yi returned to the guest area and continued watching the singers perform on stage, while chatting casually with Yang Mi and the others. Chen Zixi also reverted to her childlike nature and began to share her nervousness on stage with her older sisters. However, at such a young age, she did not notice the envy in her friends' eyes. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that everyone left the music plaza, ending the live broadcast for the day. That evening, Chen Yi used his computer to arrange and produce the songs he would be singing the next day, and then registered the copyrights, including the song his daughter sang that day, "You Look So Beautiful When You Smile." Only after completing these tasks did he go to bed. Nothing happened that night. The next day, after breakfast, Chen Yi took his daughter for a walk and some fun on the beach. Today's live stream starts at 1 p.m., which is also the start time of the music festival every day, so Chen Yi has a free morning and plans to spend some quality time with his daughter. But, although both father and daughter were wearing sunglasses and hats, they were still spotted by sharp-eyed fans not long after. This immediately caused a sensation, and more fans gathered around. Fortunately, the fans were all well behaved and there was no pushing or shoving. Seeing more and more people coming from afar, Chen Yi was afraid that something might happen to his daughter, so he quickly apologized to the fans at the scene and left the scene with his daughter, returning to the hotel. Zixi, were you scared just now? Chen Yi sat on the sofa, holding Chen Zixi in his arms, and asked softly, if you become an actor or singer in the future, this will happen again, you'll be surrounded by people wherever you go. Do you want this kind of life? When her father asked her a question, Chen Zixi wrapped her arms around Chen Yi and gently pressed her forehead against his face. At first, when I saw so many people running towards me, I was a little scared, but when I saw the joy in their eyes, the love they had for me, I wasn't afraid anymore. Instead, I was very happy. I'm so glad that so many people like me. So, Dad, Zixi likes acting and singing. Chen Yi tightened his grip on his daughter, finally making a firm decision. Yes, as long as Zixi is happy, Dad will always support you. Thank you, Dad. Just as the father and daughter were having a warm chat, Chen Yi's phone rang. It was Lu Yifei calling. Hey Chen Yi, have you seen the trending topics? Lu Yifei's tone carried a hint of urgency and worry. No, what happened? You should probably look it up online, I can't explain it clearly in just a few words. Good. Chen Yi hung up the phone, clicked on the trending topics, and saw that the top 3 were still his own news from yesterday, but the 4th one had changed. Breaking news. Over 20 rappers post late at night, criticizing Chen Yi. This must be what Effie was referring to. Chen Yi clicked on the link, and the article contained excerpts from posts by more than 20 rappers. MC Dalong, as a professional musician, Chen Yi's remarks are truly disappointing. Lao Gao's works reflect reality, yet they are criticized as petty. This assessment is far too subjective and arbitrary, and is irresponsible and reckless. Rapper aka rap culture needs inclusivity, not condescending criticism. Chen Yi may have achieved success in pop music, but that doesn't give him the right to belittle other musical forms. Old Gunner, are all today's popular celebrities this arrogant? Lao Gao has been in the industry for over a decade, and his work is universally acclaimed. It's none of an idol's place to criticize him. Lao Gao, thank you all for speaking up for me. Music itself has no inherent hierarchy, I only want my work to speak for itself. As for some people's comments, I can only say that the eyes of the masses are discerning. Chen Yi read through the list one by one, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. I was originally going to give you some face, but now it seems you really need a strong dose of medicine to cure you. He put down his phone, took out his computer, and began working on the instrumentation and harmony for another song. 12:50 p.m., 10 minutes until the live broadcast. A corner of the music square. Li Wei, Lao Gao, Ding Jia, and Sun Jian sat in a shaded area. Boss, it's one thing if you don't post anything to support Lao Gao, but why won't you let Jia and me post anything? Sun Jian asked, his voice filled with anger and confusion. Ding Jia looked at Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Li Wei didn't explain, but looked at Lao Gao. Lao Gao, what about you? Are you also blaming me for not supporting you? Old Gao didn't speak, but the disappointment in his eyes seemed to have given the answer. I called them last night and told them that the agreement is null and void. Li Wei's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving the 3 of them dumbfounded. Boss, really? Boss, boss. Li Wei raised his hand to stop the 3 from continuing. Lao Gao sang very well yesterday. The giants of the entertainment industry control all the rules, but the soul of our rap will never be taken away. The spirit of our rap is freedom and resistance. So today, we'll unleash our full potential and show the big entertainment companies and those big stars what we ordinary folks can do. Li Wei clenched his fist, his eyes fixed intently on the 3 men. The reason I haven't published anything is that I want to trample these big stars under my feet on this stage today, in front of countless witnesses. Is this explanation satisfactory to you, boss? The 3 men, including Lao Gao, excitedly surrounded Li Wei, their faces filled with excitement and fighting spirit. We will definitely defeat them and let everyone know that we rappers are not someone to be bullied. The live broadcast started promptly at 1 p.m. Director Xian stood on the stage of the Music Plaza, cleared his throat, and addressed the sea of people below. Hello everyone, I am Xian, the director of the program Celebrity Kids Happy Journey. Today, I would like to thank the Haiken Music Festival program team for allowing us to use the stage at the Music Plaza. I assure you that we will definitely bring you a very exciting performance and will not let you down. Alright, without further ado, our guests are about to face a challenge. Xian walked to the edge of the stage and pointed to an area in front of the stage where 4 people were. The challengers are Li Wei, known as the Emperor of Rap, and his teammates Lao Gao, Sun Jian, and Ding Jia. Let's give them a round of applause. As the camera focused on Li Wei and his group of 4, applause erupted from the audience, and the group waved to the camera in thanks. Sun Jian and Ding Jia had never received so much attention before, and their faces flushed with excitement. After the applause subsided, Xian continued on stage. The rules for our challenge today are simple. The guest team members Lu Han, Xiao Minghao, Chen Yi, and Hua Ruoxiu will face off against Li Wei and his team of 4. Half of the participants will be eliminated in the first round, and the champion will be decided directly in the second round. Because Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Li Wenfen, and Xia Yang are all actors, although they can sing pop songs okay, they really can't sing rap. They had tried before, but when they sang the lyrics, their tongues would start to twitch if they sang too fast, and if they sang too slow. It sounded like elementary school students reading a textbook, which was really embarrassing, so they gave up on the competition. Let's welcome our first singer to perform, Dingjia. Please give her a round of applause. With Xian's words, the competition officially began. Jia, sing well and let these celebrities know that in the rap world, we are the kings. Sun Jian encouraged Dingjia with a confident look. Kindness. Dingjia nodded, strode onto the stage, and looked at the countless audience members below, suppressing the nervousness and excitement in her heart. Next up is my time, my rules for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a lively melody began to play. Yo, 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 the alarm clock rings in the morning, but I turn it off and keep lying in bed. Others say waking up early is the key, but I say relaxation is more important. Life isn't a race, so why always be in a rush? I manage my own time, and I'm comfortable both day and night. After Dingjia finished his amazing rap performance, the audience erupted in applause. Next up was Xiao Minghao from the guest team, who sang a well-known older generation rap song. However, compared to Dingjia, there is a noticeable difference in both the speed of speech and the clarity of pronunciation. Afterwards, the two groups took turns performing on stage, including Sun Jian and Hua Ruoxiu. When the performance ended, the audience generously gave them applause. Next, it was Lao Gao's turn to take the stage, and the audience immediately erupted in a commotion. After all, he had caused such a stir yesterday, so the audience had some expectations for his performance today. Lao Gao exuded confidence as soon as he stepped on stage, showcasing his own rap song to the fullest with his powerful voice and skillful technique. After the performance, he was slightly out of breath, looked directly at Chen Yi, and deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Teacher Chen Yi, don't forget you have to give me a reason today. You can't just let what you said yesterday go." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the entertainment circle immediately erupted in an uproar. Here it comes, the show is finally about to begin. Finally, this moment has arrived. Waiting anxiously for Chen Yi to take the stage. Peanuts and melon seeds are ready, just waiting to eat. After Lao Gao left the stage, Lu Han was supposed to go on stage in order. Looking at Lao Gao's defiant expression towards Chen Yi, Lu Han smiled and said to Chen Yi, "Hey Chen Yi, look at Lao Gao's posture, why don't you go first?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, nodded non-committally, and said calmly, "That works too." After saying that, he walked slowly toward the stage. His actions seemed to ignite a fuse both on-site and online. The audience erupted in cheers, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they craned their necks to see how Chen Yi would respond. Viewers watching the live stream were screaming wildly in front of their screens, with comments scrolling rapidly like snowflakes. Wow, we've finally waited for Chen Yi. It's about to start, I'm so excited. Just waiting for the moment they'll be proven wrong. Who gets proven wrong doesn't matter, I'll watch it all. Since yesterday, everyone has been looking forward to this moment, wanting to know whether Chen Yi's comment that Lao Gao's songs are petty is because he truly has extraordinary strength in the rap field, or is just empty talk and self-indulgence. Now, the answer is about to be revealed, and everyone is holding their breath, waiting for Chen Yi's performance. Chen Yi walked gracefully onto the stage, stood still, and calmly scanned the entire audience before finally fixing his gaze on Lao Gao. He slowly said, "When I said yesterday that your song was a bit petty, it wasn't really directed at you." When Chen Yi uttered those words, a commotion erupted from the audience, with everyone assuming that Chen Yi was about to back down and apologize. Sun Jian couldn't help but chuckle, a disdainful expression on his face, his lips curling up as if mocking Chen Yi's admission of defeat. However, Chen Yi suddenly changed his tone and raised his voice. "What I want to say is that these rappers nowadays are all petty." The audience was initially taken aback by Chen Yi's words, then erupted in an uproar. Some frowned, thinking Chen Yi was too arrogant and disdainful of others, but most showed expressions of excitement. "Exciting! So exciting! Keep going, don't stop, don't stop." Netizens online went completely crazy, with the barrage of comments almost completely flooding the screen. "Wow, Chen Yi is too arrogant. He's going to offend the entire rap scene, but I like his domineering attitude. I'll wait and see how he handles it. Wow, I originally thought it was just a minor friction between the two, but Chen Yi's words have directly escalated to an evaluation of the entire rap community. That's too ruthless. This competition is going to become a major event in the rap world. Is Chen Yi truly confident or just blindly overconfident? Saying that is too easy to attract criticism. Haha, the tension is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Yi is going to battle the entire rap scene all by himself. No matter what, this scene is too exciting. I'm going to grab a stool first. On the other side, old Gao, who had initially been smug, thinking Chen Yi might back down, was furious at what he heard. His face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, and he pointed at Chen Yi, shouting loudly, "Chen Yi, you're too arrogant. What gives you the right to talk about our rap scene like that?" Sun Jian was also furious, jumping up and down in the audience and shouting, "Chen Yi, who do you think you are, daring to belittle us rappers like that? If you're so capable, sing a song and let everyone see if you have the ability to say those kinds of things." Li Wei frowned deeply. Although he was relatively composed, he was still very dissatisfied with Chen Yi's words, feeling that Chen Yi was being disrespectful. He looked directly at Chen Yi on the stage and said loudly, "Chen Yi, since you say our songs are all petty, then you should sing a grand song to broaden our horizons." "Good." Chen Yi didn't waste any more words. "I'll dedicate a song, Huo Yuanjia, to everyone." Huo Yuanjia? Who's that? It seems to be a martial artist from over 100 years ago. Martial artist? Why is Chen Yi suddenly singing a song about martial artists? The audience was buzzing with discussion. Chen Yi chose this song because it represents many areas that contemporary Chinese music has never explored before. The charm of ancient Chinese style, the combination of traditional and modern instruments, opera singing, any one of these elements represents a revolutionary innovation and breakthrough in contemporary music. Moreover, this song, Huo Yuanjia, not only incorporates modern hip-hop and R&B, but also blends all of the above elements together, creating a unique and unprecedented Chinese-style hip-hop music. Chen Yi originally intended to modify the lyrics and title of the song, but when he searched for Huo Yuanjia online, he actually found this person, whose background and experiences were quite similar to Huo Yuanjia's in his previous life. So Chen Yi didn't bother with it anymore and just used it directly. This song might not have been particularly shocking to people in their past lives, but to people in this world, it's like a nuclear bomb. Chen Yi has now ignited the nuclear bomb. It's unknown how many people will be stunned after the explosion. Thump thump thump. A thunderous drum beat suddenly resounded in the music square, like the beating of war drums, striking heavily on everyone's heart. Is that the sound of drums? Where are those drum sounds coming from? Ah, it's coming from the stage. The drum beats grew louder and more rapid, and the audience felt their hearts pounding faster in unison with the rhythm of the drums. An indescribable tension and excitement spread through their hearts, and every cell began to stir. Immediately afterwards, the sound of an erhu began to rise, its unique timbre seemingly coming from the depths of history, carrying a touch of vicissitude, a touch of sorrow, and endless charm. The audience was slightly taken aback. This is the sound of an erhu? They had never heard such a captivating erhu melody before. The sound seemed to penetrate their souls, painting ancient and mysterious images in their minds. Among the crowd, a girl was so moved that she shed tears. It was Chu Ro. She never dreamed that the erhu could produce such a beautiful sound. Just as everyone was still immersed in the lingering charm of the erhu, the sound of the pipa suddenly rang out like pearls falling onto a plate, crisp and bright, carrying a fierce and powerful aura, instantly pushing the atmosphere of the scene to another climax. Wow! It's a gahan. This melody is so beautiful, it's amazing. Whether they were at the scene or watching the live stream, countless viewers were completely stunned. Just the opening sequence showed them what heavenly melodies and magnificent grandeur truly meant. They had never heard music with this style before. It possessed both the grandeur of ancient Chinese music and the dynamism and passion of modern music. People in the music industry were all shocked and their scalps trembled. Ordinary people might not understand, but they knew that Chen Yi had created a new genre of music. At this moment, Chen Yi's voice also came from the stage. "Ha! Life has its limits, the arena awaits. A life or death contract, what do you gain by winning?" A cold laugh. "Whose world is this? What does it matter who's number one? To stop the fighting, we uphold martial virtue. My fists and feet are skilled, but alas, I've only gained an empty reputation. The martial world is unpredictable. Who is the strong one, who has the right to unify the martial world?" His rap was fast-paced and clear, perfectly capturing the boldness and unrestrained spirit of the lyrics. The audience's eyes were glued to Chen Yi on stage, drawn into a world brimming with the spirit of the martial arts world by his singing. Just as everyone had suppressed their shock and focused on listening to the song, a female opera singer's voice suddenly rang out in the venue. "In this small town, as time flows by, a clear courage remains. Memories washed clean, I remember you, and I will live on with pride." Ha! Why are there women performing in opera? No, it's not a woman singing, it's Chen Yi singing. Aha, I'm going crazy. What kind of song is this? It incorporates traditional Chinese opera, and it's sung by a man and a female voice. How can such a song exist? The entire scene seemed to freeze, with only Chen Yi's singing voice continuing to echo on the stage, lingering in the air for a long time. This, Li Wei, Lao Gao, Sun Jian, and Ding Jia, who were sitting in the audience, stared at Chen Yi on the stage in disbelief. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were slightly agape, and they couldn't utter a complete sentence. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Old Gao seemed lost in thought, muttering to himself, is this rap? No wonder you said our songs are all so petty. Guest area. Like Chen Yi's little fangirls, Hua Ruoxiu and Yang Mi, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately waved their hands excitedly and swayed to the music. Yang Mi kept calling out Chen Yi's name, completely turning into a frenzy. Even the somewhat shy Lu Yifei began to sway to the music, her eyes filled with clear admiration as she looked towards the stage. On the other side, Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, and Xiao Minghao exchanged glances, then looked at Lu Han with pity in their eyes, as if to say, "Brother, are you still going to compete?" At this moment, Li Wenfen and Xia Yang were in high spirits. At least they lost after the competition, but Lu Han, he's already lost before the match even started. What a poor child. Lu Han looked at Chen Yi on the stage with a complicated expression, clenching his fists, and involuntarily cursed inwardly, "What a monster." The routines and moves of Huo family boxing are flexible and dynamic. Life should be lived to the fullest. Mistakes and weaknesses are never my responsibility. When Jingdiu strikes, no one can dodge. When the music on stage stopped, Chen Yi bowed deeply to the audience and then walked off the stage with a flourish. Wow! The music festival was immediately filled with thunderous applause and cheers that lasted for a long time. Everyone was expressing their gratitude to Chen Yi for his amazing song in their most enthusiastic way. Meanwhile, netizens online were equally excited. Oh my god, what an amazing song! I feel like my ears are getting pregnant. Chen Yi is amazing. This song is absolutely incredible, it completely redefines my understanding of music. This is the first time I've heard such a powerful song. It combines traditional and modern instruments, opera, and rap. The song flows smoothly and naturally without any abrupt parts. Chen Yi is truly amazing. I used to think rap was just so-so, but today I realized that rap can be done in so many ways. It's amazing. I never thought I'd hear such a beautiful song in my lifetime. Thank you, Chen Yi, for opening my eyes to such a wonderful world. I'm completely in awe. Just as netizens were marveling at the moment, a different comment appeared on the public screen. You just think this song sounds good? Do you know what this song means? Do you know how awesome this song really is? Hey, you know nothing. Netizens. What does that mean? Is there something about Chen Yi's song that they don't know? Before anyone else could ask a question, the netizen who had just left posted another comment. Hee, you wouldn't understand even if I explained more. I'll just say one thing, Chen Yi pioneered a new genre of music. Netizens. Who else could it be but this guy? He showed off and then left. What new genre of music is this? What genre? However, some netizens who work in the music industry analyzed the song from a professional perspective and explained what a new genre is. Netizens who realized the meaning behind it were stunned. They never expected that a song could have such a great significance, and the entire live stream screen was filled with comments like, "Chen Yi is awesome." On the other side, Chen Yi returned to the guest area and was also praised by Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei, and others. After a while, director Xian went on stage and announced that the next contestant, Li Wei, would be on stage. Li Wei hesitated for a long time before finally taking a difficult step towards the stage. He was originally full of confidence, ready to make a name for himself on this stage with his new song and let everyone know his strength as the king of rap. However, after witnessing Chen Yi's masterpiece Huo Yuanjia, he completely lost his confidence. When he began to sing, it was obvious that his condition was not as good as usual. Although he tried his best to perform, the audience's reaction remained lukewarm. As the song ended, Li Wei walked off the stage, looking dejected. Next up was Lu Han, who had prepared a new song for the competition. The song was specially tailored for him by their company's top producer, who had high hopes for him. However, Chen Yi's rendition of Huo Yuanjia stood like an insurmountable mountain in his path. He knew he had no chance of winning and could only grit his teeth and barely finish the performance on stage. As expected, after the performance, only sparse applause came from the audience, which made Lu Han's face turn very ugly. At last, under the judgment of the official judges of the music festival, Chen Yi, Li Wei, Lu Han, and Lao Gao advanced to the next round of the finals. In this round of competition, Li Wei, Lu Han, and Lao Gao rushed to sing first, fearing that they wouldn't even have the courage to open their mouths after Chen Yi. The trio's performance ended quickly, and when Chen Yi was about to take the stage, the audience erupted in deafening applause. They were hoping that Chen Yi could bring another song like Huo Yuanjia. Go Chen Yi! Hua Ruoxiu shouted excitedly, cupping her hands around her mouth. Chen Yi stood on the stage, watching Hua Ruoxiu cheering him on like a devoted fan, and nodded and smiled. He didn't rush to begin singing, but instead turned slightly to face the audience and the camera, raising his voice. Our current Chinese music scene is being impacted by the so-called American and Korean music trends, and many domestic musicians also regard American and South Korean music as high-end music. But I want to say. Chen Yi's tone suddenly rose, we Chinese are the best. Good. A loud shout came from the audience below. Chen Yi was right, our Chinese pop culture is the coolest and most awesome. Next up is a poem from the Compendium of Materia Medica. Chen Yi's voice rang out amidst cheers. Compendium of Materia Medica? That Chinese medicine classic? At this moment, the song information appeared on the large screen behind the stage, confirming that the audience had not guessed wrong. Song, Compendium of Materia Medica. Lyrics by Chen Yi. Composer, Chen Yi. A burst of dynamic music filled the stage, instantly drawing everyone's attention, followed by Chen Yi's fast-paced and rhythmic singing. If Hua Tuo were alive again, even foreign worship would be cured. Foreigners coming to learn Chinese characters would ignite my national consciousness. Strychnus nux vomica, cassia seed, cocklebur seed, lotus seed, astragalus seed, bitter bean seed, Sichuan pepper seed. I care about face. I'll rewrite history in my own way. Nothing else, just repeat a few words after me. Yam, angelica, goji berries. Are they all names of Chinese medicines? The audience was taken aback at first, but then they were captivated by the novel lyrics. Their eyes were fixed on Chen Yi on the stage, while also watching the lyrics scrolling on the big screen. Their faces were full of amazement and excitement. Viewers watching the live stream online were also amazed. Wow, these lyrics are amazing. They incorporate the names of Chinese medicinal herbs into rap, and it's so catchy. Chen Yi is so talented. This wording is so profound. It cures the blind worship of foreign things. Isn't that exactly what the phenomenon of blindly following foreign trends is all about? It's brilliant. By repeating these words, I feel like I'm passing on our traditional culture. Chen Yi's song is truly a form of cultural export. I love it. Chen Yi's singing continued, the rhythm becoming increasingly tight, and the lyrics becoming more and more brilliant. Let me offer a remedy, a cure for your internal wounds caused by your sycophancy towards foreigners. It's a traditional Chinese medicine formula that's been rooted for thousands of years, possessing power unknown to others. I'll relax and give you a rough idea. I'll use calligraphy to write the dynasty, let the inner strength spread, unleash the heroic spirit in regular script, deliver a punch and a dialogue, and in the end, we'll lie flat and see who's stronger. As soon as these lyrics were sung, the audience became even more excited, with cheers and applause erupting all around. Everyone was moved by the pride and commitment to traditional culture that Chen Yi conveyed through the lyrics. They found confidence and pride in being Chinese people in this song. Some young people excitedly waved their glow sticks and shouted Chen Yi, Chen Yi, and the whole scene was in an uproar. Hua Ruoxiu, in the guest area, excitedly danced around. Brother Chen Yi's lyrics are so powerful. They're a cure for the internal wounds of blindly worshipping foreign things. Well said. We need to let those who fawn over foreign things hear how amazing the things left by our ancestors are. Lu Yifei, standing beside him, was also filled with admiration. He writes dynasties with calligraphy, his inner strength spreads, and his boldness shines through in regular script. Chen Yi is such a good calligrapher. Yang Mi waved her hands wildly on the side, swaying to the upbeat music, and shouted in agreement. Chen Yi's song is so exciting. He combines traditional Chinese medicine with modern rap so cleverly. As the music progressed and the song reached its final verse, Chen Yi's emotions surged. On stage, he even imitated a zombie crouching, reciting the lyrics. Squat, little zombie squat, squat again, light the lamp in the dark alley, squat again, little zombie squat, light the lamp in the dark alley, crawl into the radish pit. Let me prepare a folk remedy to cure your internal injury of fawning over foreigners. Traditional Chinese medicine, which has been rooted for thousands of years, has a power that others do not know. Audience. Haha, Chen Yi is so cute, but what's with that little zombie squat? Who cares, as long as it sounds good. As the last note faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, lasting for a long time, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Everyone is impressed by how Chen Yi used this song to spread traditional Chinese culture in a unique and cool way, allowing more people to feel the charm and power of Chinese pop culture. Chen Yi's fans flooded the entire public screen with messages like brother and husband, leaving no room for netizens who wanted to praise Chen Yi. Below the stage, Li Wei, Lao Gao, Sun Jian, and Ding Jia, along with all the rappers watching the live stream, all had complex expressions and were in turmoil. On one hand, their long-held musical ideals suffered an unprecedented blow, and their moral compass was shattered. On the other hand, the perpetrators showed them an unprecedentedly bright path, leaving them unsure whether to be grateful or hateful. Complex emotions ultimately culminated in a sigh. Chen Yi, you're awesome, we're impressed. When director Xian announced that Chen Yi was the final champion, the third round of the variety show ended amidst cheers from the audience. At this moment, Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, and Lu Han all looked at Xiao Minghao, their eyes filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. Bro, it's your turn. Xiao Minghao felt a chill run through him for no apparent reason. What's going on? Are you underdressed? After rubbing his arms a couple of times, he turned to Chen Yi and walked straight toward him. Chen Yi, did you know Rain when you were in South Korea? Although Chen Yi was surprised that Xiao Minghao took the initiative to talk to him, he still nodded. I know him, he's the South Korean dance king, but I've never met him. Chen Yi was scouted by Xingdai Entertainment when he was 18 years old. At that time, they were collaborating with a South Korean entertainment company to create a top Asian boy band. So Chen Yi, who was selected, received nearly a year of Korean language and dance training in South Korea, and then debuted directly in South Korea. At that time, their boy group reached its peak upon debut and became incredibly popular in Asia. Later, the boy band disbanded due to an incident, and Chen Yi returned to China to develop his career. At this moment, the other guests also noticed the conversation between Xiao Minghao and Chen Yi. Xiao Minghao, full of fighting spirit, said loudly, Rain is my senior brother. Chen Yi, when it comes to dancing, I'm not afraid of you. After saying that, he tossed his head, turned around gracefully, and walked back to his seat. Chen Yi, Li Wenfen, Xia Yang, Lu Han, Yang Mi, Hua Ruoxiu, Lu Yifei. Somewhat bewildered, Chen Yi shook his head speechlessly. This kid, let alone you, even if Rain came, I could jump around until he questioned his existence. Just as Chen Yi was inwardly complaining, a voice called Xiao Yi came from the crowd. Chen Yi looked over and saw Zhang Hong waving at him from a distance, signaling him to come over. Although surprised that Zhang Hong came to find him at this time, Chen Yi still went over. Chen Yi's actions attracted the attention of the guests around him, but since they saw that he returned after exchanging a few words with Zhang Hong, they didn't take it seriously. When Chen Yi returned, Xian on stage was just beginning to explain the rules of the fourth dance challenge. Next, our guest team will face a challenge from 8 members of the Haikan Dance Association. The 2 teams will compete in a street dance battle. Different music will be played on stage, and each team must perform a dance that matches the music, otherwise, they will be considered to have lost. Both teams, please go backstage to change into your matching competition attire. The competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. Chen Yi and 8 others went backstage with the staff to change clothes, while Ji Yan and other staff stayed behind to take care of Chen Zixi and the other children. A moment later, all the guests had changed their clothes. Their attire was simple, a set of black sportswear. When Chen Yi and his group came out of the changing room, they ran into 8 members of the Haikan Dance Association who were coming out of the changing room next door. They were all wearing the same style of white sportswear. The other side had obviously seen them too. After a brief moment of surprise, a joyful scream came from the Haikan team, followed by a petite figure rushing towards Chen Yi. Brother Chen Yi, I'm your fan. The girl was about to hug Chen Yi. Chen Yi quickly pressed his finger against the other person's forehead and joked, hello fan, I know I'm handsome, but I still hope you can restrain yourself a little. Hey, I was just too excited. Ji Duo patted her chest shyly, trying to calm herself down. Brother Chen Yi, my name is Ji Duo. I'm your biggest fan. You know what? When I found out I was going to compete against you, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Oh, right, someone came to me a couple of days ago, asking me to deliberately lose to Xiao Minghao in the competition. Captain, please mute. Someone from the Haikan team reminded them. Ji Duo stole a glance at Xiao Minghao behind Chen Yi. Seeing his dark expression, she stuck out her pink tongue and cautiously leaned close to Chen Yi's ear, whispering, I didn't agree. I chased that person away. Chen Yi looked at the innocent and adorable Ji Duo in front of him and smiled knowingly. I didn't expect you to be the captain at such a young age. It seems you're a very good dancer. Ji Duo didn't mince words, nodding emphatically before leaning forward and whispering, Brother Chen Yi, don't worry, I'll let you win the competition later. Haha, then I'll thank you in advance. Chen Yi was amused by Ji Duo's cuteness. Ji Duo chuckled along. As a die-hard fan of Chen Yi, she had watched all of Chen Yi's dance videos and knew that she was very familiar with Chen Yi's dancing. Therefore, she sincerely felt that Chen Yi's dancing was inferior to her own. At this moment, the staff interrupted their conversation and signaled everyone to quickly gather on the stage. Ji Duo sweetly said to Chen Yi, see you on stage, Brother Chen Yi, and then returned to the group and walked towards the stage. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling exceptionally cheerful. After all, anyone would be in a good mood if they encountered such a lovely fan. However, he inexplicably felt a chill down his back and couldn't help but wonder to himself, what's going on? Unbeknownst to Chen Yi, 2 resentful gazes were fixed intently on his back. Seeing that the 2 teams were standing neatly on both sides of the stage and everything was ready, Xian raised his hand to signal them to come up on stage together. After the 2 teams stood facing the stage, Xian announced the start of the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, dynamic music suddenly started playing. At this moment, people from both teams quickly stepped forward. Yang Mi was from the guest team. She knew that the rhythm and melody would become more difficult as the song progressed, so she made a quick decision and took the lead, walking to the center of the stage before Lu Yifei, who had just taken half a step. At the same time, she turned back and winked at Lu Yifei, grinning. Lu Yifei put her hands on her hips and looked back at her, pretending to be angry. The two's little gestures were clearly visible on the big screen on the stage, eliciting laughter from the audience. After Yang Mi walked gracefully to the center of the stage, a young man with an afro appeared from the Haiken team, and the two began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Although Yang Mi's photo is significantly different from the one with the afro, the competition is not an elimination system. As long as you can keep up with the rhythm of the music, you're good to go. Moreover, with the help of her figure and appearance, Yang Mi's cheers far exceed those of the one with the afro. 2 minutes later, the music suddenly changed, and the rhythm was not as dynamic as the previous song. At this moment, Lu Yifei from the guest team stepped out first, followed by a short-haired man from the Haiken team. Although Lu Yifei's dance skills were slightly inferior, her outstanding temperament and stunning beauty directly attracted the attention of most of the audience. The men present, in particular, couldn't take their eyes off her for even a moment. As one guest after another took the stage, the song melody became increasingly bizarre, and the difficulty of the dance increased exponentially. Soon, only Xiao Minghao and Chen Yi remained on the guest team, while Ji Duo and a young man remained on the Haiken team. At this moment, Xiao Minghao was still brimming with confidence, his eyes occasionally glancing at Chen Yi with a provocative look. After all, he knew the songs for the competition by heart, especially the last two, which he had personally chosen. He originally planned to dance the last one himself, but at this moment he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to leave the last spot to Chen Yi. The melody of the last song was so difficult that even after practicing it repeatedly beforehand, I could barely keep up with the rhythm. However, if this melody is given to Chen Yi, and he can't perform it on stage, then he will lose face completely. Thinking of this, when the 7th round of music started, Xiao Minghao quickly walked towards the center of the stage. When he saw that Chen Yi still had no intention of going on stage first, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chen Yi, I hope you can be just as confident when the final music plays. On the other side, Ji Duo saw Xiao Minghao appear and stepped forward without hesitation. She didn't want to compete with her idol. On stage, Xiao Minghao danced to the rhythm of the music with great energy. Every movement was precise and powerful. Sometimes he spun quickly, sometimes he leaped high into the air, and his body changed postures flexibly with the rhythm. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly. No wonder you have the confidence to confront me, you're really good. The audience erupted in cheers, and Xiao Minghao's fans online were even more excited, flooding the screen with praise for him. But Ji Duo on the other side was equally impressive, her movements equally rhythmic and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. The two were evenly matched on stage, making it difficult to determine who was superior. Because of Ji Duo's petite and cute appearance, she won cheers from many male audience members, and thus her momentum was comparable to that of Xiao Minghao. As the music gradually stopped, Xiao Minghao returned to the group somewhat dejectedly. He never expected that the girl's dancing was so amazing. If he hadn't been prepared, he really wouldn't have been able to beat her. However, the thought of seeing Chen Yi make a fool of himself made him smile and feel happy. At this moment, the music for the 8th round started playing, but as soon as the music began, there was a commotion in the audience. Is this the wrong music playing? What's that zzz sound? What kind of melody is this? It's choppy and doesn't have any rhythm. How am I supposed to dance to this? The audience at the scene and countless viewers watching the live broadcast focused their attention on Chen Yi, who had not yet appeared on stage, and the member of the Haiken team. However, seeing the bewildered look on the face of the Haiken team member, I felt a pang of disappointment. Then, all eyes turned to Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He slowly walked to the center of the stage, and everyone's eyes followed his figure. Go, brother Chen Yi! Ji Duo cheered for Chen Yi from behind with some worry, because this melody was also extremely difficult for her, and it was almost impossible for her to dance it well. Meanwhile, Xiao Minghao, one of the guests, stared expectantly at Chen Yi's retreating figure, mentally chanting, hurry up and crash, then I'll turn the tide and all the glory and status will be mine. Wow, haha. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Chen Yi stood in the center of the stage, listening intently to the music, and began to sway slightly. During a brief pause in the music, he suddenly moved, a movement that instantly elicited screams of surprise from the audience and viewers watching the live stream. Chen Yi seemed to transform into a robot, rhythmically shaking his seemingly rusty joints with a zzz sound. The swinging of his shoulders, arms, and knees was like the operation of mechanical parts, with invisible gears meshing at his joints, and the twisting and pausing of his body had a strong mechanical feel. Holy crap, am I seeing things? How did Chen Yi suddenly turn into a robot? Wow, you didn't see it wrong. What kind of amazing move was Chen Yi made? That's incredible. A huge uproar also broke out online. Awesome, this dance is amazing Chen Yi, YYDS. What kind of dance is this? Can anyone tell me what kind of dance this is? It's so cool. Oh no. Chen Yi is stuck in my heart, I can't get him out of my head, all I can think about is him. What should I do? He's so handsome. Honestly, the person upstairs, if they can't get out, they can't get out. Look at me, my heart and mind are filled with thoughts of my brother Chenyi. But, I'm a guy. Netizens. Sudden. My god, I've seen a ghost. A scream rang out in the sky above the music square. I clearly saw Chenyi walking forward, so why was his body moving backward? At this moment, Chenyi on stage began to imitate Michael Jackson's moonwalk. His feet seemed to glide on the ground, but his body moved backward in the opposite direction, creating a visual illusion that startled everyone. Chenyi. At this moment, the scene went completely wild. The audience applauded wildly and shouted Chenyi's name, with wave after wave of cheers. On stage, Ji Duo's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and excitement. She clasped her hands tightly together and kept shouting, "Brother Chenyi is so handsome, so amazing." Xiao Minghao looked incredulous, his eyes filled with panic and jealousy. He bit his lip tightly, his fists clenching unconsciously. "Chenyi, are you fucking outrageous? Give us ordinary people a way to survive, okay?" Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Hua Ruoxiu jumped up excitedly, clapping and shouting Chenyi's name, their eyes full of admiration. Finally, the music slowly stopped, and Chenyi ended his performance with an extremely cool freeze-frame pose. The scene instantly erupted in thunderous applause and cheers that lasted for a long time. Ji Duo rushed to Chenyi's side, her whole body trembling with excitement. "Brother Chenyi, what kind of dance are you doing? It's so cool, so incredible." Chenyi laughed and said, "This is a dance I created myself, called the robot dance." "Robot dance? It really makes people look like robots. Then what was with your steps just now? Why were you walking forward but your body was moving backward?" Ji Duo asked even more excitedly. Her question was also the question that countless viewers wanted to ask. At this moment, everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Chenyi's answer. This step is called the moonwalk. As for the principle behind it, Chenyi paused deliberately, looking at the eager Ji Duo and the audience in front of him, and continued with a smile, "You can watch the video later and figure it out yourselves. I won't reveal the secret here." "Ah, no." A burst of disappointed wails erupted from the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more thing I need to announce." Upon hearing Chenyi's words, everyone's attention was immediately drawn, only to see Chenyi's expression turn serious as he said in a deep voice, "Due to some personal reasons, I will be withdrawing from the remaining recordings of Celebrity Kid's Happy Journey. I am informing everyone of this in advance. Thank you everyone for your support and love during this time. Thank you." After bowing deeply to the audience, Chenyi strode off the stage, waving goodbye to Ji Duo as he left. Director Xian seemed to have known about Chenyi's actions all along, and immediately took the microphone after Chenyi finished speaking, announcing the end of the live broadcast. Chenyi announced his withdrawal from the variety show on the spot because Zhang Hong had specifically approached him before the competition, representing the 4 major companies, and expressed their willingness to withdraw, hoping that he would do so gracefully, since there might be opportunities to collaborate in the future. Chenyi didn't really care, since he had already gotten all the benefits. Moreover, Chen Zixi would inevitably have dealings with the 4 major entertainment companies when she entered the entertainment industry, so he didn't want to fall out with them. After all, the entertainment industry wasn't all about fighting and killing, you had to do favors when necessary. After saying goodbye to Lu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, Yang Mi, and others, Chenyi took Chen Zixi back to the hotel, packed up, and prepared to fly back to Shanghai that night. Chenyi left gracefully, but the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar because of his performance on the variety show today and what he said at the end. A post by a prominent figure in the music industry quickly rose to the top of the trending searches. Chenyi, the originator of the Xia dynasty style. In the music field of Xia Kingdom today, there is a name that is destined to be deeply engraved in the annals of history, Chenyi. His work Huo Yuanjia is like a dazzling shooting star, piercing the musical night sky where tradition and modernity intertwine, bringing unprecedented changes and influence to the music of Xia Kingdom. Chenyi's Huo Yuanjia is a magnificent feast of Chinese and Western musical instruments and opera-style storytelling. It perfectly blends the ancient style of the Xia Kingdom with modern musical elements, creating a unique musical style. We can feel the profound heritage of traditional music and appreciate the fashionable charm of modern music. This innovation gives Xia Kingdom music a more unique identity on the world stage. Here, I would like to call it Xia Kuaveng. As the originator of Xia Kuaveng music, Chenyi set a new benchmark for the development of Xia Guo music. It is believed that in the future, more and more music creators will be inspired by Chenyi and continue to move forward along the path of Xia Guo Feng that he pioneered, jointly promoting Xia Guo music to a more brilliant tomorrow. Chenyi and his Huo Yuanjia will surely be remembered and celebrated forever as an important milestone in the history of Xia Kingdom's music development. Another post by a well-known dance teacher also topped the trending searches. Chenyi, a pioneer in the field of dance in China. Chenyi's robotic dance and moonwalk are amazing. Chen Yi broke the boundaries of traditional dance, opening a door to a new world for dance enthusiasts in Xia Kingdom. In the development of dance in China, we have long seemed to follow the trends of foreign dance, imitating their styles and movements step by step, striving to catch up but rarely standing on the stage to lead the world. From Latin dance to street dance to ballet, we have continuously learned and drawn inspiration from other dance styles, but we have never been able to create a dance style that truly belongs to the Xia Kingdom and can attract worldwide attention. However, Chen Yi's appearance injected a new vitality into the Xia Kingdom's dance world, giving us hope that Xia Kingdom's dance could move to the center of the world stage. His innovative spirit is something every dancer in the Xia Kingdom should learn from. He makes us understand that only by daring to break through tradition and being courageous in innovation can the culture and art of the Xia Kingdom shine brightly on the world stage. The two posts continued to gain traction, which made Chen Yi's reputation and status in the music and dance circles grow louder and louder. Especially in the music industry, whether it's pop music, classical music, or piano music, the impact Chen Yi has had on people these past 2 days has been enormous, and it has brought his status in the music industry to almost its peak. I wonder how many singers have gone to great lengths to find connections to commission songs from Chen Yi. Didn't you see that even a queen of pop traveled a long distance to commission a song in person? Chen Yi's announcement of his withdrawal from the variety show also sparked heated discussions online, but more of the discussion was mockery of the 4 major entertainment companies. They were accused of cheating and being beaten without any chance to fight back, with some questioning whether they were too useless or Chen Yi was too amazing. But, in fact, netizens all have the answer in their hearts. It's just that it's rare to see a giant company in the entertainment industry suffer a setback, so they all want to take the opportunity to kick it while they can. Chen Yi's home in Shanghai. Li Donghai was reporting to Chen Yi. Boss, our Cube Entertainment officially opened for business yesterday. The company currently has 98 employees, and its subsidiaries, Cube Comics and Cube Films, are already operational. Magic Cube Comics has 20 illustrators and 2 editors. Based on the original character designs and scripts of the Dragon Ball manga provided by the boss, they are working hard to draw the comics. It is expected that the first volume of 30 chapters will be ready for printing in 1 month. Meanwhile, Cube Comics will continue to recruit, but due to the scarcity of talent in this field in China, it may be a bit slower. As for Magic Cube Films, currently, it only has Yi Zhou and his team. They've been filming comedy short dramas according to your instructions, boss. I've watched a few episodes, they're very good and funny. Chen Yi suddenly interjected, well, one of them isn't enough. We need to recruit 2 more directors. I have 2 web series scripts that I want to film as soon as possible. When our Magic Cube video is launched, we'll have a competitive edge. A good boss. However, regarding the Rubik's Cube video, although I have been communicating with them, they haven't lowered their asking price. They say it's 80 million, not a penny less. Chen Yi picked up his coffee, took a sip, and after a moment's thought, made his decision, give it to them. We don't have much time to waste on him. Chen Yi just received his first share of the profits from the printing company a few days ago, 200 million. Subsequent shares will be settled gradually over the next year, and based on the current sales of Journey to the West, he'll still receive 700 million. But you have one condition, tell them we want to take the video website's technical team with us. Boss, that's no problem at all. The other boss even wanted me to take over their employees, saying that even if he went bankrupt, he would still find a good way out for his men. Okay, Chen Yi nodded. However, don't rush to upload Magic Cube video. In addition to the movies and TV series that are already in the videos, I want to add 3 major categories: music videos, variety shows, and anime. Don't worry about the cost of purchasing copyrights. I only require that the music selection be complete, the variety shows be those that are currently popular, and as for anime, let's start by choosing some high-quality domestic ones. As for foreign ones, let's not import them. Okay, boss. Chen Yi and Li Donghai talked about the company's development until Chen Zixi was about to get out of school, before ending their conversation. After all, nothing was more important than picking up their child. Rainbow Art Kindergarten. In the classroom. Zixi, don't forget to bring me your photo tomorrow. A short-haired little girl held Chen Zixi's hand and earnestly reminded her, and, you must write your name on the photo. Why do I have to write my name? Chen Zixi asked, looking puzzled. I don't know either. I've seen celebrities on TV write their names on their photos. The little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, oh, I see. Okay then. I want one too. I want one too. Zixi, can I have one too? Me too, me too. Chen Zixi was instantly surrounded by a group of children. Everyone, go back to your seats. A voice suddenly rang out in the classroom. Wow, Xiao is back. Everyone, hurry back to your seats. Qin Yao walked into the classroom with a dark face. It was unclear whether her dark face was due to the children's disobedience or because of the term Yao the witch. You little rascals, I was only gone for a short while and you've already gone too far. Tell me, why did everyone get up from their seats just now? Ha, what do you say? Qin Yao pointed to the little boy who had shouted the loudest. Teacher, Li Mikey just asked Chen Zixi for photos, and we wanted them too, so we got up from our seats. Need photos? Qin Yao touched her chin, her eyes lit up, and she walked to Chen Zixi's desk with a beaming smile. Zixi, how is your teacher usually treating you? Teacher Yao Yao is very good to Shishi. Although she didn't understand why the teacher suddenly asked this question, Chen Shishi still answered obediently. Then could you bring the teacher a few photos of your dad, okay? And don't say it's for the teacher, just say it's for the school. Okay, teacher, Zixi understands. Qin Yao was overjoyed upon hearing this. She held Chen Zixi's small hands in both of hers and said gently, Zixi, remember to bring plenty of them. The more the better. After school, Chen Zixi told Chen Yi about her classmates and teachers asking her for photos. Chen Yi didn't think much of it and drove straight to a photo studio. He picked out a few photos of himself and Chen Zixi from his phone and printed them out in bulk. The next day, Qin Yao received Chen Yi's autographed photo and danced with joy, hugging Chen Zixi's little face and showering her with kisses. Of course, the other children were also very happy to receive Chen Zixi's autographed photos, and they all carefully put the photos into their school bags. At the same time, back home, Chen Yi is busy arranging music for his daughter, preparing to release a solo album for her. On the second floor of Chen Yi's villa, there is a karaoke room and a small recording studio. Chen Yi specially partitioned it off when he bought and renovated the villa. Although the recording studio is not big, it cost Chen Yi nearly 1 million yuan to renovate and buy equipment. The arrangement by Chen Yi includes songs he previously taught Chen Zixi to sing, as well as some new songs, totaling 12 songs, which make up an album. He wanted his daughter to have more resources to enter the entertainment industry in the future. Just as he was busy, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Jinwen? Why would Director Lu suddenly call me? Although puzzled, Chen Yi quickly answered the phone. Brother Lu, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Hey bro, are you busy? I'm in Shanghai right now, would it be convenient for us to meet up? I also have a friend who'd like to see you. Sure, Brother Lu, just tell me the address, and I'll head over right now. Half an hour later, Chen Yi drove to a high-end business club in Shanghai. After entering the private room, he saw two figures already in the room. Brother, come over here. Let me introduce you. Lu Jinwen greeted Chen Yi as soon as he entered, and pulled his arm to introduce another person in the room. However, Chen Yi interrupted him with a smile. Brother Lu, you don't need to introduce this person. If I don't even know this person, then I've been in the entertainment industry for nothing. As he spoke, he walked straight up to the man and covered the man's outstretched hand. Hello, Director Zhang, I am Chen Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Chen Yi, you've really brought so many surprises to the entertainment industry lately. I've been wanting to meet you, this amazing young man, for a long time. So when Lao Lu told me to come find you, I shamelessly showed up here. Director Zhang, you flatter me. Chen Yi quickly replied modestly. Alright, you two, stop standing there. Let's sit down and talk, Li Jinwen said with a smile, pulling the two of them to sit down. After the three of them were seated, Li Jinwen took a sip of tea and looked at Chen Yi with a smile. Brother, I asked you out today because I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, brother. Ever since I watched your comedy movie, I've had an idea. I think your comedic style has a lot of potential, so I was thinking of discussing with you about making a script together. I'll direct, and you'll star. Let's try something new and stir up this stagnant pool in the film industry. What do you think? Lu Jinwen looked at Chen Yi expectantly. Chen Yi did not rush to answer, but began to think seriously. Since his daughter decided to enter the entertainment industry, his original plan to retire from the industry has been put on hold. However, Lu Jinwen's offer to act in the film and television industry has made Chen Yi realize that this is also a good opportunity for Magic Cube Films to enter the film and television industry, but he needs to manage it carefully. Great, Brother Lu, I'm really looking forward to working with you. Chen Yi grinned, but then he asked, are you representing yourself this time, or are there other companies or investors involved? Lu Jinwen was very happy to see that Chen Yi had agreed. I'm the one who contacted you personally, but don't worry, brother, with my connections, I'm sure I can get investment. He thought Chen Yi was worried that no one would invest in the movie, so he immediately patted his chest to guarantee it. Brother, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. As luck would have it, a film company approached me a while ago, asking me to play the lead role. I initially wanted to refuse outright, but after reading the script they presented, Chen Yi shook his head with a forced wry smile. I really can't refuse easily because the script is so good that I haven't given them an answer yet. Oh? Lu Jinwen immediately became interested. What kind of script makes you think so highly of it? It's a period comedy set in the officialdom. They say it was written specifically for my comedic style, and it's called Hail the Judge. If Brother Lu is interested, I can arrange for us to meet tomorrow. What do you think? No problem, Lu Jinwen said, also showing interest. By the way, which film and television company are they from? It's called Magic Cube Films, a subsidiary of Magic Cube Entertainment. It's only recently established, so you may not have heard of it before. A new company? How capable are they? Lu Jinwen frowned slightly. He didn't want his film project to be affected by funding issues. They're quite financially strong. They told me they expect to invest 150 million yuan in this film, Chen Yi replied. Oh, that's quite a big production. We could collaborate. Lu Jinwen immediately decided to meet with the other party the next day. At this moment, Zhang Yi, who had been watching Lu Jinwen and Chen Yi talk, saw that the two had reached an agreement and said with a smile, "All right, Lao Lu, you've finished your business. It's my turn now." Zhang Yi's words immediately caught Chen Yi's attention. "Director Zhang, you also have something to discuss with me." Before Zhang Yi could speak, Lu Jinwen burst into laughter. "Brother, do you remember that song you played on the variety show a few days ago, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? Old Zhang came here today specifically for that song. You've probably heard that Lao Zhang has a big-budget martial arts drama in the works right now, called Jianhu, and your piece of music is a perfect match for Lao Zhang's movie, so Lao Zhang is here today to discuss buying your piece of music." The enthusiastic Lu Jinwen quickly explained Zhang Yi's purpose, and Chen Yi then realized what was going on. He looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. "Director Zhang, feel free to take it if you like it. However, all the songs I have are only sold for usage rights, not copyrights." Chen Yi also made a small profit from the revenue sharing of song copyrights, especially Hua Ruoxiu's Invisible Wings, whose downloads are still slowly increasing. Including the songs on the July new song chart, it has contributed more than 30 million yuan to his income. Zhang Yi was a very straightforward person, and he immediately transferred 2 million yuan to Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not refuse, since the money did not come from Zhang Yi's personal account, but from the investors' accounts. After settling all the work-related matters, the three of them raised their glasses and chatted about everything under the sun. Although Chen Yi was the youngest of the three, his knowledge was in no way inferior to Zhang Yi and Lu Jinwen, which made Zhang and Lu admire this young man even more. The meal lasted for more than 3 hours before it ended. When Chen Yi got home, he immediately called Li Donghai to explain the matter of meeting Lu Jinwen the next day and to give him some instructions on how to discuss things the next day. Afterwards, Chen Yi stayed up all night to write the script for Hail the Judge and sent it to Li Donghai's email. The reason he didn't want others to know that he was the boss of Magic Cube Entertainment was for the safety of his daughter, Chen Zixi. Being the daughter of a celebrity is fine, but being the daughter of a very wealthy man presents a slight security risk. After all, when the profits are large enough, many people are willing to take risks. The next day, Chen Yi, Li Donghai, and Lu Jinwen met at a business club yesterday and, after a morning of discussions, finally reached a filming agreement. Mofang Films has invested 150 million yuan in the film. Chen Yi's film salary was 70 million yuan. Lu Jinwen's salary was 6 million yuan plus 5% of the film company's net profit. Originally, Li Donghai wanted to offer Lu Jinwen a fixed salary of 20 million yuan, but unexpectedly, Lu Jinwen seemed to be very optimistic about the film and was willing to risk the film's failure in order to take a share of the profits. After some bargaining, this standard was finally set. Chen Yi admired Lu Jinwen quite a bit. Even Lu himself didn't know how much of Stephen Chow's essence he could capture. He also couldn't guarantee that the film would make money. Magic Cube Entertainment was taking a big risk by investing so much money in it. In addition, the film is tentatively scheduled to start filming on November 1st and be released during the Spring Festival. There are still more than 2 months of preparation time, which is barely enough time. The three divided their responsibilities. Magic Cube Films was in charge of film distribution, publishing, and promotion, Lu Jinwen was in charge of film set construction, and Chen Yi was responsible for selecting suitable actors from the entertainment industry, who would then be handed over to Magic Cube Films for negotiation and contract signing. Of course, this task was strongly requested by Chen Yi. In his words, he knew who was more suitable for his comedic style, so Lu Jinwen, who originally wanted to host the audition, handed over the task of finding actors to Chen Yi. Over the next few days, Chen Yi searched online for information about actors in the film and television industry. Other roles in the movies were easy to find, but there were a few special roles that required special attention. For example, distinctive characters like the Madam, Leopard Head, Fang Tangjing, and Chang Wei. Of course, the most important role is still the advisor, and it's really hard to find an actor like Uncle De from the previous life. After several days of searching, Chen Yi sent information about the actors he liked to Li Donghai, who then made the invitations. However, the role of the advisor in the play remained undecided for a long time. Fortunately, there is still time, so Chen Yi has temporarily focused his energy on the production of his daughter's album. He has already completed the arrangement of 11 songs, and the arrangement of the last song will be completed tonight. The 12 songs that Chen Yi selected for Chen Zixi are: A Sudden Burst of Courage, Fairy Tale Town, the flying insects, the snail and the oriole. Let us row our boats, singing and smiling. You look so beautiful when you smile. Listen to me say thank you. Little conch shell, the little girl picking mushrooms, a little bit of happiness. The last song is a duet he sang with his daughter called Where Are We Going, Dad? Which is also the song he's finishing today. Dad, when are we going to start recording? Zixi has practiced all the previous songs. Chen Zixi rested her chin on her hands, her big eyes staring curiously at Chen Yi as he worked at the computer. Honey, we can start recording songs tomorrow. It's the weekend, so let's try to record as many as possible, Chen Yi replied gently, his hands still busy with his work. Oh, okay, Daddy. By the way, Dad, I made Zhang Hoxuan cry today. Oh, is that the naughty chubby boy in your class? Tell Dad what happened. Chen Yi didn't take the children's business seriously. He said he wanted me to be his bride. Clang! Chen Yi dropped the mouse in his hand. He turned sharply to look at Chen Zixi, and after a long while, he managed to force out an awkward smile. So, Zixi, what was your answer to him? I said no, and then he cried. Whew! I let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Yi then picked up the mouse from the ground, and holding Chen Zixi's small hand, said earnestly, Baby, you did the right thing. From now on, no matter who says something like that to you, you must refuse, understand? Okay, Daddy. Chen Zixi had never seen her father with such a serious expression before, and she immediately replied obediently. Chen Yi then continued working with satisfaction, though he couldn't help muttering under his breath, Little fatty, don't let me run into you, or I'll make you cry. For the first time, the petty-minded Chen Yi suffered from insomnia. Lying in bed, his mind was filled with terrifying images of his daughter being targeted by Huang Mao after she grew up, and eventually being tricked away by Huang Mao. He kept thinking about these things for most of the night before finally falling asleep just before dawn. The next day, he got up with panda eyes to make breakfast for Chen Zixi. Dad, why are your eyes so dark? Chen Zixi couldn't help but ask during dinner. Oh, this is the latest trendy makeup look. You know Dad is a big star, so he has to keep up with the trends. Oh, I see. Honey, we're about to start recording the song. Are you ready? Chen Yi quickly changed the subject, afraid that Chen Zixi would bring up his black eye makeup again. Yes, Zixi is ready. Chen Yi and Chen Zixi spent the entire weekend in the recording studio, and Chen Yi discovered that Chen Zixi really had a talent for singing. Whenever he pointed out a problem, Chen Zixi could quickly understand and correct it. A song was successfully recorded after only 3 to 4 takes. Chen Yi completed the recording of 6 songs in just 2 days. He plans to finish the remaining 6 songs within the next week, just in time to make it onto the September new song chart. Chen Yi didn't even dream of competing with those big-name singers. After all, it was just children's songs, and he didn't have that kind of talent. Uploading the data as early as possible means having one more day of data, which will result in better grades, and this is very important for my daughter's confidence. With September just around the corner, the battle for the new song charts is about to begin, and this year's charts have attracted widespread attention in China. This month, 2 female singers will be participating in the chart competition. Han Yun's song was created by Hai Lao, a top-tier veteran composer, while Su Bing's song was written by Chen Yi, one of the hottest stars in the entertainment industry today. Such a powerful combination has already made netizens eagerly anticipate and eagerly await the outcome of this battle between the 2 queens. Netizens also engaged in heated discussions online. Hai Lao's talent is undeniable. He has created countless classics over the years. This collaboration with Han Geihao will surely result in another timeless masterpiece. I have high hopes for them. Chen Yi is currently a top influencer with incredible talent. His previous works even topped the new song charts for 2 consecutive weeks, so I think it's no problem for him to help Su Bing win the championship this time. This chart competition is really interesting. One is a veteran creator, and the other is a rising superstar. I wonder whose style will capture the hearts of the listeners more. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope both divas can perform at their best. No matter who wins or loses, as long as I can hear good songs, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, fans of the 2 divas also clashed online, each fighting for their idols. Initially, the 2 fan groups were evenly matched online, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, later, a fan of Hai Lao lent a hand to Han Yun's fans online and said that Chen Yi was inferior to Hai Lao, which stirred up a hornet's nest. Chen Yi's fan base immediately rallied online and began to attack Hai Lao and Han Yun's fans. Su Bing's fans tried several times to help, but they couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only watch with mixed feelings as Chen Yi's fans swept across the internet. In the end, Han Yun and Hai Lao's fans were so badly criticized that they didn't dare to show their faces anymore. Chen Yi's fans' fighting power has once again shocked the entertainment industry, leaving fans of other celebrities who witnessed the whole thing exclaiming that they couldn't mess with them. Didn't you see that even the singer's fans were easily defeated? Inside a luxury villa, Haha, Han Yun, look how cowardly your fans are. Su Bing put down her phone and laughed loudly at Han Yun on the other end of the line. Su Bing, did you come here just to make fun of me? Han Yun swirled the wine in his glass, glancing at her sideways. You're as naive as ever. I'm here today to tell you that you're doomed to lose. Oh, Han Yun put down his wine glass and looked at Su Bing with amusement. Was it Chen Yi's song that gave you confidence? That's right, Su Bing said confidently, raising her head. Although you can be a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, I'm genuinely curious about the songs that give you such confidence. Do you have them on your phone? Let me listen to them. Dream on. Su Bing rolled her eyes at her, then got up and walked towards the door. I'm very happy today. Thank you for the red wine. I'm leaving. Han Yun didn't get up to see him off. She took a small sip of red wine, watched Su Bing's retreating figure, and whispered, so confident. I'm really eager to hear what kind of song Chen Yi wrote for you. August 31st. Dear fans, my beloved Zixie's first solo album, digital version, will be officially released tomorrow, September 1st. I hope you will all support it. Chen Yi, who loves you all. The text was accompanied by several cute photos of Chen Zixie, as well as a shameless photo of someone showing off their chest. The last time Chen Yi used his good looks to promote Journey to the West, this time, for his daughter Chen Zixie, he revealed even more. Shortly after this message was sent, Chen Yi's entire fan group exploded. Wow, my sweet daughter is releasing a solo album. I have to support her. And my husband is so sexy, I've saved the photos. Where did this crazy woman from upstairs come from? She actually came here to fight me for my daughter and even has photos of my husband. Ugh, how shameless. You people are really clueless. You're so desperate to be mistresses, have you even asked me, the wife, for permission? The female fans started fighting over a title, and one male fan in the group couldn't stand it anymore and angrily said, you bunch of crazy women, you're tyrannical outside, and even more so at home. Can't you just shut up for a minute? The entire group suddenly fell silent. Thinking he had intimidated the group of tigresses, the brave man continued, Hey, Zixie is so cute. Anyone in the group want to join me in stealing her out? Damn it, sisters, find this pervert. I'll show him why flowers are so red. The entire group of female fans went berserk. Chen Yi's message on Fixin, a Chinese instant messaging platform, became a trending topic on social media in less than an hour. Wow, Zixie has released an album. Releasing an album at the age of 5, she must be one of a kind in the whole world. Chen Yi really spoils his daughter. He wrote a whole album's worth of songs for her. How many singers would be envious of that? Zixie is cute, sings well, and with Chen Yi's songwriter, she's definitely a future superstar. I'm looking forward to the physical album being released soon. I'll definitely buy a few copies to collect. I also hope that Zixie can go further and further on her musical journey. Go for it, baby. Within the entertainment industry, Su Bing, Liu Yifei, Hua Ruoxiu, Yang Mi, and Wang Xiaoxian, among others, forwarded the message and added their sincere blessings. Su Bing even joked on Fitian, it's over, the competition on the new song chart this time is terrifying baby, go easy on me, which made netizens burst into laughter. At 23:50 on August 31st, countless music lover groups were still bustling with activity. Many music enthusiasts stayed up, waiting for the new song charts to be updated on their computers while chatting in group chats. I'm so excited. I'll be able to hear the songs of these two divas soon, and there's also the showdown between Hailao and Chen Yi. Such a top-level clash is so thrilling. Yes, when I watched the live stream, I was really curious about the song Chen Yi wrote for Su, the pop diva. It must be incredibly good to make her so excited on stage. We'll know the result in 10 minutes, but why are these 10 minutes taking so long? It's driving me crazy. In a luxury villa in Yanjing, a young man was reading a novel in his room, but his gaze kept drifting to the computer screen, indicating that his attention was not on the novel in his hands. 3 minutes left. At this point, he could no longer continue reading his favorite novel. The young man casually tossed the book he was holding onto the bed, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as the time ticked by. The young man's name is Zhang Jiaoluo. He is a top-tier rich young master in Yanjing and also a loyal fan of Han Yun. The entire room is covered with Han Yun's posters. Today is the day Han Yun releases a new song, so he declined his friends' invitations and waited by his computer early in the morning, just to be the first to hear his idol song. When the time reaches 0001, the new song chart page on the computer has finally refreshed. Zhang Jiaoluo clicked on it immediately and, sure enough, saw Han Yun's song at the very top of the new song chart. Without any hesitation, he clicked on it right away. Song title, Love. Singer, Han Yun. Lyrics by Hai Jianhua. Composer, Hai Jianhua. Zhang Jiaoluo didn't click to listen, instead, he downloaded and purchased the app before clicking to play it. A melodious tune slowly filled the room, flowing into Zhang Jiaoluo's ears like a gentle stream, followed by Han Yun's ethereal voice. The darkness of night hides whose tears? Moonlight spills through the window, outlining the contours of longing. Love is like the wind, gently brushing past dreams, awakening the tenderness in my heart. Jang Jiaoluo was instantly immersed in the song, as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving only the beautiful singing voice lingering in his ears. His eyes were slightly closed, his face full of rapture. Hanyun's delicate and melodious singing voice was like an invisible hand, tightly gripping his heart and making him deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. When the song ended, Jang Jiaoluo was still immersed in its lingering charm, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It sounds so good. It's amazing. He quickly sent the song link to his group of friends, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Brothers, Hanyun's new song Love is so good. I just finished listening to it, it's absolutely amazing, it's heavenly. You guys need to download and buy it right away, and I need to check my phone tomorrow. After sending the group message, he opened his WeChat Moments, carefully selected a stunning photo of Hanyun, and added a caption. Hanyun's new song Love was released today. As a loyal fan, I listened to it immediately and was truly deeply moved. The lyrics, melody, and Hanyun's vocals are all perfect. I highly recommend it to everyone. Hashtag Hanyun, hashtag new song love, hashtag music sharing. After posting on his WeChat Moments, Jang Jiaoluo returned to the new song chart page. He knew that his idol was going to compete against someone else, a female singer of the same level, so he decided to listen to her songs. Having just listened to Hanyun's song, he felt confident in his idol, so with a relaxed mood, he clicked on Su Bing's song, which was in the second position. Song title, Our Love. Singer, Su Bing. Lyrics by Chen Yi. Composer, Chen Yi. Our Love? This sounds a lot like Hanyun's Love, doesn't it? Jang Jiaoluo was a little surprised, then clicked to listen to the preview. A tender melody began to play softly, followed by Su Bing's voice, tinged with suppressed emotion, as the lyrics entered his ears. I vaguely recall my childhood, with clouds floating in the blue sky. You said you'd hold my hand and walk with me to the end of time. From then on, I dared not look up, as if my sky had lost its color. From that day on, I forgot how to breathe, and tears ceased forever. Our love, once gone, will never return. At this moment, Jang Jiaoluo seemed to be frozen in place, sitting stiffly in front of the computer, his eyes fixed on the screen, while his ears were already captivated by the singing. As the song progressed, he was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he was a loyal fan of Hanyun and sincerely hoped that his idol would win this competition. On the other hand, Su Bing's Our Love is just too good to listen to. Its unique lyrical rock style interprets the emotions contained in the lyrics so well. Every note seems to hit his heart hard, making him involuntarily immerse himself in it. There is even a voice in his heart saying that this song seems to be even better than Hanyun's song. As soon as this thought popped into Jang Jiaoluo's head, he felt as if he had done something wrong, and a wave of panic washed over him. He wanted to immediately deny the idea. But the song's charm was something he couldn't ignore. The moving melody, the heartfelt lyrics, and Su Bing's near-perfect performance were like an invisible net, tightly enveloping him and drawing him deeper and deeper into its embrace. Don't ask me if you love me anymore. Now I want the free sky, to leave this bound world, to no longer be lonely. Oh, our love, once gone, will never return. Even now, I still wait silently. I understand that our love has become a burden to you, but I can never let go of the last warmth you gave me. Su Bing's singing voice, however, was like a surging tide, crashing against Jang Jiaoluo's psychological defenses wave after wave. With each additional line he heard, the feeling that the song was even better grew stronger, like vines growing wildly and spreading in his heart, making it impossible for him to stop. At last, Jang Jiaoluo sat blankly in front of the computer, listening to music without moving, his thoughts, a complete mess. At the same time, the music groups are already buzzing with excitement. Su Bing's Our Love has an amazing melody. It's catchy from the very beginning, and the chorus is even more addictive. Once you hear it, it's etched in your mind and you can't stop listening. It's so good, awesome. Yes, this song blends ballads and rock in a perfect balance, and with Su Bing's vocals, it's simply unbeatable, a true masterpiece. As expected of the queen of pop, Su Bing, her voice is incredible, clean and powerful, her high notes are both steady and fierce, and her emotional control is unmatched. It melts your heart when you listen to her, amazing. Chen Yi's creative talent is truly remarkable. The melody is catchy, and the lyrics are full of love and helplessness, every line piercing the heart. His performance with Su Bing is a perfect match. This song, Our Love, is impeccable in every aspect, from its melody and vocals to its composition. It's simply a divine song. I love it. I have to listen to it on repeat. I'm saying here that Su Bing and Chen Yi's Our Love completely crushes Han Yun and Hai Lao's Love. Is that alright, everyone? Completely crushing them is an exaggeration, it's more like they're slightly better. Agree. Just as everyone in the group reached a consensus, a voice suddenly appeared. Hey, while you guys were discussing the songs of the two divas, I listened to a song that Chen Yi wrote for his daughter Zixi. Guess what? I thought it was really good after just one listen. I suggest you all listen to it. Seriously? What's so great about nursery rhymes? You can't say that. Zixi's previous songs, Health Song and You Look So Beautiful When You Smile, were especially good, so the songs on this album should be just as good. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm going to listen to Zixi's songs too. Wait for me, come with me. More than half an hour later. Wow, I never thought nursery rhymes could be so beautiful, especially the ones with "Listen to me, thank you, and where are we going, Dad," paired with Zixi's childlike voice. It's absolutely amazing. Yes, I listen to them all in their entirety, but my favorites are Little Happiness and The Little Insects Fly. The melodies are so beautiful and Zixi sang them with such emotion. The other songs are also great. I never thought I'd like children's songs one day. I'm a fan now. Fairy Tale Town is also a super great song. But who are Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, in the song? This song seems a bit more than it appears. I also noticed that this song seems to contain a lot of fairy tale characters. At least I know that the character Snow White comes from a bedtime story that Chen Yi made up for Zixi. Zixi told me this herself when I watched a variety show. Oh yeah, I just remembered. So if that's the case, then all the characters in this song, Fairy Tale Town, are from the bedtime stories Chen Yi told his daughter? Wow, Chen Yi is such a good dad. He's so sweet and talented, making up stories and composing songs for his daughter. I'm so envious. The September new song chart kicked off amidst heated discussions among netizens. Fans of the two female singers began to promote their idols' songs online without reservation, helping them to compete for the #1 spot. Meanwhile, Chen Zixi's album, which is considered a princess by Chen Yi's fans, is also highly anticipated. Her huge fan base of mothers spontaneously and tirelessly promoted Chen Zixi's albums across various online platforms. Moreover, when Chen Zixi participated in a variety show with Chen Yi, she won the hearts of many viewers with her innocent and lovely appearance and well-behaved personality. So when they learned that this adorable little girl was releasing an album, they all bought it to support her. And just like that, in a mere 5 days, a scene that shocked everyone in the entertainment industry unfolded. Songs from Chen Zixi's album climbed the charts like rockets. 2 of the songs even made it into the top 10. This result caused a sensation in the entertainment industry, leaving many singers utterly astonished. Many of them had spent most of their lives struggling in the music scene, putting in tremendous effort, yet never managing to break into the top 10 of the new song charts. But now, a little girl who is only 5 years old has easily reached the heights they have always dreamed of, which makes them feel a mix of emotions. Moreover, Chen Zixi's other songs also performed very well, not far from the top 10. The new song chart is ranked as follows: Number 9, Where Are We Going, Dad? Number 10, You Look So Beautiful When You Smile. Number 13, Fairy Tale Town. Number 15, Courage Burst. Number 16, The Little Insects Fly. Number 18, Little Happiness. Number 19, Listen to Me, Thank You. Number 41, Singing and Smiling. Number 43, Let Us Row Our Boats. Number 44, The Snail and the Oriole. Number 47, The Little Conch Shell. And number 49, The Little Girl Picking Mushrooms. In just 5 days, all 12 songs from Chen Zixi's album successfully entered the top 50 of the new song chart. Such amazing results instantly made Chen Zixi the most talked about person in the entertainment industry, even surpassing Chen Yi in popularity. Whether it's trending topics on social media or casual conversations, this cute and talented little girl has practically taken over the spotlight. However, Chen Zixi's progress on the new song charts did not stop, and the number of downloads and purchases continued to increase slowly. In a kindergarten in Shanghai. At this moment, the young and gentle teacher stood on the podium, clapped her hands to attract the children's attention, and then said with a smile, "Today, the teacher is going to teach you a really nice song. Do you all want to learn it?" Yes, as soon as the words were spoken, the children raised their little hands and cheered. This scene is played out in almost every grade of kindergarten. The only difference is that the songs taught by the teachers are different for children of different ages. What they have in common is that these songs are all from Chen Zixi's albums. For a long time, the number of children's songs in Xia Kingdom has been scarce, and their quality has been uneven, making it difficult to meet the needs of kindergarten teaching and children's daily singing. The release of Chen Zixi's album perfectly fills the gap in children's songs in China. Therefore, almost all kindergarten teachers in Xia country choose songs from Chen Zixi's album to teach the children, and after the children learn the new songs, they go home and share them with their parents. And most children will ask their parents to download the songs so they can listen to them anytime. In no time, every family with children in the Xia Kingdom was brainwashed by Chen Zixi's songs, and even adults could sing them. At the same time, a sudden notice from the Education Bureau's official website made Chen Zixi a household name in Xia country. Starting today, 5 songs sung by Chen Zixi, Singing and Smiling, Let Us Row Our Boats, The Snail and the Oriole, The Little Conch Shell, and The Little Girl Picking Mushrooms will be included in the Xia Guo Elementary School music textbook. This is to inform you This single announcement caused 5 songs that were previously outside the top 40 to surge wildly on the new song charts, as if they had been given a stimulant. Since it's already in the textbooks, parents with children will naturally download it in advance to study it. So, for the next 3 days, in just 3 days, the new song charts underwent a dramatic change. The song ranked first is Soo Bing's Our Love, and the second is Hanyeon's Love. But the new song chart is ranked as follows: 3rd, Where Are We Going, Dad? 4th, You Look So Beautiful When You Smile. 5th, Fairy Tale Town. 6th, Courage Burst. 7th, The Little Insects Fly. 8th, Little Happiness. 9th, Listen to Me, Thank You. 10th, Singing and Smiling. 11th, Let Us Row Our Boats. 12th, The Snail and the Oriole. 13th, The Little Conch Shell. And 14th, The Little Girl Picking Mushrooms. This ranking silenced the entire entertainment industry in Sia Kingdom. A 5-year-old girl released her first album, and 5 of her songs were included in elementary school textbooks. On the new song charts, she beat all singers except for female singers, whether they were second tier or first tier, and they were all trampled underfoot. Such terrifying results gave everyone a strong sense of unreality. Major television stations, media outlets, and magazines have contacted Chen Yi, wanting to conduct exclusive interviews with him and Chen Zixi. When Chen Yi became popular again after appearing on variety shows, he was approached by TV stations and media outlets, but he declined them all. However, since this involved Chen Zixi, he agreed to the CCTV interview for the sake of his daughter's future development. As for other media, he politely declined them, since if he was on CCTV, there was no need for him to be on other TV stations. The interview will take place this Sunday at the CCTV office building in Yanjing, the capital city. In Sia Kingdom, many programs differ from those in the previous life. They seem to prefer live streaming. In the previous life, these interviews were usually pre-recorded, but here they are broadcast live while also interacting with the audience. CCTV also told Chen Yi that they would send staff to his home in advance to film a video of his daily life with his daughter, so that he could be prepared. Evening. Wearing her cute bunny pajamas and holding a painting she had just finished, Chen Zixi excitedly went to find Chen Yi to show him her masterpiece. When she got to the living room, she found her father on the phone and heard her name called. Yifei, tell the director that Zixi's salary doesn't need to be increased. Just stick to what was originally agreed upon. We will also be on time to film on set. Okay, take care of yourself too, bye. Because of Chen Zixi's sudden rise to fame, the director of Yifei's crew was as excited as if he had won the lottery. Fearing that Chen Yi might change his mind, he hurriedly asked Liu Yifei to call and confirm again, and even offered Chen Zixi the appearance fee of a top star. However, Chen Yi was not the kind of person who would be greedy for money and try to raise prices on the spot. He stuck to the original agreement. Chen Yi hung up the phone and saw his daughter watching him. His clingy nature kicked in, and he picked up Chen Zixi and asked, "Baby, have you finished drawing the little tiger?" Chen Zixi wrapped one arm around Chen Yi's neck and waved the drawing she had just finished in front of Chen Yi with the other hand. "It's finished, Daddy, look." Wow! Chen Yi was about to shower him with praise, but upon closer inspection, he was dumbfounded. Honey, why is your tiger missing an ear and a tail?" He, Daddy's so silly. Isn't this exactly what the tiger in the song Two Tigers that you taught me to sing before looks like? Chen Yi slapped his forehead and grinned. "Honey, you really are a little genius." He. By the way, Dad, when are we going to film at Sister Yifei's place? About 2 weeks later. Okay, sure. Saturday 6 a.m. A group of staff carrying various camera equipment appeared at the door of Chen Yi's villa. CCTV had come to shoot footage. "Teacher Chen Yi, just follow your usual pace of life, and pretend we're not here," the middle-aged man leading the group instructed. "Understood," Chen Yi nodded. "Then please come inside with me." The man in the lead signaled to the cameraman to turn on the equipment, and they began a day of filming Chen Yi. Last weekend, CCTV's Lu Qi's appointment announced at the end of the week that Chen Yi and his daughter would be the guests this week. The news caused an instant sensation online, especially among Chen Yi's fans, who went on a frenzy. Since the last variety show ended, they haven't seen their idol on screen for more than half a month, and this interview has ignited their passion. Meanwhile, hashtags such as #looking forward to Chen Yi and his daughter's Lu Qi's appointment and #my favorite Chen Yi and Chen Zixi quickly climbed to the top of the trending search list, with millions of comments and likes from fans, and the popularity continued to soar. Sunday 1800 hours. Chen Yi and Chen Zixi arrived at the CCTV office building, led by CCTV staff. Since Chen Yi and his daughter did not conceal their appearance immediately caused a stir among the other staff members present. Fortunately, everyone knew this wasn't a place for chasing celebrities, so there was no crowd asking for autographs. However, everyone passing by secretly glanced at Chen Yi and his daughter, whispering excitedly to their friends. Before long, Chen Yi and his daughter were led to a reception room. When they entered, a short-haired, intellectual-looking woman was already waiting for them. "It's Lu Qi, and he's also the host of the show they're participating in today." When Lu Qi saw Chen Yi enter, he quickly stood up, a gentle smile on his face, and warmly extended his hand. Teacher Chen, I've heard so much about you. It's great to finally meet you in person today. I'm not worthy of being called a teacher. Sister Lu Qi, you can call me Chen Yi or Xiao Yi, it's fine. I've admired you for a long time, Chen Yi quickly replied modestly. Lu Qi was surprised by Chen Yi's humility, but her liking for this young man grew even stronger. She smiled and replied, okay, then I'll call you Chen Yi on the show, and in private I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao Yi. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Chen Zixi, and her face beamed with joy. Oh, this must be our little genius Zixi, right? She's as adorable as a little angel. Hello, Auntie. Chen Zixi greeted Chen Yi before he could even speak. Lu Qi warmly invited Chen Yi and his companion to sit down. After a brief chat, he handed Chen Yi a document. Xiao Yi, take a look at this list. These are the questions I'll be asking you and Shishi later. If there's anything you'd be hesitant to discuss, you can cross it off. Chen Yi took the documents and carefully read them line by line. He then asked Lu Qi for a pen and underlined the questions about parents' situation and his relationship with Zixi's mother, before smiling and handing them back to Lu Qi. Sister Lu Qi, everything else is fine, but these 2 points are a bit inconvenient to talk about. Please forgive me. Lu Qi felt a little regretful. There was no information circulating in the entertainment industry about Chen Yi's parents. She had originally hoped to get first-hand information during this interview, but unexpectedly, Chen Yi was unwilling to talk about it. Many people are also very curious about Zixi's mother, and have even imagined many bizarre scenarios. What a pity, but I'm really curious. Lu Qi sighed inwardly, then suppressed her gossipy nature and chatted amiably with Chen Yi, quietly waiting for the show to begin. 8 p.m. As soon as the clock struck 8, countless families in Xia Kingdom were already seated in front of their televisions, turning on CCTVs. Lu Qi's appointment. The 500 audience members in the CCTV recording hall were already bursting with excitement, eagerly anticipating the broadcast. In their eyes, Chen Yi and his daughter are the most fantastical father and daughter in the entire Xia Kingdom. Viewers eagerly anticipate what untold stories and experiences they will share on the show. The program officially began. In the brightly lit live broadcast hall, Lu Qi stood confidently and calmly in the center of the stage with a smile on her face. Dear viewers, good evening. Welcome to Lu Qi's appointment. I'm your old friend Lu Qi. On this beautiful evening, we gathered here again to embark on a wonderful dialogue journey together. After a brief pause, Lu Qi changed the subject. Recently, the entertainment industry in our Xia Kingdom has been quite lively. A father and daughter have become the focus of everyone's discussion with their super popularity and talent. I'd like to ask the people here, do you know which father and daughter I'm talking about? She said with a hint of playfulness, handing the microphone to the audience. The audience erupted in cheers, raising their hands and shouting, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi. It's Chen Yi and his daughter. Haha, it seems everyone is as familiar with them as I am. That's right, we are very honored to have this highly anticipated father and daughter, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi, with us today. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Amid thunderous applause and cheers from the audience, Chen Yi, holding Chen Zixi's hand, walked onto the stage with a smile. Chen Yi, dressed in a simple yet well-fitting suit, looked handsome and composed. Chen Zixi, on the other hand, wore a beautiful princess dress, looking like an adorable little angel. They waved to the audience and then sat down next to Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked at Chen Yi and his daughter, her eyes full of smiles. Welcome Chen Yi and Shishi to Lu Qi's appointment. I know you two are really popular lately, especially Shishi. You have achieved such remarkable results at such a young age. You are really amazing. Chen Yi, I want to ask you first, aren't you especially proud to see how outstanding your daughter is? Chen Yi nodded slightly and smiled. Of course, Zixi has always worked very hard and is very talented. I am extremely proud of her. Lu Qi then turned her gaze to Chen Zixi and asked gently, Zixi, your album is so popular, even the kindergarten kids are singing your songs. Are you happy? Chen Zixi blinked her big eyes and replied obediently, I'm happy, I hope everyone will like my song. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with Chen Yi and his daughter, Lu Qi turned to look at the camera and the audience. Alright, before we begin the formal interview, let's follow our usual practice and watch a short video to see what our guests' daily lives are like. So, would you like to see a typical day in Chen Yi and Shishi's life? Want to? Please watch the video. The camera shifts, and a lavishly decorated living room appears on the television screen. At this moment, Chen Yi came out of the bathroom. His white, shoulder-length vest revealed his thick arms, and his wet hair was dripping with water onto the towel draped around his neck. Wow, brother is so handsome and sexy. As soon as the video started, many female fans began drooling and screaming. The audience saw Chen Yi come out of the bathroom and walk straight to a room. However, when his hand touched the doorknob, Chen Yi suddenly became cautious and slowly and gently pressed down the doorknob. After opening the door, she tiptoed towards the bed inside the room, afraid of making the slightest noise. Viewers saw Chen Zixi sleeping soundly on the bed in the camera's view, and everyone smiled at this sight, with bursts of laughter echoing in the live broadcast hall. They were amused by Chen Yi's thieving actions, but also touched by his behavior. After gently putting Chen Zixi's exposed feet back under the covers, Chen Yi tiptoed out of the room, closed the door, and then let out a heavy sigh of relief. He then went to the kitchen, quickly put on an apron, and began busily preparing breakfast. In just a few dozen seconds, the scene shifted, and breakfast was already laid out on the table. Don't cut to this scene. Show more of the husband cooking. Ah, men who can cook are so handsome. Wow, what a lavish breakfast. Milk, eggs, vegetable salad, pasta, and a serving of freshly baked cookies. The cookies are even shaped like cute little tigers. Chen Yi is amazing. Wait, what's wrong with these cookies? Why is this little tiger missing an ear or a tail? Oh dear, it must be a problem with the mold. There are just too many unscrupulous merchants these days. The scene shifts again, and Chen Yi is once again standing in front of Chen Zixi's bed, speechlessly looking at his daughter who is completely covered by the blanket. He gently taps the small bulge under the blanket with his fingertip. Zixi, wake up. The sun's already up. The pink floral quilt suddenly stirred twice, and a muffled baby voice came out. Daddy's lying, it's Saturday, the sun wouldn't be up this early. Chen Yi reached out and grabbed the corner of the blanket. Didn't you want to eat little tiger cookies yesterday? Daddy made them. If you don't get up, Daddy's going to eat them all. Before he could finish speaking, a messy little head suddenly popped out from under the covers. Chen Zixi, with her tuft of hair sticking up, jumped into his arms. Don't eat, Zixi is getting up now. Ha ha ha. The 500 viewers in the live broadcast hall were amused by Chen Zixi's little gluttony. On stage, Chen Zixi leaned on Chen Yi's arm, looking embarrassed. The viewers watching the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Zixi is so cute. But I wonder if she'll be disappointed if she sees those broken tiger cookies? Yes, those despicable mold makers are infuriating. The camera skipped over Zixi washing up and went straight to the father and daughter having dinner in the restaurant. Chen Zixi held the incomplete little tiger, looking at it from left to right. Just when the audience thought she would be dissatisfied, Chen Zixi suddenly giggled. Daddy is so amazing. It's exactly the same as the one I drew yesterday. Audience. Oh well, we wronged the mold supplier. At this moment, everyone saw Chen Zixi pick out 2 cookies and hand them to Chen Yi, while also holding 2 small tigers in her hand. Daddy, let's sing 2 tigers together. Chen Yi took the biscuits and saluted, saying, Yes, Your Highness. He he. Then 2 cheerful voices rang out from the restaurant. 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, and the other has no tail. How strange, how strange. Audience. You can create a song just by eating a cookie? Is that even possible? But this song is actually quite interesting. Many viewers in the live broadcast room have already started singing along with Chen Yi and his daughter, because the song is so simple that you can learn it after just one listen, and the more you sing it, the more interesting it becomes. Then, the entire live stream hall was filled with the song 2 Tigers, creating a joyful atmosphere. The camera then shifts to the karaoke room. Chen Yi taught Chen Zixi music theory and how to play the piano and gun. After lunch, Chen Yi spent time with Chen Zixi drawing and playing. Before dinner, he led her in some dance practice. At this point, the VCR video ended. The video was short, about 15 minutes long, but all the viewers were left wanting more, and they were all moved by the heartwarming life of the father and daughter. Chen Yi, you're only 23 years old this year, right? Lu Qi looked at Chen Yi and suddenly exclaimed, I'm really curious how you can do laundry, cook, take care of the kids, and do housework so skillfully at such a young age. Chen Yi asked in surprise, aren't these tasks easy to do with just hands? Are they really that difficult? Ha ha ha. Everyone present was amused by Chen Yi's antics. Lu Qi chuckled and playfully punched Chen Yi's arm, teasingly saying, all right, I forgot you're a genius, different from us ordinary people. And what about music composition? Do you have any secrets? Lu Qi asked, then quickly added, don't say things like, it's just a matter of having a brain. The audience burst into laughter again. Chen Yi thought for a moment, then said seriously, this music composition is indeed very difficult. The secret to success is 80% knowledge and 20% hard work. Oh, so that's a 10/10 success rate? Lu Qi replied. No, you also need 90 points of talent. Lu Qi's adorable expression caused the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast to burst into laughter. Chen Yi is so funny. Why is his serious expression so hilarious? I can't stop laughing. Haha, our sister Qi is going to bite. Look, she's starting to grind her teeth. Wow, look. Sister Qi is getting started. Ha ha. At this time, Lu Qi's feelings for Chen Yi were about to explode. The kind of guest she feared most on the show was a very dull one, which made the whole interview atmosphere extremely dull. Chen Yi was able to energize her emotions and the atmosphere of the scene with just a few words, which made her feel relaxed and happy for the first time while doing a program. Chen Yi was truly an extraordinary young man. After expressing her feelings, Lu Qi pretended to ignore Chen Yi and sat down next to Chen Zixi. Zixi, your dad always teases your aunt, so let me interview you first. Chen Zixi didn't understand why everyone was laughing just now, but after hearing Lu Qi's words, she obediently nodded in agreement. Zixi, can you tell everyone who Little Red Riding Hood, Alice, Peter Pan, and Cinderella are? These are characters from the bedtime stories my dad tells me. Does your dad tell you stories every day? Daddy tells me a story every night before bed. He even said he'll tell Zixi 1,001 stories. Lu Qi looked at Chen Yi, the question in his eyes obvious. Chen Yi nodded, yes, that's right. Lu Qi. Audience. For the first time, Lu Qi felt at a loss for words. She truly didn't know how to describe Chen Yi's presence. Chen Yi, how do you do that? One story every day, don't you ever run out of inspiration? Chen Yi, Before Chen Yi could reply, Lu Qi slapped his forehead and said with relief, I almost forgot, you can write a masterpiece like Journey to the West, so you must be able to write a children's story like this in no time, right? Chen Yi, But Chen Yi, as far as I know, you entered the entertainment industry at the age of 18. How did you develop such writing skills? Also, stop with the and tell us properly. Chen Yi. Wait, sis, did you just let me speak? You weren't this mischievous on TV before. What's wrong with you today? Chen Yi thought to himself, in a frenzy. Also, you asked me how I developed my writing skills? Can I say I plagiarized? How do you develop writing skills? Chen Yi looked up and saw Lu Qi looking at him expectantly, so he could only bite the bullet and say, read more books and newspapers, eat fewer snacks and sleep more. After a while, my writing skills improved. Lu Qi. Audience. Seeing Lu Qi's face darken, Chen Yi quickly explained, it really is like that. You see, reading more books broadens your knowledge, reading more newspapers increases your understanding, and eating less junk food and sleeping more strengthens your body and mind. If you do all of these, your writing will naturally improve. Upon hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Lu Qi and the audience suddenly realized, that makes sense. It seems I should read more books and newspapers, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more from now on. Seeing that Lu Qi's complexion had returned to normal, Chen Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly praised himself for his quick thinking. I'm a genius for managing to make this work. Chen Yi, have you ever thought about writing down these fairy tales you've made up so that more children can see them? Lu Qi looked at Chen Yi with admiration in her eyes. Yes, Sister Qi reminded me. I will write down these stories when I have time, but I have been very busy these past few months and haven't been able to find the time. Oh, what is it? Would you mind sharing it with us? In a few days, Zixi will have a cameo role in a movie, and I'm also working on a film with Magic Cube Entertainment and director Lu Jinwen. I'll be starting filming on November 1st. Is Chen Yi going to make a movie? And is he collaborating with director Lu Jinwen? Chen Yi's words piqued the interest of both the audience present and those watching the live stream, and Lu Qi voiced what everyone was thinking. What type of movie is it? Are you the lead actor? Yes, I'm the lead actor. As for the genre, I'd say it's a type of comedy, but it's a style I created myself, which I called nonsensical comedy. Nonsensical? What does this mean? The audience was completely baffled. Nonsense means without reason. You might not understand what I mean, but you'll see when the movie is released, Chen Yi said without further explanation. Okay, then we'll look forward to your movie being released soon, Lu Qi said with a hint of regret. After interacting with Chen Yi and Chen Zixi on stage for a while, Lu Qi changed the subject and said, Chen Yi, for our next segment, we will select a few lucky audience members to ask you questions or make small requests. You need to answer or try to meet the other party's small requests. Of course, if the other party's request is excessive, you can refuse directly. Are you all right? Okay, no problem. Lu Qi stood up and walked to the edge of the stage, looking at the audience who was starting to get excited. He smiled and said, I'm sure everyone already knows the rules. When I call stop, whoever's chair light turns on is the one who has been chosen. Okay, let's begin. At this moment, lights kept turning on and off on the audience's chairs. Stop. With a snap, the light fell on the seat beneath a young man with short hair. Okay, audience member, please state your question or make a small request to the guest, Lu Qi said loudly, pointing at the short-haired man. The short-haired man was very excited, never expecting to be the first lucky audience member. He took the microphone from the staff, took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and then spoke. I have a question for Professor Chen Yi. Will Professor Chen Yi participate in the Three Kingdoms Anthem Festival in December? A Three Kingdoms song concert? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yi shook his head. I can't be sure about that either. First, I don't know if the movie will be finished by then. Second, I haven't received any invitation to participate in the concert yet. The Three Kingdoms Song Festival is a joint event hosted by China, Japan, and South Korea. It has a history of nearly 20 years and is held every December. It is considered a major event in the entertainment industry. Last year it was held in China, and this year it is South Korea's turn. It's worth mentioning that Xia Guo has lost for 2 consecutive years, making all the music enthusiasts and Xia Guo lose face on the international internet and being ridiculed by people from South Korea and Japan for a long time. Therefore, everyone from relevant national departments to ordinary people is holding their breath and wanting to avenge their previous defeats at this year's Three Kingdoms Song Concert. The young man was clearly disappointed by Chen Yi's answer. He raised the microphone several times, but hesitated to speak, and finally sighed with a hint of reluctance. Teacher Chen Yi, you are the most incredible musician I have ever met. I really hope that you can represent China in this year's Three Kingdoms Song Festival and let those Koreans and little devils see our Chinese-style songs. Host, I have no other questions. After speaking, he handed the microphone back to the staff member. Chen Yi was also moved by the young man's words. After thinking for a moment on stage, he immediately made a promise. Dear audience member, if I receive an invitation to the Three Kingdoms Song Festival, I will represent the country to participate in this year's festival, regardless of whether my filming is finished or not. Please rest assured. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the young man's face immediately lit up with a smile. He quickly thanked him and then sat down contentedly. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi immediately began the second round of selecting lucky audience members. Snap! This time, the light fell on the seat of a pretty girl. A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, along with a touch of delight. Professor Chen Yi, I would like to make a small request to you. Okay, go ahead. Professor Chen Yi, I've always had a question in my mind. You're so talented, why didn't you show it off before? This audience member, you're asking a question, it's not a small request. Lu Qi reminded him with a smile. But a sly glint flashed in the girl's eyes. I've witnessed Mr. Chen Yi's incredible ability to improvise on variety shows, so I hope he can answer this question with his singing. The girl clasped her hands together, her expression adorable as she made a pleading request. Professor Chen Yi, is this small request possible? The girl's words excited the audience, and many people started shouting sing, sing! Chen Yi, can you fulfill this beautiful lady's request? Lu Qi teased Chen Yi with a smile. No problem, Sister Qi, please get me a guitar. Chen Yi would of course grant such a small request. Upon seeing this, the cheers from the audience grew even louder. Taking the guitar from the staff, Chen Yi smiled and looked at the beautiful female audience member. Someone asked me this question before when I was on a variety show, and my answer at the time was, they make a living off their looks. The audience shouted in unison, blurting it out first. Ha ha ha, that's right, I make a living based on my looks. I didn't expect everyone to remember me. Chen Yi laughed heartily. Actually, what I said is true, you guys. SHH. Before Chen Yi could finish speaking, a chorus of boos erupted, clearly indicating disbelief. Lu Qi, standing nearby, booed even louder, and the atmosphere suddenly became exceptionally joyful. Chen Yi shrugged, feigning ignorance. Okay, actually the real reason is in the song I'm about to sing, which I'll share with you now. When they saw that Chen Yi was about to sing, they immediately quieted down and waited excitedly for his performance. This song, Inflation, is dedicated to everyone. Expansion? This song title is so arrogant. Before the audience could even start complaining, Chen Yi, with a bright smile on his face, walked to the front of the stage with a playful gait. At the same time, cheerful guitar music filled the entire hall, followed by happy and quirky singing. Yodel-ide, yo-o-d-o-d-o-l-e, yodel-ide, yodel-ide. I want to fly up to the sky, to herd sheep, and feed my beloved sheep some cotton candy. I want to stand on the sea, scoop up a big moon, and hang it on the roof, shining brightly. I want to be willful, I want to be stubborn, and I can be stubborn too. Let's see who can do anything to me. Audience, oh. The audience was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Alright, so that's your reason? You're willful, you're stubborn, ha ha ha, you're awesome, we really can't do anything to you. Haha, what a cheerful song. Chen Yi is so cute, we love it, we accept this reason. The beautiful female audience member who asked the question laughed until tears streamed down her face. Haha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Chen Yi is so funny. Both the audience at the scene and those watching the live stream were pleasantly surprised by Chen Yi's joyful demeanor. I can be free from hesitation if I want to be free from confusion if I want to be free from confusion. What could be more exhilarating than this? Yodel-ide, yodel-ide, yo-o-d-o-d-o-l-e. I want to sit on the mountaintop and listen to the wind sing. Chen Yi stood with one foot on the edge of the stage, swaying his body. While singing, he gestured for everyone to stand up and get hyped. As a result, the entire audience stood up and waved along with the cheerful song, turning the entire live broadcast hall into a sea of joy. Online. The atmosphere at the event was so amazing. I'm having so much fun just watching it on screen. I really want to be there. My brother is so cute singing and dancing on stage. I love it. I wasn't in a good mood today, but after listening to this song, I laughed until tears streamed down my face. I have to give Chen Yi a big thumbs up. I can choose not to be lost or confused. What could be more inflated than that? Even if I'm disappointed in myself sometimes, even if I'm sad sometimes, what can any of you do to me? When the song ended, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. Thank you everyone, Chen Yi said, putting down his guitar and smiling at the beautiful woman who had made the request. Are you satisfied with my answer, audience member? Satisfied, satisfied, the beautiful woman nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the surprise and admiration in her eyes. At this time, Lu Qi, who had almost laughed herself silly, finally recovered. Chen Yi, I never knew you had such a childlike and funny side. You really brought us so many surprises today. Hee hee, as long as it's not a fright, it's fine, Chen Yi joked. After exchanging a few jokes, Lu Qi looked at the audience again. Let's continue. Next, we'll draw the third lucky audience member. Everyone, get ready. Everyone was even more excited than the previous 2 times. It seemed that the young lady had given a very tempting start to have Chen Yi create something on the spot, which sounded very exciting. Stop. This time, the light stopped on the seat of a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He probably didn't expect to be chosen, as his surprise was obvious. However, he quickly recovered, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Hello, Professor Chen Yi, I would also like to make a small request, and I hope you can grant it. Chen Yi nodded, signaling him to continue. I'm 40 years old this year. To be honest, I'm living a middle to upper class life, but I still feel that it's not easy. Nobody has it easy in this life. I hope that we can all love life, love our families, and love ourselves. There are many beautiful things in life, but I hope that I won't have to come back in the next life. Chen Yi. Lu Qi. Audience. What started as an inspiring statement suddenly fell flat with the last sentence. Bro, your last sentence brought me to tears. I was feeling pretty happy at first, but what this guy said completely shut me down. When will this miserable life of mine ever end? Sigh every day when I open my eyes, all sorts of bills are swirling in my mind, mortgage, utilities, kids' tuition. I feel like I'm being tightly bound by the ropes of life, desperately trying to earn money, but it still feels like there's never enough. Living is so tiring. Me too. Seeing everyone around me living better and better lives while I'm still struggling to make ends meet, that sense of disparity makes my struggle in this ordinary yet cruel life so painful. I always have endless tasks and overtime. I want to climb the corporate ladder, but I feel powerless and can only struggle under the heavy pressure of the workplace. I'm really afraid that one day I'll be completely crushed. The middle-aged man, unaware that his words had moved netizens to tears, and ignoring the complex expressions of the audience, looked directly at Chen Yi on the stage. I hope Mr. Chen Yi can write a song for those of us struggling in life, to give us the motivation to persevere. Is that alright? Chen Yi was also filled with mixed feelings at this moment. He looked at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly. This request. I agree. He stood quietly in the center of the stage, guitar in hand, eyes slightly closed, and all eyes in the audience were on him. At this time, in various parts of the Xia kingdom, whether they are workers or white-collar workers, individual entrepreneurs, or business owners, stay-at-home moms or small business owners, they are all staring at the young man on the screen, hoping for a song that can give them motivation to move forward, even if it's just a little bit. Time is passing quietly. 3 minutes later, Chen Yi's voice rang out. A song titled Struggles in Ordinary Days is dedicated to everyone. Music prepared. Chen Yi's hand gently plucked the strings. I've seen people covered in dust, yet smiling and saying how beautiful life is. I've also seen successful people, always reeking of alcohol. I've seen people who don't go home until late at night, always hoping for a better tomorrow. I've also seen seemingly good people secretly wiping away tears. I know that people who live life earnestly experience a myriad of emotions, and I also know that the adult world can collapse in an instant. Every lyric is like a gentle scalpel, precisely dissecting the truth of life, cutting through the shell that we usually disguise with strength, and reaching the softest corner of our hearts. The audience listened quietly, their previously noisy hearts falling silent, their eyes gradually welling up with tears. Many felt that the lyrics were depicting their own lives, and the grievances, weariness, and helplessness that were usually hidden in their hearts were quietly awakened at this moment, surging in their hearts with the song. We all struggle desperately in our ordinary days, desperately trying to live up to others' expectations. Even if we're wandering the world, even if we're battered by wind and rain, we still have to smile and say we're okay. We hide in deserted corners to lick our wounds, desperately trying not to let the tears fall. Even if we're covered in scars, even if we're defeated, we don't want others to see us as a laughingstock. Chen Yi's singing suddenly became powerful here, the stirring melody like a torchlit in the darkness. The lyrics are like an invisible yet powerful force, like a gentle warm current, slowly nourishing the audience's weakened mind and body. It rekindled a spark of courage in people who were immersed in the bitterness of life. Chen Yi sang it so well. Even if you're a wanderer, even if the wind and rain beat down, you should still smile and say you're fine. But, can I really do that? Despite being covered in scars, I don't want others to laugh at me. Haha, yeah, that's who I am. I've seen people rushing around for a living, never distinguishing between night and day. I've also seen people who have no worries about food and clothing, yet always looking worried and full of sorrow. Even if they're covered in scars, even if they're defeated, they don't want others to see them make a fool of themselves. As the last note faded, the song came to an end, and the entire venue fell into a long silence. It was a silence born of profound emotion. Everyone was still immersed in Chen Yi's singing, savoring every word of the lyrics, and feeling the power that came from life yet transcended it. At this moment, Chen Yi's voice reached everyone's ears again. Life may have many flavors, and we may struggle in the ordinary days, but don't be afraid. As long as we keep moving forward and face life with a smile, we can eventually live a wonderful life and become the person we aspire to be. Keep going, everyone. Good. A loud shout rang out in the quiet scene. It came from the middle-aged man, whose face was covered in tears, but he was smiling and clapping vigorously. Immediately afterwards, the audience wiped away their tears and began clapping their hands vigorously, expressing their gratitude to Chen Yi for bringing them such a powerful song. At this moment, applause also rang out in many families in Xia Kingdom. They were thanking Chen Yi and also cheering themselves on for the future. Chen Yi, thank you for bringing us such a powerful and hopeful song, Lu Qi said to Chen Yi, her eyes slightly red. You're too kind, Sister Qi. I'd be happy if this song could help everyone. Lu Qi nodded slightly, calmed herself down, and prepared to select the next round of lucky audience members. Dear viewers, due to time constraints, we can only select one last lucky audience member. Please get ready. Upon hearing that they were in last place, the audience became even more nervous. Okay, stop. The lights came on at the seat of a girl who looked like a college student. The girl immediately stood up in surprise, took the microphone handed to her by the staff, looked at Chen Yi as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and had a very strange expression. This lucky viewer, would you like to ask a question or make a small request? Lu Qi thought she was nervous, so she reminded her. I choose to ask questions. After calming herself down, the girl said to Chen Yi, Teacher Chen Yi, if someone hurts you, would you forgive them? Won't. Chen Yi spoke with unwavering resolve, without the slightest hesitation. The girl was taken aback by Chen Yi's response and stood there stunned. After recovering, she quickly explained, what if the girl didn't do it on purpose, and it was all a misunderstanding? Nor will it. Why? The girl asked anxiously, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Yi, standing on the stage, looked at the young woman in the audience and pondered to himself. She should be a college student at this age, so asking such a question must be related to my sister-in-law. Chen Yi guessed correctly, the girl was indeed Han Xialing's roommate, Sun Jiajia. A week ago, when CCTV announced that Chen Yi would be the guest on this episode of A Date with Lu Qi, many netizens went to the official website of A Date with Lu Qi to participate in the selection of 500 live audience members. Sun Jiajia was among them, but to her surprise, she was chosen. After some hesitation, Han Xialing accompanied her to Yanjing. The two had originally planned to apologize to Chen Yi after meeting him, but unexpectedly, Sun Jiajia was chosen as a lucky audience member. So, in a moment of impulsiveness, she asked the question she had just asked. Faced with Sun Jiajia's confusion, Chen Yi calmly asked, why should I forgive someone who has hurt me? Furthermore, don't you ever think things through before you do anything? Can't you put yourself in someone else's shoes? Including your current behavior, asking me such a question in public, are you trying to morally blackmail me? Faced with Chen Yi's 3 consecutive questions, Sun Jiajia anxiously waved her hands repeatedly and hurriedly explained, no, that's not it, we didn't mean to use moral blackmail. Chen Yi sighed softly and shook his head, I don't want to know whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally. Go back and tell Han Xialing that she is Zixie's aunt. I won't stop her from meeting Zixie, but I will have no relationship with her in the future. Chen Yi was also very troubled by his sister-in-law. Although she had caused him a lot of harm, she was, after all, his girlfriend's younger sister, and he had also wronged his girlfriend a lot in the past, so he couldn't bring himself to retaliate against her. Sun Jiajia stood there dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yi's resolute face, not knowing what to say. Han Xialing, who was waiting outside the TV station's office building, watched the whole thing on her phone. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms, and tears streamed down her face. Some viewers at the scene and those watching the live stream were puzzled by the conversation between Chen Yi and Sun Jiajia, while others figured out the whole story. But whether they knew or not, no one would criticize Chen Yi's answer. After all, as he said, why forgive someone who has hurt you? They're not your parents, you can't spoil them. And most importantly, Chen Yi just stated in his song that he is a willful person, so what can anyone do to him? You want to accuse him of being stingy? See if he doesn't give you a second thought. After Sun Jiajia sat down in a daze, Lu Qi quickly brought the atmosphere back on track with a series of witty remarks. Meanwhile, the interview came to an end. Finally, the program ended with Chen Zixi singing Fairy Tale Town. After exchanging phone numbers with Lu Qi backstage and saying goodbye, Chen Yi took his daughter back to the hotel and flew back to Shanghai early the next morning. Yesterday's interview, after going viral overnight, once again topped the trending searches. The top trending topic, #breaking news, #Chen Yi and Lu Jinwen and Mofang films, #new movie starts filming on November 1st. The second trending topic is, #Chen Yi's singing moved millions of netizens, #the struggles of ordinary days. The third trending topic is, #the willful Chen Yi, #arrogant, #what can you do about me? The fourth trending topic is, #1001 bedtime stories for 1111, #Chen Yi, the doting father. The fifth trending topic is, #Chen Yi father and daughter heartwarming daily life, #two tigers. The sixth trending topic, #speculation across the internet, #the untold story of Chen Yi and his sister-in-law. When Chen Yi got home, he saw the various speculations about his relationship with his sister-in-law circulating on his phone. His face darkened, and he angrily threw his phone on the sofa before going to his daughter for comfort. Chen Zixi, Dad is great in every way, except he's too clingy. Rubik's Cube Entertainment Conference Room. Li Danhai was seated in the main seat, and those seated below him were the heads of various departments and subsidiaries. Let's begin the meeting. The film and television department will speak first, Li Danhai said, putting down the documents in his hand and looking at Wang Hangyuan, the head of Magic Cube Film and Television. The script for the movie Hail the Judge has been approved, and all the pre-release work has been completed. Except for the role of the advisor, the signing of actors for all other roles has been completed. The filming and set construction are expected to be completed by mid-October. Not bad, Li Danhai was quite satisfied with the progress of the film and television department's work. Minister Wang, you should release the news today to hold a public audition for the role of the advisor within the industry. I will send you the specific requirements after the meeting. Chen Yi couldn't find a suitable candidate for the role of the advisor, so he called Li Danhai yesterday and asked him to hold a public audition within the industry, which led to today's meeting. After arranging the work at Cube Films, Li Danhai looked at the person in charge of Cube Comics. Minister Wu, tell me about the progress of Dragon Ball. Okay, Wu Xiudong sat up straight and reported, in terms of publishing, we have selected 3 strong publishing houses, which can basically cover bookstores of all sizes across the country. Initially, after seeing our script and drafts, the 3 major publishing houses wanted to buy it out or offer a maximum of 20% revenue share, but after continuous communication, we reached a final agreement with the 3 major publishers that the revenue sharing for comics will be based on a tiered system. For each publisher, the revenue share is as follows: 10% for sales up to 1 million copies, 15% for sales between 1 million and 3 million copies, 20% for sales between 3 million and 5 million copies, 25% for sales between 5 million and 10 million copies, 30% for sales exceeding 10 million copies, and the maximum share of 40% for sales exceeding 20 million copies. The initial price for this comic book is 20 yuan per copy. The first volume of the comic will be completed and proofread in a week. With printing and shipping time included, it will be officially available for sale nationwide in mid-October. However, Wu Xiudong hesitated for a moment. Mr. Li, won't it cause problems if the protagonist in our book imitates Sun Wukong from Journey to the West? Will Chen Yi sue us for copyright infringement? Hee, Li Danhai chuckled, don't worry, it won't happen. I've already informed Chen Yi, and he'll make a statement and help with the promotion when Dragon Ball goes on sale. Oh, I see. Although Wu Xiudong was surprised by the relationship between his boss and Chen Yi, he was confident that the sales of the book Dragon Ball would be guaranteed if a super popular celebrity like Chen Yi could help promote it. In fact, only Li Danhai and the CFO of Cube Entertainment know Chen Yi's identity. Since there are frequent financial transactions between Chen Yi's personal account and the company account, it is impossible to keep it a secret from the finance department. It's worth mentioning that although Chen Yi himself is not in the company, his alternate account is everywhere, and his reputation within the company is quite prominent. Dragon Ball manga editor, Sai. Hail the Judge, screenwriter, 9527. However, these 2 mysterious bigwigs never show up at the company, only General Manager Li Danhai can contact them. This has led many to speculate that their company must be supported by a mysterious force. Because the company rose so quickly, it was able to come up with 150 million yuan to cooperate with big names like Chen Yi and Lu Jinwen right after it was established. Who would believe that it didn't have some connections? Minister Tang, how is the Rubik's Cube video project progressing? Li Danhai then looked at Tang Yan, the person in charge of Rubik's Cube video. Tang Yan smoothed her hair and said, the new framework for the video website has been completed. We are currently continuing to purchase music, animation, and variety show copyrights to enrich the website's content. It is expected to be officially launched and promoted by the end of November. In addition, by the time the videos of Yi Zhou and his team were released, the first and second seasons of the Unexpected series had been almost completely filmed and edited. As for the other two sitcoms, iPartment and Tang Fuin, the two newly recruited directors are currently recruiting actors, and the start date for filming has not yet been set. In the words of the two directors, the actors in these two dramas are very distinctive, so it is very important to find actors who are suitable for the roles, and we cannot rush it. In addition, Mr. Lee, both directors are very keen to meet our screenwriter 9527. They would like to ask him some questions about certain plot details in person. I wonder if Mr. Lee could arrange a meeting with 9527. Lee Dong-hae rubbed his forehead. There's no need for a meeting. The script outline should be quite detailed. Just have the two directors film according to the script's requirements. Minister Tang, the reason I transferred the people from Magic Cube Films to your Magic Cube Video department is because I have very high expectations for your department. In the future, our company will also produce variety shows, which will be filmed by you, so you have a great responsibility on your shoulders. We also hope that you can make Magic Cube Video a flagship business of Magic Cube Entertainment. Don't worry, Mr. Lee, I will do my best. Tang Yin immediately stated her determination with a serious expression. After the meeting, Wang Hangyuan returned to the office area of Magic Cube Films and had someone send the document for the open selection of the advisor for 9-rank Sesame official to the official website. At the same time, he also posted the news in various agent groups in the entertainment industry. In the past, a recruitment by an unknown small entertainment company wouldn't have attracted the attention of people in the agent group. However, ever since Chen Yi revealed on the show Lu Qi's appointment that he and Lu Jinwen would both be starring in a movie produced by Magic Cube Films, the newly established entertainment company Magic Cube Entertainment has come into the view of major companies and people in the industry. After checking the official website, they were surprised to find that in addition to Mofang Films, Mofang Entertainment also has two subsidiaries, Mofang Comics and Mofang Video. This size can no longer be considered a small company, and people have stopped looking down on it. Therefore, many agents have taken this recruitment of advisors seriously, carefully reviewing the specific requirements issued by Magic Cube Films and considering whether they have suitable candidates. An old apartment in Shanghai. Wu Wei sat in the cramped living room, looking at the somewhat worn-out sofa, and sighed heavily. In his 40s, the radiance he once had in the entertainment industry was long gone, replaced by weariness and vicissitudes worn down by life. Can you stop sighing all the time? No matter how hard life is, we still have to keep going. His wife came out of the kitchen with a simple meal, and couldn't help but mutter as she looked at Wu Wei's dejected appearance. Wu Wei looked up at his wife and said, I feel so suffocated right now. At least I could make some money in the entertainment industry before, but now I'm working myself to the bone just to make ends meet. When will this ever end? The wife placed the food on the table. Let's not think about the past. We have a daughter to support now. She's a good student and will definitely be successful in the future. If we grit our teeth, things will get better. Wu Wei shook his head with a wry smile, reached for the cigarette case, but seeing the murderous look in his wife's eyes, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and silently picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Noon. On his way home, Wu Wei, riding his old bicycle, heard someone call his name. Looking around, he was surprised to see an old friend from his former industry. The two were very happy to meet, so they casually found a small restaurant, ordered 2 side dishes, and started drinking. After a few drinks, Wu Wei started talking more. Old Wang, you have no idea how much pressure I'm under every day. I'm barely able to support my whole family on that meager salary. I'm almost suffocating. I shouldn't have gotten involved in gambling back then. It ruined my entire acting career. It's too late to regret it now. Wu Wei said, taking another gulp of wine. Old Wang was a bit drunk by this point. He put his arm around Wu Wei's shoulder and comforted him. Old Wu, I have something to tell you. There's a company called Magic Cube Entertainment that's recruiting actors. I looked at their requirements, and your image and temperament are quite similar to yours. If you go for the interview, you might just get selected. Wu Wei was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it, I've been away for so long, how could I still be capable? These young people nowadays are all so amazing, how could it be my turn? After parting ways with Lao Wang, Wu Wei returned home, but his mind was still preoccupied with what Lao Wang had said. His absent-mindedness at dinner was noticed by his wife. What's wrong with you today? Did you do something shady behind my back? You crazy woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see the child is still here? Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, but still told the story of meeting Lao Wang and the entertainment company recruiting actors. At this moment, Wu Yu, the daughter who had been listening nearby, suddenly lit up and said excitedly, Dad, are you talking about the movie Hail the Judge that Magic Cube Entertainment is going to make? It stars my idol. Dad, you have to apply for it. If you get the job, can you get me a signed photo of Chen Yi? I'll be so happy. Looking at his daughter's excited expression, Wu Wei felt a mix of emotions. This was the first time in so many years that he had seen his daughter have such strong expectations of him, which made him feel that greatness in his daughter's heart as a father again. It seemed as if a spark of passion for acting had been rekindled. The next morning, Wu Wei rummaged through his belongings and found the suit he had always been reluctant to wear. His wife straightened his collar and said, "Old Wu, don't think too much about it. Just give it a try. Whether it works out or not, don't be late for lunch." Wu Wei took a deep breath, watched his wife nod firmly, and then left with mixed feelings. The next day, after dropping his daughter off at school, Chen Yi was exercising at home. He had nothing to do for the past few days, which made him feel a little out of sorts. After cursing himself for being such a jerk, he started working out. He was shirtless, and after each set of exercises, he would spend ages looking in the mirror. "That figure is absolutely stunning." Someone shamelessly started taking photos of themselves posing in front of the mirror with their phone. Just as I was considering whether to upload it to Fidion as a treat for my fans, Li Donghae called. "Boss, I've sent your email with someone's interview video and materials. Take a look. I think this person is perfect for the role of the advisor in our show." Oh, Li Donghae's words piqued Chen Yi's interest. After hanging up the phone, he quickly turned on his computer, found the email Li Donghae had just sent, and clicked on it. After reviewing the materials and watching the interview videos, Chen Yi also became somewhat excited. "It's really good. No, it's really quite good. We have Uncle De now too." Chen Yi immediately called Li Donghae again. "Brother Li, we should sign this actor, preferably a long-term contract, and pay him double what he was paid before he retired from the industry, or even more. In short, I want this guy." Okay. Although he didn't know why this actor named Wu Wei could excite Chen Yi so much, he still immediately arranged for HR to notify Wu Wei to come to the company to discuss signing a contract. 3 days after the interview, Wu Wei was working on the construction site, but his mind was already far away, filled with thoughts of the interview. One moment I'm fantasizing about successfully passing the interview, re-entering the entertainment industry, standing in the spotlight again, and enjoying the endless glory of being the center of attention. Then I realized that in my current state, I probably had no chance at all. I was caught in a state of anxiety and uncertainty. Just then, his phone rang. Wu Wei took it out and saw it was an unknown number. He was stunned for a moment, but in an instant, he became uneasy. Could it be? Wu Wei's heart suddenly raced, and his hands trembled slightly involuntarily. "Hello, who is this? Hello, are you Mr. Wu Wei?" "Yes, that's me." Wu Wei felt his tongue trembling uncontrollably, and his voice was also trembling. "Hello, Mr. Wu, this is HR from Magic Cube Entertainment. I'm calling to inform you that you've passed the audition for the role in Hail the Judge. Congratulations." The voice on the other end of the phone was clear and cheerful, but to Wu Wei it was like a thunderclap that exploded in his ears, leaving him stunned for a long time. "At the same time, in view of your outstanding performance during the interview, our company sincerely invites you to join our Magic Cube films and hopes to sign an agency contract with you. Please come to the Human Resources Department of Magic Cube Entertainment at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the specific details." "You want to sign me? Okay, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow." Wu Wei was so excited that he was almost incoherent, stammering as he replied. Tears welled up in his eyes, the light of hope that had been suppressed for so long being rekindled. After hanging up the phone, Wu Wei stood there stunned, seemingly still recovering from the call. "Hey, Lao Wu, what are you thinking about? Get back to work." A fellow worker nudged Wu Wei and shouted, "Get to work." Wu Wei then snapped out of his daze, turned to look at his coworker, and a bright smile suddenly bloomed on his face. "What the hell am I supposed to do? My luck is finally turning around, old Wu." Wu Wei dropped his tools, ran to his old bicycle, and rode home. When he rushed into the house and told her the good news, old Wu's wife immediately went into the kitchen and prepared an incredibly lavish dinner. His daughter, Wu Yan, was so excited that she jumped and danced around Wu Wei, saying, "Dad, you're awesome. Dad, you're amazing. When you see Chen Yi, you have to get me an autographed photo." The adoring look in his daughter's eyes made Wu Wei feel incredibly comfortable. He felt as if he were drunk, dizzy and lightheaded, as if he were floating on clouds. Yanjing International Airport. A father and daughter were fully armed and completely covered up, their unusual attire attracting frequent glances from passers-by. "Dad, have we been recognized? I see everyone looking at us," Chen Zixi whispered, glancing around and pulling Chen Yi's hand. "Honey, don't worry. Dressed like this, we'd be mistaken for robbers at the bank. It's normal for people to stare at us out of curiosity." Oh. Chen Yi is now very careful when he goes out. A couple of days ago, he was recognized by fans while shopping with his daughter, which caused a traffic jam on the whole street. Police and traffic police arrived, and it took them a lot of effort to get the father and daughter out of the crowd. His daughter, Chen Zixi, was fine, but some female fan had ripped all the buttons off his clothes, and then, along the way, countless lecherous little hands reached into his arms, From that moment on, he decided never to wear a shirt out again. Chen Yi led Chen Zixi out of the airport and, following the description given on the phone, found the car that was there to pick them up on the roadside. Just then, the car window rolled down a little, revealing a familiar, beautiful face. Chen Yi, Zixi, over here. It's Aunt Yifei. Chen Zixi waved her little hand and pulled Chen Yi along quickly. After getting in the car, Lu Yifei pulled Chen Zixi to sit next to her and asked, Zixi, did you miss your aunt? I've been thinking about it. Lu Yifei happily pinched Chen Zixi's cheek, then turned to look at Chen Yi. Why don't you hire an assistant? I always see you carrying your own luggage, and when you're on set filming, Zixi will need someone to take care of her too. Yes, who will take care of Zixi when he's filming Hail the Judge? Lu Yifei's words reminded Chen Yi. You're right, I should find Zixi a personal assistant. Chen Yi acted immediately, pulling out his phone to download a reputable domestic recruitment app, registering an account, and starting to enter his information in the job posting section. Hiring a childcare assistant for a 5-year-old girl. Requirements: female under 30 years old, graduate of an arts college, bachelor's degree or above, experience in childcare preferred. Then Chen Yi selected Shanghai as the work location and negotiable for salary. Click send, done. Lu Yifei, who witnessed the whole thing, stared at Chen Yi in disbelief. You're done with it. Is hiring an assistant really that easy and casual these days? Otherwise what? Lu Yifei. Hee, whatever makes you happy. After Lu Yifei dropped Chen Yi and his daughter off at the hotel, she arranged to pick them up by car early the next morning and then go directly to the film set. After entering the hotel room, Chen Yi began unpacking various items from his suitcase. As Chen Zixi's temporary assistant, he had prepared a whole bunch of things, such as sunscreen, a small parasol, and a small fan. Fortunately, Chen Zixi's scenes weren't many, and it only took about 3 days to film. Otherwise, this huge suitcase wouldn't have been enough for Chen Yi to carry. The next morning, Lu Yifei took Chen Yi and Chen Zixi straight to the film set, where they met the director and producer. Their enthusiasm overwhelmed Chen Yi. However, the crew quickly got into work mode. The first scene of the day was Chen Zixi's, and Chen Yi watched his daughter preparing on set with some nervousness. Why do you look a little nervous? Lu Yifei noticed Chen Yi's expression and teased, anyone who didn't know better would think you were filming a movie. Yifei, what if Zixi doesn't act well and gets scolded by the director? Should I hit her or talk her? What does this mean? Who were they targeting? The director? Lu Yifei rolled her eyes at him. Although Zixi is young, she has a lot of acting talent, and the role in this play is not difficult, so there will definitely be no problem. Just shut up your wild thoughts. Chen Yi nodded non-committally, his eyes fixed on his daughter's figure on the set. At that moment, the director yelled action, and the first take officially began. Chen Yi, who was initially worried that his daughter might be nervous or uncomfortable, was surprised to find that Chen Zixi's expression was natural, her lines were delivered fluently, and her overall performance was exceptionally steady. How about that? I told you Zixi is very talented, right? She acted really well. Lu Yifei was also overjoyed to see Chen Zixi's performance. The elderly father, Chen Yi, finally felt relieved. Actually, the reason why Chen Zixi performed so well was not only due to her personal talent, but also because Lu Yifei had sent the script to Chen Yi before she came, and Chen Yi had been helping Chen Zixi with acting and rehearsals at home some time ago. Otherwise, even if Chen Zixi were a genius, she wouldn't have been able to pass the test in one go. After the first shot was filmed, the director praised Chen Zixi a lot, making the little girl blush. Chen Yi leaned closer to Lu Yifei and whispered, "This director seems like a nice guy. I'll treat him to a meal sometime." Lu Yifei was speechless. Who was it that was hitting and cursing just now? The day passed quickly, and it was almost evening when Chen Yi carried the exhausted Chen Zixi back to the hotel. The father and daughter ate dinner in their hotel room. Lu Yifei had originally planned to treat them to a big meal at the same private restaurant they had visited before, but Chen Zixi was too tired, so Chen Yi declined. After dinner, Chen Yi fetched hot water and soaked Chen Zixi's little feet in it, gently massaging them with his hands. "Zixi, Daddy will be going to the film set to film in a few days. Do you want to come with Daddy, or should Daddy find someone to take care of you and you can go to kindergarten as usual?" Zixi will follow her father. "Wherever her father goes, I will be there too," Chen Zixi's childish voice said firmly. "My dear daughter, it will be very tiring for you to accompany Daddy to the film set every day, like today, where you have to stay all day long. Can you handle it?" "Dad, Zixi can do it. In fact, Zixi really enjoys being on set. She learns so much there. Today, lots of uncles and aunties were teaching Zixi how to act better. So, Dad, please let Zixi stay with you." "Okay," Chen Yi said with a smile, gently rubbing Chen Zixi's nose with his wet fingers. "Then Zixi will be Daddy's little assistant from now on. Daddy, the foot bath water got into my mouth. Ha ha ha." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Zixi has finished all her scenes in this drama. In the afternoon, the director, actors, and staff of the crew held a simple farewell party for Chen Yi and his daughter. When saying goodbye, everyone's face was filled with reluctance. After all, these 3 days, morning tea, noon tea, afternoon tea, Chen Yi arranged everything meticulously for the entire crew, leaving no one out. After saying goodbye to Liu Yifei, Chen Yi and Chen Zixi flew back to Shanghai that very night. Shanghai Art Academy. The green trees lining the campus path swayed gently in the breeze. 3 strikingly beautiful female students walked side by side along the path. One of them, a girl in a red dress, skipped and hopped as she walked, looking very happy. Xiaoxiu, let me tell you, the director from Magic Cube Entertainment was very satisfied with my and Xiaoxiu's performance. Maybe Xiao Xiao and I can even get the roles of Chen Meijia and Hu Yifei. Before the girl named Xiaoxiu could answer, Lin Xiao Xiao spoke up. Jiakai, don't be too optimistic. I heard that the school leaders went to great lengths to invite Magic Cube Entertainment to audition for actors at our school. If they're just here to make a show of it, then we've been happy for nothing. Hee, I have a feeling we'll be chosen, it's a woman's intuition. Lin Xiao Xiao smiled silently. In fact, she was quite confident about this audition, not only because of her woman's intuition, but also because she had clearly caught the look of surprise in the director's eyes. Xiaoxiu, why haven't you said anything? You seem to have something on your mind. Li Jiakai moved to stand in front of Zhou Shui, staring at her with her big eyes. Yes, Xiaoxiu, I noticed something was off with you starting yesterday. We had agreed to have an interview together today, but you said you weren't going. What happened? Tell us, Jiakai and I will definitely help you. Lin Xiao Xiao stepped forward and put her arm around Zhou Shui's shoulder, asking softly. Xiao Xiao, Jiakai. Zhou Shui lowered her head slightly, a hint of sadness etched on her brow, and sighed softly as she spoke slowly. I found a job online, as a personal assistant to a little girl, so I won't be acting for a long time. Personal assistant. Li Jiakai and Lin Xiao Xiao were shocked, and at the same time, they were extremely puzzled by Zhou Shui's behavior. Xiaoxiu, why? You're so beautiful and have such great acting skills, why would you give up a perfectly good acting career to become a personal assistant? Zhou Shui raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and loneliness, and said softly, my sister called me yesterday and said that my dad's old illness had flared up and he had been hospitalized for many days. But now the family is out of money, and my mom has tried to borrow money everywhere but hasn't been able to, so, my sister had no choice but to call me without telling my mom. Zhou Shui looked at Li Jiakai and Lin Xiao Xiao with envy in her eyes. I really want to go to the audition with you guys, but I really don't have time to wait for an uncertain result. I urgently need money right now. Yesterday, I spoke with my employer on the phone, and he agreed to the high salary I asked for and also agreed to give me 3 months' salary in advance. But that's on the condition that I pass the interview this afternoon. Upon hearing Zhou Shui's words, Li Jiakai and Lin Xiao Xiao both fell silent. Neither of them were from wealthy families, and even if they could help financially, they couldn't offer too much. Xiaoxiu, then Xiao Xiao and I will go with you this afternoon. Li Jiakai knew that she couldn't really help Zhou Shui with this matter, and she felt very sad. No need, I can go alone. If there are too many people, I'm afraid the employer will be unhappy, and it would be bad if it affected the interview. Li Jiakai and Lin Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance, then nodded helplessly. Well, okay then. 2 p.m. Zhou Shui changed into a presentable outfit and, following the address given over the phone, took a taxi to a remote coffee shop. When she reached the door, Zhou Shui made a phone call to her employer while glancing into the coffee shop. At that moment, a man in a seat in the coffee shop stood up, waved his phone while on the line, and beckoned her over. Zhou Shui paused slightly. This person is wearing a mask and sunglasses inside the house, something's not right. But since she was already there, and she wasn't going to give up this high-paying job easily, she gritted her teeth and walked towards the man. The person who frightened the little girl was none other than Chen Yi. It's been several days since Chen Zixi returned from filming, and none of the job postings he made have received any applications. He was even planning to ask Li Donghai for help, but unexpectedly, he received a call yesterday for an interview. Although he had learned a basic understanding of the other party from the phone call and was quite satisfied, he still wanted to talk to him in person to see what kind of person he was. Chen Yi was still surprised when he saw Zhou Shui in person. The little girl was extremely beautiful, with skin as white as snow, which shimmered with a lustrous glow under the light. Her eyes were clear and bright, and beneath her high nose bridge, her cherry lips were naturally red, exuding a unique sweetness and gentleness. You must be Zhou Shui. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Please have a seat. Hello, I'm Zhou Shui. What would you like to drink? Thank you, but no need. Seeing that Zhou Shui seemed somewhat wary of him, Chen Yi quickly realized the reason, but he didn't explain. Zhou Shui, although we've chatted a bit on the phone, could you please introduce yourself again in person? Okay, Zhou Shui nodded and said softly, my name is Zhou Shui, I'm 21 years old, and I'm a third-year student in the Performing Arts Department of Yanjing Art Academy. I chose this job because I urgently needed money due to family reasons. Chen Yi didn't press Zhou Shui for details, as it was a matter of personal privacy. He also didn't feel sorry for her or pity her, since working with him was far better than directly entering the entertainment industry. You said on the phone that you have experience taking care of children, could you elaborate? I have a younger sister who is 5 years younger than me. My parents have been busy since she was little, so I have been the one taking care of her. So don't worry, I'm quite good at taking care of children. Chen Yi then asked Zhou Shui some other questions, such as whether she could cook and what talents she had. He was very satisfied with Zhou Shui's answers, and thus made a decision. Zhou Shui, I'm very satisfied with you. If you accept this job, the salary will be 20,000 yuan per month as you mentioned, no problem. I will also give you an advance of 3 months' salary. Now, is there anything you need to know? Zhou Shui hesitated for a moment, looked Chen Yi up and down through his sunglasses and mask, and then parted her lips slightly. I wonder what you do for a living. And is my job to come here every day to help take care of the children? Hee, did I scare you with my appearance? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. A soft laugh came from under Chen Yi's mask. I'm somewhat famous in the entertainment industry, I'm a celebrity, and I dress like this to avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. Star? Zhou Shui looked at Chen Yi in surprise, scrutinizing him closely, trying to identify which celebrity he was. You don't need to guess. If you accept this job, I'll naturally tell you, Chen Yi said with a smile. I hired an assistant so that my daughter could be looked after while I'm filming. So, you don't need to come over regularly. I'll let you know in advance if I'm too busy. Well, no matter how many times you come, you will be paid monthly. However, I need you to promise me one thing, unless there are special circumstances, you cannot be delayed from taking care of the child for any reason. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui no longer hesitated, stood up, and bowed slightly to Chen Yi. Okay, I'll take this job. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. Through chatting, she could tell that the man on the other end was a very young person, and that he was a celebrity and a public figure, so she didn't have to worry about him being a scammer. Now all she has left is curiosity, wondering which celebrity's face is behind the mask. Let's go. I'll take you to my house to get acquainted with the place and to meet my daughter. Next time I call you, you can just take a taxi to my house. Oh right, keep the taxi receipt. I'll reimburse you. Chen Yi got up and walked towards the parking lot outside. Oh okay, Zhou Shui quickly followed. What a beautiful car. Zhou Shui sighed inwardly as she followed Chen Yi into the car and sat in the passenger seat. At this moment, Chen Yi turned to look at Zhou Shui, removing his sunglasses and mask as he smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yi, and I'm an idol star. Chen Yi, you are Chen Yi. Zhou Shui stared at the handsome face so close to her, her words slurred, completely dumbfounded. Who is Chen Yi? He is currently one of the most popular celebrities in the entertainment industry, with unparalleled talent, and is the male god in the hearts of countless women. And now he's actually become his employer. Does that mean the children he needs to take care of are? The child you asked me to look after, is it? Zixi. Zhou Shui's speech was no longer as poised as before, she had become a stutterer. Yes, that's my daughter Zixi. I hope you'll take good care of her in the future, Chen Yi said with a smile, extending his hand to Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui's face flushed instantly. She reached out and gently shook hands with Chen Yi. Don't worry, Teacher Chen, I will definitely take good care of Zixi. From now on, call me Brother Chen Yi. Calling me teacher feels too awkward. Okay, Chen Yi, brother. Inside the female dormitory suite of Shanghai Art Academy, 2 surprised screams rang out, startling Zhou Shui who had just opened the door. Xiaoxiu, you're back. Li Jiakai excitedly ran over and grabbed Zhou Shui's arm. Let me tell you, just now, Magic Cube Entertainment called both Xiao Xiao and me, asking us to come to their company for a second audition tomorrow. They said if everything goes well, we can sign the performance contract on the spot. That's great. Congratulations. Zhou Shui, beaming with joy, joined Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao in cheering inside the house. After the initial excitement, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something, grabbed Zhou Shui's hand, and asked, by the way, Xiaoxiu, how did your interview go? That job, are you really going to take it? Yes, how is it going? What's the situation with the person who hired you? Li Jiakai asked from the side. It's confirmed. A faint blush began to rise on Zhou Shui's cheeks as she softly said, the employer is a very good person. Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other in bewilderment. Xiaoxiu's expression. Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. The 2 men stood up and walked to Zhou Shui's left and right, each grabbing one of her arms. Tell us quickly and in detail, or we might get physical. Okay, I'll talk to you. Let go of me and sit properly. Seeing the two of them sitting up like obedient children, Zhou Shui began to recount her interview with Chen Yi that day. Chen Yi, the employer is Chen Yi. Two even more piercing screams rang out, shaking the glass. Zhou Shui quickly covered their mouths. Keep your voices down. Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao pried Zhou Shui's hands off, excitedly asking, you mean Chen Yi hired you as his daughter's nanny? And you just went to his house together? And you even saw Chen Zixi? Faced with her friend's three questions, Zhou Shui nodded slightly, but then she noticed Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao take another deep breath, as if they were about to let out an even more terrifying scream than before. She quickly pounced on them again and covered their mouths. You guys need to calm down. It took Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao a while to accept the fact that their friend had gone out for a simple interview for a nanny job, only to find out that the employer was actually the superstar Chen Yi, and that they had been hired in the end. Hee, Xiaoxiu, could you ask Chen Yi if he needs a nanny? The kind that doesn't cost money, or you could tell him they're having a buy one, get two free promotion. They had initially felt sympathy and pity for Zhou Shui, but unexpectedly, they now felt like they were soaking in a vat of vinegar, so sour. Evening. Zhou Shui received a text message notification from Chen Yi about 60,000 yuan. She clutched her phone tightly, burying her gratitude deep in her heart, and secretly resolved to take good care of Zixi in the future to repay Chen Yi for his help. A few days later, Chen Yi lay on the bed, flipping through a hardcover comic book in his hand. The material is pretty good, and the colors and printing are also quite nice. This copy of Dragon Ball was brought by Li Donghei when he came to discuss the promotion of the comic. The reason Chen Yi chose Dragon Ball was to launch Magic Cube Comics into the comic book industry. It was because of its terrifying ability to generate revenue that, in its previous life, by 2024, a total of 420 million copies had been sold worldwide, and that doesn't even include the number of pirated copies. Furthermore, it is the most adapted comic book in the world into video games, earning it a place in the Guinness World Records. It has also been adapted into animation, movies, and other forms, with the animated version airing in over 80 countries. Its peripheral products are also very popular, and in terms of models, it even surpasses Gundam to become Bandai's most profitable peripheral product. For a time, Dragon Ball was considered the world's most popular manga due to its massive fan base in various countries. It'll be available nationwide in a week. I need to come up with a good marketing idea, Chen Yi thought as he played with the device, his mind racing. Hey, I've got it. Chen Yi quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey Xiaoxiu, could you come over to my house tomorrow? I need your help with something. No rush, just arrive before 10 o'clock. The next day, Saturday. Chen Zixi doesn't have to go to kindergarten today, she's currently sitting in the living room playing with her toys. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It must be Aunt Xiaoxiu. Dad, I'll go open the door. Chen Zixi immediately got up, called out to Chen Yi's study, and then ran quickly to the door. Ever since she met Zhou Shui once, she had developed a strong liking for this beautiful aunt. Auntie Xiaoxiu, you're here. Please come in. Thank you, Zixi. Zhou Shui smiled and took the slippers Chen Zixi took from the shoe rack, then ruffled her hair. Where's your dad? Dad was in the study just now, but I don't know where he is now. He's been acting strangely today, wandering around the different rooms. I don't know what he's up to. As Chen Zixi pulled Zhou Shui's hand toward the living room, she complained about Chen Yi's strange behavior. Just then, Chen Yi came out of the study and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Shui, as if he had found a savior. Xiao Shui, you're here. Come and give me some advice. Zhou Shui greeted Chen Yi first, and then, seeing that he seemed to need her help with something important, she quickly perked up and said, Okay, brother Chen Yi, what can I do for you? Here's the thing, I want to add a book to my photos, but I don't want it to look too deliberate. Can you help me think of a pose? I searched the whole house this morning but couldn't find a suitable place to take pictures. Zhou Shui. She spent the whole night thinking about what kind of help Chen Yi could get her to do, and her good friends Li Jiakai and Lin Xiaoxiao also helped to give her advice. As a result, none of the three people guessed the correct answer to a single question. However, Zhou Shui quickly adjusted her emotions and began to help Chen Yi think things through seriously. Chen Yi watched her expectantly from the side, placing all his hopes on Zhou Shui, because he realized that he really had no talent when it came to posing for photos. Zhou Shui did not disappoint Chen Yi's expectations, and after a moment's thought, she provided a detailed plan for the staged photo shoot. Chen Yi was overjoyed after hearing this and kept praising himself for finding the right person, making Zhou Shui blush with pride. Chen Yi quickly went into the bedroom, took out the Dragon Ball comic book, and handed it to Zhou Shui. Let's start with the first one, Morning Light Reader. Okay. Zhou Shui took the book and prepared to help Chen Yi pose for photos, but when she glanced at the cover of the book, she was stunned. Brother Chen, wait a minute, Zhou Shui quickly called out to Chen Yi, stammering, what you want to pose for is this comic book. Yeah, is there a problem? Chen Yi looked at Zhou Shui with a puzzled expression. But my plan was based on literary books, it doesn't match this comic. Zhou Shui looked at Chen Yi with a wronged expression. It's okay, I think it's great. We don't need to worry about what kind of book it is, let's just film it like this. Chen Yi didn't take Zhou Shui's comments about the incongruities seriously at all. Seeing Chen Yi's resolute attitude, Zhou Shui stopped talking and began to take photos for him seriously. Zhou Shui created a series for Chen Yi, the first photo of which was titled Morning Light Reader. Chen Yi sat sideways on the windowsill of the French windows, one leg slightly bent and resting on the surface. The morning light filtered through the white gauze curtains, creating a soft glow, while Chen Yi was intently reading a book. The light of dawn gently illuminates his bright eyes. Leaning against the window, he unfolds a scroll, his shadow forming a chapter. Zhou Shui sighed inwardly, what a picturesque scene. But when her gaze fell on the book cover, her brows furrowed, and she almost couldn't control a strong urge to exchange the book. The book cover in the photo is facing the camera, with 3 large characters written on it: 7, Dragon, Pearl. Despite her intense discomfort, Zhou Shui handed the camera to Chen Yi, who nodded in satisfaction and gave her a thumbs up. I'm glad you like it, Zhou Shui replied with a wry smile. The second photo is titled Music, Literature, Symphony. Chen Yi lightly pressed a key with one hand at the piano, glancing back at the table. On the music stand stood Dragon Ball, and the sheet music was tucked inside this Dragon Ball book. The third photo is titled The Sofa Philosophy Moment. Chen Yi sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, leaning back and laughing heartily. The pages of his book were open and rested on his knees, which were covered by a blanket. However, what he saw in the open pages was a gorilla roaring at the full moon, followed by sections on kitchen inspiration, secret base in the study, and fashionable reading in the dressing room. Zhou Shui worked for more than an hour and finally completed the important task that Chen Yi had given her. To express his gratitude to Zhou Shui for her timely help, Chen Yi specially prepared a table full of his signature dishes for lunch, which Chen Zixi thoroughly enjoyed. At first, Zhou Shui was too embarrassed to stay for dinner, but after being warmly invited by Chen Yi and Chen Zixi, she stayed with great excitement. When she tasted Chen Yi's cooking, she was immediately amazed. She had thought it was just for the show when she saw Chen Yi cooking on variety shows before, but she never expected that his cooking skills were really amazing. However, Zhou Shui did not forget her responsibilities. During the meal, she would carefully pick out the freshest vegetables or meats and put them into Chen Zixi's bowl. When soup splashed on Chen Zixi's lips, she would also carefully wipe it off. After lunch, Zhou Shui volunteered to wash the dishes. This time, Chen Yi did not refuse, but he did not sit idle either. Instead, he started preparing fruit for the meal. In the afternoon, the soft sunlight, like a golden veil, poured down warmly. Zhou Shui and Chen Zixi sat side by side on the comfortable sofa, eating fruit and playing animal chess on the coffee table. Chen Yi, huddled in a corner of the sofa, was editing a message on his phone. Weekends are perfect for reading. With just that one sentence, he uploaded all the photos he had taken that day. Click to send. Dragon Ball's publicity, all done. Saturday, October 10th, sunny. Today was another lively and exciting day for the entertainment industry, with fans of various celebrities, as always, checking in and promoting their idols. The trending topics also fluctuated. October New Song Chart #2 Kings and 1 Queen, the battle is fierce and the situation is close. Chen Long and Xu Jing's Crystal Love grosses over 100 million yuan on its opening day. Zhang Yi's film Jianyu is scheduled for release during the winter break. Stay tuned. Netizens' feedback on the opening day box office of Crystal Love. Chen Yi's cameo performance accounts for half the success. Official announcement from Three Kingdoms Song Contest selection of singers and songwriters begins. Just as major entertainment companies were vying for the top spot on the trending topics list, a new trending topic suddenly surged onto the list with lightning speed and snatched the number 1 position. The celebrities, fans, and entertainment companies were all taken aback. After taking a closer look, they were all speechless. So all that money, manpower, resources, and effort we put into promoting this is just to get a spot on the trending topics list? But now, Chen Yi's few posed photos have gone viral and even ranked number 1? What about saving face? Don't we all care about saving face? Or is this trending topic list really created by you, Chen Yi? A luxury hotel lobby in Hong Kong. A celebration party is being held here to mark the film Crystal Love as it grossed over 100 million yuan on its opening day. Brother Chen Long, look at these photos of Chen Yi, they're so interesting. Xu Jing, wearing a long dress, held her phone and giggled. Is that so? Chen Long took the phone and glanced at it, then couldn't help but smile. Is Chen Yi promoting this comic book? This idea is really interesting. It's deliberate yet natural. Yeah, even someone like me who doesn't read comics can't help but want to buy a copy and take a look. Su Bing, Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Hua Ruoxiu, Wang Xiaoxian, and other people Chen Yi knew all burst into laughter upon seeing the message. Even the humorous Su Bing left a comment below jokingly. Wow, What book is our brilliant student reading? So studious. Oh, it's a comic book. This caused netizens to burst into laughter. Haha, yeah, what literary work are you reading? Dragon Ball? I don't think I've heard of it. Who wrote it? Ah, haha, this is hilarious. Chen Yi, if you're going to advertise, fine, but just say so. Why can't we sell it? It's just this Dragon Ball book, right? I'm going to buy it right now, okay? Haha, no need to go upstairs. I just went to all the bookstores around here, and they don't have this comic book. I also couldn't find any information about it online. It's unbelievable. Me too, I just went to the bookstore and they all said they didn't have this comic book. What the heck? Chen Yi is promoting a comic book that's impossible to buy? That can't be right. Not long after Chen Yi's message topped the trending search list, another hashtag quickly entered the list. Hashtag seeking a large sum of money to buy a copy of Dragon Ball. Hashtag where can I buy Dragon Ball? Chen Yi chuckled and turned off his phone, ignoring the numerous messages on Fitian asking where to buy Dragon Ball. He was prepared to let the bullets fly a little longer. Zhou Shui, who had spent the afternoon playing with Chen Zixi, was ready to go home, and Chen Yi got up to see her off. Xiaoxiu, I'll be joining a film crew at the end of this month, and it might be in another city. Zixi will be coming with me, so you should get ready and communicate with the school. Don't worry, brother Chen Yi, I've already applied to the school for an off-campus internship, and I can leave the school at any time. Okay, that's good. 2 days later, just as everyone was getting excited about the new Dragon Ball book, an announcement from Magic Cube Entertainment suddenly went viral online. The comic book Dragon Ball, created by Magic Cube Comics, will be available in bookstores nationwide in 3 days. Stay tuned. Okay, so the employer is here? That makes sense. Chen Yi took on the movie for Magic Cube Films, so it's reasonable for him to help promote their comics now. Once this information was released, netizens analyzed various possible reasons. However, this Dragon Ball book certainly piqued their curiosity. It's worth noting that since Chen Yi became famous, he hasn't accepted any endorsements or advertisements. It's not that he hasn't received any, businesses have offered him large sums of money, but Chen Yi hasn't accepted a single one. That's all. Whether they are comic book enthusiasts or the general public, everyone is eagerly anticipating the release of Dragon Ball in 3 days. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. A luxury sports car was driving down the road, with 2 beautiful sisters inside. The older sister, in her early 20s, was driving, while the younger sister, around 10 years old, sat in the back. They appeared to be arguing. Sis, can you hurry up? We don't want the Dragon Balls to be gone again when we get there. The little girl pouted and complained, you're such a big girl and you still sleep in. If it weren't for you, would we have to go to other bookstores to buy books? Hua Ruyu, that's enough. If you keep dawdling, believe me, I'll buy a copy myself in a bit. I won't care about yours, and you won't be able to read mine either. TCH, I have money, I'll buy it myself, okay. The two bickering were none other than the Hua Ruoxiu sisters. They had planned yesterday to go buy Dragon Ball together today, since it was the day it went on sale. However, Hua Ruoxiu stayed up too late and didn't get up in the morning. When the two of them arrived at the bookstore, it was already sold out. Fortunately, the owner told her that there was a larger bookstore a few kilometers away, and they should still be able to buy it if they went there now. The two dared not delay and immediately drove off. A few minutes later, we've arrived. Put your mask on properly, and we'll get off the bus, Hua Ruoxiu instructed her younger sister. Okay, let's go. The two hurried into the bookstore, but were stunned to find a long, S-shaped queue already formed inside. They then saw a sweating bookstore employee directing the flow of customers. Everyone, line up, don't push, close the door, don't let anyone else in. Limited stock available. 1 copy per person. Listen up, 1 copy per person. Xiaoqian, where the boss is? Quickly tell him to contact the publisher and order another 3,000 copies of Dragon Ball. Hua Ruoxiu, is this for real? Is this comic book really that popular? Or is it just that Chen Yi's influence is too strong? After queuing for about half an hour, just when the stock was about to sell out, it was finally the Hua Yuxue sisters' turn. They paid smoothly and got their comics as they wished. On the way back, Hua Ruyu held the Dragon Balls in her arms and couldn't wait to start reading it in the car. Looking at her younger sister's focused reading in the rearview mirror, Hua Ruoxiu teased, anyone who didn't know better would think you're a huge student. What? Reading comics doesn't count as studying? Look at Chen Yi, such a talented person, he reads comics too. Hua Ruyu retorted without even looking up, leaving Hua Ruoxiu speechless and rolling her eyes. Your brother Chen Yi was doing publicity. You know what publicity is. Dragon Ball is incredibly popular, especially in China. Anyone who doesn't talk about Dragon Ball at work feels out of touch with the times. One reason for this is the nationwide success of Dragon Ball, which even led to queues outside bookstores disrupting traffic. On the other hand, both mainstream media and independent media are seizing the opportunity presented by the popularity of Dragon Ball, which has led to the topic of Dragon Ball becoming increasingly popular and trending. Of course, the main reason is the quality of the manga Dragon Ball itself. Very few people who have read it have a bad opinion of it. You have to understand that in the comic book industry of Xia country, high-quality comics are scarce, and they even need to be imported from Japan. Now that such an awesome domestic comic has appeared, it's bound to be hyped up. Comic book enthusiasts across the entire Xia kingdom were celebrating like it was New Year's Day, constantly promoting the Dragon Ball manga online. However, unlike ordinary netizens, they also focused on promoting one person in particular. That's Psy, the creator of Dragon Ball. They called Psy the light of the comics industry in China, and he is undoubtedly the #1 comic artist in the country. The name Psy appeared in front of the media and the public for the first time, but Magic Cube Entertainment politely declined all interview requests from radio stations, newspapers, and magazines. Later, these media outlets learned from inside Magic Cube Entertainment that this comic book master had never appeared in the company, and apart from the general manager, no one had ever seen him. In no time, the mystery of Psy spread across the internet. Dragon Ball has been available for 10 days. That day, Chen Yi suddenly received a call from Li Donghai, who was reporting on the sales of Dragon Ball. Boss, Dragon Ball has sold 40 million copies nationwide. The second batch of 40 million copies is also more than half printed and is being continuously released into the market. It is estimated that all copies will be sold out by the middle of next month. As for whether to start printing a third batch, it depends on the market sale situation. Because we previously signed a tiered sales revenue sharing agreement with the 3 major publishers, according to the contract, our sales of 80 million copies would be subject to the maximum 40% revenue sharing. Therefore, the first phase of sales for Dragon Ball is 80 million *20 yuan *40% equals 640 million yuan. After deducting 20% tax, the final net income will be 512 million yuan. Chen Yi was also very satisfied with this result. Brother Li, when will the content for the second season of Dragon Ball be completed? Boss, the second episode is finished. My plan is to release one episode every month, so that the market has time to digest it. In addition, the English, Sakura language and Korean versions of the first season of Dragon Ball have been completed. We are currently in contact with overseas publishers. Once everything is settled, we will open up the overseas market. By the way, boss, because of Dragon Ball, our Magic Cube Comics is now a well-known company in the comics industry, and many artists have been contacting us. We've recently added over 20 new artists. What do you think we should do with them? Also, should we continue recruiting? Upon hearing Li Donghai's question, Chen Yi gave the instructions without any hesitation. Keep recruiting, the more artists the better. Also, I'll send you the fairy tales I wrote earlier later. You can compile the short stories together, and produce the novellas separately. Make them all into illustrated storybooks, and all of these stories will use the same prefix plus story title structure. Let's use the same prefix for the title, like Zixie's Bedtime Stories, 1001 Nights series, and leave those to the newcomers. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi began packing his luggage and clothes, because he was going to fly to Yanjing Film and Television City the next day to start filming Hail the Judge. On the other side, Zhou Shue's dormitory. Xiaoxiu, what are you packing your luggage for? Li Jiakai saw Zhou Shue take out her suitcase and start packing clothes into it, and wondered what she was doing. Lin Xiaoxiao also came over, looking at Zhou Shue with a puzzled expression. Oh, I'm going to Yanjing with brother Chen Yi and Zixi tomorrow. It'll probably take about 2 months, so bring a lot of clothes, Zhou Shue replied casually as she continued packing clothes. After a while, Zhou Shue noticed something was wrong. The dormitory suddenly became unusually quiet, and the only sound in the room was the sound of her packing her luggage. Where are Jiakai and Xiao Xiao? She quickly turned around and her gaze met 2 faces with eyes blazing with jealousy. You said you're going on a business trip with Chen Yi? Li Jiakai said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. No, it's not just the 2 of us, there's also Zixi. At this moment, Lin Xiao Xiao pressed her face close to his and said in a sinister tone, Are you 2 going to stay together for another 2 months? Yes, brother Chen Yi will be filming for 2 months, and I'm going to take care of Zixi, Zhou Shue explained timidly. Oh, I see. Hee, Xiaoxiu, why didn't you say so sooner? Why are you sitting on the ground? It's so cold there. Get up. Looking at her 2 best friends who seemed to be masters of changing faces, Zhou Shue was utterly speechless and rolled her eyes at them fiercely. Come over here and help fold the clothes. Okay, got it. The next day, Yanjing International Airport. Zhou Shue held Chen Zixi's hand, and the 2 walked ahead chatting and laughing, followed by Chen Yi, pushing 2 large suitcases, one his own and one Zhou Shue's. Brother Chen Yi, how about I push the luggage? You can hold Zixi's hand? This was the third time Zhou Shui had turned around. As a personal assistant and nanny, she felt really bad about letting her employer push her luggage. "It's alright, Xiaoxiu. Just take good care of Zixi. Besides, if I let a young girl like you push the luggage, it'll attract a lot of attention. If our identities are exposed, that would be terrible. Xiaoxiu, I'm not bragging, but if I took off my sunglasses and mask right now, do you believe this airport would immediately descend into chaos? Sigh. There's nothing I can do, my charm is just too great," Chen Yi said with a look of melancholy. Zhou Shui forced a smile of agreement, but inwardly she was thinking, "Brother, what you said is true, but isn't it a bit too narcissistic to just say it like that?" The three found the car that was picking him up at the airport entrance. It was a car sent by Magic Cube Films specifically to serve Chen Yi, and it was considered his personal car during filming. Soon, the car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel not far from the film studio. After arranging a time for the driver to pick him up the next day, Chen Yi took his daughter and Zhou Shui into the hotel. The rooms were 2 adjacent luxury suites, but Zhou Shui was so frightened when she entered that she quickly retreated and went to find Chen Yi next door, wanting to change to a more ordinary room. But Chen Yi was not short of money. He told Zhou Shui that these were all employee benefits and that she could stay there without worry. Just as Zhou Shui was still feeling uneasy, the doorbell rang. "Chen Zixi, dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, my score is too low, please give me a good review, thank you." When Chen Yi opened the door, he was surprised to see Lu Jinwen. "Brother, what brings you here? Please come in. Isn't this just to test my skills with you? This is the first time I've seen your nonsensical style, so I'm a little unsure of myself." Lu Jinwen walked in, and when he saw Zhou Shui in the room, his expression froze. "Brother, who is this?" "Oh, her name is Zhou Shui, you can just call her Xiao Shui, she's personal assistant." At this moment, Zhou Shui also quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Personal assistant? Such a beautiful personal assistant?" Lu Jinwen glanced between Zhou Shui and Chen Yi, and just as a faint blush appeared on Zhou Shui's pretty face, he chuckled and said, "Hello Xiaoxiu, from now on you can call me Brother Lu, just like Chen Yi does." "Hello, Brother Lu." Chen Yi, oblivious to the change in their expressions, pulled Lu Jinwen toward the sofa. "Brother, come on, let me explain my nonsensical style to you." Seeing Chen Yi and Lu Jinwen talking about work, Zhou Shui didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she took Chen Zixi to her room and read storybooks with her. The next day, Chen Yi brought Zhou Shui and Chen Zixi to the film set of Hail the Judge in the film studio. Chen Yi arranged for Magic Cube Films to issue passes to Zhou Shui and Chen Zixi, allowing them to watch Chen Yi filming on set and enjoy the scenery at the film city. Chen Yi also told Zhou Shui that if Zixi got tired, she should have the driver take them back to the hotel to rest. Zhou Shui nodded obediently to the side, took Chen Zixi's little hand and said, "Brother Chen Yi, don't worry, I will take good care of Zixi." After giving his daughter a few more instructions, Chen Yi headed towards where the film crew was gathered. At this moment, director Lu Jinwen and a group of actors were chatting enthusiastically, discussing how to perform in a nonsensical style. When everyone saw Chen Yi arrive, whether they had met him before and were familiar with him, or were meeting him for the first time and only knew his name, they all warmly surrounded him and greeted him one after another. Chen Yi quickly responded modestly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, director Lu Jinwen clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Chen Yi, I just had a brief chat with some veteran actors, and I found that none of them have a clear concept of this kind of nonsensical performance style. They're not quite sure how to act it out. Why don't you explain it to them now, so that they can have a better understanding?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi did not refuse. He walked to the center of the venue, cleared his throat, and began to explain to everyone what the nonsensical comedy style was. "Dear teachers, the biggest characteristic of nonsensical comedy is that it does not follow conventional logic and breaks the narrative and performance style that we are used to. For example, the plot can be very unconventional. For instance, in Hail the Judge, a child spits at Bao Long Xing, but the amount of spit is enough to fill a basin. Another example is when Bao Long Xing attends a wedding, the groom keeps coughing, and eventually coughs up his liver. There are many illogical things like this in the show, and this kind of style is called nonsensical. Next, let's talk about the performance. Actors in the nonsensical style need to exaggerate their movements, not be subtle, and their expressions also need to be unrestrained. Stare, grin, wink, the more absurd it is, the more nonsensical it is. As everyone listened, they all frowned slightly, seemingly trying to digest this novel concept. However, their expressions revealed that they still found it somewhat abstract and difficult to grasp. Chen Yi knew in his heart that simply talking about theory was not enough, he also needed to demonstrate it in practice. So Chen Yi looked around and his gaze fell on Wu Wei. As his golden partner, Chen Yi also wanted to examine him. "Teacher Wu Wei, how about we team up and give a demonstration based on a scene from our movie Hail the Judge? That way, everyone can probably understand what nonsensical humor is more intuitively." When Wu Wei heard Chen Yi suddenly speak to him and offer to demonstrate for everyone, he froze on the spot. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and readily agreed. At this point, Chen Yi did not rush to demonstrate. He turned to Lu Jinwen and said, "Director Lu, let's proceed according to the normal procedure. However, we can just shoot the first scene with Teacher Wu." "Okay, no problem." Lu Jinwen led everyone to an open space not far away, where several tables were set up, and various auspicious items were neatly arranged on the tables. Lu Jinwen was the first to walk to the offering table, straightened his clothes, picked up a bundle of incense with both hands, and respectfully bowed 3 times in the direction of the sky and the earth, silently praying for a smooth filming process and for the movie to be a great success. After offering incense, Lu Jinwen took out a camera covered with a red cloth. He invited the main actors to stand in front of the camera and hold a corner of the red cloth together. As everyone chanted 1, 2, 3 in unison, and then pulled hard, the red cloth slid off. Lu Jinwen faced everyone again, arms outstretched. "Now, I hereby announce that filming for Hail the Judge has officially begun." As soon as he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Because the most frequent scenes in this drama are set in government offices, the early scenes were all filmed there. Chen Yi found a scene with only him and Wu Wei, explained it to Wu Wei in detail, and then the two went to change clothes and prepare. This is an indoor scene, set in the back hall of the Yamen government office, where rows of gleaming silver coins form a bed. Those who have read the script know that this is the silver that Fang Tangjing bribed Bao Longxing after Chang Wei was arrested. At this moment, all the equipment was ready, and the other actors were standing outside the door, ready to watch the performance brought by Chen Yi and Wu Da. Zhou Shui and Chen Zixi could also be seen in the crowd. At this moment, Chen Yi came out after changing his clothes, but his appearance caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Modern, sophisticated women usually wear a cute sleeping cap when they sleep to prevent hair loss or a cold for it at night. But Chen Yi's current look, wearing a white undershirt like an ancient person, is perfectly normal, but the pink bow on his head that's bigger than his head is just hilarious. Did bows exist in ancient times? Yes. But do men wear them, or even wear them on their own heads? That's absolutely impossible, unless you're mentally ill. So this is what it means to break free from conventional thinking? Many veteran actors could glean a certain charm from Chen Yi's simple attire. At this moment, Chen Yi was already lying on a bed piled high with silver. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinwen immediately shouted, "Scene 43, Shot 1, Action." At this moment, a drumbeat came from the front hall, along with the shouts of majesty from the Yamen runners as they entered the court. Chen Yi sat up abruptly on the silver bed, repeatedly calling out the advisor's name, "Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh." Not seeing the advisor coming over, he got up to go look for him. Just then, the advisor, played by Wu Wei, rushed over. When Wu Wei came out from the back, everyone on set, from the actors who were learning and observing to the crew members, burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the entire crew. This caused Chen Yi and Wu De to be unable to continue their performance. Chen Yi looked at Lu Jinwen and found that he was even more exaggerated, laughing so hard that he fell onto the machine. Chen Yi and Wu Wei exchanged a glance, utterly speechless. It's just Wu Wei shirtless, covered in shower foam, and wearing the same red bow in his hair. Is it really that funny? However, when Chen Yi saw Wu De unconsciously rubbing his body with both hands, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Wu Wei was too similar to Uncle De from his previous life, too much like him. It took a while for the scene to calm down. Lu Jinwen wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and sat back down in the director's chair. "Okay, let's do it again. Scene 43, Shot 1, Action. You are capable, you are capable, you are capable. What is it, Uncle 13? While reciting his lines, Wu De took a bath in the foam. Some of the younger actors nearby quickly covered their mouths, afraid that they would laugh out loud and disturb the filming. However, if you listened carefully, you could still hear the plop-plop sounds. "Chen Yi, I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. What's all the noise outside?" Wu De, "Lord Chen returned early this morning." "Chen Yi, Lord Chen is back." Wu De, "Yes, he's the official magistrate, you're just a backup. Now that he's recovered, of course he'll preside over the court. Seeing how soundly you're sleeping, I didn't want to wake you. I also took a bath while I was at it." At this point, Chen Yi hurriedly ran outside, while Wu De called out Uncle 13 and chased after him. "Card. Very good." Lu Jinwen ran over excitedly, looked at the actors around him, and said, "As you can see, this is the nonsensical style. Although the plot, lines and costumes are exaggerated, the core of the characters still needs to be portrayed as in the main film. Next, we're about to start filming. Actors who have scenes today, hurry up and get your makeup done. Those who don't have scenes, don't leave today. Watch other people's performances and think carefully about how you should act." As soon as Lu Jinwen finished speaking, the entire production crew began to get to work. On the other side, when Chen Yi was resting after playing, Zhou Shui led Chen Zixi over as well. Hee hee, Daddy was so funny just now, wearing such a big bow. Chen Yi pulled Chen Zixi into his arms and tickled her armpits. Oh, you dare to make fun of your dad? I'll tickle you. Haha, it's so itchy. Zhou Shui watched the father and daughter playing around, a faint smile playing on her lips. She reached into her bag, took out a water bottle, and handed it to Chen Yi. Brother Chen Yi, have some water. Thank you, Xiaoxiu. Not far away, many actors glanced in their direction, and some acquaintances huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Who is that girl? I just heard from someone that she is Chen Zixi's personal assistant. Oh, really? But this girl is so pretty. After more than half an hour, all the actors were ready, and director Lu Jinwen was also seated in the director's chair. Scene 3, Shot 1, Action. Majestic. On both sides of the county government office, the Yamen runners beat the ground in unison with their batons. Bao Longsing, played by Chen Yi, walked up to the main seat of the county government office from the side and sat down, while the clerk, played by Wu De, stood to the side. Bao Longsing looked at Fang Tangjing below the stage and slammed his gavel. Kneel down now. Fang Tangjing, holding a paper fan, slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute and said arrogantly, I am Fang Tangjing, a former scholar who passed the imperial examination. According to custom, I am not required to kneel. Snap! Bao Longsing slammed the gavel again, angrily saying, You scoundrel Fang Tangjing, you specialize in helping the weak and oppressing the strong, and sending shit to those in need. At this moment, the clerk beside him quickly reminded him, Be careful, he might pass the imperial examination. We'll see what happens after we win. Bao Longsing continued, unconcerned, to be honest, I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Fang Tangjing was not angry. He smiled and cupped his hands. I have heard that you, sir, have a wide circle of friends, regardless of nationality or ethnicity. I have long wanted to learn from you how to call everyone Godfather. Bao Longsing, no need to be so polite, but my mother is indeed very hospitable. That's not right. The advisor hurriedly reminded him again, he's saying your mother is a prostitute. Bao Longsing flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Tangjing, Are you saying my mother is a prostitute? Ha! Fang Tangjing waved his hand dismissively and retorted, Then which eye of yours saw me delivering excrement to someone? Bao Longsing was speechless, and spread his hands, I was just describing your character. Fang Tangjing, I was merely describing Ling Xiaotang as a kind and gentle person. Bao Longsing turned to look at the advisor, speechless, and said, It's been a long time since I've called anyone Godfather. At first, the onlookers tried hard to hold back their laughter, but as Chen Yi's performance became more and more exaggerated, everyone could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, some even laughing until tears came out. There was no other way but to use the end machine again. After filming these two scenes, the actors, who were initially somewhat confused about the nonsensical style, gradually figured out some of the characteristics of this style amidst the laughter. A veteran actor, smiling, said thoughtfully to the person next to him, So this is what nonsensical comedy is like. It is indeed absurd, but the effect is really interesting. A young actor next to him chimed in, Yes, watching Chen Yi act like this, I think I understand a bit about how to strike the right balance. You have to let loose and act freely, making the illogical things seem reasonable through exaggeration, so that the audience can find the humor unexpectedly. During the subsequent filming, laughter continued to break the silence, but Lu Jinwen wasn't angry. In fact, he was quite pleased. His reasoning was, even the actors were laughing during filming, so the movie is bound to make the audience laugh themselves to death. During filming, Chen Yi also constantly demonstrated how to act to actors who couldn't find their footing, since the final cut was etched in his mind. Just as the filming of Hail the Judge was in full swing, Magic Cube Video was finally launched, and within just a few days, it sparked a wave of online popularity. Cube Entertainment has developed a comprehensive marketing strategy and invested heavily in the launch of Cube Video. In terms of advertising, they spared no expense in launching a massive, widespread campaign. Whether it's the bustling streets and alleys of a metropolis, the eye-catching billboards at bus stops, the video ads playing on a loop in subway stations, or the pop-up and splash screen ads on various popular online platforms, you can see Magic Cube Video everywhere. However, what surprised many netizens was not the substantial financial resources of Magic Cube Video, but rather that they actually invited Chen Yi again, and he even became their spokesperson. The video suddenly burst open from the black screen, showing Chen Yi descending from the sky in a smart suit. However, he didn't land properly and his staggering, clinging to air slightly affected his appearance. Chen Yi quickly adjusted his posture and began making various emotional expressions, happy, sad, bored. With each expression, he would ask, Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? Go watch the Rubik's Cube videos when you have free time. Audience. Ha ha ha, Chen Yi's advertisement is so silly, so funny. But I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll go download Magic Cube Video and take a look. This video was filmed by Chen Yi a long time ago, just waiting to be used for promotion when Magic Cube Video is launched. It was filmed by Yi Zhou's team, and the final visual effect is very good. It has both good looks and humor, and it has both high-end and vulgarity. It's very nice. However, this also sparked a wave of jokes from netizens, with many comments like, "Chenyi, how much did Magic Cube Entertainment pay you? You promoted their comics and endorsed their videos for them." In addition, the reason why Magic Cube Video was able to capture the hearts of netizens so quickly is not only due to its powerful promotional campaign, but more importantly, its innovative and rich content. In the past, the mainstream video content in Xia country mainly focused on movies and TV series, which limited the audience's choices. The emergence of Magic Cube Video is like opening a door to a diverse world of entertainment, instantly adding various types of content such as music videos, anime, and variety shows, bringing netizens a brand new audiovisual experience. Among the many exciting contents, the hilarious web series unexpectedly produced and filmed by Magic Cube Video has become a favorite among netizens. Li Hua is an ordinary office worker who works from 9 to 5. Every day, she is busy with work and exhausted by various documents and meetings. Her mood is like a crumpled piece of paper that she can't straighten out. After getting off work, he slumped on the sofa, listlessly scrolling through his phone, trying to find something interesting to relax his tense nerves. He then came across Chen Yi's ridiculous advertising video, which reminded him of the various Magic Cube Video website advertisements he had seen on the streets these past few days. He suddenly became interested, took out his laptop, found the Magic Cube Video app in the App Store, and clicked to download it. The moment Li Hua opened the software, he was truly astonished by what he saw. The homepage was overflowing with a dazzling array of video content, including movies, TV series, music videos, anime, variety shows, and more. This is incredibly comprehensive. Li Hua was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to look at first. Just then, an advertisement for a web series caught his eye. The image had a slightly quirky style and featured the words unexpectedly in large print. Below the poster was a line of smaller print that read Mofang Video's self-produced web series. Li Hua's curiosity was instantly piqued. Without thinking twice, he tapped his finger and entered the web series playback page, directly clicking on the first episode. "My name is Wang Dachui, and I am an actor. I am currently filming a low-budget martial arts drama." Wang Dachui looked down at the toy sword in his hand and complained, "What kind of toy sword is this? It's such a low-budget production." But before he could finish complaining, the toy sword flashed twice. With this level of quality, what's the point of flashing? Ha ha ha, this is so funny. How can this actor be so hilarious? Li Hua burst into laughter on the sofa, then slapped his forehead in surprise and exclaimed, "I remember now, isn't that Wang Dachui? Isn't that the Dachui from Chen Yi's film, The Little Match Girl?" Just as Bai K had successfully piqued his interest, a sleazy-looking fat man jumped out of the screen, holding a sword and pointing it at Wang Dachui. "Ha ha ha, if you want to rescue the princess, well, you'll have to step over my dead body." Wang Dachui, "Hey, could you please memorize your lines before coming on stage? Fatty, make your move. Use your ultimate move, the 9 Yang Divine Fist." Wang Dachui, "So I was using a fist technique, huh? 9 Yang Divine Fist? That name sounds pretty awesome." He quickly threw away the sword in his hand and focused his energy throughout his body. "I felt my left fist was as hot as fire and my right fist was as cold as ice." This tense scene also roused Li Hua's spirits. When the words frost effect and flame effect appeared prominently on Wang Dachui's fists in the scene, he immediately broke through his defenses. "Haha, this web series is hilarious. Using text as special effects is so interesting." It took him a long time to recover, and he rubbed his face as he continued reading. "Fatty, it's actually the 9 Yang Divine Fist, 9 Heavens of Ice and Fire." Wang Dachui was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. "This name is too erotic, and how did you figure out this move?" Before Big Hammer could recover from his surprise, countless words like fire effects and frost effects appeared on the screen and hit Fatty. The fat man fell to the ground with a thud, and seeing this, Li Hua couldn't help but burst into laughter again. At the end of the video, Wang Dachui arrived at the Flaming Mountain and met the final boss, the Great Demon King. But before he could even make a move, the Great Demon King accidentally slipped and fell off the mountaintop, and died. Wang Dachui, "I'll never work with that kind of poor production crew again." Li Hua wiped away the tears of laughter and eagerly clicked on the second episode. After watching the first 3 free episodes in one go, he was still wanting more. Li Hua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to pay for a membership to Magic Cube Video. Magic Cube Video, in just over half a month, the software downloads reached an astonishing 80 million. The number of annual members is 9 million, quarterly members are 15 million, and monthly members are 26 million. Excluding advertising costs, membership fees alone have reached a staggering 2.62 billion yuan. According to internal calculations at Magic Cube Video, membership fees alone could reach nearly 10 billion yuan a year. Including advertising costs, it's possible for annual revenue to reach 15 billion yuan. When Chen Yi learned of this income, he was already very satisfied. After all, this was just the beginning, and the annual revenue would increase after a year or two when people developed the habit of watching it. In its previous life, iQIYI's annual revenue was 30 billion yuan, so Magic Cube Video still has a lot of room for growth. Time flies, and it's already the end of November. The filming of Hail the Judge is already more than halfway complete, in just 1 month. This speed has left Lu Jinwen in disbelief, and he says it's all thanks to Chen Yi. Chen Yi secretly shook his head. The final version of the movie was already in his mind. With his help, all the actors were following the optimal performance plan, and there was no need for adjustments or reshoots. If the actors hadn't kept laughing during takebacks, the movie could have wrapped up filming by now. At the same time, in a conference room of a government building in Yanqing, the newly appointed president of the Cultural Association, Fang Rong, sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the people present. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Three Kingdoms Song Contest is of paramount importance to our Xia Kingdom. We have already lost 2 matches in a row, and this time we must take first place and restore the glory of Xia Kingdom's music. The annual Three Kingdoms Song Festival, held in mid-December, is a cultural feast between the Xia Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and South Korea, and also a musical war without gunpowder. However, Xia Guo has failed to win the last 2 song festivals, which has put immense pressure on the entire cultural community. This year, the song festival is being hosted by South Korea. If they lose again, it will be a huge loss of face for China on the international cultural exchange stage. Next, the meeting got down to business selecting personnel to be deployed to South Korea. According to the plan, 6 singers and 12 lyricists, composers and other creators need to be selected, for a total of 18 participants. Regarding the singers, we need to select the most talented and distinctive ones. Does anyone have any suggestions? A leader in charge of music pushed up his glasses and said, I think the singers should be chosen from the winners of the King and Queen of Singers competition. They each have their own unique style and strong singing skills. Although they lost in 2 competitions, we all know that it was not their fault. I believe that whether or not someone can win the championship depends on the creator's ability. Fang Rong nodded in agreement. Then let's decide on the singers for the competition first. The crowd below immediately expressed their opinions, and after some discussion, they finally decided on 4 kings and 2 queens. The 4 kings are Lu Lei, Lu Jianfeng, Zhang Qing, and Li Qinjai. The next 2 were Han Yun and Su Bing. Fang Rong also expressed his approval of the nomination of 4 kings and 2 queens. After all, they are the top figures in the Xia Kingdom's music scene and represent the highest level of Xia Kingdom's pop music. Next is the selection of creators, Fang Rong said. The songwriters are the soul of a song. Their talent and creativity will directly determine the quality of our entries. What do you all think about how to choose these 12 people? The meeting room immediately became lively as everyone put forward their own candidates and discussed in depth the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate. During the discussion, Chen Yi's name was mentioned several times. Although Chen Yi is young, his talent should not be underestimated. His works are both innovative and retain traditional charm. Moreover, he is very good at combining modern musical elements with traditional culture. His creation of the Xia Guo Feng style is even more amazing. Therefore, I propose that Chen Yi be selected. I also agree to include Chen Yi in the list of 12. Agree. After a day of discussion, a final list of 18 people was decided to go to South Korea. The cast and crew of the TV series Hail the Judge. Brother Chen Yi, the person on your phone claims to be from the organizers of the Three Kingdoms Song Festival. Chen Yi had just finished filming a scene when Zhou Shui walked over with his phone. The Three Kingdoms Song Festival? Was it an invitation to me? Chen Yi took the phone. Hello, this is Chen Yi. Hello Mr. Chen Yi, this is a staff member from the Three Kingdoms Song Contest. I'm calling to invite you to participate in this year's Three Kingdoms Song Contest. The staff member on the phone gave Chen Yi a brief introduction to the basic information of this year's concert. Chen Yi agreed without hesitation. After all, he had already said on the show Lu Qi's appointment that he would definitely participate if invited. The competition is on December 20th, so there are still more than 20 days left. We should be able to finish filming here. Chen Yi calculated in his mind that the timing should be just right and would not delay the filming of the movie. Chen Yi told Lu Jinwen that he was going to participate in the Three Kingdoms Song Contest. After hearing this, Lu Jinwen patted his chest and assured him that he didn't need to worry about the post-production editing of the film and that he could just go to the competition without worry. The organizers of the Three Kingdoms Song Contest communicated with the 18 candidates to confirm their eligibility to participate. Without any secrecy, they directly published the list of participants on the official website. When this news spread online, it instantly caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, with related topics flooding major social media platforms and music forums. Major media outlets also rushed to report on it, and the celebrities and creators on the list were besieged and chased by countless reporters for interviews. Online, the hashtag Xia Kingdom expedition list for the Three Kingdoms Song Contest hashtag quickly topped the trending search list, with views skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Netizens flooded the comments section, engaging in a heated discussion. Wow, the lineup this time is still full of top singers. Although this lineup looks impressive, the singers from Japan and South Korea are also formidable. If the quality of the songs isn't up to par, we'll still lose. Yes, I hope our creative team can produce some high-quality songs this time. From a creator's perspective, the 12 teachers and seniors selected this time have different styles. It remains to be seen how they will combine their respective strengths. Moreover, with the addition of a young and talented creative force like Chen Yi, it may bring a different kind of vitality and inspiration to the whole team. Yes, I also have high hopes for Chen Yi. It's a bit of a pity that he didn't compete as a singer, but his creative talent is even more anticipated. On December 5th, there were 15 days left before heading to South Korea for the competition. At this moment, all 18 contestants except Chen Yi were gathered in a large conference room, where the official leaders of the Three Kingdoms Song Competition were presiding over the meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Bin, and I'm the team leader for this Three Kingdoms Song Concert. I've called everyone here for two reasons: first, to introduce ourselves to you all, and second, to discuss the music to be played before the competition. Although it's not related to the outcome of the competition, it does concern the image of our country, so we can't take it lightly. The Three Kingdoms Song Competition has a tradition of uploading pre-match music to the official website jointly built by the three countries before each competition to demoralize the opponents. On this website, people from three countries can communicate. The website has an automatic translation function. When you send a message in one language, it will automatically translate it into the other two languages. Therefore, this website often becomes a battleground for music enthusiasts from the three countries. 2 years ago, Xia Guo lost 2 games in a row, which led to Chinese netizens being ridiculed by netizens from both Japan and South Korea on this website, making them feel very frustrated. At this moment, Su Bing, who was sitting below, raised his hand and asked, "Team leader Chen Bin, why isn't Chen Yi here?" Chen Yi is currently filming, and he said he would finish in 2 more days, so he didn't come today. Let's not worry about him for now. I will inform him of the meeting content later. Oh, I see. Su Bing looked a little disappointed. She had thought she would see Chen Yi, but he didn't come. Hey, what's wrong? Feeling down because you didn't see your little brother? A teasing voice rang in Su Bing's ear. Su Bing didn't even lift her eyelids, and chuckled as she looked at Han Yun sitting opposite her. What? Are you jealous because I have a good younger brother? What a joke. I just think it's inappropriate for someone your age to be thinking about a guy in his early 20s. You're 30 years old, aren't you? Han Yun deliberately emphasized the number 30. 29, I'm only 29 this year, and you're only 30, your whole family is 30. Upon hearing the number 30, Su Bing completely lost her composure, her face turning bright red with anger. Ha ha. Han Yun laughed heartily upon seeing this. She knew Su Bing's weakness, but she didn't continue to provoke her. The two had been rivals for so many years and were now both enemies and friends. There was still a limit to how much they could joke around. You! Su Bing glared angrily at Han Yun. If looks could kill, Han Yun would have died countless times over. Chen Bin. The 4 great singers. Major creators. Seeing that the two had stopped arguing, the crowd felt a little disappointed. They hadn't had enough of the excitement. Cough cough. Chen Bin coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. Let's continue. Regarding the pre-competition song, in the past, it was sung by 6 singers together, but this time I want to change it. Everyone sat up slightly, wondering what Chen Bin was up to. Chen Bin looked around and said, I suggest that each singer sing one song, and then we can choose the best one. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone reacted differently. The 4 kings and 2 queens remained seated and silent, because the main thing to do was to work with the songwriters. The number of songs had increased from 1 to 6, and the pressure on them was immense. After the 11 creators discussed among themselves, Hai Jianhua, the oldest among them, spoke up. If each of the 6 singers sings one song, then we, the 12 songwriters, will divide into 6 groups, with each group responsible for one singer, and then select the best song. In addition, I suggest that after the song is created, it be uploaded to the new song chart and judged by everyone in Xia Kingdom. Okay, Chen Bin nodded in agreement. Then, for the next group assignments, Mr. Hai, you can do the assignments. This. Hai Jianhua hesitated, knowing that doing this job poorly could offend people. He looked at the 4 kings and 2 queens, thought for a moment, and then said, let the 6 kings and queens of singing choose their partners. After all, they are familiar with our creative styles and will choose the right creative partners for us. Alright, Chen Bin thought Hai Jianhua's words made sense, so he looked at the 4 kings and 2 queens. Since Elder Hai has said so, then the 6 of you can discuss who should choose first. The 6 people looked at each other, but no one spoke. Honestly, everyone wants to be the first to choose, but if someone stands up first without considering the consequences, their reputation will be ruined. After a moment of silence, the singing champion Jiang Qing spoke. How about we decide by drawing lots? That would be fairer. Good. I agree. Seeing that the 6 people were about to draw lots, Chen Bin had someone prepare slips of paper and a small box. The slips of paper had numbers written on them and were folded up. The 6 people then stepped forward one by one to draw a slip. The final selection order was first Jiang Qing, second Han Yun, third Su Bing, fourth Lu Lei, fifth Lu Jianfeng, and lastly Qinjai. Haha, then I'll definitely take the challenge. Upon seeing the results, Jiang Qing laughed heartily, stood up, and scanned the group of creators before finally settling on teachers Hai Zhenhua and Zhang Jianing. Without hesitation, he said, I'll choose Professor Hai and Professor Zhang Jianing. Jiang Qing didn't hesitate to choose the most famous composer and lyricist. After all, this was not the time for modesty. If he can sing the songs he sang before the competition solo, his fame in China might surpass that of the other 5 singers. Next, Han Yun was chosen. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly looked up at Su Bing, a slight smile playing on her lips. I choose Chen Yi. Han Yun, you. Upon hearing this, Su Bing's eyes widened, and her chest heaved slightly with anger. She never expected that Han Yun would try to steal her man at this moment, which infuriated her. What? Can't I choose Chen Yi? Han Yun first gave Su Bing a provocative look, then looked at Chen Bin with feigned innocence and asked. We can choose, Chen Bin said calmly, ignoring Su Bing's pleading eyes, and continued looking at Han Yun. What about the other person? I will only choose Chen Yi. I know that he has the ability to write lyrics and compose music. If I choose another lyricist, I am afraid that the 2 of us will have some unnecessary conflicts in the creative process. Chen Bin nodded, agreeing with Han Yun's choice. Team leader Chen, then I also choose Chen Yi. Next, it was Su Bing's turn. Unexpectedly, she also chose Chen Yi. She looked at Chen Bin with a sly smile and said, You didn't say we couldn't choose the same person, did you? Chen Bin shrugged. If Chen Yi agrees, I don't care. Okay, please wait a moment. As she spoke, Su Bing took out her phone and called Chen Yi. Coincidentally, Chen Yi had just finished filming a scene when Zhou Shui brought in the phone. Hey, Sister Bing. Xiao Yi, it's like this. Su Bing didn't beat around the bush and quickly told him about the meeting and the selection of the creator. Xiao Yi, you won't refuse your sister, will you? Su Bing's pitiful voice came from the phone. Chen Yi was speechless. You called me right in front of them, how could I possibly refuse? No, don't worry, sis, it's too easy for just you and Han Ge Hao, I'm worth 11 of them. Xiao Yi, my phone is on speakerphone here, hee. Hai Lao wants to talk to you. Chen Yi, you're really like my sister. Hello? Is this my young friend Chen Yi? This is Hai Zhenhua. Hello, Mr. Hai, I am Chen Yi. I have long admired your name, but unfortunately I have never had the chance to meet you. Chen Yi immediately transformed into a little fanboy to make up for his teammate's mistake. Hee, young friend's creative talent has amazed us old folks. We originally wanted to chat with you in person, but it's a pity you couldn't come this time. Mr. Hai, you flatter me. I was really unable to get away from filming this time. I'm truly sorry. I understand. However, I am also keen to have another singing competition with you, so I hope you will give it your all. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Hai, I will. After exchanging a few more words, the 2 hung up the phone. Since Han Yun and Su Bing have both chosen Chen Yi, then Lu Lei, Lu Jianfeng, and Li Qinjai should each choose 3, Chen Bin said. Lu Lei and the other 2 were very happy. Choosing one more person would increase their chances of winning. After all, the creators who could stand here were all of similar strength and belonged to the T0 tier of Xia country. At this point, all 6 singers have chosen their own songwriters. Seeing this, Chen Bin concluded everyone only has 5 days to create. At 12 noon on December 10th, the songs of the 6 singers will be uploaded to the new song chart by themselves. At that time, the entire population of Xia Kingdom will choose the final competition song. After the meeting concluded, the official meeting minutes were published on the website, and this news immediately caused a stir among netizens. Exciting, so exciting. Top songwriters and top singers teaming up for a chaotic battle, a spectacle rarely seen in 10 years. My scalp is tingling. This lineup is a game changer anywhere. The music charts are going to be in for a treat. Haha, this rule change immediately makes things much more competitive. The top singers paired with different songwriters, the clash of styles, it sounds amazing. Wow, this is quite a big production. Seeing this list and the selection method, you know the organizers are going all out this time. 5 days may be a tight schedule, but maybe it's under this kind of pressure that classic works will be born. I hope all the masters will perform exceptionally well and give our ears a wonderful musical feast. If I had to pick the most impressive one, it would be Chen Yi. Didn't you see that the other singing champions all have more than one top-tier songwriter standing behind them? But him? He's got 2 queens on his own. It's like an old cow opening the door for a heifer, absolutely amazing. Haha, that's right. I heard that Chen Yi didn't attend the meeting this time because he was filming, but when it came to choosing people, both Su Bing and Han Yun, the 2 divas, actually chose Chen Yi. Neither of them was willing to give up, which made Hai Lao, who was also present, unable to stand it anymore. He even called Chen Yi and challenged him to a duel. It was so exciting at the time. Wow, really? Does that mean we'll get to see another big battle between Chen Yi and Hai Lao this time? More than that, it's a battle for supremacy among 6 powerful nations. Early the next morning, the cast and crew of Hail the Judge welcomed 2 big names. Sister Su Bing, Teacher Han, why did you 2 come at the same time? Chen Yi had just finished her makeup when she saw Su Bing and Han Yun arriving together. Su Bing glanced at Han Yun, about to say something sarcastic, but seeing the people secretly watching around them, she swallowed her words. It was a coincidence. Xiao Yi came to see you this time to discuss the song. Just as Su Bing was speaking, Han Yunlian took a step forward with light steps, a perfectly timed smile on her face, and generously extended her hand, her voice gentle and pleasant. Teacher Chen, it's been a long time since I've heard of you. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly and politely extended his hand to shake hands with Han Yun lightly. Teacher Han, you're too kind. You can just call me Chen Yi. Han Yun nodded slightly, raised her hand to tuck the soft hair behind her ear, and her smile deepened. Alright then, I'll call you Brother Chen Yi, and you don't need to call me Teacher Han anymore, just call me Sister Yun. Sister Yun, Chen Yi readily accepted good advice. Watching Han Yun and Chen Yi chatting and laughing, Su Bing was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot, her cheeks puffed up. She couldn't help but raise her voice and say, Xiao Yi, listen to me, some people like to act all friendly in front of others, but they have a lot of ulterior motives behind the scenes. You have to be careful of these kinds of people. Upon hearing this, Han Yun glanced at Su Bing indifferently and said, I have never pretended to be kind to you. Seeing that the 2 divas were about to bicker again, Chen Yi quickly stepped forward and said with a laugh, Sister Bing, Sister Yun, let's talk about the songs. Snort. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the 2 snorted coldly and simultaneously turned to look at Chen Yi. Xiao Yi, I don't have any requirements for the song. Just write whatever you think is best, as long as it's even slightly better than Han Yun's. Su Bing glared at Han Yun first, then pouted and said, Han Yun was not to be outdone. He curled up the corners of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm and said, Brother Chen Yi, I don't have any special requirements. The quality of the song just needs to be similar to Su Bing's. After all, I'm not like some people who have mediocre singing skills and have to rely on the quality of their songs to cheat. Who are you calling a bad singer? Su Bing immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. Oh, I'll just talk to whoever answers first, is that even a question? Han Yun retorted, arms crossed. If we sang the same song, I could beat you by a mile, you believe me? Hee hee, aren't you afraid of exaggerating your abilities? Seeing that the 2 were about to start arguing again, Chen Yi rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Sisters, how about this? I'll write a song, but I'll make one in Mandarin and one in English. You can each choose one, so you can have a good competition. Furthermore, if this song ultimately wins, the Mandarin and English versions will be uploaded to the official website of the 3 Kingdoms Song Contest, allowing the 2 to compete again on the Asian stage. What do you guys think? Great idea! Su Bing exclaimed excitedly, but then she hesitated. Xiao Yi, my English isn't very good. Ha ha. Before Chen Yi could reply, Han Yun's merciless mockery rang in his ears. It's alright, I'll be merciful and give you Mandarin. You, Su Bing glared at Han Yun, but when she thought about how she was indeed inferior in English, she stomped her foot and stopped talking. Seeing that the 2 had finally quieted down, Chen Yi quickly asked someone to fetch a pen and paper. Sister Bing, Sister Yun, I just wrote a song before, do you think it's suitable? Su Bing, why does that sound so familiar? Little brother, even if you said you wrote this song on the spot, I wouldn't worry about its quality anymore. Before long, 2 pages of A4 paper were handed to Su Bing and Han Yun. The 2 of them took them with a hint of excitement and began to read them carefully. Many staff members and actors around them craned their necks to try and see what was on the paper, but unfortunately they were too far away to see it. At this moment, everyone saw that the faces of the 2 singers, Su Bing and Han Yun, began to turn red, and their breathing became much more rapid. The 2 divas seemed really excited. People around them whispered, Xiao Yi, this song is amazing. Su Bing looked at Chen Yi with excitement, her eyes full of admiration. Yes, Brother Chen Yi, this song is absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad I chose you. Han Yun was equally excited. Hee hee, I'm glad you 2 sisters like it. The 2 singers left, excited, and hurriedly departed from the film crew. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hai Zhenhua and Zhang Jianing, 2 top songwriters, were engrossed in finalizing the song they had just created. They meticulously crafted every note and every lyric, striving for perfection. Singer Zhang Qing was also busy, sitting to the side and occasionally offering his insights based on his years of experience in the music industry. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, the song was finally completed. Just then, Zhang Qing's assistant gently pushed open the door and walked in. "Brother Zhang, I just heard that singers Han and Su went to the film set where Chen Yi is shooting this morning. After they came back, they went straight to the karaoke room. It seems they got some songs from Chen Yi." "So fast?" Zhang Qing's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Hai Jianhua and Zhang Jianing were also astonished. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep surprise. To create two high-quality songs in less than a day is simply a pipe dream to them. What kind of freak is Chen Yi? His creative speed is astonishing. Ha ha ha, impressive. Young friend Chen Yi is truly amazing. After a moment of surprise, Hai Jianhua was the first to recover, and he threw his head back and laughed heartily, without questioning the quality of Chen Yi's songs just because Chen Yi wrote them quickly. On the contrary, Hai Jianhua's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and he became invigorated. "I'm increasingly looking forward to my second match with young friend Chen Yi. It seems this young man is not to be underestimated." "Jining, Zhang Qing, I suddenly feel that there are still some parts of our song that need further consideration. We need to study them carefully and strive to make them as perfect as possible." As Hai Jianhua spoke, he picked up the sheet music on the table again, staring intently at it as if trying to find any clues that could be improved. Zhang Jianing and Zhang Qing exchanged a glance. "Old Hai, this is serious." "Okay." Meanwhile, the other three groups of songwriters and their corresponding singers have also entered the later stages of song creation. Everyone is racing against time to make final polishes and adjustments, and it is expected that they will all be able to complete their respective work smoothly by tomorrow. That's all. As netizens across the country eagerly awaited the day, December 10th arrived. At this moment, there is only half an hour left before the 4 kings and 2 queens upload their songs to the new song chart. The atmosphere online became increasingly tense and enthusiastic, with netizens waiting in front of their computers or on their phones, eager to be among the first to hear the songs meticulously created by these talented artists. Shenxi Entertainment Music Department. The large conference room was full of people. The company's contracted singers at the 3rd tier or above, as well as all songwriters at the silver medal level or above, will gather together. "Sister Ruoxiu, do you know why the company called so many of us to a meeting?" A girl about the same age as Hua Ruoxiu suddenly sat down next to her. "Today is the release date for the new songs of the 4 kings and 2 queens, I guess it might be related to this. But Kinjian, what are you doing here? Did you become a silver-level songwriter?" "Hee, I just advanced last week, I'm awesome, right?" Shen Kinjian said with a smug smile. Hua Ruoxiu gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." This isn't Hua Ruoxiu deliberately praising her, Shen Kinjian is indeed a creative genius. At only 21 years old, she has already written many excellent songs. Last month's song was even noticed by one of the company's top singers and achieved good results on the new song chart. As a result, the company promoted her to a silver-level songwriter. Because they were from the same school, and were senior and junior students, they always had a good relationship at the company. "Sister Ruoxiu, do you think Chen Yi will win this competition? I heard he wrote songs for both divas in just one day. That's amazing. I really want to ask him for advice in person." Shen Kinjian spoke with an expression of adoration, her eyes sparkling. Hua Ruoxiu shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, "Here we go again. Whenever we chat, the most frequent topic I hear from her is always Chen Yi. She can't hide her fangirl tendencies." Just as the two were chatting quietly, the conference room door was pushed open again, and a figure walked in, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. She is Fei Wang, the little princess of Shenxi Entertainment. However, at this moment, she seems to be a little different from her usual arrogant self, and her arrogance has faded considerably. The song she bought at a high price in the United States seemed to be out of place in Xia country and was not popular with the public. 3 consecutive failures on the new song charts have prompted this proud and arrogant young princess to reflect on herself. Is it true that English songs are less popular than Mandarin songs in China?